Ying, a martial arts master in his previous life, met his demise and found himself traversing into the CP-9 training camp, becoming the most perilous pawn. In a moment of despair, the Hundredfold Feedback System activated, amplifying training effects 100-fold and accelerating combat insights 100-fold. While others toil for 10 years, he advances 1,000 miles in a day. The 6 styles? I shall casually refine them into the ultimate 6 styles, devoid of rigidity and weaknesses. Haki? I awaken it effortlessly, blending the 3 colors to forge the Haki armor. With a spear in hand, I create the Piercing 9 styles, vowing to pierce the stars from Meteor Piercing the Sun to the ultimate I am divine retribution. Asterisk core essence. A single glimmer of cold light arrives first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. This intertwines all my vitality and the Conqueror's Haki, condensing at the tip of the spear, boasting unparalleled penetrating power. Displeased with the darkness of the world government, he brazenly defected, turning the hunt against CP0. The Ice Age of Aokiji, 100-fold insight allows for instantaneous resolution. Surrounded by Admirals, they become mere stepping stones on my path to the summit. This is the tale of a battle fanatic who, armed with a 100-fold system and his spear, sweeps away all in pursuit of ultimate combat and freedom. Chapter 1. Silent Descent, Hellish Beginnings. The first sensation was a frigid touch against his cheek, revealing rough, damp stone slabs that reeked of mildew. Soon followed was an all-consuming fatigue and pervasive soreness throughout his body, particularly in his arms and back, aflame as if repeatedly pressed by a searing iron. Ying abruptly opened his eyes. His consciousness broke free from a realm of chaos and the abyss of darkness, the last scene of his previous life flashing through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Atop Mount Tai, he battled the martial arts grandmaster known as the Northern Earth Grey Wolf, their energies entwined at a decisive juncture. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his spear like a dragon and shatter his opponent's defense, an unnatural, blinding light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a chilling sneer. In an instant, the scenery shifted from a mist-shrouded mountain peak to a vast, eerie enclosure seemingly hewn from massive stones. The ceiling towered high above, adorned with gas lamps emitting a dim, yellowish glow. The light barely dispelled some darkness, while casting deeper shadows upon the mottled walls, smeared with indiscernible stains. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sweat, blood, and a faint, rust-like odor of despair. Get up, you worthless maggots! The world government does not require trash that cannot even stand on their own. A voice, harsh as metal scraping against metal, erupted from the front. Ying turned his gaze towards the source, his pupils narrowing imperceptibly. A man of towering stature, clad in a white suit and draped in a matching justice coat, stood at the center of the arena. A grotesque scar marred his face, slashing from his forehead across his nose and extending to his jaw, enhancing his already menacing visage. In his hand, he held a glossy, ebony whip, seemingly soaked in oil, with droplets of an indeterminate liquid, whether water or blood, tipping from its end. This is the CP-9 training camp, the crucible for forging the world government's mightiest agents of darkness. Only those who emerge from here shall be the elite. And you are. The instructor's gaze, as frigid as a razor, swept across every crumpled or struggling figure attempting to rise. At this moment, you are even inferior to refuse, merely expendable commodities, disposable pawns. The term cannon fodder struck Ying's heart like a heavy hammer. He quickly lowered his head, concealing the fleeting glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Transmigration? CP-9? The world of One Piece. In his previous life, as a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, proficient in both national martial arts and cold weapons, he was heralded as an extraordinary talent in martial arts not seen in a century. His martial prowess was unparalleled, and his mind was resolute as iron. Following a brief moment of shock came an extraordinary calmness and analytical clarity. He swiftly assessed his situation. This body appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, its bones slightly frail from prolonged malnutrition, yet its muscle definition was remarkably pronounced, indicating that the original owner had undergone severe training. However, this body had reached its limits, with every cell screaming in agony. Looking around, he observed dozens of other youths of similar age, each gaunt and hollow-eyed, their gazes either numb, fearful, or filled with a primal, desperate will to survive. Clad in tattered, gray training uniforms, They struggled through inhumane physical exercises amidst the instructor's roars, squatting beneath enormous logs, frog jumping on a ground strewn with sharp debris, and repeatedly striking their flesh against solid ironwood posts. "You! What are you dawdling for?" A whip sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Ying's back. Almost instinctively, or rather, driven by the ingrained instincts of a martial arts master, Ying's shoulder muscles twitched slightly, and his body pivoted at a minuscule angle. He attempted to absorb the blow with the thickest part of his muscles, simultaneously dissipating some of its force. Crack! The whip landed squarely on his back, an explosion of pain erupting, yet he clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound of agony. His body swayed slightly, stumbling forward as if responding sluggishly due to fatigue and fear, resembling an ordinary student overwhelmed by exhaustion. "Oomph. Worthless." The instructor snorted, seemingly oblivious to any abnormalities, redirecting the whip towards another student who was slower in his movements, eliciting a piercing scream. Ying bowed his head, blending into the crowd, and began mimicking the movements of others, enduring the monotonous and torturous training. He deliberately controlled his pace, neither overly conspicuous nor significantly lagging, maintaining a level of barely acceptable. Yet within him, a tempest raged like a storm-tossed sea. CP9, the world government's clandestine espionage agency, masters the 6 styles, transcending human limits. The brutal training and exorbitant mortality rate validated his suspicions as fragments of the original owner's memories surged forth like a tidal wave. This was a realm devoid of compassion, a hell of elimination and death. These orphaned souls, devoid of any support, were gathered from across the globe and cast into this crucible. Those who could forge themselves into weapons for CP9 would survive, while the rest would become forgotten remains. Survive. I must survive. A feeble yet tenacious thought emerged from the original owner of this body. Ying clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, inflicting a sharp pain that heightened his awareness. In his previous life, he had ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, seeking the ultimate combat and freedom. He had never endured such humiliation and constraints. Yet at this moment, like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, or a tiger fallen in the plains, no matter how exalted his martial realm, without a corresponding physical capacity, it amounted to naught but an illusion. A day's training, amidst the instructor's roars and the students' repressed groans, finally came to an end. Nightfall in the training camp dormitory. To call it a dormitory would be a misnomer. It resembled a vast prison. Dozens of hard bunk beds were crammed together, the air saturated with the unpleasant odor of sweat mingled with medicinal balm. No one spoke. Only heavy breaths and the occasional sharp inhalation from contact with wounds punctuated the silence. Ying lies upon the frigid wooden floor, the lashes on his back searing with pain, while his entire body quivers involuntarily. He gazes at the dim light fixture on the ceiling, which seems poised to extinguish at any moment. Is he bewildered? Indeed. From being a grandmaster to becoming a mere pawn subject to abuse, this stark contrast is sufficient to unravel any soul. Is he struggling? More so, he engages in a chilling calculation and scrutiny. This world is even more brutally a realm of the survival of the fittest than in his previous life. He has sensed the darkness of the world government and the ruthlessness of CP9 through both the memories of the original owner and his own experiences today. Here, without power, even the act of breathing is a transgression. I refuse to accept this, he silently contemplates. It is not merely the original owner's instinct for survival, but the indomitable spirit of the martial arts master, Ying. That insatiable yearning for the pinnacle, the longing for freedom, and the innate aversion to all constraints and injustices. This world is quite intriguing, with strong individuals aplenty and abilities both enigmatic and diverse. Such a stage is worthy of my gun, Ying. He recalls the long spear from his past life, which accompanied him in battles across the land, drinking the blood of the mighty. When the spear is unleashed, it soars like a dragon, its cold gleam piercing the stars. Yet here, he requires a new spear, along with the strength necessary to wield it. How shall he seize that glimmer of life amidst this dire predicament? He closes his eyes and begins to silently recall the breathing techniques learned in his previous life, attempting to mobilize the minuscule vitality within his exhausted body, striving for a swift recovery. The hellish beginning is already a foregone conclusion. Yet a hidden dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. He merely awaits the winds to rise, so he may emerge from the abyss. Chapter 2. A Hundredfold Feedback, the Awakening of the Hidden Dragon. The following day, before the dawn's light graced the sky, a piercing whistle echoed like a death knell, shattering the fragile tranquility. Assemble to the training ground in 3 minutes. Latecomers shall face death. The instructor's frigid voice reverberated through the dormitory via the loudspeaker. In an instant, the once silent confines erupted into a cacophony of frantic dressing sounds, suppressed coughs, and muffled groans from wounds aggravated by hurried movements. Ying blended into the crowd. Rising silently and swiftly, he assessed his physical state, finding it somewhat better than anticipated. At the very least, the muscle soreness had significantly subsided, and the sting of the whip marks on his back was no longer so excruciating. However, he was far from being in good condition, still teetering on the brink of exhaustion. On the training ground, the biting cold wind pierced the air. The scarred instructor stood in the center of the field, as impassive as a statue of slaughter. This morning's training regimen was even more relentless, an extreme weighted long-distance run. This was no ordinary run. Each participant bore a weight exceeding half their body mass, trudging along a specially designed circular track. This track rose into steep inclines and sank into muddy pits, with certain sections lined with low, barbed wire, necessitating crawling. Run. Not until the last person collapses. The instructor's roar echoed across the vast training area. There was no hesitation, no dissent. All the trainees, like a herd of sheep driven to slaughter, shouldered their burdens and embarked on this seemingly interminable ordeal. Ying took a deep breath, calibrating his breathing rhythm, and set forth. The first step felt as if his legs were laden with lead. His lungs heaved as if they were bellows, each breath tainted with the metallic taste of blood. The weight on his back felt as though it could fracture his spine, the straps digging painfully into his flesh. Sweat poured forth almost instantaneously, obscuring his vision. He could not falter. He absolutely must not fall. The original owner's obsession resurfaced, laden with profound dread. Ying cast aside distractions, focusing entirely on controlling his body, drawing upon his masterful understanding of power application and bodily control from his previous life. He endeavored to refine his running form, ensuring each step was efficient to minimize unnecessary energy expenditure. He attempted to take deep, measured breaths, striving to extract more oxygen from the thin air. Yet, this was still a mere drop in the bucket. The physical foundation was far too weak. The original owner had been malnourished, and the brutal training of recent days had nearly drained the body's potential. 1 lap, 2 laps. Individuals continued to collapse, falling to the ground like broken sacks, splattering mud as they were dragged away by expressionless guards, their fates all too evident. Ying sensed his consciousness beginning to blur, the scenery before him swirling and swaying. All that remained in his ears was the thunderous pounding of his heart and the ragged gasps for air. Was this the limit of this body? He refused to accept it. He, Ying, had traversed a lifetime. How could he fall in such a desolate place? To perish in a training session devoid of any foes was utterly absurd. Move. Keep going. He roared inwardly, squeezing the last vestiges of strength from the depths of his soul, forcing his nearly unresponsive legs to continue their motion. Just as he felt the final remnants of his energy draining away, darkness encroaching, on the brink of joining the fallen. Ding! A sound resonated not from the external world, but from deep within his very essence, like a celestial chime that instantly dispelled all fatigue and confusion. Host's will and body have reached a critical point. Activation conditions met. Energy extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Rule analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Hundredfold Feedback System officially activated. Finding host, Ying. An indescribable warmth surged forth, not originating from any specific part, but rather enveloping every minuscule corner of his being in an instant. This warmth was both gentle and magnificent, wherever it coursed. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The searing pain in his muscles was soothed, as if caressed by the most skilled of masseurs. The sensations of soreness and weakness replaced by a delightful, rejuvenating vigor. His overtaxed spirit felt as though it had been cleansed by a spring, becoming astonishingly clear, even more lucid than during the peak of his previous life. More incredibly, he could distinctly feel the physical burdens brought on by his recent near exhaustion, the slight tearing of muscle fibers, the accumulation of lactic acid. All these training effects were being digested and absorbed at an unfathomable speed and efficiency, then returned to his body 100-fold. Muscle fibers were reorganizing, becoming more resilient and compact. His bones emitted a barely perceptible hum, their density increasing. His cardiovascular capacity was rapidly enhancing, each heartbeat growing stronger, each breath more capable of drawing in energy. Even the whip mark on his back sent a tingling sensation, visibly healing and scabbing over. This feeling was exquisite. It was as if he had stepped from the depths of hell into the embrace of paradise. From a dying fish in a desert, he had transformed into a dragon poised to ascend. Ying forcefully quelled the tempest within, maintaining a facade of calmness on his face. Even as his running frequency and posture remained unchanged, appearing as if he were still struggling at the precipice of elimination. Yet within, an unprecedented storm was brewing. The system, a quintessential accessory for traversers. And what's more, the imposing hundredfold feedback system. What did this signify? It meant that while others toiled for a full day, he needed only to expend 1% of their effort to achieve the same results. No, even better, because a hundredfold feedback might not merely be a quantitative increment, but rather a qualitative leap. What took others a decade of grueling training to master, he might achieve in mere days. What others needed to grasp through life and death struggles, he could attain with but a single experience. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. With the martial arts experience from his previous life combined with the hundredfold feedback system of this life, Ying's gaze swept across the struggling trainees ahead, over the cold, devilish instructor in the center of the field, and across the grim, oppressive training camp. What once appeared as an impenetrable fortress of despair now revealed a tremendous fissure in his eyes. No, this was no longer a dead end. It was a perfectly crafted arena for his rise, lurking in the shadows, concealing his strength. A crystal-clear plan took shape in his mind. He needed to remain hidden, must remain hidden, until he possessed absolute self-preservation capabilities. This system was his greatest secret and must never be exposed. Otherwise, what awaited him would not be privileged training, but rather the high probability of being subjected to dissection and research. He continued to maintain a tenuous semblance of support, blending into the mid to rear of the ranks, neither falling behind nor standing out. Yet secretly, he reveled in the astonishing changes occurring in his body every second. The once burdensome iron weights felt significantly lighter. The former achy legs were rejuvenated with newfound strength. The previously frantic breaths had transformed into calm and prolonged inhalations. He even began to endeavor to control his muscles with greater finesse, meticulously adjusting the angle and force with which his feet struck the ground while running. Each subtle refinement and experiment resulted in a minuscule yet profound enhancement of his training, instantly captured by the system, magnified, and feedback amplified 100-fold. This sensation became utterly addictive. When the whistle finally signaled the end of the training, Ying felt an inexplicable sense of lingering desire. Despite appearing disheveled and drenched in sweat as he joined the throng heading to the cafeteria, a spark of confidence and sharpness, characteristic of a martial arts master, rekindled deep within his gaze, intensified further by the existence of that hundredfold feedback. In the training camp's cafeteria, the cuisine at the CP9 training camp is rich in nutrition, boasting high protein and high caloric content. Combining efficient energy replenishment with exquisite enjoyment, their menu features not only regular meat, eggs, and dairy but also the flesh of sea kings and nourishing broths crafted from their essence, as well as odin, containing radish, tofu, eggs, etc., and specially made energy rice balls filled with tuna, pickled plums, or meat, all conveniently portable and energy-dense, effectively dispelling fatigue and meeting the rigorous physical demands of the agent's grueling training and development. Breakfast, seafood porridge, with shellfish and fish slices, served alongside an omelet, whole grain bread, and milk, providing ample carbohydrates and protein. Lunch and dinner. The main course consists of grilled sea king ribs or other meats, accompanied by a variety of fresh vegetables, sea king bone broth, fish miso soup, and brown rice, among others. Beverages. In addition to various fresh juices and milk, functional drinks are also available. Senior members might indulge in brandy, a favorite of Lucci, or red wine. Desserts, puddings, cakes, and other treats serve as rewards following intense training. Upon entering the CP9 cafeteria, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the hushed atmosphere. At the center of the long table, a colossal grilled sea king rib gleamed with a golden brown sheen, its coarse surface concealing tender, juicy meat. A mere bite released an explosion of energy-rich juices that filled his mouth. Each member was presented with a bowl of nourishing broth made from the essence of sea kings. The broth, clear as amber, was rich and flavorful, sending a warm current coursing from his throat to his extremities, as if infusing his weary body with newfound vitality. The accompanying fresh vegetables were crisp and flavorful, making a perfect pairing with steaming brown rice. In this silent feast, the members quietly consumed their meals, with little conversation. Only the sounds of chewing and the clinking of bowls and spoons spoke of the exquisite flavors and the absolute power they embodied. Ying sat down to dine, greedily replenishing his energy. The few students who had collapsed last were indeed not brought back. Their fates had been sealed. The day's training swiftly came to an end, and night descended once more, when the entire dormitory fell into a profound silence, filled only with the sounds of snoring and murmurs of dreams. Ying quietly opened his eyes. Like a specter, he slid from his bed without making a sound, evading the gaze of patrolling guards. He made his way to a seldom-visited corner behind the dormitory, a place cluttered with odds and ends. Here lay his chosen secret training spot. He refrained from vigorous movements and instead began to assume the stance of the Yun family's foundational boxing technique from his past life, the cloud hands. His motions were slow and fluid, focused on guiding his breath and chi, attuning himself to this body that had undergone initial enhancements. Twice. As he continued his movements, the Hundredfold Feedback System operated ceaselessly. Every minute improvement in his control over his body, every smooth flow of chi, was magnified 100-fold. He could vividly sense his sinews humming, his chi surging like a stream merging into a river, the sensation of power accumulating at an alarming rate, settling deep within him. After completing the boxing stance, he then commenced the most fundamental physical training: squats, push-ups, sit-ups. With each movement, he strived for perfection, continually experimenting with various techniques to discover the most effective training method. Sweat began to bead once more, but this time it was not the sweat of pain or fatigue, but rather of vibrant and spirited perspiration. He could feel his muscles joyously trembling, strength proliferating endlessly. The exhilaration of rapidly enhancing his capabilities surpassed any breakthrough he had experienced in his past life, more intense and direct. This was the allure of the golden finger. This was the privilege of a transmigrator. Moonlight filtered through the narrow window of the high wall, casting a sliver of silvery glow that illuminated half of his face. On that visage, there was no longer the numbness and struggle of the day, but rather an excitement akin to discovering an unparalleled treasure, coupled with a calm sense of having everything under control. CP9, the world government, he murmured softly, his voice nearly inaudible in the stillness of the corner, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. Just wait. The day I finish honing this exquisite weapon of martial prowess will be the day I pierce through the heavens. The hidden dragon had awakened, merely awaiting the opportune moment to soar. Chapter 3. Among monsters, I remain ordinary. Time slipped away amidst the relentless and brutal training at the camp, akin to sand slipping through fingers, silent yet heavy with the weight of flesh and blood. Months passed, and the initial phase of physical selection finally concluded, with the number of surviving trainees reduced by nearly half. The once spacious training grounds now exuded an atmosphere not merely of despair, but imbued with a palpable thirst for power and a competitive edge. Today, the ambience of the training camp was markedly different. The scarred instructor stood at the center of the field, his feet planted firmly on the hard stone slab, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 30 or so trainees like a hawk. These youths, having endured the purging of blood and fire, bore sharp, shadowy expressions akin to a pack of hungry wolf cubs. The useless ones had been mostly cleared out. The instructor's voice remained cold, yet there seemed to be an almost imperceptible hint of anticipation. Those of you who have survived have finally earned a modicum of the right to be sculpted. He paused, ensuring each word struck deep into the hearts of the trainees. From today onward, you will begin to learn the fundamentals upon which CP9 stands, the killing techniques that transcend the limits of the human body, the 6 styles. As those 2 words were uttered, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, igniting flames in the eyes of all the trainees. Excitement, fervor, reverence, an amalgamation of emotions surged within them. This was the key to escaping their fateful roles as cannon fodder and becoming true powerhouses. Ying stood among the crowd, his gaze serene, yet his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. At last, he would touch upon one of the core combat systems of this world. His past life's martial experiences fueled a profound curiosity towards these techniques that transcended human limitations. Today, we will demonstrate the first style, Suru. Before the instructor's words had fully settled, his form abruptly blurred. Bang! A faint sound of air exploding resonated. The next moment, he appeared like a specter at the opposite end of the training ground, a distance of 20 meters, the entire process taking less than a single breath. So fast. Some trainees could not help but exclaim, "Did you see that? You useless ones." The instructor's voice echoed from afar, laced with a hint of mockery. In an instant, 36 seconds, I executed dozens of rapid foot strikes against the ground, generating explosive reactive force to achieve high-speed movement. This is Soru, the ultimate embodiment of speed. Once the demonstration concluded, the instructor instantaneously returned to his original position as if he had never moved at all. Next came the second style, Jipo. The instructor inhaled deeply, his muscles visibly tensing and bulging, the surface of his skin emanating a metallic, grayish sheen. He directed his focus towards a nearby ironwood post designed for strength testing and collided forcefully against it. The sound resonated like a thunderous blow, echoing through the air. The post, which required the utmost effort from trainees to leave any mark, was violently shaken by the instructor's impact, leaving a significant dent, while his own body remained unscathed. In that instant, his physique possessed an iron-like hardness, impervious even to ordinary bullets and blades. This was the embodiment of a fortress in defense. As he relaxed his stance, the grayish hue faded away. He coldly surveyed the crowd, stating, "Have you all grasped this? This is the pinnacle you must strive to ascend in your future endeavors. Now, commence the foundational practice of the stomp. As for the breathing techniques and muscle control of the iron block, those will be imparted to you later." As the training commenced, the trainees, invigorated as if imbued with enthusiasm, eagerly attempted the rapid stomping. The area erupted into a cacophony of sounds. Most of the trainees struggled to execute even a single complete series of stomps. They either lacked sufficient force or rhythm, with some losing their balance and tumbling to the ground, eliciting stern reprimands from the instructor. Yet amidst the throng, a beacon of brilliance emerged. A stern youth named Roblucci, adorned with a spotted hat and accompanied by a white dove perched on his shoulder, fell into deep contemplation immediately after the instructor's demonstration. Moments later, his gaze sharpened, and he began to move. Thud, 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 thud. His stomps were swift and powerful. While he could not yet match the instructor's staggering speed, his rhythm was unwavering, and his steps solid, his body as steady as a rock. After several attempts, a faint blur enveloped his figure, propelling him forward a short distance. Oh! A glimmer of genuine admiration flickered in the scarred instructor's eyes. "Roblucci, well done. You have grasped the threshold. Continue." Such was the nature of a genius. A true prodigy among prodigies. In another corner, a lanky figure named Kaku, sporting a long nose and a somewhat lecherous appearance, exhibited remarkable talent as well. His stomps bore a unique rhythm. Though not as fierce as Roblucci's, they displayed an elegant dexterity. Others like Gabra and Weichi also distinguished themselves, leaving the average trainees far behind. And what of Ying? He blended into the crowd, diligently practicing the stomping motion like his fellow trainees. Yet his earnestness was but a facade. Within his mind, the Hundredfold Feedback System was already operating at full capacity, every detail demonstrated by the instructor. Every advantage and flaw exhibited by Roblucci and Kaku, even the missteps of others, all information was swiftly captured and processed in his mental crucible. With a hundredfold perception in full swing, he pondered, how should the muscles coordinate their force? Which part of the foot should first contact the ground? And which should be the last to leave? How should breathing be synchronized to maximize explosive power? How must the body's balance be instantaneously adjusted during such rapid movements? Countless questions and intricate details were rapidly analyzed, optimized, and integrated, transforming into instinctual memories etched deep within his soul. Outwardly, his performance was meticulously calibrated to occupy a precise range, slower than a genius, yet faster than an average trainee. His stomping motions evolved from initially awkward to progressively fluid, eventually achieving a stable series of over a dozen consecutive stomps with a slight forward movement. This rate of progress would be commendable in any context, enough to garner the instructor's approval. However, juxtaposed against Roblucci's almost instinctual mastery, it appeared rather unremarkable. He deliberately mimicked the potential errors that might arise among those of above-average talent, such as occasionally unstable force control leading to swaying, or erratic breathing that necessitated pauses for adjustment. When the instructor passed by his side, he merely cast a fleeting glance and remarked, "Ying, you're relatively grounded, but your power application techniques require refinement. Keep pushing forward, but do not be hasty." "Yes, instructor," Ying replied respectfully, his eyes reflecting a well-measured blend of recognition and steadfastness towards his path. Yet internally, he remained a placid lake, grounded, yet limited in talent. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Like a diamond concealed beneath the sands, he silently absorbed all illumination while disguising himself as an inconspicuous stone. Watching as Roblucci and others received the instructor's focused attention and were regarded with awe by their peers, he felt no hint of jealousy, only a sense of superiority and control, as if he alone remained lucid amidst the intoxication of others. He comprehended that these so-called geniuses, at the nascent stage of their skills, were already being outpaced by him in his mind. Utilizing his hundredfold insights and the mastery of martial arts to extrapolate the principles of the stomp and iron block to heights they would find challenging to reach. He had even begun contemplating how to dismantle their rigidities and weaknesses. The 6 styles were indeed exquisite, yet not without their flaws. As he mechanically repeated the foundational stomps, he mused internally, particularly regarding the iron block, sacrificing mobility for defense? Foolish. True defense should be fluid, inherently proactive, and a synthesis of offense and defense. The seeds of the ultimate 6 styles were quietly sown within his seemingly ordinary mind, awaiting the moment to break through the surface. Chapter 4. The Night of Limitless Training. That night, the world fell silent. The training camp resembled a colossal beast crouched in darkness, enveloped in a weary slumber. Only the distant beacon's light occasionally swept over the high walls, casting fleeting illumination. A shadow, blending seamlessly into the night, silently slipped through the dormitory window. In just a few agile movements, it vanished into the deep shadows cast by the buildings. It was Ying, like the most seasoned of assassins. He evaded all watchful eyes and made his way to his secret training ground, the abandoned storage area behind the dormitory. Here lay a chaotic assemblage of broken wooden posts, discarded iron equipment, and the remnants of various training apparatuses, casting grotesque shadows under the moonlight. Coming to a halt, Ying slowly closed his eyes, inhaling the frigid air. The entirety of the day's training replayed in his mind like a high-definition film. The instructor's instantaneous disappearance and reappearance of the stomp, Roblucci's steady and fierce stomping, Kaku's agile, rhythmic steps, and the failures of others. All details extracted once more by the Hundredfold Feedback System, magnified, analyzed, and optimized. Commencing, he abruptly opened his eyes. A glint of brilliance shining forth, shedding the mundane facade of the day. Power surged through his legs. Thud, 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 thud. No longer was it the deliberate control of daylight. It was a full-throttle explosion. His feet pounded the ground at an imperceptible speed, reaching an extreme velocity that even conjured afterimages. The dust beneath him was kicked up by his tremendous force, forming a small cloud of swirling debris. Not once, nor 10 times, but in an instant, he surpassed 30 stomps, nearing a terrifying 40. A low, resonant boom reverberated through the air. The figure of Ying suddenly blurred, vanishing like a specter from his original position. In the next instant, he had already appeared before a pile of discarded iron frames 10 meters away. The entire process was executed with remarkable precision, even more fluid than the demonstration by the instructor in the daylight, devoid of any deliberate pauses, flowing like a gentle stream. Speed could indeed be further enhanced. Ying murmured to himself, feeling the slight soreness and numbness in his leg muscles, which had been amplified 100-fold, accompanied by a refreshing surge akin to an electric current coursing through him. He did not pause. His form flickered once more. Swish, swish, swish. In the abandoned, cluttered area, his figure flickered as if teleporting, leaving behind faint, dissipating afterimages. No longer satisfied with linear movement, he began to experiment with changing directions while in motion, doubling back and circling around. Each successful attempt and each subtle adjustment of his technique was immediately rewarded with 100-fold feedback, transforming into deeper muscle memory and a more optimized method of exertion. Having completed the practice, he halted, casting his gaze toward a piece of heavy blue stone, half his height, intended for testing. He assumed a stance, recalling the breathing techniques and muscle control methods imparted by his instructor. Simultaneously, his understanding of martial arts from his past life, such as the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth, along with master-level experiences in controlling the body's vital energy and sinews, flowed seamlessly into his practice. The iron block was not merely about muscle hardening. It was about mobilizing the entire body's vital energy and muscle fibers in a specific manner to instantaneously form a high-density protective layer, he realized. With a sharp exclamation, he tightened all his muscles as if they were made of iron, while his vital energy surged along an intricate path. The surface of his skin transformed, no longer the dull gray of his instructor, but instead emanating a faint, subdued metallic bronze sheen. Instead of striking directly, he delivered a powerful punch to the thick blue stone with a reverse motion. Bang! The sound was muffled, resembling the impact of a heavy hammer rather than a mere collision. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly radiated from the point of impact on the blue stone's surface. Then, with a crashing sound, it shattered into a dozen pieces. Yet, Ying's fist emerged unscathed, not even bearing a hint of a bruise. The defense was sufficient, but the rigidity was excessive. Ying withdrew his stance, a slight frown creasing his brow. At the moment of activating the iron block, he felt his body indeed become rigid. Yet he also lost much of his agility, resembling a true lump of iron. This was a fatal flaw in the eyes of martial arts masters from his previous life. True defense should not come at the cost of mobility. It ought to be fluid, flowing from within, like mercury spreading across the ground, penetrating every gap while remaining incredibly resilient. He began to experiment again, activating the iron block once more. This time he no longer pursued ultimate hardness, but instead attempted to control the pooled vital energy and strength, allowing them to flow beneath his skin and over his muscles, as if enveloping his body in a layer of flowing, invisible armor. Simultaneously, he endeavored to maintain this state while moving his body and swinging his arms. Initially, it was exceedingly arduous. His muscles screamed in agony, and the flow of vital energy became sluggish. However, with the enhancement of the Hundredfold Feedback System, each failed attempt elevated his mastery over vital energy and muscle control 100-fold. The pain was rapidly adapted to, and the sluggish vital energy was forcibly cleared, becoming increasingly smooth. Gradually, his movements became less rigid, while they still fell short of the agility of a normal state. He could now execute small movements and blocks while maintaining a considerable level of defensive strength. Just like that, a spark of excitement flickered in Ying's eyes. This was the embryonic form of the extreme intense 6 styles, breaking down the barriers between techniques, eliminating deadly rigidity, allowing lethal skills to flow seamlessly. The moonlight poured down like water, silently illuminating this neglected corner. The youth stood amidst the shattered debris and fragmented blue stone, his figure as upright as a spear. He had just concluded an extraordinarily intense training session that transcended ordinary imagination, yet his brow bore little sweat, and his breathing had long since steadied. He raised his hand slightly, gazing at his seemingly ordinary palm, which concealed terrifying power. At his fingertips, an invisible aura of lethal energy seemed to flicker. The 6 styles were merely the beginning. He murmured softly, his voice clear in the silence of the night. Extreme intense 6 styles, piercing star 9 styles. The road ahead is long. Yet, his gaze held no hint of confusion, only the unwavering resolve of a steadfast rock, and a sharpness that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The lurking dragon not only resides in the depths, but also accumulates the power to shatter all constraints in the unseen depths of the night. Chapter 5. Among countless weapons, only the spear resonates with the heart. The days at the training camp felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, each day filled with sweat, pain, and fierce competition lurking beneath a placid surface. As the training in the 6 styles deepened, the disparities among students gradually widened. Rob Lucci, Kaku, and others had already become the most dazzling new stars, their talents drawing the attention of the instructors, recognized as the undeniable core of future CP9. Meanwhile, Ying continued to play the role of a diligent, unassuming student, akin to a drop of water merging into a river, utterly inconspicuous. On this day, the training content was again altered. Scarred instructor led all the students to an area they had never entered before, the training camp's armory. The heavy iron doors creaked open slowly under the guard's push, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth, as if unveiling a long-sealed treasure. The interior of the armory was vast, dimly lit, with only a few wall lamps casting a yellowish glow. The air was thick with the cold, metallic scent of steel, the oily aroma of maintenance, and a faint hint of rust. Before them lay an array of various weapons, neatly categorized and displayed on weapon racks, glimmering with a chilling sheen in the dim light. Long, sharp sabers and great swords, their blades as reflective as mirrors, seemed to reflect the murderous intent of their wielders. Heavy, imposing great swords, with blunt edges yet exuding a weighty aura capable of cleaving mountains. The agile and peculiar 3-bladed staff, its unique structure indicating it required exceptional skill to master. There were also knuckle dusters, tiger claws, long staffs, battle axes, an overwhelming array that encompassed nearly all the cold weapons within Ying's knowledge. "Wow!" exclaimed one student, unable to contain a gasp, his eyes filled with desire and excitement. For them, who sought power, a suitable weapon was akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. "Silence!" the instructor barked, commanding attention. Members of CP9, mastery of the 6 styles is fundamental, but a weapon that feels like an extension of your arm will enable you to accomplish your missions more efficiently. Today, you may choose one here as your primary weapon for the future. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Remember, A weapon is an extension of your arm. A tool for killing. Choose it, understand it, trust it, and let it become a part of your body. Now begin your selections. As soon as he finished speaking, the students surged forward like hungry wolves released from their cages, flocking toward the weapons that caught their fancy. Lucci, with a stoic expression, barely glanced at the swords and blades. Instead, he gently stroked the feathers of the white dove, Hattori, perched on his shoulder, mastering the 6 styles, especially the spear technique. To perfection, his own body was the strongest weapon. In the end, he merely took a pair of the most ordinary steel knuckle dusters as a symbolic gesture. Kaku exhibited a keen interest in an array of uniquely designed swords and blades, picking them up and setting them down as if gauging their grip. Gabra opted for a pair of spiked knuckles, perfectly aligned with his impulsive and forthright nature. The other trainees predominantly gravitated towards the popular weapons, swords, sabers, and staffs, filling the armory with the resonant clang of metal and the excited murmur of discussions. Trailing behind, Ying's gaze swept calmly over the gleaming, coveted armaments, his steps unwavering and resolute. While these weapons were undeniably impressive and razor-sharp, suitable for taking lives, they did not resonate with his path. His feet seemed drawn by an invisible force, guiding him to the deepest recesses of the storeroom, to a dimly lit and desolate corner. Here lay an assortment of obscure or deemed unsuitable weapons for combat, massive chain hammers, oddly shaped halberds, and several spears haphazardly leaning against the wall, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. The spear, the king of all weapons. Yet, within CP9, an organization that prized secrecy, efficiency, and lethality. Such a weapon, requiring ample space for deployment and difficult to conceal, was evidently overlooked. They languished in neglect, as if forgotten for ages. Suddenly, Ying's gaze fixated on one particular spear. Its sleek, obsidian body, forged from an unknown metal, appeared slightly thicker than the average spear, adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns, albeit obscured by a thick layer of dust. The spearhead, too, bore a dark hue, its form not a mere simple pyramid but rather a fluid, willow leaf-like curve, with deep blood grooves on either side that, even in their dusty state, exuded a faint yet chilling aura of death. An indescribable sensation surged from the depths of Ying's heart, a thrill of familiarity, a resonance of bloodlines transcending the river of time. In his past life, he had grasped a spear at the tender age of 3, laid the foundations of his cultivation by 5, mastered spear techniques by 10, and by 20, had vanquished all heroes with his meteor spear, earning the title of a prodigy in the art of spear for a century. The spear had long transcended its role as a mere weapon. It was an extension of his life, the vessel of his martial path, a fragment of his soul. He could almost hear the dusty spear emitting a silent hum, calling out to him, its true master. Extending his hand, he brushed away the dust, revealing a cold, solid texture beneath. His fingers curled around the spear's shaft, gripping it firmly. A faint, almost imperceptible vibration resonated, as if emanating from the depths of his soul. An unparalleled sense of harmony surged through his palm, penetrating to his heart. The spear's weight, length, and balance felt as if meticulously tailored for him. "Which one did you choose?" came a voice tinged with surprise. It was Kaku, who happened to be nearby and noticed Ying's selection. His long nose twitched as a look of confusion crossed his face. "A spear? It's not practical in confined spaces, and it's cumbersome to carry. You'd be better off with a sword." The other trainees, having caught wind of the situation, cast curious or mocking glances in their direction. This fellow chose a discarded relic? Seeking attention? Does he think selecting an obscure weapon makes him special? Just wait. When the mission fails, he'll be the one to suffer. Ying paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. He merely caressed the cold spear, feeling the immense power hidden within its silence, akin to reuniting with an old friend long lost. He murmured softly, his words audible only to himself and the weapon in his grasp. "Has it been sealed away for too long? In this life, we shall fight side by side. Let this ocean bear witness to the brilliance of my unparalleled spear." At that moment, Instructor Scar approached, observing Ying's choice with a barely perceptible furrow of his brow. Yet he refrained from intervening. "A spear? Quite rare indeed." The instructor's voice remained devoid of emotion. "Once you have chosen, you must take responsibility for it. CP9 does not require weapons that cannot yield combat effectiveness. I will give you a month to demonstrate the value of your spear. Otherwise, you understand the consequences." "Yes, instructor. I understand." Ying straightened his posture, gripping the spear with determination in his gaze. He did not need a month. With this spear, the Hundredfold Feedback System, combined with his past life's mastery of the spear, he would swiftly make everyone comprehend what it meant. A fleeting glimmer precedes the strike. Then the spear lunges forth like a dragon. Chapter 6. A fleeting glimmer, the meteor emerges. After selecting the spear, Ying's life in the training camp became both more enriching and clandestine. By day, he continued his routine of sixth-form training, cultural classes, and the acquisition of essential skills for espionage, stealth, assassination, and the like. He remained the unassuming student, neither overly conspicuous nor particularly remarkable. Yet, as the night deepened, he transformed into a spectral figure, armed with his obsidian spear, appearing in the forsaken, cluttered zone. Here, he found his solitary martial arena. With no master to instruct him in the spear techniques of this world, he needed none. His true masters were the 2 decades of arduous training in his past life, the combat experience of vanquishing formidable foes, and his almost obsessive comprehension of the spear. The spear, the thief of 100 weapons, was also the king of all. The essence lay in a singular spirit. Waist, arm, wrist, fingers, all must unite in a single line, emanating from the spear's tip. He reminisced about the overarching principles of the Yun family spear techniques from his previous life, and the spear in his hand began to dance. Initially, he executed the most fundamental movements: thrusts, jabs, sweeps, strikes, entanglements, circles, blocks, grabs, lunges, and flicks. These foundational actions had long since become instinctual. Even now, they exuded a unique rhythm and grace characteristic of a master. In his grasp, the spear seemed to animate, transcending its cold, lifeless state, becoming an extension of his arm, a manifestation of his will. The Hundredfold Feedback System operated silently. Each moment of familiarization with the new spear, every muscle memory of the fundamental actions, was exponentially accelerated. What would take others months or even years to reach, a preliminary state of unity between man and spear, he merely grazed the threshold in a matter of nights. But this was not sufficient. No matter how exceptional the foundational techniques, they remained earthly skills. He sought to forge a spear technique that could dominate in this extraordinary world filled with devil fruits, Haki, and the 6 forms. He began to experiment with fusion. The first concept that struck him was the finger spear technique from the 6 forms. The finger spear concentrates all bodily strength at the fingertips, unleashing a bullet-like penetrating force. Could he not infuse this concentrated power, this ultimate release concept, into the thrust of the spear? Holding the spear, he recalled the process of executing the finger spear, where power surged from his heels, twisted through his waist and abdomen, traveled along his spine, and finally cascaded through his shoulder, arm, elbow, wrist, culminating at his fingertips. Then, he extended the endpoint of this chain from his fingertips to the spear's tip. His body became the bow, his arm the string, and the spear the arrow. Thrust. He exhaled sharply, launching the spear. Whoosh. The spear tip sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, its speed incredible, the force remarkably concentrated, instantly piercing through a discarded wooden post ahead. Yet Ying shook his head. Not enough. The speed was insufficient, and the penetration lacked. The power of the finger spear was instantaneous. While this thrust still relied on the propulsion of his arm, the force generation process was too lengthy. He closed his eyes in deep contemplation, activating the hundredfold insight within his mind, slowing down and analyzing every detail of his recent shot. Where had the problem arisen? Was it the rhythm of his exertion? The sequence of muscle coordination? Or perhaps a deficiency in initial kinetic energy? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. The moon step. This technique harnessed explosive propulsion through a momentary striking of the air. What if he could amalgamate the explosive force of the moon step with the piercing power of the finger spear and the trajectory of the long spear thrust? This idea struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his path ahead. He grounded himself once more, taking a deep breath. This time, he adjusted his stance. Instead of firmly establishing a horse stance, he embodied a poised cheetah ready to pounce, his body slightly leaning forward, weight resting on the balls of his feet. The intent surged within him. The technique of the moon step coalesced beneath his feet, but rather than directing it upwards, he propelled it forward. Bang! The ground trembled slightly beneath him, dust swirling outward in a circular formation. A powerful force erupted from his feet, transmitting through the unity of his waist and horse stance, surging into his arms. Simultaneously, the force chain of the finger spear activated in synchrony, the power flowing seamlessly. Ultimately, all his strength, all his intent, converged upon that singular point of cold radiance. Buzz! The long spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, tearing through the night. The spear tip clashed violently with the air, emitting a brief sound akin to the tearing of silk. A concentrated, fleeting glimmer of cold light ignited under the moonlight, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. A soft sound. Ahead, the half-meter thick, solid bluestone wall designated for testing was effortlessly pierced by the spear tip. It left behind a smooth, thumb-sized hole. The momentum of the long spear was finally halted just as the tassel nearly grazed the stone wall. Swift, precise, ruthless, an extreme display of speed. An unparalleled level of penetration. Ying withdrew the spear and stood still, gazing at the hole in the stone wall, his chest rising and falling slightly. Yet his eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Success. This shot fused the explosive propulsion of the moon's step, the penetrating power of the finger spear, and the inherent advantage of the long spear's length, elevating the destructive capability of the pinpoint thrust to an entirely new realm. This shot would be named Meteor Pierces the Sun. He had christened the first form of his spear technique, capturing the swiftness of a meteor and the connotation of penetrating the sun. And this was merely the initial stance of the 9 forms of star piercing. The cornerstone of this divine slaying spear technique. He caressed the still quivering spear tip, feeling the devastating power it contained, a force that made even his heart flutter. The profound essence deeply rooted in his soul naturally surfaced in his heart. A point of cold radiance arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. The cold radiance has emerged, and the divine dragon shall eventually roar proudly across this vast sea. Chapter 7. Team Combat. Conceal the blade, reveal the flaw. The tempo of the training camp was relentlessly urgent, leaving no room for respite. After the trainees had initially grasped the 6 foundational forms and selected their weapons, a more brutal and realistic team combat drill was set to commence. The expansive circular training ground, its surface laid with hard bluestone slabs, was surrounded by towering stands. Today, the stands were devoid of spectators, with only the scarred instructor standing like an iron tower at the edge of the field, his icy gaze scanning each trainee's performance below. The trainees were randomly divided into several small groups, each comprising 5 members, for a series of confrontations. The rules were simple yet merciless: defeat all opposing members or render them all incapable of combat. While intentional death was prohibited, all other means were permitted. A tense and murderous atmosphere hung in the air. The youths scrutinized their potential allies and adversaries, their eyes brimming with vigilance, calculation, and a hint of suppressed excitement. This was the moment to test the results of months of arduous training and to showcase their worth to the instructor. Ying was assigned to the 3rd group. His teammates were 4 others, each not the most exceptional, yet all having survived the brutal elimination process. One was a speedster adept at slashing. Another a defender focused on the iron block, a lean boy wielding a dagger, and a tall individual with some talent in the Gale Step. Their first opponents. The 5th group were considerably stronger, including Gabra, who had already displayed extraordinary talent with the finger spear, and another student excelling in both the Moon Step and Gale Step. Alas, what unfortunate luck. The dagger-wielding teammate spat, his expression darkening. What are you afraid of? Stick to the plan, the defender intoned, patting his solid chest, though the gravity in his eyes betrayed his facade of confidence. Ying remained silent, quietly inspecting the dark long spear in his hand, its tip gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the training ground's light. He lowered his eyelids, concealing all his sharpness and calculations within. Begin. With the instructor's command, the battle erupted instantly. The speedster teammate surged forward first, attempting to disrupt the enemy formation. However, the 5th group reacted more swiftly. Gabra let out a menacing laugh, executing his own slash, arriving at the scene first with a vicious thrust aimed directly at the speedster's chest. Iron block. The defender teammate stepped forward just in time, using his body to absorb Gabra's spear thrust. Clang. A sharp sound of metal against metal rang out, and the defender stifled a groan, his body swaying slightly. His chest garment pierced, leaving a distinct white mark on his skin. He had blocked the attack, but it was evident that it had taken a toll. Gale Step. A student from the 5th group adept in the Gale Step executed several light blue vacuum slashes midair, roaring toward Ying's team from behind. Dodge. The tall teammate hurriedly retaliated with his own Gale Step to intercept, and the 2 vacuum waves collided in the air, creating a booming sound before dissipating into nothingness. However, his Gale Step was evidently inferior in both speed and power, making the interception a struggle. From the outset, Ying's team found themselves on the defensive. Holding the long spear, Ying navigated the edges of the battlefield. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, the wielding of the spear marked by a novice's clumsiness. At times, He deflected the weakened aftershocks of the airborne gale step with the spear shaft, while at others, he seemed to fumble in dodging Gabra's occasional thrusts aimed at him. His slashes exhibited reasonable speed, enabling him to evade fatal attacks at critical moments, yet they lacked flair. Every movement seemed perilously precise. His iron block? He didn't utilize it at all. To his teammates, it seemed perhaps Ying's mastery of the iron block was insufficient, making him hesitant to employ it. His spear technique appeared rather unremarkable, primarily consisting of basic blocks and parries, with the occasional thrust easily dodged or deflected by the opponent. Utterly devoid of the brilliance displayed in that night's Meteor Pierces the Sun Ying contained that dagger wielder. The defender shouted hoarsely after enduring a heavy blow from Gabra. Ying followed the command, his long spear flicking out to weave several not-so-smooth patterns, entangling the agile dagger-wielding student. His spear technique seemed competent. The power and speed at a commendable level, forcing the dagger wielder to momentarily refrain from aiding his other teammates, yet it was merely that, insufficient to secure a decisive victory. To outsiders, Ying appears to be a quintessential student, diligent yet lacking in innate talent. In the heat of intense combat, he manages to complete his tasks just barely, without holding anyone back, but achieving little of note. As the battle escalates, the defenders of Ying's squad finally succumb to Gabra's relentless onslaught, collapsing to the ground, bloodied. The speedster teammate is also struck in the thigh by an opposing fighter's gale kick, limiting their mobility. The tall teammate stands alone, unable to withstand the overwhelming odds as defeat looms imminent. In this critical moment, the short-blade student, previously occupied with Ying, perhaps sensing victory within reach, becomes impatient and exposes a slight opening. To evade the desperate gale kick from the tall teammate, he leans back too far, momentarily leaving his center wide open. This fleeting vulnerability would likely go unnoticed by an ordinary student. However, for Ying, under the influence of his hundredfold insight, this flaw shines as brightly as a beacon in the night. His mind rapidly calculates dozens of methods for a decisive strike, at least 10 of which could silently incapacitate his opponent in an instant. Yet he refrains. He opts for a method that aligns best with his current persona. Ying seems to be struck by inspiration, as if compelled by a desperate situation. He suddenly steps forward, not executing a shave, but merely propelling himself with ordinary force. With both hands gripping his spear, he lets out a low, somewhat immature shout, channeling all his strength into the weapon as he thrusts towards the opening. This strike travels faster than any prior attack, infused with a spirit of all or nothing. The spear tip slices through the air, emitting a sharp, yet unremarkable whistle. It is a dramatically simplified version of Meteor Piercing the Sun, stripped of the explosive propulsion of the moon's step and the penetrating force of the spear. It retains only the most fundamental intention and trajectory of a thrust. What? The short-blade student has dismissed the consistently mediocre Ying entirely. Caught off guard, and only able to awkwardly sidestep. Thud. The simplified, Meteor Piercing the Sun, precisely strikes his shoulder blade. Although it does not penetrate, the concentrated force explodes instantaneously, shattering his collarbone. The short-blade student lets out a pained scream, his weapon slipping from his grasp as he is propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. This unexpected strike swiftly alters the course of the battle. Gabra and his allies, poised to deliver the final blow to Ying's squad, momentarily freeze. The remaining members of Ying's team feel a surge of renewed spirit. A golden opportunity. The tall teammate seizes the moment to launch a fierce counterattack. Ultimately, thanks to Ying's fortuitous, pivotal strike and the subsequent efforts of his comrades, Squad 3 manages to achieve a remarkable turnaround, defeating the seemingly superior Squad 5 at a great cost. The battle concludes. Ying leans on his spear, slightly panting, a hint of exhaustion and relief at victory gracing his face. His surviving teammates gather around him, brimming with the exhilaration of having survived. Well done, Ying. That last shot was crucial. The speedster teammate claps him on the shoulder, grinning through the pain but with genuine sincerity. Indeed. Who would have thought you would be so reliable in a critical moment? The tall teammate also casts an approving glance his way. Ying's face reveals a smile tinged with bashfulness and joy at being acknowledged, as he humbly replies, I was fortunate to seize the opportunity. Just then, scarred instructor approaches, his gaze lingering on Ying for a moment. Ying, the instructor speaks, his tone still devoid of inflection. You have a knack for seizing opportunities. Your combat awareness is decent. That last shot had some merit, but your force application remains rough and requires diligent practice. Yes, instructor. Ying straightens up, responding loudly. his face brimming with a receptive demeanor. The instructor nods and refrains from further comments, turning to assess the situation of other students. Watching the instructor's retreating figure and glancing at the grateful teammates beside him, Ying's smile gradually fades, his heart encased in a chilling calmness. The gratitude of his teammates? Merely the cheers of the weak reveling in luck. The instructor's assessment? To him, akin to mere dust. The battle he just fought was nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated performance for him. He controlled every expression, every movement, every ounce of force with precision, perfectly embodying the archetype of a diligent, potentially explosive, ordinary genius. No one knows that behind that seemingly perilous evasion, he had already predicted every trajectory of attack. No one knows that the forced block contained enough power to effortlessly shatter his opponent's weapon. And no one knows that the stroke of luck he delivered was even a fraction of the true might of his Meteor Piercing the Sun, concealing his edge. Suppressing his brilliance and clumsiness, Ying grips his spear tightly, feeling its cold touch. This art of disguise demands more of his composure than a thrilling battle ever could. Yet, he finds joy in it, for he is accumulating strength, biding his time for that moment of astonishing revelation, a day when he will shatter the heavens. Chapter 8. The Day of Assessment, Silent Mockery. Following the team combat drill, the atmosphere within the training camp becomes increasingly nuanced. The individual strengths of the students are preliminarily assessed in combat, and the invisible hierarchy among them becomes ever more apparent. Soon after, the training camp will conduct its periodic comprehensive assessments. The assessment location is the main hall of the training camp, a place more solemn and imposing than the training grounds. The towering dome and walls adorned with the flags of the world government and relief sculptures symbolizing justice and order appear particularly cold and oppressive in the dim light. At the front of the hall stands a temporary platform. Scarred instructor, along with several seldom seen yet profoundly intimidating CP9 members, sits like judges, their presence radiating an unsettling aura. Thick evaluation reports are laid out before them. Below, all surviving students stand in formation, silent as the grave. Each individual can distinctly hear the hurried beating of their own hearts. This assessment will determine the allocation of resources available to them moving forward, potentially influencing their destinies to a considerable extent. Ying stands in the middle of the line, neither ahead nor behind. He slightly lowers his head, his gaze fixed on the ground before him, mirroring the nervous anticipation shared by the other students. The assessment begins. A CP9 member picks up the list and coldly announces each name along with their respective scores and overall evaluations. Rob Lucci, Mastery of the 6 Styles, Outstanding. Combat Evaluation, Outstanding. Potential Assessment, Maximum. Overall Evaluation, An Exceptional Monster. As the words resonate, a faint gasp reverberates through the hall. All eyes turn to the stern boy in the spotted hat, filled with awe and even fear. Lucci remains expressionless, as if this entire ordeal bears no significance to him. Kaku, Mastery of the 6 Styles, Excellent. Combat Evaluation, Excellent. Potential Assessment, Very High. Overall Evaluation, A Genius. Kaku scratches his long nose, a subtle smirk of pride gracing his features. Gabra, Mastery of the 6 Styles, Good. Exceptional with the spear. Combat Evaluation, Good. Potential Assessment, High. Overall Evaluation, An Elite. Gabra curled his lips slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the assessment, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. One name after another was called out. Bruno, Overall Evaluation, Elite. Wei Chu, Overall Evaluation, Elite. The majority of the trainees received assessments hovering between pass and good, with those attaining elite status being the cream of the crop. At last, it was Ying's turn. Ying. As the name resonated, Ying raised his head at the opportune moment, his face reflecting just the right blend of tension and focus. Physical Fitness, Good. Mastery of the 6 Styles, Good. Cut, Iron Block Acceptable, Paper Drawing, Moonstep showing initial understanding, Stormfoot not yet grasped, Finger Gun not demonstrated. Weapon Proficiency, Spear Good. Performance in Actual Combat, Good. Team Cooperation Acceptable, Outstanding Ability to seize opportunities at critical moments. Cultural Studies and Stealth Techniques, Good. Overall Evaluation, A Potential Elite. A string of good assessments culminated in the designation of a potential elite, solidly overshadowing those merely classified as pass. This confirmed that his months of effort were not in vain. However, it fell short when compared to the likes of Lucy, Kaku, and other prodigies, even slightly beneath Gabra. A clear elite. The phrase potential was laden with bureaucratic undertones, implying that while he was not yet strong enough, there was hope for the future. The instructors on stage expressed no reaction, evidently deeming the results reasonable. The trainees below paid little attention, as Ying's daily performance was quite predictable. A complex expression of relief mixed with motivation surfaced on Ying's face as he slightly bowed, saying, "Yes, I will continue to strive." Following the rating segment, a brief demonstration was held, primarily to allow those with high evaluations to further showcase their talents, serving as an example for others. Lucy took the stage. Not even employing his finger claws, with a mere, unremarkable finger gun, he left deep punctures in the specially crafted alloy target, eliciting gasps from the audience. Kaku displayed his agile moon step combined with precise storm foot, weaving through the air with slashing strikes that dazzled onlookers. Gabra also took the stage, roaring as he braced himself against an attack with iron block, then ferociously utilized finger gun to leave the target riddled with holes. Their performances garnered nods of approval from the instructors on stage and drew looks of either envy or admiration from the trainees below. Ying, the scarred instructor, suddenly called out, "You too, take the stage and demonstrate your marksmanship." A flicker of surprise and anxiety crossed Ying's face as he felt a stir within. But he took a deep breath and replied, "Yes." He ascended the platform with his spear. Coming to a halt, he bowed and then began his display. He executed the 6 styles, meticulously refined. The speed of the cut was deliberately reduced by 30%. The color of his skin during iron block shifted ever so slightly, maintaining a conspicuous rigidity. Paper drawing showcased only the most basic evasive maneuver. Finally, he highlighted his spear techniques. Once again, these were fundamental moves, albeit smoother than during his training sessions. He then performed a simplified version of Meteor Piercing the Sun. With a thrust, the spear tip glinted coldly, striking a distant wooden stake and piercing through it. The speed was adequate, the penetration satisfactory, and in conjunction with his solid evaluation, it was deemed conventional, neither disappointing nor surprising. As the performance concluded, a polite but lukewarm applause arose from the audience. The instructors nodded slightly, acknowledging his efforts. Ying stood, lowering his spear, slightly panting, with a look of calmness following his exertion. His gaze swept over the audience, those labeled as geniuses and monsters, as well as the CP9 members who held his fate in their hands. Internally, he remained unperturbed, even feeling an almost uncontrollable sense of absurd mockery. He knew that his facade as an ordinary genius had succeeded flawlessly. He had effectively concealed himself beneath the aura of excellence, yet mediocrity, akin to a drop of water merging into the ocean or a leaf hiding within a forest. No one was aware of the terrifying power contained within this seemingly fit body. No one knew that the long spear, regarded as an underdog, would unleash a brilliant radiance when it truly roared. Even fewer realized that behind this seemingly conventional performance lay a heart driven by a relentless pursuit of the ultimate martial path and freedom, one that had long surpassed the narrow confines of this training camp. Genius? Monster? Ying silently scoffed within, his smile cold and defiant. When my spear strikes like a dragon, you shall know what true superlative means. For him, the day of evaluation was merely a silent mockery, ridiculing the lack of discernment in others. And he would continue to accumulate strength in this mockery, awaiting the moment of earth-shattering revelation. Chapter 9. The Dawn of Darkness, Blood Red Mission. Months passed in inhuman training. As the last autumn leaf fell from the solitary trees beyond the training camp's high walls, a chilling atmosphere replaced the previous pure clamor of practice. The scarred instructor gathered all trainees in the demonstration arena. Unlike previous sessions focused on physical or technical training, today he stood with several cold, formal figures clad in CP9 uniforms behind him, their gazes sweeping over the trainees as if assessing weapons about to be unsheathed, devoid of any emotion. After nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, the time has come to employ them. The scarred instructor's voice rang sharply in the cold air. You have mastered the basic skills of killing. It is time to temper your edge with true blood. The youths below instantly displayed a myriad of emotions in their eyes: nervousness, fear, but more prominently, a twisted excitement. At last, they were no longer mere punching bags in the training field, but real agents tasked with executing justice and proving their worth. Ying stood among the crowd, yet his mind remained a placid observer. He never believed that power was meant to serve as a butcher's knife for any authority. Power should be a tool to enact one's will and safeguard the path within one's heart. He regarded this so-called practical mission with immense caution. The mission details: eliminate the village of Kami in the West Sea. The instructor unfolded a document, his tone as flat as if reading a list of goods, stating that the village was suspected of harboring Revolutionary Army members and possibly possessing prohibited ideological publications. The world government ordered a complete purge to serve as a warning. The phrase complete purge caused Ying's brow to furrow slightly. In his past life as a martial arts master, he had encountered life and death battles, but slaughtering the innocent? That crossed his line. You will be divided into several small teams, cooperating with formal members. Remember, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone escape. Any hesitation or weakness is disloyalty to the world government and will bring catastrophic consequences upon yourselves. The instructor's gaze pierced like ice picks into each individual. Now depart. There were no further explanations, no solid evidence. Merely a suspicion dictated the fate of an entire village. Ying was assigned to a small team, led by a taciturn formal CP9 member known by the codename Iron Mask. In the squad, there were 3 other trainees, including the defender teammate who had once fought alongside him and excelled in the art of iron block. The night became their most effective concealment. Several unmarked small vessels glided silently over the pitch-black sea, like phantoms, making their way towards the village known as Kamyi. Ying stood at the ship's railing, the sea breeze tousling the strands of hair on his forehead, carrying a salty chill. He gripped his long spear tightly, its shaft glinting with a ghostly sheen under the moonlight. This was not a drill, it was a genuine slaughter. His heart was not devoid of turbulence. An ominous premonition loomed over him like ominous clouds. In the darkest hour before dawn, the ship anchored at a concealed coastline not far from the village. Action! Commanded Captain Iron Mask, and shadows darted into the night like wraiths, lunging towards the slumbering village. Ying took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and executed a controlled shave, following closely behind. The village lay in eerie silence, occasionally disturbed by distant barks and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Most villagers remained ensconced in their dreams, blissfully unaware that death had already descended upon them. Search by groups. If anything suspicious is found, kill without question. Captain Iron Mask ordered coldly. The massacre erupted in an instant. Bang! The sound of a gunshot, from a firearm issued to a formal member, shattered the dawn's tranquility, igniting the prelude to hell. Following swiftly were the wails of anguish, cries of terror, and the cacophony of homes being violently breached. The once tranquil and harmonious village was instantaneously transformed into a hellish purgatory. Ying rushed into a household with his squad. The male head of the family, hearing the commotion, charged out with a pitchfork, terror and fury etched upon his face. "Who are you?" His answer came in the form of a merciless pointed gun from Captain Iron Mask, which pierced directly through his throat. The man clutched his gushing neck, eyes wide, and fell lifelessly to the ground. "Daddy!" A little girl, appearing merely 7 or 8 years old, dashed out from the inner room, and upon witnessing this scene, let out a heart-wrenching wail. The teammate skilled in iron block beside Ying displayed a fleeting flicker of emotion, yet in the next moment, he stepped forward impassively, seemingly ready to execute the purification order. "Enough!" Ying exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of the little girl. His voice was not loud, but it bore an undeniable resolve. He looked at Captain Iron Mask. "Captain, she is just a child. The target of the mission is the Revolutionary Army. She poses no threat." The eyes of Captain Iron Mask, shrouded beneath his mask, revealed no emotion, simply coldly uttering 2 words, the code. This meant that it was better to mistakenly kill than to let any threat escape. At that moment, a greater commotion erupted from another squad's direction. It seemed some villagers had organized a feeble resistance, but they were swiftly suppressed by a more brutal force. Ying even witnessed, not far away, Rob Lucci's figure weaving through the chaos like the Grim Reaper, his pointed gun claiming a life with each thrust, regardless of whether the victim was young or old, strong or weak. His gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of any fluctuation. Kaku skillfully sealed off escape routes with his moonwalk and storm steps, while Gabra cackled maniacally, demolishing houses and burying those inside alive. These familiar prodigies had, in that moment, morphed into the most efficient machines of slaughter, executing the world government's so-called justice with chilling precision. Ying's heart sank deeper into despair. He witnessed a mother shielding her infant with her own body, only to be mercilessly cleaved in 2 by a storm step. He saw an elderly man kneeling in prayer, only to have his skull pierced by a cold pointed gun. He observed young villagers brandishing rudimentary weapons in defiance, yet they fell like straw before CP9's exquisite 6 forms. Blood stained the earth, and the cries converged into a symphony of despair. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Was this a purge of the Revolutionary Army? It was clearly an unequal and cruel massacre, a grotesque ritual nourished by the blood of innocents to sharpen their weapons. Was this truly the justice of the world government? A colossal question gnawed at Ying's heart like a venomous serpent. In his previous life, he had also been decisive in killing but adhered to the principle of addressing grievances at their source, pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts rather than indiscriminate slaughter. Such disregard for human life starkly conflicted with his intrinsic pursuit of righteousness. His hand gripping the gun turned white from exertion. He felt an overwhelming urge to fire a shot and halt the atrocities before him. Yet, he knew he could not. His current strength was insufficient to confront the entire squad, let alone those concealed formal members lurking in the shadows. He could only watch helplessly as these horrific scenes were indelibly etched into his mind. The little girl he had shielded was ultimately forcibly taken away by Captain Iron Mask. Her fate uncertain. Ying stood frozen, gazing at the still warm corpse on the ground, absorbing the hellish sights surrounding him. It seemed that the hundredfold feedback system within him sensed his intense emotional upheaval, operating frantically, but rather than augmenting his strength, it amplified his current anger, doubts, and revulsion. A profound sense of repulsion surged from the depths of his soul. For the first time, he felt an uncontrollable aversion and suspicion towards this dark organization under the aegis of the world government. This blood-soaked mission struck like a thunderclap, cleaving a fathomless chasm in his path, which had previously been solely about pursuing power and freedom. Beneath the chasm lay an abyss known as resistance. Chapter 10, Ideological Conflict. Silent Fracture. The mission concluded swiftly. In the face of CP9's overwhelming power, the resistance of an ordinary village was akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. By the time the sun rose, Kamyi village had been reduced to a smoldering ruin. The few surviving villagers were herded together like livestock, awaiting a fate far more tragic, either to be sold into slavery or sent to some obscure research facility. The air was thick with not only the acrid scent of char and blood, but also a chilling despair that enveloped like death itself. Ying boarded the vessel in silence alongside his squad. His gray training uniform was stained with dirt and faint traces of blood, yet his grip on the gun remained steady. Only his lowered gaze harbored a tempest of suppressed turmoil. The reactions of the other trainees varied. Some were still enraptured by the thrill of their first real combat, quietly discussing their recent exploits. Others appeared pale, clearly shaken by the bloody scene, yet quickly rallied under the cold scrutiny of their instructor. Meanwhile, the likes of Lucci and Kaku maintained their perennial indifference, as if they had merely completed a mundane cleanup task. The teammate skilled in iron block who had once fought alongside Ying cast him a glance, his lips moving as if to speak. But ultimately, he merely sighed and walked away to wipe the blood from his gauntlets. The journey back to the training camp was suffocatingly oppressive. That afternoon, all trainees involved in the mission were once again summoned to the ominous Grand Hall of the Stronghold. The scarred instructor and several official members of CP9 sat on the platform, resembling cold deities in a temple. The hall was brightly lit, yet it could not dispel the pervasive aura of bloodshed and coldness that lingered in every corner. As the meeting commenced, the scarred instructor's voice shattered the stifling silence. This operation has essentially achieved its predetermined objectives, eliminating potential threats from the Revolutionary Army and upholding the authority of the world government in this region. His words were icy and formulaic, casually reducing the loss of countless lives to mere eradication of threats. Most of the trainees performed adequately, demonstrating the resolute execution of orders that CP9 recruits should embody. The instructor's gaze swept over Lucci, Kaku, and others, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Then, his attention shifted to Ying, his eyes sharpening. However, there are a few trainees who exhibited unwarranted hesitation and weakness during the mission. In an instant, all eyes converged on Ying, filled with confusion, derision, and malicious glee. Ying raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion, calmly meeting the instructor's gaze. Ying, the instructor barked. Why did you impede the elimination of a suspicious target during the mission? You must explain yourself. The hall fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Ying took a deep breath, aware that speaking now might lead to trouble, yet the pent-up frustration within him demanded release. He needed to probe, to ascertain whether this organization truly possessed no moral boundaries. Stepping forward, his voice clear yet subdued, he spoke with an intentionally restrained calmness. Instructor, I did not prevent the eradication of the Revolutionary Army. I merely believed that the little girl was too young and posed no threat. Our mission is to eliminate the Revolutionary Army, not to slaughter all villagers. Is there not a possibility of collateral damage? The moment the words collateral damage escaped his lips, the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. The gazes of the official members on stage turned dangerously sharp. Foolishness. The scarred instructor slammed his hand on the table. The resounding crash startling all trainees. Who gave you the authority to question mission orders? Who granted you the right to judge who is a threat and who is not? His voice thundered, echoing throughout the hall. The principles of CP9 are ironclad. Better to mistakenly kill than to let a threat slip away. This is a truth earned through countless lessons written in blood. Any ounce of compassion for the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself, to one's comrades, and to the world government. Look at your companions. Look at Lucci. Look at Kaku. They have been deemed geniuses, monsters, precisely because they possess an unyielding execution capability. They understand that in this world, the so-called innocence pales in comparison to the greater justice. And you, the instructor's finger nearly jabbed Yunin's nose, spittle flying. Your hesitation, your so-called compassion, is the most lethal poison in CP9. It is weakness. It is naivety. It is a quality the world government does not require. Mockery and reproach rained down upon him like hail. Humph, as expected, the one who chose the spear is filled with unrealistic fantasies. Gabra scoffed, arms crossed. Yunin, the instructor speaks true. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Another teammate, the stoic Iron Block, murmured, seemingly finding Yunin utterly incomprehensible. Kaku shook his head, his long nose twitching, deeming it foolish to question orders over the life of a villager child. Lucci did not spare Yunin a glance, gently stroking the feathers of hatery, as if all that transpired around him were of no concern. His indifference was a profound mockery in itself. Yunin stood there, enduring all the accusations and ridicule. He ceased to argue, slowly lowering his head. To outsiders, it appeared that he was subdued by the instructor's authority and his comrades' reproaches, realizing his mistakes. Yet, no one saw that within his downcast eyes, the last flicker of hope for this organization had been extinguished, leaving only a chilling void. Even less noticed were his hands. Concealed in the shadows at his sides, clenched into fists, the pressure of his nails digging into his palms brought sharp pain, yet it also heightened his awareness. Absolute obedience? Cold-heartedness? Viewing human life as mere fodder? Is this the justice of the world government? To hell with justice. An unprecedented murderous intent, like a slumbering beast, quietly stirred within him for the first time, awakening with scarlet eyes deep in his heart. A chasm had opened between him and the world government. Between him and this CP9 training camp, a rift so profound it could never be mended. This fissure would only widen until it culminated in a complete rupture. The meeting concluded amidst subtle criticisms of Yunin and a reaffirmation of absolute obedience. Yunin quietly departed the hall with the crowd, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate and dejected. Yet only he knew that beneath that seemingly bent spine, a resilient spirit was silently roaring. The seed had been sown, waiting to break through the soil, stained with blood, and emerge anew. Chapter 11. Rise and rebuild, no more iron block. The bloodied hue of Kamui village lingered like an indelible haze, settling in every corner of the training camp and deeply imprinted on Yunin's heart. His doubts and disdain for the world government's justice had not faded with the passage of time. Rather, they simmered like a repressed volcano, gathering more formidable power within. He understood that mere anger was futile. In this den of wolves and tigers, he needed greater strength, and more importantly, he required unconventional methods and limits-defying techniques. Only thus could he, on some future day, shatter these abhorrent shackles. Opportunities often arrive quietly in seemingly adverse circumstances. During a high-intensity sparring session, Yunin faced a teammate skilled in the iron block defense, a comrade who had fought alongside him. After several missions, this teammate had mastered the iron block technique, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. As the battle commenced, Yunin maintained a commendable performance. He utilized his decent shaving technique to maneuver and employed rudimentary marksmanship for probing attacks, the clanging sounds of metal resounding across the training grounds. However, during a close-quarters clash, Yunin seemed momentarily distracted by the psychological shadows left from previous missions, causing him to falter. His defense-savvy teammate seized that fleeting opportunity, delivering a powerful straight punch, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed squarely at Yunin's chest. Should this punch connect, even with the training attire as cushioning, it could easily fracture ribs. Iron block. In a hurried response, Yunin activated the iron block defense, his muscles tensing instantly, his skin taking on the familiar grayish hue. Boom. The muffled thud echoed like a massive strike against leather. Yunin's body jolted violently, the grayish sheen displaying slight, almost imperceptible ripples at the moment of impact. More crucially, he found himself trapped in the iron block's characteristic, exceedingly brief period of rigidity. Though this rigidity might last only a fraction of a second, it was ample in the eyes of a seasoned opponent. Hey! A glint flashed in the eyes of the defender's teammate, who was already well acquainted with the characteristics of the iron block technique. Almost simultaneously with Ying's moment of rigidity, another fist, akin to a cannonball, circumvented Ying's defenseless arm, frozen due to the stiffness, and struck directly at his unguarded side. Thud! This time, it landed solidly. Ying let out a muffled groan, his body forced back 7 or 8 steps by the impact, until he barely steadied himself with his long spear. Clutching his side, his face drained of color, fine beads of cold sweat surfaced on his forehead, and a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, which he resolutely swallowed back. He appeared to be grievously wounded. Stop! The instructor's cold voice rang out. Ying, your iron block rigidity is far too evident. In a life-and-death struggle, that 0.3 of a second of rigidity is ample time for you to perish 10 times over. It seems the lesson from the last mission has not sufficiently resonated with you. Your resolve must be more steadfast. The instructor's words struck Ying like a whip, resonating in the ears of all the trainees. They all concluded that Ying's failure stemmed from a flawed mindset. Yes, instructor, I will double my efforts. Ying lowered his head, his voice tinged with a hint of pain and resentment, performing the act flawlessly. No one doubted him, including the teammate who had struck him, who merely believed he had capitalized on Ying's moment of weakness. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this seemingly disgraceful failure was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated script by Ying. He required a credible and public opportunity to showcase his improvements to the evidently flawed iron block technique. An incident caused by a momentary lapse of mindset, resulting in a hit during rigidity, served as the perfect excuse. From that day forth, Ying began to fervently practice the iron block technique during regular training. He ceased his pursuit of absolute hardness, instead attempting to clumsily adjust the tension of his muscles, the rhythm of his breathing, and occasionally experiencing failures in defense that left him with new bruises. To the instructor and onlookers, this appeared as a brave effort to overcome his weaknesses and psychological barriers. Although the process was tortuous and the results elusive, this unwavering attitude somewhat mitigated the negative impact of his previous display of weakness. Commendable will, yet the method seems misguided. The scarred instructor occasionally remarked, yet did not provide in-depth guidance. In the philosophy of CP9, every individual must discover their own most suitable combat style, even if it means taking a circuitous route. Little did they know, Ying was not traversing a winding path, but rather a shortcut straight to the heavens. Every deep night, in the abandoned, cluttered area, moonlight cascaded like water upon the youth's bare torso. Ying closed his eyes, focusing intently, resembling a stone statue. His consciousness delved deep within, meticulously perceiving every tremor of his muscle fibers, every surge of energy coursing through him. The Hundredfold Feedback System operated with unprecedented efficiency. He integrated his understanding of internal martial arts and the golden bell shield concept from his past life with the execution of the iron block. The iron block technique is about projecting power outward to form a hardened shell. However, no matter how solid the shell, it has its limits and inevitably affects internal agility. True defense should emanate from within, a convergence of vitality and will, dynamic and ever-renewing. He no longer sought to forcefully push power to the surface, but instead endeavored to guide the burgeoning, fiery energy, akin to the nascent form of armament haki, hidden deep within his body, harmonizing it with his flesh and bones on a deeper level. He repeatedly experimented with various routes of energy flow and different muscle coordination patterns. Each failed attempt, each instance of energy flowing sluggishly or clashing, was instantaneously analyzed under the hundredfold insight, eliminating erroneous options and inching closer to the correct answer. This was an excruciatingly tedious process. Were it not for the real-time positive reinforcement brought about by the hundredfold feedback and the resilient spirit of a martial arts master from his past life, an ordinary person would have been unable to persist. Unbeknownst to him, after countless failures and the consumption of many nights, in a moment of profound stillness, when he once again guided that searing stream of energy along a newly conceived and arcane path, achieving a wondrous resonance with every muscle fiber in his body. Buzz. A sound not from the outside world, but a subtle hum emanating from every cell within him, suddenly erupted. Ying's eyes flew open. A brilliant light surged forth from his gaze, akin to lightning streaking through the dark night. He felt a warm and mighty force erupting from deep within his dantian, instantly coursing through his limbs. This power was not merely solidified at the surface. Instead, it flowed like mercury, perfectly nested beneath his skin, within his muscles and bones. The surface of his body was no longer the lifeless gray of the iron block, but shimmered with a faint, almost imperceptible, flowing dark golden luster. This glow was not blinding, but carried an essence of eternal vitality, harmonious and fulfilling. The form of the undying golden body of the iron block had been birthed. With a mere thought, his defense materialized. No longer was there that fatal 3/10 of a second of rigidity. He could even sense that. In this state of inner residing undying golden body, his muscles maintained a high level of activity, capable of unleashing powerful forces for movement or attack at any moment. To test this, he struck at the nearby massive granite rock, previously used for testing, executing a casual hand chop without any overt stance. The motion flowed smoothly and naturally. Without hesitation, swoosh. The contact between his hand and the rock did not produce a heavy impact sound, but rather a peculiar, soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The boulder cracked, a neat corner cleaved away. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Moreover, Ying's palm bore not even a hint of a mark. He withdrew his hand and stood, feeling the relentless, harmonious flow of power within him. An unprecedented sense of control and formidable confidence swelling within his heart. From ruin to rebirth, he had undergone a metamorphosis. From this day forth, the fatal flaw of the iron block had become mere history for him. This was not merely an upgrade of a defensive technique, but a qualitative leap in his combat system. Standing beneath the cool moonlight, gazing at his fists, subtly glimmering with dark golden light, a cold and defiant smile curved upon his lips. The assassination techniques of CP9 would ultimately nourish my path of extreme martial arts. The 6 styles of ultimate intent. This is merely the first achievement. Chapter 12. The mirage of blossoms and water, the initial formation of the martial body. Having successfully improved the iron block and grasped the nascent form of the undying golden body, Ying did not linger in joy for too long. He understood well that in combat, while absolute defense is indeed crucial, the more astute approach is to render the enemy's attacks utterly incapable of reaching oneself. His next target was to aim for the paper drawing technique. The original paper drawing technique of CP9 involved dissipating all bodily power, surrendering to the airflow generated by the opponent's movements to evade attacks. While exquisite, Ying perceived it as overly passive, completely relinquishing control and entrusting life and death to the perception of airflow, which posed considerable risk. Evasion should not merely be a passive compliance, but rather an active guidance and mastery, an embodiment of life and death within a mere moment. In his past life as a martial arts master, he was proficient in various movement techniques. The muddy stepping of Bagua Palm rendered one's form inscrutable, akin to a dragon gliding through water. The art of Tai Chi manifests through its cloud-like movements, fluid and effortless, harnessing strength through the power of yielding. The essence of Xing Yi's chicken stance embodies lightness and swiftness, giving rise to a dynamic interplay of emptiness and substance. The quintessence of these techniques has long since permeated his instinctive combat prowess. His goal is to infuse the spirit of traditional martial arts into the forms he creates on paper. In the ensuing daily training, Ying began to consciously express his confusions and limitations within his paper drawings. During evasive drills, he would occasionally misjudge and be grazed by the strikes of the wooden dummy or his companions, revealing a contemplative yet vexed expression, as if grappling with an elusive understanding. The instructor, observing his transition from defense to the study of evasion, assumed he was merely addressing his shortcomings. Though he felt Ying might be spreading himself too thin, he did not intervene, for in CP9, enhanced survival skills are always valued. As the night deepened, his secret domain once again became the stage for transcendental training. In the abandoned area where moonlight and shadows intertwined, Ying's figure took on an ethereal quality. No longer did he simply relax and sway with the breeze. He began to consciously mobilize his vital energy. With each step, he harmonized his movements with the principles of the 8 trigrams, his form swaying with the unique rhythm and deceptive grace of traditional martial arts. With the full force of the Hundredfold Feedback System activated, his perception of the air currents around him reached an almost prophetic level. He could discern the flow of air within a radius of several meters, as if reading the very patterns of nature. Simultaneously, his microcontrol over every muscle in his body reached an astonishing degree, allowing him to execute dozens of subtle adjustments in an instant. His silhouette transformed from mere afterimages into something fluid and elusive, resembling a fleeting dream. At times, he moved like willow fluff carried by the wind, delicately evading strikes that seemed to land nowhere, slipping away by mere inches. At other moments, he resembled the reflection of flowers in a mirror, appearing near yet distinctly separate, as attacks would penetrate only through a phantom of shimmering light. Like the moon's reflection on water, his form danced beneath the moonlight, drawing attacks toward a false position, while his true self had already materialized elsewhere. He named this innovative technique, infused with the essence of martial arts and the philosophy of his paper drawings, the mirrored blossoms of water and moon, signifying its elusive nature and the intricate interplay of reality and illusion. To test the limits of this new technique, he prepared a more demanding challenge that night. Utilizing collected ropes and weights, he set up a rudimentary yet perilous trap. Dozens of iron balls and stone locks, varying in weight, were swung at different heights, angles, and speeds, creating a chaotic network of physical assaults. With a deep breath, he stepped into this treacherous arena. He did not rely on the high-speed maneuver of shave to force his way through, nor did he use the defenses of indestructible golden body to withstand the onslaught. He solely depended on the recently comprehended, mirrored blossoms of water and moon. Within this dance of death, his figure morphed into a true illusion. Heavy iron balls whistled past, brushing against the hem of his garment. The swift stone locks crashed down, only to shatter the faint afterimage he left behind. Attacks from unexpected angles were evaded with seemingly impossible twists, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding an otherworldly beauty. It appeared he was not merely dodging lethal strikes, but rather engaging in a silent ballet, every attack becoming an accompaniment to his dance, unable to touch him. A profound confidence surged within him, granting him complete command over the rhythm of combat. He could see the trajectory of every assault with clarity, even predicting their subsequent changes for the next few seconds, allowing him to preemptively execute the most optimal and effortless evasions. He understood that from this moment onward, his survival capabilities had been elevated to unprecedented heights. In future battles, he would navigate with even greater ease. As the last swinging stone lock gradually came to a halt due to exhaustion, Ying's form stood silently in the center, breath steady. As if the breathtaking evasions had never transpired, he surveyed the still swaying iron chains and weights around him, his gaze calm and profound. The indestructible golden body, forged in absolute defense, while mirrored blossoms of water and moon governed the rhythm of evasion. The foundation of ultimate six styles had been firmly established. His attacks bore the unparalleled penetration of Meteor Piercing the Sun, while his defenses possessed the internal resilience of indestructible golden body. His evasions embodied the elusive nature of mirrored blossoms of water and moon. A combat system devoid of weaknesses, with each aspect exceeding its original limitations, was taking shape in his hands. The successful integration of iron blocks and paper drawings firmly validated the viability of his path. The potential unleashed by merging the martial wisdom of his previous life with the extraordinary power system of this world was incalculable. He softly murmured the remaining 4 techniques: spear thrust, gale kick, moon step, and shave, his heart brimming with anticipation to decipher, optimize, and elevate each to its ultimate form. When all 6 techniques coalesce into the essence of ultimate mastery, when the 9 styles of star piercing reaches its complete perfection, and when the latent power within him fully awakens, that moment shall be akin to a dragon emerging from the abyss, the spear astonishing the world. The moonlight, cold and serene, cast his tall figure upon the ground, while the dark long spear leaned quietly beside him, its tip pointing toward the profound night sky. Its cold gleam restrained, yet poised to unleash its might. Chapter 13. The Cosmic Waltz. Water cannot enter. The training in the abandoned area never ceased. Having initially grasped indestructible golden body and mirrored blossoms of water and moon, Ying's survival capabilities had ascended to an entirely new level. Yet, he was acutely aware that, amidst the treacherous seas of peril, relying solely on physical evasion and defense would leave him vulnerable against widespread, high-intensity saturation attacks. His spear should not only possess the power to pierce through all obstacles, but must also serve as an absolute bastion of protection. That night, instead of engaging in high-intensity physical or technical assaults, he stood quietly under the moonlight, gripping the dark long spear, his mind serene as he delved into a profound understanding. The spear techniques of his past life were not solely about offense. Within the Yun family's spear art lay exquisite defensive maneuvers. The 8 methods of night combat and circle spear techniques were all exceptional skills for self-preservation amidst a sea of adversaries. The core principle resided in the concept of the circle. The circle, without beginning or end, endlessly recurring, represents the most perfect form of defense. Power circulates within the circle, dissipating force, guiding, and resolving, rendering external impacts into nothingness. My Cosmic Waltz should not merely be a simplistic act of blocking or parrying, but rather, wielding the spear as a pin and my body as an axis, I shall inscribe an impenetrable domain within this confined space. With this resolve, he slowly raised his arm, and the long spear followed suit. There were no lightning-fast thrusts or violent sweeping motions. His actions were calm and steady, as the spear in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, tracing smooth, fluid arcs. Initially, the spear's shadow appeared somewhat awkward, its trajectory discernible. Yet as he immersed himself in concentration, the Hundredfold Feedback System quietly activated, optimizing and solidifying every subtle adjustment of his muscles, every flow of power, and every nuance of the circle's essence a hundredfold. His movements became increasingly swift and fluid. The long spear danced, no longer a mere series of techniques, but transformed into an unending arc of light. The tip of the spear sliced through the air, emitting a low yet melodious hum. And the circular trajectories infused with the profound truths of heaven and earth seemed to coalesce under the moonlight into a shimmering belt of light, composed of countless tiny spear rays. It resembled a miniature galaxy, encircling him in a slow, serene rotation, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. The second form of convergence of stars, Waltz of the Galaxy, its nascent form had begun to unveil itself. Yet this was insufficient. He required a genuine storm of bullets to test the limits of this defensive spear technique. Days later, at the comprehensive reaction testing grounds of the training camp, a vast space brimming with technological sophistication awaited. The walls and ceiling were dotted with countless ominous gun muzzles. The test involved evading or blocking training rounds, which, swathed in soft rubber yet propelled at astonishing speeds, were shot from all directions within a specified time. The density and velocity of the barrage would continuously escalate over time, presenting a hellish challenge. Many trainees had faltered here, leaving the arena battered and bruised. Today, it was Ying's turn to undergo testing. Armed with a long spear, he stepped into the center of the testing ground, surrounded by cold metallic walls, beneath a canopy of densely packed gun barrels, the atmosphere oppressive. The test commenced. The instructor's icy voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, training rounds hurtled towards him from three distinct directions, their speed akin to that of lead bullets fired from ordinary firearms. Ying's gaze sharpened, and he chose not to evade using mirage of water and moon. He intended to seize this opportunity to hone Waltz of the Galaxy. With a subtle shift in his stance, his form remained as steadfast as a mountain. The long spear in his hand suddenly danced. There was no earth-shattering display, only a radiant curtain of spears that enveloped him in a brilliant embrace. The spear curtain flowed like a celestial river, safeguarding him within. Crack, crack, crack. 3 training rounds struck the spear curtain almost simultaneously, producing a crisp sound before being effortlessly deflected, changing direction and futilely colliding with the surrounding walls. Ying's figure remained immovable, his expression tranquil. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More training rounds poured down like a tempest, from above and below, from all sides, nearly sealing off all avenues of evasion. The density of the barrage increased relentlessly, and soon, his field of vision was filled with whirling shadows. The onlooking trainees outside held their breath. Such a density of attacks would typically compel even the elite, adept at both brute force and agile maneuvering, to resort to a combination of resilience and evasion. Yet, Ying stood firmly in place, attempting to block all attacks with his weapon, an act bordering on madness. However, within the arena, Ying seemed to enter a state of transcendence. His arms appeared to vanish, leaving only the long spear, which danced like a dragon, and the increasingly solid and resplendent galaxy. The trajectory traced by the spear was flawless, forming an absolute sphere of defense approximately 1 meter in radius around him. All training rounds, regardless of their tricky angles or rapid speeds, upon entering this celestial domain, were effortlessly captured and deflected by the perpetual momentum of the spear. Clack, clack, clack. The sounds of collisions melded into a symphony, reminiscent of a torrential rain striking palm leaves. The training rounds scattered in all directions, leaving countless white marks upon the metal walls. Yet not a single one penetrated that seemingly thin, yet truly indestructible, curtain of star spears. Ying stood at the very center of this tempest of bullets, his garments scarcely stirred by the gusts. His gaze remained as placid as a deep well, as if the cacophony of the outside world bore no relevance to him. This place was his absolute forbidden zone. This spear was his impregnable bastion. Waltz of the Galaxy, perfected here, it had truly reached the supreme realm of impenetrability. As the signal indicating the end of the test echoed and the barrage ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the entire testing ground. Ying slowly withdrew his spear, standing steady and composed. Scattered around him were numerous training rounds that had been deflected, while the small area where he stood remained pristine. The instructor observed the flawless defensive field crafted by the long spear on the surveillance screen, pausing in silence before ultimately inscribing the evaluation report. Weapon defense technique, exceptional. Dynamic vision and reaction speed, extraordinary. He still regarded this as a manifestation of Ying's inherent talent with a specific weapon, failing to perceive the deeper transformations at play. Ying quietly exited the testing ground, oblivious to the astonished and complex gazes of those around him. For attack, there was Meteor Piercing the Sun. For defense, there was Waltz of the Galaxy. His spear technique system had begun to take shape. A star began to quietly radiate its unique brilliance within this dark training camp. Chapter 14. Harmonizing the Body and Spear. The perfection of Waltz of the Galaxy marked a significant advancement for Ying in the realm of spear techniques. Yet he was not content to rest on his laurels. Whether it was the refined sixth form or his self-created convergence of stars, they remained relatively independent modules. True strength required the seamless integration of these modules into a cohesive and fluid combat system. He began to consciously experiment with various combinations during his late-night training sessions. With a swift burst of movement, his body a blur in the wake of his rapid advance. The long spear in his hand transformed into the cold radiance of Meteor Piercing the Sun, and he appeared as one with the spear, becoming a lethal ray that rent the night sky. When the enemy launched an attack, Mirage of Water and Moon activated, his form twisting and flickering like a specter, narrowly evading the onslaught. In the very instant of his evasion, the long spear, seemingly imbued with life, pivoted back, and the radiant curtain of Waltz of the Galaxy unfurled, isolating any potential follow-up attacks or stray rounds. He even attempted to execute Waltz of the Galaxy, while simultaneously employing the force technique of the moonwalk, transforming the entire defensive domain into a suspended, slowly rotating ring of death, capable of minor adjustments at his will, shifting his defense from static to dynamic. Each attempt and transition, under the enhancement of the Hundredfold Feedback System, was rapidly optimized. The muscle memory, the fluidity of transitions, the flow of power, all inconsistencies and awkwardness were being smoothed out at an astonishing pace. His combat style underwent a profound transformation. No longer constrained by the textbook-style applications of CP9, nor merely a rudimentary replication of traditional martial arts, it evolved into a synthesis of diverse strengths, ultimately forming a new system that was uniquely Ying-esque, vibrant, and explosive. Soon, an opportunity arose. The training camp organized a small-scale internal sparring session, aimed at assessing recent training outcomes and resolving some accumulated conflicts among trainees. Ying's team encountered a squad consisting of 3 notoriously arrogant elite trainees. These 3 seemed to harbor disdain for Ying, the fortunate yet ordinary genius, believing his performance in the last mission had hindered their progress. They planned to teach him a lesson during the sparring session. As the battle commenced, the 3 adversaries seamlessly coordinated their assault on Ying, intent on swiftly removing this perceived weak link from the equation. Chafe, pointing strike, gale kick. 3 fierce assaults converged from 3 distinct directions, instantly enveloping Ying in a menacing aura. The instructors and trainees at the sidelines held their breath in anticipation, facing 3 enraged elites alone. It seemed inevitable that Ying would suffer a setback. However, in the face of this seemingly dire predicament, Ying's gaze betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, it flickered with a subtle, perceptible sharpness. Here they come. Just the opportunity one need to test the quality of my integrated system. With a powerful push from his feet, he executed not merely a simple retreat, but a gliding step infused with the essence of Mirage Flower, Water Moon. His figure flickered like a specter, leaving behind a faint, twisting afterimage, while his true self, defying all logic, slipped away from the intersection of the 3 attacks with astonishing precision. What? The 3 adversaries gasped in unison, their strikes all missing the mark. In that fleeting moment of successful evasion, Ying's spear sprang into action, not with the most powerful Meteor Piercing Sun, but rather with the recently perfected Waltz of the Galaxy. The spear hummed as it danced, unfurling a resplendent ribbon of starlight, not for defense, but to ensnare. The fluid spear screen expanded like a living entity, deftly redirecting the vacuum blade of the student utilizing gale kick, sending it careening toward his companion wielding the finger spear. Watch out! The 3rd assailant cried out. The student with the finger spear, caught off guard, could only hastily shift his stance, bracing himself with an iron block against the oncoming gale kick. Bang! He staggered, his breath momentarily disrupted. In that instant, when his previous force had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Ying struck, integrating the moon step and hollow cicada into his movements. He appeared beside the beleaguered student, as if teleporting. The spear lunged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aimed precisely at the exposed flank beneath the ribs. Left vulnerable by his reliance on the iron block for defense, this strike was as swift as lightning, yet utterly silent, embodying the forceful technique of Meteor Piercing Sun, but devoid of its blinding radiance, making it even more concealed and lethal. Thud! The spearhead landed squarely beneath the opponent's ribs, although sheathed in training rubber. The concentrated force surged through. Ugh! The student cried out, feeling a sharp energy penetrate deeply, half of his body instantly going numb, as if he had been struck by a speeding carriage, sending him crashing to the ground, entirely incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, one of the trio had been defeated. The remaining two, shocked and enraged, charged forward once more. Yet, at this moment, Ying had completely seized control of the rhythm of battle. His form darted between the two, the mirage flower. Water moon, technique rendering his movements as unpredictable as a wild stallion, almost impossible to track. At times, he would use Waltz of the Galaxy to parry and deflect their attacks, and at others, he would launch fierce counterattacks infused with the essence of retreat. His spear and body seemed to merge into a flawless whole, transitioning effortlessly between offense and defense, with no pauses or vulnerabilities. The dark spear in his grasp appeared to possess a life of its own, at times curling like a cunning serpent, at others rolling like a galaxy in reverse, forcing the two adversaries into a frenzied scramble to respond. Bang! Crack! Two more resounding impacts echoed almost simultaneously. One of the elite trainees was swept off his feet by the spear's shaft, collapsing to the ground. The other was struck in the chest by the spear's butt, infused with the power of the finger spear technique, staggering backward, breathless, collapsing to the ground, his face flushed. The battle concluded. From the outset to the complete defeat of the three, it had taken less than a minute. Ying stood with his spear, breath steady, as if he had merely engaged in a warm-up exercise. He hadn't even employed his indomitable body, effortlessly dispatching three elite opponents of equal rank solely through the fusion of his footwork, spear skills, and foundational techniques. Silence enveloped the arena. All present were astounded by this fluid yet terrifyingly efficient display of combat, one that exceeded their understanding of CP9's fighting style. The defender who had once faced Ying and emerged victorious stood agape, disbelief etched across his features. Even the scarred instructor, who typically maintained an impassive demeanor, revealed the faintest tremor of surprise. His keen gaze fixated on the spear-wielding youth in the arena, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. This boy's method of combat seems to diverge from the standard CP9 template. That seamless, inherent fluidity, that transcendent essence of technique, is it the spear that brings about this transformation? Or a flicker of doubt crossed the instructor's mind, yet upon observing Ying's calm, even slightly triumphant expression, he momentarily suppressed his uncertainty. Perhaps he merely possesses a rare and unique talent for weaponry. Ying noted the fleeting doubt in the instructor's eyes and couldn't help but smirk inwardly, maintaining a facade of fatigue and post-victory relaxation as he returned his spear, saluted the instructor, and quietly rejoined his comrades. Yet within, a tempest brewed. The synthesis of body and spear. His path was undeniably correct. When the ultimate 6 techniques are fully refined, when the 9 techniques of constellation are all created, when his latent power awakens in its entirety, can this training camp, this CP9, this world government, truly contain him, the spear that is on the verge of unfurling its full potential? The answer already resided in his heart. Chapter 15, Graduation Trial, the final task. Time slipped through the fingers like grains of sand, quietly passing amidst the daily grind of training, masquerades, and inner turmoil. The leaves beyond the towering walls of the training camp turned yellow and green, signifying the passage of another year. The surviving trainees had undergone a profound transformation. The youthful naivety had faded, replaced by a hardened, detached demeanor characteristic of agents, akin to blades that had been repeatedly forged, poised to be sharpened for the final process. And that process had finally arrived. The ominous main hall of the fortress bore a weightier atmosphere than any previous assembly. Not only was the scarred instructor present, but several additional members, their auras deeper, clad in the formal CP9 uniforms, their faces obscured by peculiar masks or blank expressions, loomed nearby. Their presence felt like an invisible mountain pressing upon the hearts of each trainee. Ying stood in line, his gaze calmly sweeping over the esteemed figures on stage. He sensed that today would be a momentous turning point, determining the fates of many. The scarred instructor stepped forward, holding a classified document emblazoned with the insignia of the world government. His gaze pierced through the assembly like a poisoned icicle, methodically scanning each youthful yet hardened visage. Years of honing, forged through countless trials. You have finally arrived at the last step. The instructor's voice was low and laden with gravity. Congratulations. You are about to face the final assessment of the CP9 training camp, the graduation task. A subtle stir rippled through the audience, quickly settling into silence. All eyes sharpened. The graduation task signified their imminent transition from trainees to true CP9 agents, wielding power and authority. Mission objective: utterly eradicate the town of Forgotten Corner in the West Sea and its entire populace. The instructor's tone was as flat as if he were discussing the disposal of refuse, indicating that the town, a non-member territory, had inadvertently uncovered a piece of history that the world government deemed should not exist, to prevent the dissemination of information and uphold absolute justice. A verdict of complete purification is hereby rendered. The words complete purification struck Ying's heart like a heavy hammer. Once again, it echoed the grim fate of the village of Kami. It was even colder, more thorough. Merely for possessing knowledge, the entire town's existence was to be condemned. His fists clenched quietly at his side, yet his expression remained composed, though deep within his eyes, the last flicker of hope for this organization was utterly extinguished. The mission team was led by the commander codenamed Scorpion. The instructor pointed to a high-ranking member on the stage, whose gaze was as sinister and cold as that of a venomous serpent. The team members: Ying, Iron Wall, a former ally skilled in brute force; Shadow Claw, a lean trainee adept at stealth and precision strikes; and Galefoot, the tall recruit. Upon hearing their names, the few individuals, including Ying, stepped forward in unison. Yes. A cold smile flickered in Ying's heart. This squad was impeccably equipped, with a leader, defensive strength, rapid assault capabilities, and long-range suppression. Dubbed a trial, it was, in truth, a declaration of loyalty. The world government intended to stain the records of these newly minted agents with the blood of an innocent town, binding them irrevocably to the dark warship named Absolute Justice. Commander Scorpion descended from the platform, his icy gaze sweeping over the four, lingering slightly on Ying, as if assessing him. Ying sensed that the commander was aware of his recent activities. The mission briefing was now at hand. Scorpion handed a thin document to Iron Wall, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against wood. Remember the principle: it is better to mistakenly kill than to let a single survivor escape. Any living witness is a betrayal to the world government. Upon completion of this mission, you will officially receive your CP9 code names and authority. Iron Wall solemnly accepted the briefing, his eyes gleaming with excitement and a hint of a thirst for power. Ying received a copy as well. He lowered his head, his gaze swiftly scanning the chilling text. The Forgotten Corner, a non-affiliated town that shunned conflict, thrived on craftsmanship and fishing. With a population of approximately 1,200, it was suspected that the mayor had inadvertently acquired and secretly preserved some forbidden texts relating to the blank century years ago. The document continued with a detailed analysis of the town's layout, patrol routes, and optimal paths for infiltration and exfiltration. Each word exuded a heavy scent of blood. Ying maintained a calm demeanor, even exuding an air of gravitas befitting the execution of a significant task. Yet, a tempest surged within him. There could be no more waiting. This was no longer a clash of ideals, but rather a matter of moral conviction. He, Ying, a former martial arts master in a past life, sought the path of righteousness, a life lived without remorse. How could he descend into the role of a butcher, devoid of any moral compass, merely for survival? This so-called graduation task was not a trial for him, but rather a final ultimatum. Either he would become complicit, staining his hands with the blood of the innocent, transforming into a vicious hound for the world government, or he would sever his chains, rebel against this dark realm, and embrace boundless freedom, wielding his weapon to uphold his own brand of justice. The choice had long been made. This CP9 training camp would witness his final dance as a prospective member, and it would also herald the first rebellious roar of his ultimate weapon against this world. He gently closed the mission briefing, his fingertips brushing against the coarse paper, as if he could feel the warmth of the blood that was soon to be spilled. Forgotten Corner. He silently repeated the name in his heart, his gaze sharpening yet deepening like an abyss. I will go there, but not as an executioner. Chapter 16, Night of Carnage, Awakening of Dominance. 3 nights later. In the dead of night, the moon concealed behind thick clouds. The forgotten corner lay nestled in the embrace of the coastline, immersed in peaceful slumber. Only a few windows emitted a dim yellow light, accompanied by the gentle, unceasing sound of waves lapping at the shore. Shadows, as if merging with the night itself, silently appeared at the high ground surrounding the town. It was the CP-9 graduation mission team, led by Commander Scorpion. Commander Scorpion lowered his night vision binoculars, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Target confirmed, no unusual defensive forces. Proceed as planned. Iron Wall and Shadow Claw will handle the Eastern District, Gale Foot and Ying will take the Western District. I will provide support and eliminate any stragglers. Remember, leave no survivors, act swiftly. Yes. The few responded in hushed tones, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. For these individuals, who had been trained into ruthless killing machines, the slaughter of civilians bore no distinction from demolishing training dummies. Action. At the command. For figures shot forth like arrows from a drawn bow, instantaneously darting toward the slumbering town. Iron Wall and Shadow Claw were like two shadows of death, pouncing upon the Eastern District. Soon, the sounds of violent breaking and abrupt, stifled screams echoed from that direction. In the Western District, Ying walked alongside the tall Gale Foot. Their footsteps fell upon the cobblestone path like whispers in the night. Gale Foot's face bore a semblance of cold detachment typical of one completing a task as he charged toward a lit two-story workshop. Inside, an elderly couple and a boy who appeared to be no more than a teenager were gathered under the light, cautiously repairing an ancient wooden sculpture. The sudden crash of the door startled them, and they looked up in terror. "Who are you?" the elder began, but Gale Foot wasted no words. With a swift vacuum slash, he struck out, targeting the three. The cold, inhumane intent to kill pierced Ying's mind like the sharpest needle. Months of pent-up rage. Memories of the tragedy in Kami Village, loathing for the world government's darkness, and the unyielding desire for freedom and martial integrity. All repressed emotions ignited in that moment by this blatant act of slaughter. Like a volcano erupting. Like the Milky Way folding back upon itself. "Stop!" A roar, suppressed to its utmost limit, erupted from the depths of his throat, reverberating like thunder within the small workshop. Simultaneously, a wave of intangible yet immense perception surged forth from Ying, radiating outward like mercury, immediately enveloping an area of nearly 100 meters. In that instant, the world transformed in Ying's perception. He saw the subtle trembling of muscle fibers in Gale Foot's leg as he everything, in its entirety, is as clear as the intricate patterns on the palm of one's hand. This is the awakening of observation Haki. Under the impetus of extreme emotion, it erupts with a thunderous awakening. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The searing energy, which had long lain dormant within him, now burgeons with 100-fold feedback. As if drawn forth by the awakening of observation Haki, surging forth like a raging flood unleashed from its dam. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The inky darkness, akin to ink splattered across a canvas, envelopes his fists spontaneously and swiftly, cascading along his arms, extending towards the ebony spear he grips tightly. This energy solidifies, heavy and imbued with an indomitable essence, impervious to all forms of attack. Wherever it passes, the sensation of power escalates exponentially. This is the simultaneous awakening of armament Haki. What? The students of the storm step technique are momentarily paralyzed by Ying's low roar and the sudden, heart-stopping surge of his aura, causing their actions to falter. The vacuum slash veers off its intended trajectory, narrowly grazing the heads of a family of three, cleaving a massive fissure into the wall behind them. Dust cascades down like a gentle rain. The elderly couple and the youth collapse to the ground, pale and trembling. The storm step student glances back, uncertainty etched on his face as he regards Ying. Upon meeting Ying's gaze, no longer tranquil or feigned, but instead icy with the murderous intent akin to that of ancient glaciers, and witnessing his fists shrouded in ominous black energy, spreading ominously along the spear. His pupils constrict in horror. "Ying, what are you doing? Do you dare defy orders?" He barks, his muscles taut as he enters a battle-ready stance. The figure of Commander Scorpion appears at the doorway like a specter, his malevolent gaze instantly locking onto Ying, particularly fixating on the dark hue of his armament Haki. A flicker of shock and intense murderous intent flashing across his features. "Ying, you have indeed concealed your depths well." Commander Scorpion's voice is hoarse and frigid. "Two-color Haki? Such astonishing talent. Alas, you have strayed from the path. If you turn back now, I could consider it a moment of impulse." Ying slowly raises his head. His right hand, now enveloped in armament Haki, firmly gripping the spear that too begins to glimmer with a dark sheen. Ignoring the Storm Step student, his gaze penetrates through Commander Scorpion, as if looking beyond to the boundless darkness that represents the world government. His voice, chillingly calm yet resolute, declares, "Turn back? From the moment I stepped into this hell, I never contemplated retreat. Today, I have merely discovered the path I am meant to tread." Before his words can fade, he unleashes the technique, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. His form suddenly blurs, no longer a mere linear advance, but embodying the illusion of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. As he seemingly teleports around the bracing Storm Step student, aiming straight for Commander Scorpion at the doorway, the spear in his hand, dark as ink, gathers a glimmer of cold light at its tip, no longer a meteor, but a gaze of death emerging from the abyss of the underworld. Meteor Pierces the Sun. Armament Haki, solidified version. You brat. Seeking death. Commander Scorpion, both astonished and enraged, had not expected Ying to dare strike at him. Moreover, the speed and ferocity of his assault were beyond belief. Instantly, he activates Iron Block, launching a ruthless thrust of his finger towards that point of black cold light. Clang. Like a great bell tolling, the violent collision produces an audible shockwave, erupting with a visible ripple of force. The modest workshop groans under the strain of this impact, the cracks in the walls spreading like a spider's web. Commander Scorpion senses an unimaginable force, both piercing and heavy, transmitted through his fingertips, as his iron block emits a faint sound, nearly fracturing. The sheer power sends him staggering backward, shattering the doorframe, and tumbling into the street outside. A sharp pain and numbness radiate from his fingertips, enveloped in armament Haki. Clearly, he too had mastered it. How is this possible? He is struck with disbelief. This boy's strength and intensity of armament Haki far surpass my estimations. Meanwhile, Ying, having repelled Commander Scorpion with a single thrust, does not pause. Harnessing the recoil, he twists the spear. Waltz of the Starry River. The darkened version. Like a roaring black dragon, it coils protectively around him, sweeping away the Storm Step student, who has finally reacted and attempts to launch a surprise attack from behind. Bang! The student crashes through the opposite wall like a sack of broken rice. Unaware of his fate, Ying stands tall amidst the shattered workshop, enveloped in an invisible aura of observation Haki and tangible armament Haki. The ebony spear slants toward the ground. Droplets of blood from Commander Scorpion's fingertips dripping from its tip. He casts a glance at the family of three, now collapsed in terror, his expression complex, ultimately culminating in a soft sigh. We must leave this place, as far away as possible. With that, he does not linger. Stepping through the shattered threshold and into the darkness of the town, shrouded in slaughter and bloodshed. On the street, Commander Scorpion has regained his footing, his gaze locking onto Ying like a venomous serpent. Further away, Iron Wall and Shadow Claw are hastening towards him, alerted by the commotion. The tranquility of the town is utterly shattered, cries and screams echoing, accompanied by the sound of collapsing structures. Ying inhales deeply, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, feeling the new power surging within him, and the exhilarating freedom of his soul, unshackled. His defection begins at this moment. His legend shall be inscribed from here onward. Come forth, he whispers to himself, as if declaring war upon the encroaching darkness. Let me see if this CP9 graduation ceremony can withstand my rebellious spear. Chapter 17. The gun emerges like a dragon, judgment descends. The pitch-black armament Haki pulsates with a life of its own, entwining around the dark spear, accentuating the chilling glimmer at its tip, rendering it even more profound and lethal. Ying stands at the threshold of the shattered workshop, the night wind tousling his hair, revealing his eyes, frozen like the depths of winter, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. Commander Scorpion steadies himself in the street, glancing at the minute wound on his fingertip and the creeping numbness, his visage contorting beneath the mask. Shock, rage, and a tinge of incredulous trepidation intertwine within him. Two-color Haki. Furthermore, possessing such intensity and control immediately upon awakening, this Ying has concealed himself far too deeply. Iron Wall. Shadow Claw. Abandoned the original target, prioritized the elimination of the traitor Ying. Commander Scorpion barks, his voice sharp with anger. He realizes that if they do not unite, they may truly fall at the hands of this seemingly ordinary genius whom he has always underestimated. Yes, two figures descend from the rooftops like phantoms. Iron Wall and Shadow Claw. They observe Ying, now transformed and shrouded in ominous black energy, a stark contrast to the person they once knew. Their eyes filled with astonishment, but more so with the rage of betrayal and the intent to kill. Ying, You dare betray the world government, seeking your own demise. Iron Wall roars, muscles taut, his grayish-white iron block sheen enveloping him as he charges forward like a moving iron tower, confident that even if Ying awakened Haki, his iron block could withstand it. Shadow Claw, meanwhile, blurs into multiple afterimages, employing the shave technique for rapid movement, flanking from the side, his fingertips coalescing sharp energy, seeking the opportunity for a fatal strike. The venomous scorpion commander once again summoned his strength, enveloping his fists with the color of armament Haki, resembling two poised venomous serpents ready to strike. In the face of the encirclement formed by 3 elite CP9 members, Ying's countenance betrayed no emotion, presenting only an icy indifference. His observation Haki had already vividly reflected the movements, auras, and even the slightest fluctuations of murderous intent from the trio within the recesses of his mind. Your sense of justice makes me nauseous, he murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears like a declaration of final judgment. As the iron wall charged at him with the ferocity of a rampaging bull, its colossal fists cutting through the air with a menacing blast aimed squarely at his face. Ying sprang into action. No longer was this a mere display of restrained prowess as during their previous sparring. This was a true, unreserved eruption of extreme style 6. Shave, mirror flower, water moon. His figure seemed to meld with the night breeze, leaving behind a ripple-like afterimage, while his true form, moving in a manner defying the laws of physics, twisted through the air at the last possible moment, not only evading the iron wall's devastating blow, but also gliding past him like a specter. What? The iron wall felt a blur before his eyes as his target vanished, the tremendous force crashing into empty space, leaving him feeling as though he could vomit blood. Meanwhile, Ying had already slipped past him, his gaze fixated on another direction. There, on the opposite side of the street, lay the injured Arisher foot student whom Ying had previously sent sprawling with a single strike, now struggling to rise from the rubble. Terrified by Ying's earlier display of power, he dared not advance, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he redirected his focus toward a nearby child, frozen in fear at the street corner, who had forgotten to cry. The child, appearing no older than 5 or 6, clutched a filthy rag doll, gazing vacantly at the hellish scene unfolding before him. A cruel smile crept upon the Arisher student's face as he raised his foot. In his twisted logic, if he could not kill Ying, then slaying an innocent civilian would suffice to vent his frustrations. Moreover, it might even disrupt Ying's concentration. Die, you little wretch. He concentrated the remnants of his strength, unleashing a faint blue, somewhat diffuse vacuum slash that howled toward the defenseless child. This scene was vividly captured by Ying, who had just evaded the iron wall, through his observation Haki. The pent-up fury and murderous intent ignited in that moment, reaching a fever pitch. You shall perish. A voice as frigid as the depths of the abyss erupted like thunder. The aura enveloping Ying surged dramatically. The armament Haki cloaking his spear seemed to ignite, deepening in intensity and density. He no longer employed any ornate footwork, but instead channeled every ounce of his strength, encompassing the newly awakened, surging dual Haki. The terrifying physical prowess honed through countless trials, and the unwavering will to pursue the utmost martial path, concentrating it all into a singular point. With waist and horse uniting, power surged from the earth. The energy coursed through his spine, extending to his arms and wrists. Ultimately, all of it converged upon that glimmering point of cold light. Roar. In the distance, it was as though a dragon's roar resonated from within the spear. The spear thrust forth. No longer a simplified version, no longer restrained, but a true, complete, meteor piercing the sun. Man and spear became one, transforming into a streak of black lightning that tore through the night. Before the spear's tip, the air compressed to the limits of speed and power, ionizing and emitting a faint, eerie sound akin to dragon scales scraping against one another. Swift, to the utmost peak of speed. Fierce, to the absolute zenith of ferocity. A pinpoint of cold light first caught the shrinking pupils of the Arisher student, whose fear had suddenly intensified. Then, the spear was unleashed like a dragon, consuming all. No, the Arisher student could only manage to utter half a syllable of terror. The vacuum slash, infused with all his malevolent thoughts, shattered like fragile glass before the black spear's brilliance. Then with a soft thud, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the black spear tip punctured flawlessly through the front of his throat, exiting through the back of his neck. It erupted with a spray of warm blood and shattered bones. The tremendous kinetic energy propelled his body backward, as if pinned in the void. before crashing heavily to the ground several meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. His eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils still reflecting the lingering terror and confusion. He emitted a wheezing, gasping sound from his throat, limbs twitching a few times before falling silent. A swift execution. Ying maintained his stance, spear held aloft, its tip dripping with scalding blood. He slowly retracted the long spear, his gaze as frigid as millennia-old ice, sweeping over the utterly stunned iron wall, Shadow Claw, and Scorpion Commander. That gaze was no longer one of camaraderie, but rather a judgment upon condemned criminals awaiting execution. You actually killed an Arisher member. Shadow Claw's voice trembled as he pointed at Ying, his finger quivering with fear. Though they had executed numerous slaughter missions, they had never witnessed such a clean and decisive, terrifying act of murder directed at one of their own. Iron Wall also felt a chill run down his spine. In the face of that star-piercing spear, his pride, the iron block, seemed utterly laughable. He had no doubt that had that spear been aimed at him, his iron block would have been torn apart as easily as paper. The expression beneath the Scorpion Commander's mask was one of utmost pallor. He fixated on Ying, particularly on the bloodied spear, as his trepidation reached a crescendo. Ying, do you have any idea what you are doing? By killing a CP9 member, you betray the world government. There will be no refuge for you, above or below. He attempted to wield the authority of the world government as a final intimidation tactic. Ying slowly raised his arm, the bloodied spear tip tracing a path past Iron Wall, Shadow Claw, and finally resting upon the Scorpion Commander. His voice, calm yet brimming with an overwhelming killing intent, resonated like a death sentence. A refuge? From this day forth, wherever I stand shall be my sanctuary. And you, your sense of justice, along with your filthy lives, shall be judged by my spear. The judgment spear was already raised. The path of betrayal was stained with blood from this moment onward. Chapter 18. One against many, the might of extreme martial arts. Ying's words, akin to a final verdict, ignited the remaining trio's hearts with fear and madness. Arrogance. All at once, let us strike him down. The Scorpion Commander realized there was no room for retreat. With a furious roar, he initiated the attack. His fists, enveloped in dense armament haki, flickered like a specter, unleashing a deadly move that fused the essence of shave and finger pistol. Venomous Fang thrust. His fists, like two serpents poised to strike, surged forth with a mournful howl aimed directly at the vital points of Ying's body. Iron Wall roared as he charged forward once more, a heavy tank barreling down, attempting to suppress Ying's mobility with overwhelming strength. Shadow Claw, leveraging his speed advantage, transformed into a multitude of elusive afterimages, swirling around Ying at high velocity, occasionally launching lethal finger pistols, akin to a scorpion lying in wait within the shadows. The combined onslaught of the three elite CP9 members was akin to a tempest, descending upon Ying in an instant. Yet, in the face of this assault capable of overwhelming even the most seasoned naval officers, Ying's gaze remained as tranquil as still water. Under the keen perception of his observation haki, the trajectories of the three attackers' assaults, their strengths, and even their forthcoming intentions were as clear as the patterns on his palm. The 6 styles of ultimate intent melded seamlessly with the dual-colored haki at this moment, manifesting a terrifying power that transcended the original CP9 framework. Within the iron block, the indomitable golden body surged forth. With a mere flicker of thought, the dark golden sheen that lay beneath his skin and between his bones began to circulate silently. He did not choose to endure all attacks head-on. Instead, guided by the foresight of his observation haki, he deftly maneuvered his body, meeting those attacks he could not entirely evade, or those most potent, with the parts of his form enveloped in the indomitable golden body and armament haki. Clang! The venomous strike of the Scorpion Commander collided with the arm that Ying had promptly raised, producing a resounding clang of metal against metal. The force capable of piercing steel plates felt as though it had struck an eternal and indestructible divine mountain, merely causing Ying's arm to sway slightly, unable to penetrate further. Thud! The iron wall's brute bull crashed solidly into Ying's side, yet it felt as though it had collided with an anvil forged deep within the earth. The recoil sent his own vitality surging, while Ying merely sank slightly into the ground, the blue stone pavement fracturing beneath him, his stance as steady as a rock. Moreover, the more cunning attacks from Shadow Claw and the Scorpion were effortlessly evaded by Ying's ethereal, paper-drawing martial body, mirror flower water moon. His figure, amidst the dense onslaught of the three, resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, appearing perilous yet moving with an air of leisure. Every attack whether it be a fierce charge or a venomous thrust, seemed to pierce through a veil of illusory moonlight, unable to touch his true form. How could this be possible? How could his paper drawing be like this? Shadowclaw grew increasingly alarmed, his speed having reached its zenith, his thrusts like a torrential storm. Yet he couldn't even graze the hem of Ying's garment. The transformation between reality and illusion, devoid of trace, utterly upended his perception of the paper drawing. His iron block was not rigid. Moreover, its strength far exceeded the ordinary. Iron Wall, too, grew more desperate with each blow. The power he relied upon to gain fame was akin to a child's plaything in the presence of Ying. The Scorpion commander was engulfed in a tidal wave of horror. As Ying exhibited a combat artistry that completely surpassed the standards of CP9, a harmonious blend of defense, evasion, power, and speed, with virtually no weaknesses. Had the attacks concluded? Just as the three found themselves unable to gain ground, and their breaths slightly disordered, Ying's cold voice, akin to the whisper of death, suddenly rang out. Now, it's my turn. He moved. His footwork erupted in a moon step, not upwards, but surging forward as if gliding just above the ground. His target, the swiftest yet most vulnerable, Shadowclaw. Oh no. Shadowclaw was taken aback, retreating with all his might in a desperate shave. Yet Ying's speed was even greater. Merging the explosive moon step with the swift shave, he appeared as if teleported onto the path of Shadowclaw's retreat. Meteor Pierces the Sun reappeared. The pitch-black lance of energy, resembling a grim reaper's invitation, disregarded the hastily set-up defenses of Shadowclaw's thrusts, directly aiming for his heart. Iron Wall, save me. Shadowclaw's spirit faltered, screaming in terror. Iron Block Steel Shield. Iron Wall roared, shifting his body in an attempt to shield Shadowclaw with his hardest chest. However, with a soft hiss. It was as though a red-hot iron had pierced through ice and snow. The pitch-black lance, enveloped in armament Haki, effortlessly tore through Iron Wall's grayish-white defenses, as if penetrating a mere layer of fragile paper, and directly embedded itself within his chest. Then, with unrelenting force, it emerged from his back. The lance's tip mere inches from Shadowclaw's nose. No, this cannot be. Iron Wall looked down at the lance that had pierced through his chest. His eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. His iron block shattered? Ying flicked his wrist, withdrawing the long spear. Iron Wall's massive form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Blood gushed from the vast cavity in his chest, rapidly staining the ground beneath him. Monster, monster! You are a monster! Shadowclaw gazed at the lance, dripping with his comrade's blood, and the emotionless gaze of Ying, his psychological defenses crumbling entirely. With a wild cry, he turned to flee. Could he escape? Ying snorted coldly, the long spear in his hand not pursuing, but instead executing a swift horizontal sweep. Waltz of the Star River. The dark version. The long spear traced a perfect circular arc, akin to a roaring black dragon, overtaking the fleeing Shadowclaw. Crack! The spear's shaft landed solidly against his back. Snap! The clear sound of bone cracking echoed. Shadowclaw flew away like a kite with its string severed, crashing through a low wall, buried beneath the rubble, and fell silent. In the blink of an eye, two of the three elite companions lay dead, one severely injured, a student of the Storm Foot. On the street, only Ying and the Scorpion commander remained, standing at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. The burning houses cast flickering shadows, stretching and shortening, resembling clawing demons. The Scorpion commander gazed at Ying, who appeared as though a demonic deity had descended, feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from the spear. He knew he might very well perish here today. However, being an established CP9 operative, he possessed a fierce resolve. He slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing a pale and sinister visage, his eyes akin to a dying viper, filled with venomous resentment. Ying, I admit, I underestimated you, he rasped. His entire body as armament Haki beginning to coalesce recklessly, even flickering with unstable bloodlight, clearly utilizing some form of potential overdrawing secret technique. But to kill me, it won't be so easy, he roared, his feet pounding the ground, propelling him like an arrow shot from a bow towards Ying. His fists brimming with the culmination of his life as training and a frenzied murderous intent. Dual poisons piercing the ears. This was his ultimate killing move. Sacrificing his life force to elevate the penetrating power of armament Haki and thrusts to their zenith. With both fists unleashed, he could instantly obliterate a small warship. Faced with this desperate strike, a flicker of change appeared in Ying's gaze. It was an excitement akin to the thrill of the hunt. Come on. He did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward, shattering the stone slabs beneath him. The long spear in his hand twirled, gathering momentum. And the essence of his spirit seamlessly merged with the dual-colored Haki, completely infusing into the spear's tip. That glimmer of cold light seemed to transform into the primordial point of the universe, devouring all surrounding light. The core essence reemerged. A point of cold radiance struck first, followed by the spear launching forth like a dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded, shaking the world. A black lance of energy, more concentrated and terrifying than before, surged forth, akin to a judgmental thunder tearing through the heavens, boldly confronting the Scorpion commander's desperate dual fangs. Boom! Like two shooting stars colliding. The deafening explosion engulfed the entire town. The violent shockwave radiated outward from the two, collapsing the surrounding burning houses and gouging the ground down by 3 inches. As the light dissipated, Ying stood resolutely, his garments billowing in the tempest, his complexion slightly pale, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. Not far ahead, the Scorpion commander stood frozen in place, maintaining his punching stance. The armament Haki he had gathered upon his fists had dissipated, his knuckles riddled with fine cracks. Bloodied and raw, at his brow, a small red that was slowly seeping blood. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet ultimately, only a trickle of blood mixed with fragments of his innards oozed from the corner of his lips. The extremity of the situation was palpable. He struggled to enunciate 2 indistinct syllables, the glimmer in his eyes swiftly dimming, until finally, his body toppled backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Commander CP9, Poison Scorpion, has fallen. Ying slowly lowered his weapon, surveying the 4 lifeless bodies sprawled across the street, amidst the hellish inferno and ruins surrounding him, exhaling a long breath of relief. This battle marked the first occasion since his arrival in this world that he had unleashed his power without reservation. The 6 powers, the converging star spear technique. The dual-colored Haki, the renown of the extreme martial spear, would henceforth resonate across this ocean, starting tonight. From this burning town, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Still shrouded in darkness, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the unknown path ahead, and a resolute determination to shatter all shackles. The betrayal had officially commenced. Chapter 19, The Ultimate Technique, Celestial Collapse, Ends the Fate. Commander Poison Scorpion's desperate strike was met head-on and obliterated by Ying's unwavering stance. A drop of blood appearing on his brow, vitality extinguished. He stood rigid for a moment, ultimately collapsing with an overwhelming sense of resentment and disbelief, crashing to the ground and stirring a mire of blood and dirt. The fall of this veteran CP9 commander symbolized Ying's complete severance from his past. The flames crackled on the street, illuminating the ruins with a flickering light and shadow, for bodies lay lifeless on the ground, silently narrating the brief, yet brutally bloody tale of betrayal that had just unfolded. Ying stood with his weapon, breathing heavily. The continuous deployment of the complete version of Meteor Converging Sun and the resistance against Poison Scorpion's ultimate technique had taken a toll on his newly awakened, yet not fully mastered, dual-colored Haki and physical stamina. His complexion appeared slightly pale, yet his eyes sparkled with an intensity more radiant than ever before. Akin to cold stars cleansed of dust, sharp and piercing. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, his observation Haki expanding like an invisible radar, confirming that no other CP9 members or Navy forces were approaching in the immediate vicinity. He had to depart swiftly. The commotion here was too loud. The world government's reinforcements could arrive at any moment. He approached the corpse of Commander Poison Scorpion, crouching down expressionlessly to scavenge for spoils. He felt no compassion for these executioners who regarded human life as mere fodder, only a calm resolve to utilize every resource to strengthen himself. Soon, he discovered a waterproof oilcloth-wrapped booklet and a bulging coin pouch within Poison Scorpion's inner clothing. Upon opening the booklet, he found not profound cultivation methods, but rather a collection of coded messages and secret locations of several safe houses of CP9 in the West Sea, emergency contact details, and a small amount of vague information regarding the operational areas of CP0's peripheral personnel. Though not exhaustive, it was akin to a lifeline for Ying, who had just defected and was utterly ignorant of the world government's underground network. At the very least, he could discern which areas to avoid temporarily and which CP0 strongholds he could target in the future. The coin pouch felt heavy in his hands, filled with a substantial sum of berries, sufficient to alleviate his basic living concerns for a considerable period. He carefully stowed the booklet away and tucked the coin pouch into his clothing. Next, he quickly examined the corpses of the other 3 trainees. Regrettably, aside from their standard equipment and a few personal belongings, they possessed nothing of greater value. Ying only took the berries he could find and some easily portable medical supplies and provisions. After completing these tasks, he stood up, his gaze sweeping once more across the town square he had turned into a battlefield. The bodies of innocent victims mingled with those of CP9 members, telling the tale of the brutality under the world government's so-called justice and his defiance. There could be no traces left for the world government to pursue. He walked to the most fiercely burning building, the workshop that had been toppled by the trainee from the storm foot. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his spear into the ground with force. With his hands cradled, the searing energy within him, a fusion of armament haki and the life-restoring vitality, began to compress and condense at an unprecedented rate. Rather than enveloping his body, it focused on the tip of his right index finger. This point seemed to transform into a black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding light and heat. The air around his fingertip began to warp and blur, emanating a disquieting tremor. This was the product of his epiphany while observing Commander Poison Scorpion's final desperate technique, gleaned through Hundredfold Insight. He applied the principle of extreme compression from Meteor Converging Sun to his finger gun technique. This was an ultimate technique uniquely belonging to him, Ying, transcending the conventional finger gun realm of CP9. Finger gun technique, celestial collapse. As the name implies, it condenses power to its utmost limit, exploding at a single point. Its might sufficient to shatter stars. He extended his finger like a gun, targeting the core of the burning ruins, and struck the air. There was no deafening roar, only a piercing sound, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. A thread of energy, condensed to its extreme, as fine as a hair yet as dark as ink, pierced through the void, instantly plunging into the depths of the flames. In the next moment, a resounding rumble erupted as if the earth itself were upheaving. The burning ruins suddenly caved inward, then erupted outward in a more violent manner. This was no ordinary explosion. It was as if the internal structure had been utterly annihilated and dismantled. Bricks, timber, metal, everything was reduced to the finest powder in that instant, mingling with the towering flames, forming a devastating shockwave that swept outwards. Wherever this shockwave passed, be it the still-standing structures or the bodies on the ground, they were all obliterated, erased from existence, along with the bloodstains, footprints, and lingering traces of presence left by the battle. All possible signs of pursuit were annihilated in that moment by this terrifying blow, reminiscent of the collapse of stars. Smoke and dust soared into the sky, resembling a small mushroom cloud rising in the center of the town. Ying withdrew his finger, feeling nearly half of his haki and stamina instantly drained. His complexion paler than before. However, as he gazed upon the area that had been utterly leveled, leaving only a charred pit, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The power of celestial collapse far exceeded his expectations. This would become another formidable trump card alongside Meteor Converging Sun. With the traces erased, this place was no longer safe to linger. He withdrew his spear, casting one last glance at the site that marked the beginning of his awakening and defection. His expression complex, ultimately settling into a resolute calm. The end was also a new beginning. His CP9 career was definitively concluded here. Chapter 20. The Defector. Stepping into the freedom of darkness. The dawn's light peeked over the horizon like a bashful maiden, cautiously revealing a hint of radiance, yet hesitating to dispel the heavy darkness enveloping the sea and ruins. The wind swept in from the ocean, stirring the lingering smoke and ashes above the forgotten town, carrying a complex scent of charred remains, blood, and sea salt that stung the nostrils. Ying stood on a secluded gravel beach at the town's edge, his feet sinking into the cold, damp sand. He was drenched, his coarse clothing clinging to his body, outlining the taut and explosive contours of his muscles. This was the moisture and sweat accumulated while erasing traces and scavenging for supplies. He had just completed a thorough and composed cleansing. It was not merely about defeating his pursuers, but rather about erasing every possible clue that might lead back to him. Utilizing a shovel he had unearthed from the ruins, he dug several deep pits at the forest's edge, far from the battlefield, to bury the bodies of General Scorpion and his 3 students, covering them with earth and fallen leaves, leaving no trace behind. All personal effects, including CP9 standard equipment, identification documents, and anything that could reveal their identities, were gathered and discarded into the depths of the still smoldering ruins at the heart of the town, allowing the flames to consume and deform them, ultimately reducing them to indistinguishable remnants. Having completed this task, he resembled the most seasoned of cleaners, leaving no remnants of the CP9 recruit known as Cloud Shadow. From this moment forth, The boy, once deemed a promising elite in the training camp rankings, had vanished from the world. He was now merely a defector. He retrieved a small booklet, meticulously wrapped in waterproof oilcloth, the most valuable spoils gleaned from General Scorpion. As the morning light grew clearer, he began to peruse its contents once more. The information recorded within, encoded in obscure ciphers and secret languages, was swiftly deciphered and comprehended by his mind, trained through CP9's specialized instruction. Paradise, Ruby Port, District 3, the Nightingale Tavern, a suspected CP0 supply transfer point. Paradise, the Queen of Spring City, St. Popura, the underground black market currents, where CP0 peripheral informants were active. The Navy G, near the 2nd Division's waters, revealed unmarked government secret routes. Each piece of information, like a web in the darkness, outlined segments of the world government's hidden machinations beneath a facade of light. To him, these details represented not just perilous territories to avoid, but rather a reversed hunting map. Especially the scattered intel regarding CP0, though vague, pointed towards entities even more enigmatic and formidable than CP9. An indescribable thrill burgeoned within him, not fear, but a yearning, an aspiration to clash with stronger adversaries. To hone his skills and martial prowess on the precipice of life and death. Was this not the very essence of his defection? The roles of hunter and prey were destined to be exchanged. He murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Sharper than the point of the dark spear he held. He rewrapped the booklet, keeping it close to his person. It was not merely a collection of intelligence, but the cornerstone of his survival, battles, and future challenges to the world government across these vast seas. His gaze turned towards the ocean before him, shrouded in morning mist, its mysteries deepening. The waves relentlessly crashed against the rocky shore, producing an eternal, primordial rhythm. Without a compass, navigation charts, reliable vessels, or even a clearly defined destination, he was left with only a body marred by the recent bloodshed, yet pulsating with extraordinary power. A spear that had accompanied him in his flight from hell, a bloodstained dossier, and a heart unshackled, fervently pursuing ultimate combat and freedom. He approached the makeshift raft he had hastily assembled from debris, wood, and rope found among the ruins, utilizing his CP9 wilderness survival skills and superhuman strength. The raft was small, crudely constructed, appearing somewhat fragile amidst the undulating waves, yet sufficient to bear his weight alone. He placed the spear firmly at the center of the raft before bending down to push it into the sea. The frigid water instantly engulfed his ankles and calves. Inhaling the cold, briny air deeply, he rolled onto the raft, which sank momentarily before rising again, buoyed by the waves, beginning to drift slowly away from the shore. Grasping a rudimentary paddle fashioned from a sharpened stick, he commenced a rhythmic stroke. His movements lacked finesse, even appearing somewhat clumsy, a stark contrast to the elegance he had exhibited while employing the 6 styles. Yet this did not deter him from resolutely pushing the coastline, the burning ruins, and the painful memories of his CP9 life further into the distance. Finally, the sun broke free from the horizon, casting its first golden rays upon the earth and ocean. The light dispelled some of the morning mist, illuminating the sharp contours of Cloud Shadow's profile, as well as the vast, shimmering expanse of water before him. The warm glow enveloped him, banishing the chill of night, seemingly dispelling the last vestiges of gloom from his heart. He ceased paddling, allowing the raft to drift with a steadier current. Turning back, he cast one last glance at the shoreline, now reduced to a mere speck in the morning sun. There was no hatred, nor longing, only the act of brushing away a speck of dust from his garments. The silent monster that had endured, disguised, and quietly amassed power in the training camp was no more. What remained was Cloud Shadow, the defector, spear in hand, poised to unleash a tempest upon these waters. His future was no longer defined by the world government, nor constrained by the rigid confines of CP9. His path would be forged step by step, by the gun in his grasp. The sea breeze grew stronger, tousling his somewhat disheveled black hair and billowing his coarse robe. Standing upon the drifting raft, his figure appeared diminutive against the vast ocean, yet stood tall and resolute, akin to a javelin piercing the surface of the sea. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surging power within. Although his dual haki had only just awakened, it had already taken root and flourished within his perception and flesh. This was not a deliberate mechanism of the system, but a natural process, as instinctual as breathing, occurring continuously, a hundredfold enhancement beyond the ordinary. With each heartbeat, it felt as though he compressed power. With each breath, he seemed to forge his haki. This passive, relentless, and terrifying growth rate was the very foundation of his courage to defect and face all future challenges. Paradise, the Grand Line. He opened his eyes and beheld the legendary sea, rich with myriad phenomena and brimming with powerful beings. Drawing upon his geographical knowledge of the Pirate King world and the scattered hints within the booklet, he understood that to enter the true stage of the Strong, the Grand Line's first half known as Paradise, he must ultimately traverse Reverse Mountain, one of the intersections of the Red Line and the starting point of the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain comprises 5 waterways, arranged in an X shape, with 4 streams flowing in from the seas below and a single exit. The entrances to these 4 waterways lie on the side of the calm belt, and only by navigating the 5th waterway, flowing down from above, could one access the Grand Line. After converging at the mountain's summit, the water would exit through a channel located on the eastern and southern sides, leading directly into the Grand Line. The calm belts flanking the Grand Line, devoid of wind yet teeming with sea kings, made passage for ordinary ships virtually impossible, unless one possessed a special Navy battleship powered by sea prism stone or were a formidable individual like Rayleigh. Thus, the typical route for entering or exiting the Grand Line was through Reverse Mountain. He now drifts with the currents, seemingly guided by an unseen force towards the entrance leading to the upside-down mountain. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with peril. The relentless pursuit of the world government will not cease, and the hunt by CP0 may soon ensue. The formidable powers of the ocean and the capriciousness of nature present an omnipresent trial. A pure and fervent smile graces Ying's face, embodying an anticipation of challenges, a thirst for battle, and a yearning for infinite possibilities. He resolutely tightens his grip on the oar, no longer glancing back, his gaze steadfastly directed towards the rising sun, radiant and golden in the distance. "Let us proceed," he softly declares, as if proclaiming to the sea, or perhaps making a promise to himself. "Let us see how far this ocean can carry my weapon." The raft bears the fledgling renegade and his formidable gun, steadfastly sailing towards the legendary, perilous, and opportunistic expanse of the dark and free sea. Chapter 21. Arrival at the Valley of Demons, Bounty Notice Received. The Grand Line, Paradise Phase. A realm simultaneously blessed by chaos and opportunity. A single-masted sailboat, seized from a hapless pirate crew, barely accommodating 3 to 5 individuals, struggles to navigate the unpredictable currents and gentle breezes of the sea. The vessel, somewhat dilapidated with several rough patches on its sails, appears modest and inconspicuous amidst the flamboyant pirate ships and orderly merchant vessels that populate these waters. Ying stands at the bow, his coarse garments snapping in the ocean breeze. Lacking a nautical chart, he relies solely on his instincts regarding the currents, wind direction, and the hazy sun above to adjust his course. Having departed from the West Blue several days ago and entered this segment of the Grand Line known as Paradise, he has received a vivid education in its extreme climatic variability and peculiar magnetic fields. One moment may present clear skies, while the next could unleash a storm laden with hail. Here, compasses are utterly unreliable. He must depend on the most primal navigation skills and experience. Were it not for the maritime knowledge gleaned from CP9's cultural lessons, along with his acute perception and mastery over his physical limits, a gift of relentless practice, he might have already met a tragic end in these capricious waters. Nonetheless, the sustained tension and adaptation to sudden weather changes have etched a barely perceptible weariness upon his brow. He yearns for land, for information, for supplies, and most importantly, for a clear objective. At last, a dark silhouette emerges on the distant horizon. As the vessel draws nearer, the outline enlarges, revealing the jagged visage of an island. The shoreline offers no customary beaches or ports. Instead, it boasts steep, rugged black cliffs resembling the jagged teeth of a colossal beast. Only a massive sea-eroded cave, seemingly cleaved by some force, forms a natural entrance. Above the cavern's mouth, 2 characters, seemingly carved by sword or blade, read, Valley of Demons. A gust laden with the stench of cheap liquor, sweat, blood, and a hint of decay rushes forth from within, striking his face. An outlaw haven, Ying murmurs to himself, his expression unchanged, yet a flicker of understanding passes through his eyes. Such a place serves as a repository for all things foul, as well as an excellent locale for gathering underground intelligence and finding temporary refuge, provided one possesses the strength to intimidate all lurking specters. He maneuvers the small boat into the cavernous entrance like an agile fish, entering the dimly lit interior where the walls glisten with moss or minerals emitting a ghastly green glow, illuminating a chaotic scene below. A vast, rough-hewn dock, constructed within the natural cave, supports a variety of vessels, from pirate ships flying skull flags to unmarked boats. The unloading of cargo is handled not by workers, but by groups of menacing thugs armed with knives and guns. Shouts, haggling, and the occasional crack of gunfire create an eternal backdrop of sound. Ying secures his small boat in an inconspicuous corner, retrieves a long spear, wrapped in cloth for concealment, and leaps onto the dock. His arrival attracts little attention. In the Valley of Demons, new fugitives flood in daily, while unfortunate souls are forever consigned to the depths below. He seeks information, and taverns are typically the most chaotic yet accessible places to obtain it. Ascending the damp, urine-scented stone steps, he enters the heart of the Valley of Demons. The town is nearly embedded within the mountain, its buildings crooked and dimly lit. The streets are rife with drunken pirates, shifty smugglers, and women clad in revealing attire, yet bearing equally fierce gazes. He pushes open a tavern door, crudely fashioned from warped wood and adorned with the words blood and rum, and is instantly enveloped by an even more pungent aroma. The cacophony of voices nearly threatens to topple the low ceiling. Approaching the bar, he tosses down a few coins salvaged from previous spoils. A drink, anything will suffice. His voice, though soft, possesses a peculiar resonance that momentarily halts the actions of the scarred bartender polishing a glass. The bartender lifts his gaze, his murky eyes assessing Ying, particularly the long object swathed in cloth behind him. Without uttering a word, he pours a glass of murky, acrid rum and slides it towards him. Ying raises the glass but refrains from drinking, leaning against the bar as his gaze seemingly drifts across the tavern. His observation haki spreads like invisible threads, quietly ensnaring every fragment of information that flows through the air. Have you heard? The Great Axe pirates were taken down by the Navy at the next island. There's a batch of arms available on the black market, and the prices are decent. CP9. Rumor has it there's a remarkable defector among them. As the words CP9 defector faintly reach his ears, Ying's eyes narrow slightly. Just then, the tavern door bursts open, and a man, garbed in attire reminiscent of a newsbird, yet exuding a more unsavory demeanor, rushes in, brandishing a stack of fresh papers and shouting, "Extra! Extra! The world government's latest bounty notice. Hot off the press. A major scoop. Former CP9 member has defected, causing a stir at headquarters." The tavern falls momentarily silent before erupting into a greater clamor. Many patrons surge towards the messenger, clamoring for the latest bounty notice. For the inhabitants of these lawless territories, bounty notices are not merely lists of wanted individuals. They serve as crucial indicators of a person's danger level and worth. A crumpled bounty notice, snatched and passed among the throng, flutters through the air and lands squarely on the bar in front of Ying. He lowers his gaze. The bounty notice bears his slightly youthful, yet piercingly cold image, evidently a file photograph taken during his time at the CP9 training camp. Beneath the image, a prominent line reads, "Extreme Martial Gun Ying. Life or death, indifferent. Bounty, 180 million berries." 180 million. What a joke. A mere CP9 rookie who just defected? This must be a mistake. How many new ships could this purchase? In the tavern, a cacophony of incredulous gasps and greedy intakes of breath erupted. 180 million berries. In the first half of the Grand Line's paradise, this sum was undeniably a fortune capable of driving any pirate or villain into a frenzy. Many captains, seasoned by years of combat at sea, could scarcely hope to amass such a bounty. Instantly, countless gazes converged like sharks sensing blood, all fixated on the solitary figure at the bar, a young man, immersed in his drink. In their eyes, unbridled avarice, malice, and a palpable thirst for bloodlust shimmered. The image and the reality began to align. Ying appeared oblivious to the suddenly perilous atmosphere encircling him as he raised his glass of inferior rum and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, igniting a momentary sting, yet a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. He gently set down his glass, his fingers brushing over his likeness on the wanted poster, as if confirming something. 180 million, he whispered, the number devoid of any discernible emotion. Then, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes, deep and fathomless like an ancient well, met the predatory stares that regarded him as a moving treasure. The exchange of glances froze the air, and a tangible aura of hostility began to permeate the space. It seems, Ying's voice was low yet resonated with an unnerving calm that pierced through the din. "But the appetizer has been served to me on a silver platter." Chapter 22. The Blood-Soaked Tavern. The hunt begins. Clang. A hulking pirate, intoxicated and as massive as a bear, abruptly smashed his wooden cup against the ground, the shattering sound echoing ominously in the abruptly silent tavern. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, his jowls quivering with greed as his gaze fixated hungrily on Ying. You there? Are you the trader of CP9 worth 180 million? If you know what's good for you, come along quietly, and perhaps you'll suffer less. Before he could finish, the other ruffians, unable to contain their own impatience, erupted into a frenzy. Black Bear, do you intend to keep it all for yourself? Let's all go at him. Whoever gets to him first claims the prize. Kill him. Take his head for the bounty. The sounds of unsheathing blades and the clicking of firearms filled the air, creating an unsettling camaraderie among the chaos. More than 30 vicious pirates, rogues, and assassins encircled Ying like wolves closing in on their prey, cornering him in the small space behind the bar. The bartender had long since crouched beneath the counter, trembling in fear. Other patrons, irrelevant to the unfolding drama, retreated to the walls, equally terrified and exhilarated by the impending slaughter. Ying remained propped against the bar, his posture unchanged. He regarded the horde, intoxicated by their desires, with indifference, as if observing a swarm of buzzing flies. You all, he began softly, yet his voice carried a strange penetrating quality that silenced the clamor. Are you worthy? These words, like sparks igniting oil, instantly unleashed a tempest of rage among the mob. Kill him. Someone's cry pierced the air, and the assault erupted. The first wave of pirates wielding machetes charged forward, their gleaming blades reflecting their grotesque faces. Yet, before their weapons could descend, Ying's figure vanished like a specter from the spot. Paper drawing, martial body, mirage, and moonlight. His body seemed to defy gravity, gliding effortlessly through the gaps of the descending blades with an almost balletic grace, exuding an artistic brutality. One pirate, bewildered, blinked as his target vanished, only to feel a coldness at his throat. Instinctively clutching his neck, warm liquid gushed through his fingers. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Ying, who had appeared beside him without notice, slowly collapsing to the ground. A droplet of blood slid silently from Ying's fingertip. Behind you. It's a finger gun. Another pirate screamed in terror, swinging his blade backward. Ying did not even glance, relying on the sound to determine the threat, bending his body in a serpentine manner, the blade narrowly grazing his nose. Simultaneously, his right foot struck upward like a scorpion's tail. Raging gale foot, a finely honed, thread-like wave of pale blue vacuum, slash erupted from his toe, silently severing the pirate's arm wielding the sword, and continuing on to slice through the liquor cabinet and wall behind him, creating a smooth cleft. Ah, my hand. The anguished screams echoed. But this was merely the beginning. Ying transformed into a whirlwind of death. No longer confined to the spot, he initiated the assault. Soru. His figure flickered, appearing before a sniper poised to fire. In the sniper's widening eyes, Ying's finger gun was unleashed first, shattering the firearm and piercing through his forehead. He pivoted, sidestepping a swinging mace that whistled ominously through the air, obliterating a portion of the bar. Yet Ying's hand struck with surgical precision against the neck of the muscle-bound man swinging the mace, the sound of bone fracturing a visceral reminder of the brutality. He did not even draw the long spear from his back. Employing only the instincts of the six powers, he orchestrated a one-sided slaughter within the confined space. Every motion he made was succinct, efficient, devoid of any superfluous action. His finger guns found their mark, with throats pierced or hearts shattered. His gale foot cleaved through both flesh and obstacles with ease. The imperishable golden body of iron would occasionally flicker with a faint glow, resiliently breaking the blades that came crashing down. The art of mirage and moonlight allowed him to evade every attack, as if toying with a troupe of clumsy marionettes. Blood splattered against the taverness walls, floor, and ceiling like cheap red paint. Limbs and torsos flew in all directions, the cacophony of screams, the cracking of bones, and the clatter of falling weapons filling the air. The once thrilled onlookers, hoping to benefit from the chaos, were now engulfed by an overwhelming terror. They watched the young man weaving through the crowd, a veritable embodiment of death, reaping lives in unfathomable ways. Feeling a chill that surged from their toes to the crown of their heads. This was not a hunt. It was a massacre. It was annihilation. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, when Ying's figure reappeared like a ghost, still leaning against the bar, as if he had never moved, the tavern was transformed. He stood alone amidst a sea of fallen bodies. The ground lay littered with carnage, blood pooling into small streams that coursed along the floor's seams. The acrid scent of blood nearly overpowered the stench of alcohol, inducing nausea. Ying frowned slightly, seemingly displeased by the heavy aroma. He picked up a relatively clean cloth that had initially served as a coaster and methodically wiped the congealing blood from his fingertips with an elegant grace that starkly contrasted the hellish scene surrounding him. He lifted his gaze, scanning the trembling survivors cowering in the corners, too afraid to even draw a breath. Anyone who fell under his gaze could not help but lower their heads in terror or shrink back hastily, fearful of attracting the attention of this deity of death. Ying paid them no heed. He discarded the blood-stained cloth and sauntered towards the tavern's entrance. Sunlight filtered through the crevice of the door, illuminating the bloodied path ahead of him. He pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped outside, completely severing ties with the carnage and silence that lingered behind him. On the street, those who had rushed over, drawn by the commotion, were struck by the gruesome scene within the tavern and the sight of Ying emerging unscathed. Fear gripped them, and they fled in a panic, scrambling to escape. Standing in the dimly lit streets of Magic Valley Town, Ying gazed upward at the sky, which was sliced into a narrow line by the towering cliffs. The sunlight could not wholly dispel the gloom here, just as bloodshed could never entirely cleanse the world's impurities. Yet, he was indifferent to it all. He flexed his wrist, feeling the heightened vitality coursing through him, a result of the brief skirmish, which seemed to have coalesced into a whisper of power. Then, he murmured to the town steeped in sin and chaos, as well as to the vast expanse of the Grand Line, as if proclaiming a foregone conclusion. The hunt has begun. His figure melded into the shadows of Magic Valley Town, akin to a top-tier predator, vanishing into the hunting grounds. The name of the extreme martial gun would surely spread with astonishing speed, accompanied by the sanguinary rumors of the tavern, quietly infiltrating this paradise. Chapter 23, Reverse Tracking. Locking onto CP0. The clamor and bloodshed of Magic Valley Town clung to him like the bloodstains stuck to the soles of his shoes, which Ying resolutely cast aside. He did not linger long in that chaotic den. The refuse there did not merit his time and could not provide him with what he truly sought, the precise coordinates of the hidden powers of the world government. In a natural cave concealed deep within the dense mangrove forest, far removed from the town's clamor, Ying took refuge. The cave was damp, permeated by the scent of decaying vegetation and briny seawater, yet for one accustomed to the harsh conditions of CP9's training camp, it was a rare sanctuary. The flickering campfire cast shadows on his chiseled profile. He retrieved the oilcloth bundle he kept close, carefully unfurling it to reveal a booklet from Commander Scorpion, containing codes and ciphers. In the firelight, his gaze was focused and keen, akin to an explorer deciphering a treasure map. His fingers glided over the coarse pages, cross-referencing the fragmented, encrypted symbols and lines with the vast knowledge stored in his mind from CP9's training regarding the layout, personnel configurations, and communication ciphers of world government strongholds. This was an exceedingly taxing mental exercise, much like piecing together a fragmented map amidst a fog. Yet, Ying found joy in it. This was not merely about gathering intelligence, but also a silent intellectual duel with his former employer. Each successful decryption felt as though it pried open a minuscule fissure in the seemingly impenetrable veil of the world government. Time slipped away in silence, accompanied only by the crackling of the fire and the eternal rhythm of waves lapping at the shore. Suddenly, his fingers paused on one page. His gaze fixated on a seemingly arbitrary string of latitude and longitude numbers alongside a codename written in cipher: Nightingale. Ruby Port, District 3, Nightingale Tavern. Suspected CP0 supply transfer point. Alert level, Beta, 2. Ying recalled the maritime chart in his mind. It was a thriving port famous for a type of brilliantly colored gemstone, situated in the earlier half of the Grand Line. From the waters of Magic Valley Town, with the assistance of specific currents and navigational markers, it would take approximately 3 to 5 days of sailing. The Beta 2 alert level indicated that the CP0 presence here would not be too formidable. Yet it undoubtedly possessed the capability for immediate reinforcements. A perfect target. It would not be a den of tigers like headquarters. Yet it would ensure the quality of the prey, allowing him to make his mark and gather more information about CP0. This is it, Ying mused quietly, a glimmer of cold excitement flashing in his eyes. The days of passive evasion would come to an end. From now on, he would redefine the roles of hunter and prey. He wasted no time and departed from the mangrove cave that very night. Days at sea followed, enduring the elements. He absorbed the myriad experiences brought by the Grand Line's capricious climate like a greedy sponge. Each confrontation with tempests and every adjustment in complex currents honed his body and senses, enhancing his coordination and acuity in the struggle against nature. The incessant, profound effects of this experience forged him into tempered steel, gradually polishing his latent brilliance. On the fifth evening, a dazzling array of lights, resembling a grand port embedded in azure satin, emerged on the horizon. That was Ruby Port. Ying did not directly enter the port, but stopped at an uninhabited rocky outcrop nearby. He blended into the shadows of the rocks, scanning the busy scene before him. The port was bustling with masts and sails, merchant ships, passenger vessels, and even naval vessels flying their flags. His gaze pierced beyond the surface glamour. Like the most seasoned hunter, searching for clues hidden beneath the surface of prosperity. Guided by the booklet's hints and CP9's knowledge of strategic locations, he quickly pinpointed a relatively old cluster of buildings in District 3 of the port. This area was close to the dock warehouses, characterized by a complex flow of people, making it ideal for concealment and material transfer. As dusk descended, the port's lights flickered to life, outlining the city's silhouette. Ying slipped into the port like a specter, evading the main streets and patrols, silently weaving through the shadows of the buildings. His observation Haki expanded like an invisible radar, quietly radiating from him, capturing every breath of air and every unusual energy fluctuation. Ultimately, he came to a halt at the end of a narrow alley. Ahead stood a rather dilapidated three-story stone building, its sign faded and inscribed with the words, Nightingale Tavern. The tavern's exterior was unremarkable, even somewhat run down, with windows thickly coated in dust, as if business were slow. Yet Ying's observation Haki keenly perceived that within and around the tavern, there were no fewer than 10 distinct presences. These auras were steady and restrained, exuding a trained coldness that starkly contrasted with the raucous sailors and merchants of the port. Particularly around a seemingly ordinary warehouse in the tavern's backyard, the atmosphere was thick with vigilance, indicating at least 2 pairs of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. Indeed, it was here. A cold smile crept across Ying's lips. He did not approach recklessly. Instead, he stealthily ascended to the roof of a nearby abandoned warehouse like a gecko, perfectly concealing himself in the shadows and the angle of the water tower. From this vantage point, he could clearly survey the entire Nightingale Tavern and its backyard. He lay still like a stone statue, his breath becoming elongated and subtle, nearly merging with the night breeze. His observation Haki was heightened to its utmost, finely attuned to the energy flow within the tavern, the patterns of personnel movement, the intervals between shift changes, and the subtle fluctuations that might emanate from concealed alarm mechanisms. Time ticks away, and the stars in the night sky become increasingly numerous. Within Cloud Shadow's mind, a three-dimensional map of the defensive system surrounding this stronghold is rapidly taking shape and being refined. The distribution, strength, and potential locations of secret chambers, as well as the optimal routes for infiltration and exfiltration, are all meticulously annotated. A bold and precise reverse hunting plan, as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, gradually crystallizes in his mind, which bears the wisdom of a martial arts master and the calmness of a CP9 operative. He moistens his parched lips, and rather than displaying any signs of tension, a fervent battle spirit ignites in his eyes. Are you ready? He silently inquires of the seemingly tranquil, yet treacherous tavern below. Chapter 24. Moonlit Raid, a glimmer of cold light. At the stroke of midnight, all is silent. Even the port, known for its ceaseless clamor, seems to be diluted by the dense night, leaving only the distant waves lulling with their relentless lullaby. In District 3 of Rubyport, most buildings have succumbed to slumber, with only a few casinos and taverns persistently open through the night, casting dim and ambiguous lights. In the courtyard of the Nightingale Tavern, a towering warehouse stands like a silent giant beneath the cool moonlight. 2 plainclothes CP0 perimeter guards, sharp-eyed as hawks, remain vigilantly stationed on either side of the heavy ironwood door. The guard in the light appears to lean lazily against the doorframe, arms crossed. Yet his ears are attuned to catch any unusual sounds. The guard in the shadows has completely merged with the darkness beside the warehouse, like a coiled viper. They are oblivious to the fact that they have already been targeted, unaware that the hunter has poised his blade above them. On the rooftop of the abandoned warehouse, Cloud Shadow slowly opens his eyes. The long hours of concealment have not dulled his senses. Rather, he feels as taut as a bowstring, brimming with latent energy. He gently flexes his fingers, producing an almost inaudible crack. The moment has arrived. The guard in the light seems to sense a chill at the nape of his neck and instinctively turns his head. However, as his head pivots just slightly, his movement is forever halted. A glimmer of cold light, as if traversing the distance of space, silently descends from the shadows atop the opposite warehouse. There is no sound of breaking air, no energy fluctuations, only sheer speed and precision. Meteor Piercing the Sun. Aerial version. Cloud Shadow aligns his fingers like a gun, merging the penetrating power of his finger gun with the explosive force of Meteor Piercing the Sun, condensing it at his fingertips and launching it from a distance. A thread-thin yet indomitable force, as if a sigh from the Grim Reaper, instantly crosses dozens of meters, accurately embedding itself into the temple of the guard in the light. The guard's body shudders slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, before his vitality swiftly dims, and he collapses to the ground without a sound. Almost simultaneously, Cloud Shadow's figure drifts down from the rooftop like a willow catkin caught in the wind. He lands soundlessly, leaving no trace of disturbance. He does not glance at the fallen guard, but instead locks his gaze on the hidden guard in the shadows. The concealed guard, clearly sensing something amiss with his comrade, feels an alarm ringing in his mind and is about to raise the alarm and investigate. Yet, as he peeks out from the shadows, he finds a ghostly figure suddenly materializing before him, so close that he can even see the frigid indifference in the other's eyes. The concealed guard's pupils dilate. His mouth opens to call out, while his hand instinctively reaches for his weapon at his waist. Alas, it is too late. Cloud Shadow's fingertip, like a searing brand, strikes gently at his throat. Crack. A faint sound, almost imperceptible. The guard's cry is brutally stifled in his throat. His eyes bulge wide, his face contorted with sheer terror and disbelief, and his body collapses as though all the bones had been extracted. Cloud Shadow does not spare a glance at the second corpse. His movements flow like water, seamless and unbroken. Approaching the heavy ironwood door of the warehouse, he extends his fingers, the armament color of his haki naturally enveloping them, revealing a faint metallic sheen. He refrains from forcing the lock. Such an action might trigger hidden alarms. His fingers, like the most dexterous probes, glide along the door seam, his observation haki penetrating within to sense the intricate structure of the lock and the fine metallic wires connecting to the alarm system. After a brief moment, he exerts a subtle force with the tip of his finger, as if it possesses life, maneuvering around the alarm wires and deftly manipulating several critical pins within the lock. Click. A nearly inaudible sound. The lock quietly disengages. Cloud Shadow gently pushes open a narrow gap, slipping inside with the grace of a swimming fish, then silently closes the door behind him. The interior of the warehouse is quite spacious, filled with numerous wooden crates and shelves, and the air is tinged with the faint scent of machine oil, dust, and some peculiar herbs. A few dimly lit long-lasting lamps provide limited illumination, casting large patches of shadow. Cloud Shadow feels as if he has returned to the water. His mirror flower, water moon, technique reaches its pinnacle at this moment. His figure flickers between shelves and shadows, and with each appearance, a hidden guard silently succumbs to the inevitable, whether pierced through the heart by a finger gun, or having their carotid artery severed by a precise knife hand, or struck at a vital point by an invisible finger strike. He seamlessly blends the infiltration and assassination techniques learned from CP9 with his extraordinary perception, speed, and control. The entire process is quiet, efficient, akin to a silent dance of death. The perimeter guards vanish as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving not a single ripple. Within 5 minutes, all 7 hidden guards and patrol personnel surrounding the warehouse have been entirely neutralized. Cloud Shadow stands before a heavy iron door leading to the core area of the warehouse. This door is evidently more robust, equipped with a complex mechanical lock and what appears to be a telephone bug alarm system. He knows that this is where the truly important supplies are stored, and where CP0 members may be stationed. Without a moment's hesitation, he extends his fingers once more, preparing to replicate his previous success. However, just as his fingertips are about to make contact with the lock buzz, a surge of intense danger washes over him like icy water. His observation haki screams a warning. With scarcely any time for thought, his body instinctively reacts. Mirror flower, water moon, activates, his form dissipating like foam. Boom. The position he had just occupied is violently obliterated as the heavy iron door, along with a substantial portion of the surrounding wall, is blasted open by an overwhelming force from within. Fragments of stone and metal fly outward like a torrential downpour. Amidst the swirling dust, 3 figures clad in white CP0 uniforms and adorned with various eerie masks emerge, akin to vengeful spirits stepping forth from hell, exuding a cold, murderous intent. The foremost figure, tall and imposing, wields a dense armament color haki enveloping his hands. The earlier cataclysmic strike clearly originated from him. The gazes of the 3, sharp as tangible blades, instantly fixate upon Cloud Shadow, who has just regained his footing amidst the chaos. In that moment, the air becomes thick with tension. The hunter has finally garnered the attention of the true prey. As Ying gazed upon the 3 CP0 members before him, their presence exuding an aura far surpassing that of all his previous adversaries, he felt not a trace of fear. Rather, a fervent and exhilarating battle spirit ignited within his eyes. He gently brushed the dust from his garment, and with unwavering steadiness, raised the dark long spear in his hand. Its tip aimed directly at the trio. At last, he spoke softly, shattering the suffocating silence. At last, a worthy opponent. Chapter 25. The Emergence of the Sixth Style. The entrance to the core area of the warehouse, along with portions of its walls, was reduced to dust, the air thick with swirling smoke. Three figures clad in pure white uniforms, their faces obscured by masks, stood in a triangular formation. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the shattered space, obliterating the tranquility brought by the earlier assassination. The foremost figure, towering above the rest, bore a mask adorned with simple red patterns. He was known as Iron Wall. His fists were cloaked in a powerful coating of haki, emanating a palpable intensity. The earlier violent blow that had smashed the door, or rather, the wall, had originated from him. To his left stood a compact individual, codenamed Shadow Stab, whose fingertips glimmered with a chilling light, his aura sharp. To the right, a more ephemeral presence, codenamed Galeblade, was slightly crouched, clearly a master of the Gale Foot technique. Their gazes pierced through the haze, locking firmly onto Ying. Despite his current attire of coarse fabric, slightly altered from his CP9 days, his distinctive aura and the long spear wrapped in cloth behind him were enough for these seasoned agents to instantly recognize his identity. The audacious traitor of CP9, worth a staggering 180 million. How bold of you to come to us. Iron Wall's voice emanated through his mask, carrying a metallic rasp laced with offended fury. It seems you wish for a swifter demise. Before his words could fully dissipate, the three launched their attack in perfect unison. Chafe. The three white figures vanished like phantoms, appearing from three distinct angles to strike at Ying. Iron Wall, positioned centrally, unleashed a straightforward yet terrifyingly powerful punch, enveloped in haki, akin to a cannonball, aimed squarely at Ying's face. The wind from his punch compressed the air, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Shadow Stab approached from the left, his index and middle fingers aligned. The haki on his fingertips hardened, resembling two poisoned daggers, targeting Ying's eyes and temples with blinding speed. Meanwhile, Galeblade swept in from the right, his legs blurring, launching three intersecting, tangible pale blue vacuum slashes, effectively sealing off all of Ying's potential escape routes. A combined assault, a quintessential CP series tactical maneuver, balancing power, speed, and range. Their cooperation was ruthless and merciless. Had it been Ying from months prior, facing such an onslaught, even with his superior strength, he would have floundered, unable to escape unscathed. Yet now, Ying was no longer the naive youth of the past. In the face of an assault potent enough to instantaneously eliminate a Navy officer, his gaze remained unflinching, imbued with a calm anticipation. Within the realm of his observation haki, the trajectories of the three attackers, the intensity of their power, and even the subtle flow of energy were as clear as the patterns on his palm. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping forward to meet Iron Wall's formidable punch head-on. Iron body, unyielding gold, without any visible muscle tension, devoid of a grayish sheen. Only a layer of exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible dark golden light flickered beneath his skin. He did not flinch or evade, allowing Iron Wall's haki-imbued fist to collide squarely against his chest. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, as a tempestuous wave of energy surged outward from the two, lifting the dust and debris from the ground. Iron Wall's pupils dilated in shock. He felt as though his fist, capable of shattering iron fortresses, had struck an ancient mountain, eternal and indomitable. The recoil sent tingles through his wrist, and an ache coursed through his knuckles. Yet Ying merely swayed slightly, his footing unwavering, not retreating an inch. The fabric of his chest was torn, revealing skin beneath that remained entirely unscathed, not even bearing a red mark. What? He withstood Iron Wall's haki-infused punch. What manner of resilience is this? Shadow Stab and Galeblade's attacks were already upon him, yet within their hearts, a tempest of astonishment surged. In that fleeting moment, when past strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise, Ying made his move. His body seemed to shed all weight, akin to willow fluff blown by the wind, executing an exquisitely precise evasion that defied the laws of physics. Paper drawing martial body, mirage, and moonlight. Shadow Stab's lethal fingers grazed past Ying's temple, the wind from his strike sharp, yet only piercing a mere illusion. Galeblade's three slashing vacuum waves, intended to seal his escape, met only empty air, howling toward the wall behind Ying, which bore deep gashes from their impact. Both of their attacks fell short. Yet Ying's counterstrike was akin to venomous fangs lurking beneath the moonlight, striking silently. He sidestepped Shadow Stab's thrusting fingers, his own fingers poised like a sword, launching a preemptive strike toward the exposed gap beneath Shadow Stab's ribs, revealed by the failure of his attack. In an instant, Haki enveloped his fingertips, dark as ink. The essence of the finger gun, Star Collapse, a manifestation of its prototype, yet restrained in power, not executed with full force, yet still imbued with the intent to pierce as if stars were shattering. Shadow Stab's eyes widened in horror as he hastily attempted to alter his stance to block. But it was too late. Thud! A soft sound akin to leather being punctured resonated. Shadow Stab felt a sharp, unparalleled force, merging physical penetration with internal shock. Surged through him. He let out a muffled groan, his body propelled backward as if struck by a speeding train, crashing heavily against a distant shelf. The sound of splintering wooden crates echoing, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. One strike, one incapacitated foe. Ying's movements were relentless. Even as the force of his strike against Shadow Stab began to dissipate, he propelled himself forward. Moon Step, the 8th step to chase the cicada. Not a vertical ascent of the Moon Step, but an exquisite blend of the explosive force of Shave and the aerial maneuverability of the Moon Step. His figure left behind a series of indistinguishable afterimages, as if traversing invisible stairs, instantly circumventing Iron Wall, who was momentarily stunned, and appearing beside Galeblade, who had just returned from his attack, caught in a brief moment of vulnerability. Galeblade looked up in shock, only to behold Ying's cold, merciless gaze, and a foot, cloaked in Haki, swiftly magnifying in his vision. Gale Foot, Falling Star, a downward strike based on the Gale Foot principle. The air around the edges of his foot compressed and ionized, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Galeblade barely had time to cross his arms defensively above his head, hastily enveloping himself in Haki. Boom! Like a meteor crashing to earth. The ferocious force descended. The ground beneath Galeblade cracked under the immense pressure, and he was driven down to one knee, pain akin to shattered bones coursing through his arms. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he could not restrain a spurt of blood, staining his white mask and the fabric of his chest. In the blink of an eye, their encirclement was shattered. One grievously wounded, one injured. The shadow of Ying floated gently back to the ground, standing in stark contrast to the only remaining intact iron wall. His breathing was steady, as if the earlier tumultuous and thunderous counterattack had merely been a casual stretch of his limbs. The iron wall remained rooted in place, its face concealed behind a mask, filled with disbelief and horror. He glanced at the fallen Shadow Spike and the half-kneeling, blood-coughing Stormblade, then turned to the unharmed, composed Ying, whose presence loomed like a mountain. An absurd and chilling thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. Your 6 styles. The voice of the iron wall trembled slightly, unbeknownst to him, as he fixed his gaze on Ying. The power of the finger gun, the defense of iron blocks, the evasion of paper drawings, the mobility of moon steps. Why was there no rigidity at all? This was impossible. The 6 styles, cultivated by CP9 and even CP0, pursued the pinnacle of attack and defense, yet they were invariably accompanied by subtle pauses during the transition of techniques. This was an ironclad law. It was an inherent flaw in human force. They had undergone countless trials to reduce this rigidity to its utmost limit, but it could never be completely eradicated. Yet before him, Ying wielded the 6 styles with an effortless grace. The transitions of offense and defense flowed like water, as if those fatal moments of rigidity had never existed. This utterly upended his understanding of the 6 styles. Ying slowly raised his hand, a wisp of almost invisible black Haki swirling at his fingertips like smoke. He regarded the iron wall with a detached gaze, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Because the path I tread is no longer the flawed, old road you walk. My way is called Extreme Intent 6 Styles. As the words fell, the aura surrounding him seemed to merge with the very essence of the space, flawless and unassailable. The heart of the iron wall sank completely. He realized that today, he was not confronting a mere iron plate, but an insurmountable iceberg. Chapter 26. Crushing Finale. A name begins to spread. Extreme Intent 6 Styles. The iron wall mulled over these 4 words, his countenance beneath the mask growing exceedingly grim. Arrogance. This was a desecration of a killing technique that had been passed down for countless years by the world government. Yet, paradoxically, the opponent had incontrovertibly demonstrated the weight of the term extreme intent through undeniable might. There was no room for leniency. He must exert his utmost strength, even at any cost. Stormblade, can you still move? The iron wall growled. The half-kneeling Stormblade forcibly suppressed the tumult of his blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and struggled to rise, his eyes turning wild and resolute. I can. Meanwhile, Shadow Spike managed to crawl out from the rubble. Despite his ribs screaming in pain and his movements distorted, he still assumed a battle stance. The dignity of CP0 would not allow them to retreat at this moment. Kill. The iron wall ceased his chatter, muscles tensed, and without reservation gathered the remaining armed Haki into his fists, charging at Ying like a frenzied rhinoceros once more. This time, his punch bore an even heavier weight. Imbued with a sense of mutual destruction, Stormblade, gritting through the agonizing pain in his arms, transformed his legs into fleeting shadows, abandoning the pursuit of refined strikes. Instead, unleashing a barrage of vacuum waves like a tempest, attempting to disrupt Ying's movements. Shadow Spike, akin to a venomous serpent concealed within a storm, took a deep breath and utilized the shave to weave through the gaps of the sweeping vacuum waves, searching for that elusive opportunity for a lethal strike. A desperate struggle. Yet, Ying's gaze remained calm. Faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, the advantages of numbers and the fervor of resolve appeared woefully inadequate. His observation Haki functioned like the most precise instrument, instantly analyzing the weakest link in the trio's assault, the heavily injured Shadow Spike, whose speed had drastically diminished. In the face of the iron wall's heavy punches and Stormblade's indiscriminate cover strikes, Ying activated 8 steps to chase the cicada once more. His figure shot skyward like a specter, not rising in a straight line, but tracing a bizarre zigzag trajectory through the dense vacuum waves, casually gliding past every attack as if they were mere whispers. In the next moment, he descended like a predatory falcon, his target locked onto the Shadow Spike, who attempted to maneuver closer. Shadow Spike sensed a malevolent wind rushing from above, the shadow of death enveloping him instantly. He looked up in terror, intending to execute the paper drawing evasion, but the excruciating pain in his ribs delayed his movement fatally. Ying's fingertips gathered a pitch-black radiance once more. It was still finger gun, star collapse. But this time, he held nothing back. No. Shadow Spike screamed in despair. The finger strike pierced through his skull. Puffed. Like a watermelon bursting apart, Shadow Spike's head jerked back. The mask and the skull beneath shattered as if struck by a heavy hammer, exploding in an instant. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, and the headless corpse wobbled before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Instant kill. Shadow Spike. Stormblade's eyes widened in rage and grief, his assault faltering, and Ying, harnessing the momentum of his descent, swung his long leg like a war axe. The gale foot cleaved through the air. A massive vacuum slash, honed to the sharpness of a giant axe blade, tore through the atmosphere with a piercing howl, ruthlessly aimed at Stormblade, who had lost focus due to the death of his comrade. Stormblade, in a panic, unleashed all his strength to kick out his gale foot in a futile attempt to counter. Boom. His gale foot shattered like paper before Ying's furious strike. Instantaneously crushed, the massive vacuum slash swept past his body without hindrance. Stormblade froze in motion, looking down at the smooth line of blood that stretched from his left shoulder to his right hip. In the next instant, his upper body began to slide down along the bloodline, his innards and blood spilling across the ground. The two halves of his corpse thudded as they hit the floor. In the blink of an eye, only the iron wall remained of the 3 CP0 members. The iron wall gazed at the warehouse, now transformed into a scene of carnage. Observing the tragic fates of his companions, a bone-chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Fear, like icy tendrils, instantly coiled around his heart. A monster. This was a true monster. What CP9 traitor? This was no more than an ancient beast clad in human form. Flee. He must escape. Get the information out. This thought burgeoned wildly in his mind like a weed. He abruptly turned, abandoning the attack, pouring all his strength into his legs as he executed the shave, sprinting madly toward the gaping hole blasted open in the warehouse. What mission, what dignity, paled in comparison to the face of death. Thinking of escaping? Ying's icy voice echoed behind him like a death knell. Ying's figure appeared behind the iron wall as if teleporting, his speed surpassing that by leaps and bounds. The iron wall felt the palpable intent to kill at his back, despair and madness surging within him simultaneously. He spun around abruptly, abandoning defense, his hands lunging toward Ying, his face twisted beneath the mask as he roared, "Let's die together." From within his body, an extremely unstable, destructive energy erupted suddenly. He was prepared to detonate his own life energy, dragging Ying down with him. However, it was too slow. Ying's voice remained flat, as if stating an undeniable fact. at the very moment the unstable energy was about to reach its peak. At the instant when the boundary between life and death was forcibly blurred by the Iron Wall himself, Ying's hands transformed into a myriad of afterimages. Finger gun, 100 strikes. An ultra-fast barrage based on the principles of the finger gun. It is not an esoteric art, but rather the ultimate application of thrusting power through the fingertips, erupting in an instant with a barrage of piercing strikes numbering in the hundreds. Each finger is imbued with penetrating force, cloaked in the armor of Haki, akin to hundreds of searing steel needles. Unleashed with a velocity that transcends the human eye's ability to perceive, relentlessly bombarding the body of the Iron Wall, poised for self-detonation. The sound of piercing strikes erupts in rapid succession, akin to a tempest battering banana leaves. The cacophony of piercing noises, so densely packed it sends shivers down the spine, melds into a long, terrifying tearing sound. The Iron Wall's body, which attempted to self-destruct, is ravaged by this precise and ferocious assault of countless thrusts, akin to a sandcastle being assailed by a multitude of high-pressure water jets, instantly rendered riddled with holes. The destructive energy within him, which had just begun to coalesce and was not yet fully formed, is abruptly disrupted and scattered by this external, violently physical onslaught. The wild force spirals out of control within him, flitting chaotically like a headless fly, unable to establish a coherent chain reaction. His outstretched arm towards Cloud Shadow falls limply. The momentum of his charge comes to a sudden halt. His body convulses violently, blood gushing from innumerable tiny punctures, creating a ghastly mist of crimson. He opens his mouth, his eyes bulging beneath the mask, filled with abject terror, despair, and confusion over the incomprehensible speed of the assault. Ultimately, he can only emit a gasping sound before crashing to the ground, breathless. His attempt at self-detonation, along with his final frenzy, is thoroughly extinguished in its infancy by Cloud Shadow, who strikes with even greater speed and force. The battle has come to a definitive end. In the core area of the warehouse, an eerie silence prevails, broken only by the occasional crackle of flames licking at the wood. For CP0 members lie sprawled on the ground in various brutal positions, blood pooling into small streams, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Cloud Shadow slowly retracts his hands, the blood dripping from his fingertips pooling at his feet. His complexion is slightly pale, the continuous high-intensity combat, especially the final explosive moment of 100 piercing thrusts, having taken a toll on him. Yet, his breathing remains steady, his gaze as unyielding as ancient ice. Sweeping over the battlefield without a hint of turmoil, he approaches the bodies of the Iron Wall and the other two official members, commencing a swift search. Aside from a greater quantity of berries and some standardized equipment, he discovers a secure, shell-like communication snail on the Iron Wall, as well as a more detailed encrypted document regarding CP0's personnel configuration and strongholds in certain areas of the Paradise, more comprehensive than what he received from the Scorpion. These are invaluable pieces of intelligence. He collects all items of value and proceeds to a corner of the warehouse, where flammable materials and barrels of lamp oil are piled high. Without hesitation, he seizes a barrel and douses the corpses, shelves, and any items that might harbor remnants of evidence with the pungent lamp oil. Having completed this task, he strides towards the gaping hole in the warehouse created by brute force, casting one last glance at the deathbed he has wrought. A spark forms at his fingertips, generated by rapid friction against the air, and with a flick, he ignites it. Boom. Flames surge forth, akin to a greedy beast, roaring with delight as it swiftly consumes everything in its path. Wood, corpses, documents, traces, anything that could testify to his presence and CP0's existence here, twist, carbonize, and turn to ash in the raging fire. The towering flames illuminate the night sky over the 3rd district of Ruby Harbor, casting a red hue upon Cloud Shadow's cold and resolute profile. The fire dances in his deep-set pupils, as if igniting something even more fervent within him. He feels no longing, turning away, his figure melding into the night and shadows of the harbor, disappearing without a trace. Only the inferno and the inevitable tremors of battle, alongside the deaths of CP0 members, remain, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of fear and shock through the dark underwater world. The name Cloud Shadow, the spear of ultimate martial arts, is etched for the first time into the records of the world government's most clandestine department. Alongside the towering flames marking the annihilation of the Ruby Harbor CP0 stronghold, disseminating with astonishing speed through specific circles. A reverse hunt has commenced, heralding a blood-soaked prologue. The conclusion of this prologue, marked by the annihilation of an entire CP0 squad, and the total incineration of their stronghold. Sends a chilling message to all potential pursuers. This silent monster, having escaped the confines of CP9, has revealed its razor-sharp fangs capable of rending all asunder. Chapter 27. Flowing Cherry Blossoms. The dragon emerges. The blazing inferno of Ruby Harbor and the news of the obliteration of the CP0 stronghold spread like wildfire, as if imbued with wings, coursing rapidly through specific dark channels. However, the orchestrator, Cloud Shadow, had long since distanced himself from that place of chaos. Akin to a droplet merging into the ocean, vanishing amidst the intricate routes and myriad islands of the Grand Line's earlier segment. At this moment, he finds himself in the sheltered leeward side of an uninhabited island. The island is modest in size, yet its vegetation is extraordinarily lush, with towering tropical trees shading the sun and jagged rocks forming a natural barrier. The relentless waves crash against the reefs, producing an eternal roar that drowns out all other sounds. Cloud Shadow sits cross-legged on a smooth boulder, shaped by the caress of the sea breeze, his eyes gently closed. Breathing steadily, he is not resting. Rather, he is replaying every detail of his encounter with the 3 CP0 members in his mind. Particularly the moment when the iron wall attempted self-detonation, his internal haki uncontrollably surging forth, causing the surrounding air to tremble. And earlier still, the method employed by Captain Scorpion and the CP0 members to cover their bodies or limbs with haki for offensive and defensive maneuvers. Flowing, externalizing. He softly chews on these 2 words. The records regarding haki in the CP9 training camp are scarce, focusing primarily on the application of hardening oneself. Yet through his encounters with these more advanced agents, he has come to realize that haki is far more than a mere layer of hardened shell. It is a form of energy, a power that emanates from one's body, spirit, and will. If it originates from within, why cannot it be manipulated with greater finesse? Flowing externally like blood? Or even unleashed as an attack, much like one's breath? Once this thought takes root, it spreads like wildfire in his heart. He slowly raises his right hand, concentrating his intent. The latent, searing energy within him stirs, naturally converging towards his palm. Soon, a layer of obsidian hue envelopes his hand, resembling a metallic glove. This is the most fundamental form of hardening. However, Cloud Shadow is not satisfied with this. He seeks to perceive the deeper structure of this hardened energy, to guide it rather than simply cover it. His mind sinks into an enigmatic state. His mental acuity sharpens, transforming into countless delicate tendrils that probe into that layer of haki. At first, the energy feels like a solidified gel, stubborn and resistant to change. Yet, he possesses an extraordinary sense of perception and control. He patiently adjusts and contemplates, simulating the unstable yet palpable flow that characterized the iron wall's energy surging forth in those final moments. Time slipped away quietly, as the setting sun bathed the sea in a resplendent hue of orange-red. Suddenly, the shadow of the clouds cast over the armed haki right hand trembled slightly. The layer of energy, originally solid as if it were in a state of matter, appeared to ripple with the faintest semblance of undulating waves, akin to water. Effective. A glimmer of light flashed in Ying's eyes, sharpening his focus. He ceased his attempts to forcibly control all the energy, instead guiding it to follow a unique rhythm, flowing gently across the surface of his palm like a meandering stream. Initially, it was but wisps, obscure and arduous. However, as he discovered that vital rhythm, the flow became increasingly smooth. The layer of armed haki no longer lay dormant. It seemed infused with life, its inky color deepening and becoming more restrained, emanating an aura of heightened danger. This was the embryonic form of Ying, flowing haki. After successfully initiating Ying upon his palm, Ying did not pause for a moment. He directed his gaze towards the dark long spear quietly leaning against the rocks. The spear was his essence. Rising to his feet, he approached the long spear and grasped its cold shaft. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to extend the Ying technique he had just mastered to the spear. This proved far more challenging than guiding it within his own body. The weapon was an external entity, and a natural barrier existed between it and his energy. As the energy transferred, it dissipated and weakened continuously. On his first attempt, the power of Ying barely enveloped a tenth of the spear's shaft before faltering and dissipating after a violent fluctuation. On the second attempt, it covered a tenth, but remained highly unstable, the spear emitting a hum as if burdened beyond its limits. On the third and fourth attempts, Ying remained undistracted, wholly immersed in his exploration of fine energy control. Failure, adjustment, further failure, and further adjustment. This passive yet profound accumulation of experience revealed itself in full force at this moment. Each failure's lesson was instantly absorbed, digested, and transformed into more refined control for the next attempt. As nightfall enveloped the desolate island, the stars and a crescent moon cast their gentle glow. Ying was unaware of how many failures he had endured. He tightened his grip on the long spear, his mind clear and serene. With a thought, the searing armed Haki energy surged forth from within him. This time, it was not a crude overlay but flowed like a gentle stream along his arm, through his palm, resonating peculiarly with the spear's cold material, then evenly and steadily spreading along its body. The pitch-black energy was no longer a lifeless coating but flowed like a living entity, swirling around the spear shaft, spear tassel, and even the tip. It seemed as if minuscule arcs of black light danced along the edges of the flowing energy. Success! Ying entwined. The spear awakened from slumber. Emitting a low and pleasant hum, the spear vibrated subtly, and a sense of power far more formidable than mere hardening, more restrained, yet infinitely more dangerous, resonated back into Ying's hands. He felt that what he held was no longer an ordinary iron spear, but a black dragon yearning to roar, temporarily bound. With a flicker of his mind, he directed a seemingly casual thrust towards a boulder the size of a house, situated dozens of meters away, without employing any spear techniques. Merely executing an ordinary thrust entwined with Ying. Whoosh! The air before the spear tip seemed to be forcibly displaced by an invisible force. A condensed, visible spiral shockwave erupted from the spear tip, instantly traversing several meters, forcefully crashing into the massive boulder. There was no deafening explosion, only a muffled sound reminiscent of something deep within the earth. In the next moment, under Ying's calm gaze, the enormous boulder began to silently fragment from the inside out, as if weathered by a millennium, ultimately reducing to a fine, even powder, which the sea breeze swept away, scattering it into the night and the waves. Shattering from a distance, not through cutting or explosions, but through pure, highly concentrated impact and vibration. Ying slowly retracted the spear, feeling the Ying energy still swirling gently around it, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. He tenderly caressed the cold spear, as if soothing a restless companion after a surge of power. So it was. Ying entwining was not merely a simple accumulation of power. It endowed penetration and internal destruction with an entirely new characteristic. The might of star-piercing 9 styles would therefore undergo a true qualitative transformation. He could almost envision the astonishing spectacle when the ultimate speed and penetration of Meteor Piercing the Sun were enhanced by Ying's internal destruction, and when the absolute defense of Waltz of the Starry River merged with the flow and rebound of Ying. The path ahead grew ever clearer. Chapter 28. The wildfire of 1,000 cracks. The spark begins to burn. Having mastered the technique of Ying entwining, Ying did not linger excessively on the deserted island. The enhancement of his strength required consolidation and testing in genuine combat. He once again sailed the commandeered single-masted boat into the unpredictable waters of the Grand Line. Days later, in a relatively open expanse of sea with sparse islands, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the sea breeze gentle, as if presenting a rare day of fine weather. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. On the distant horizon, 3 medium-sized warships bearing the Navy's flag began to encircle Ying's solitary vessel in a fan shape. The lookout at the masthead had evidently spotted this lone ship, starkly different in style from pirate vessels. In the Grand Line, any suspicious target warranted the Navy's vigilance, especially such seemingly feeble solitary entities, which often concealed unexpected dangers or merits. Unidentified vessel ahead. Immediately halt for inspection. Repeat, immediately halt for inspection. The authoritative voice of the naval captain echoed through the amplifying snail. Standing at the bow of the boat, Ying felt the sea breeze tousle his black hair. He gazed at the 3 approaching warships, their cannons already adjusting their angles, his expression calm and unperturbed. He recognized the model of the warships. Standard equipment of the Navy headquarters, typically utilized for patrol and capture tasks during the Paradise phase. Each warship housed nearly 100 naval soldiers, equipped with formidable artillery. To him, this posed no genuine threat, yet it was somewhat bothersome and a waste of time. He showed no inclination to respond, nor did he alter his course, continuing at a leisurely pace towards his original direction. This attitude of indifference incensed the Navy completely. Fire! Sink it! The captain issued the command. Boom, 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 boom. The cannons on the broadside of the 3 warships simultaneously belched forth fierce flames and thick smoke. Dozens of black cannonballs trailed white tails, like a swarm of death, emitting a piercing shriek as they descended upon Ying's small boat, instantly sealing off all avenues for evasion. The barrage was sufficient to shred a pirate ship of equal size to pieces in an instant. Faced with this dense barrage, Ying did not even consider using Mirage for evasion. His small boat was too fragile. Any near miss could lead to its disintegration. What he needed was to clear the area. At the very moment the first barrage of cannonballs was about to descend, Ying made his move. He stepped forward with his left foot, stamping heavily on the deck to stabilize his stance. With his right hand, he grasped the midsection of the dark, elongated spear. The aura of Ying surged forth, as if cloaking the spear in a veil of flowing darkness. Confronted by the fan-shaped onslaught of cannonballs ahead, as well as the Navy soldiers behind him, who were poised and aiming their rifles, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Speed. The ultimate speed of fire. Combined with the penetration and area destruction of Ying, it spread across the front like a wildfire, instantly engulfing the entire area ahead. In his past life, the Wing Chun technique of inch power emphasized short distance, explosive force, and rapid succession. At this moment, the philosophy of such force naturally intertwined with his spear technique enveloped in Ying. Drawing power from his waist and abdomen, he channeled it through his arms and wrists, substituting hand for waist and wrist for body. His entire right arm seemed to transform into a blurred phantom. Buzz. The spear in his hand appeared to vanish. In its place, a multitude of scorching, concentrated spear auras erupted before him, akin to fiery red shooting stars. Star-piercing 9 forms. Third form. Wildfire 100 strikes. These spear auras were not scattered haphazardly. Each one contained the destructive force of Ying and the explosive properties of inch power, moving at an unimaginable speed. Densely packed like a tempest, they did not travel in a straight line, but rather with subtle arcs, covering an immense fan-shaped area of nearly 180 degrees in front of Ying. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted above the sea, so densely packed that they were indistinguishable. The dozens of cannonballs hurtling towards the small vessel were detonated in midair by these precise and ferocious crimson spear auras before they could even approach. It was as if dozens of black-red fireworks bloomed in the sky simultaneously, flames and shockwaves radiating outward, the scorching air creating vast clouds of white mist over the sea. But this was merely the beginning. After detonating all the cannonballs, the remaining dozens of spear auras maintained their momentum, propelled as if alive, piercing through the flames and smoke, accurately targeting the decks of the 3 naval warships. What is that? Quickly dodge. The Navy soldiers on the deck only glimpsed streaks of crimson star points piercing through the smoke, rapidly magnifying like the gaze of death, leaving them no time to mount any effective response. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of spear auras piercing through flesh erupted like popping beans. Gunners readying for a second volley at the ship's edge, riflemen aiming their firearms, and officers shouting with their sabers, all fell in droves. Each spear aura effortlessly tore through their flesh, leaving behind either a charred penetrating wound or triggering localized explosions. Blood instantly stained the pristine deck, the mingled sounds of screams, explosions, and the groans of the ship's structure collapsing transformed the formerly orderly naval warship into a floating hell. In just one wave of attack, the 3 warships had lost over 70% of their combat personnel on deck. The remaining Navy soldiers either cowered in fear, trembling behind cover, or were severely injured and lost their combat effectiveness. The sea breeze carried the scent of gunpowder and blood, and the once tumultuous surface of the ocean fell into an eerie silence. Ying slowly retracted his spear, the remnants of the scorching spear aura dissipating gradually. He still held the spear in one hand, its tip angled towards the sea, the Ying entwined around it gradually retracting. He gazed at the 3 warships, now shrouded in black smoke, their decks a scene of utter devastation, rendered incapable of pursuit, with an expression devoid of any emotion. Wildfire 100 strikes. He murmured the name of the spear technique that had just been born in the heat of battle. Though a mere spark, it could ignite the prairie. This move was not merely for piercing a single point of defense, nor for absolute defense, but rather to carve a bloody path amidst the throngs of soldiers. It was the true art of battlefield clearance. He paid no further heed to the incapacitated warships, maneuvering the small vessel to glide slowly between them, as if traversing a desolate wasteland. The surviving Navy personnel, peering through portholes or the gaps in their cover, could only watch the small boat receding into the distance, and the figure standing upon it, gun in hand, resembling a demonic god, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and trepidation. The infamous reputation of the supreme martial spear would inevitably spread with swiftness across these seas, following this brief but bloody encounter, along with this terrifying technique of battlefield clearance. And Ying, facing the sea breeze, continued on his journey. His arsenal now boasted an additional sharp blade, as he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming, more ferocious storm. Chapter 29, Battle Foreknowledge, a moment in the future. The Grand Line, Paradise Phase, a peculiar island known as Mist Hidden. The entire island was perpetually shrouded in dense, unyielding sea fog, visibility exceedingly low, with damp, cold moisture saturating the air, absorbing and distorting sounds, rendering the atmosphere oppressive and eerie. This was an excellent place to evade pursuit or set traps. Ying chose to temporarily anchor here, partially to assimilate the gains from recent battles, and partly to refine his perceptive abilities within this unique environment. However, the world government's tracking network was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He was like an insect trembling on a spider's web, inevitably attracting more predators. At this moment, deep within the island, in a mist-laden forest dominated by giant ferns and twisted rocks, a silent hunt was unfolding. The pursuers were not a large force, but merely 3 individuals. Yet their uniform white CP0 attire, coupled with the chilling and clear aura of murderous intent that pierced through the fog, indicated their superiority over the previous squad. The leader, codenamed Shadow, was slender as a reed, his movements astonishingly swift. He was not a powerhouse, but rather an agile type of agent who had perfected the combination of shaving and paper drawing, seamlessly integrating into the mist like a true specter, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. The other 2 were responsible for flanking maneuvers and long-range disruption, their gale-foot techniques occasionally slicing through the fog from unimaginable angles. Ying moved rapidly between the rocks and ferns, the mirror flower, water moon, technique rendering his figure increasingly elusive amidst the mist, akin to a flickering illusion. He did not rush to retaliate, but instead adapted and observed. His observation haki was pushed to its limits, resembling countless invisible tendrils striving to penetrate the obstructive fog, capturing the presence, footsteps, and even the subtle sounds of fabric brushing against air from the 3 CP0 members. The battle had persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Despite his superior hard power, Ying had still managed to injure the 2 flanking agents. Yet the leader, Shadow, slipped away like a slippery eel, consistently avoiding his fierce counterattacks by mere inches. The piercing fingers, akin to a snake striking, occasionally darted from the fog at the most cunning angles, posing a lethal threat. Whoosh! A thrust grazed past Ying's ear, severing a few strands of hair, the frigid intent stinging his skin. He retaliated with a gale foot, but only shattered a section of fog and remnants. Futile, traitor! The voice of the Shadow echoed from all directions, laced with a hint of mockery. No matter how formidable your techniques may be, if they fail to strike, they are ultimately futile. In this shroud of mist, I alone reign supreme. His figure coalesced once more from the fog on the left side of Cloud Shadow, like a specter, delivering a silent yet lethal thrust aimed directly at Cloud Shadow's vulnerable back. The angle was deviously acute, the timing impeccably precise, striking just as Cloud Shadow's old strength was waning and new vigor had yet to manifest, while his attention was momentarily diverted by the 2 injured agents nearby. Within Cloud Shadow's observation, the impending strike remained vividly clear, yet its speed was overwhelming, and its trajectory cunningly elusive. Even if he managed to react, it would undoubtedly be in a most awkward manner, potentially resulting in injury. At this critical juncture, Cloud Shadow's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. His mind felt as though it had been pierced by an invisible current, and time seemed to stretch and thicken in that instant. Everything around him, the swirling mist, the droplets of water, the contorted faces of the 2 agonized agents, and even the cold gaze concealed beneath the Shadow's mask, became astonishingly vivid. Amidst this heightened clarity, a fleeting yet profoundly real vision of the future, akin to a pre-scripted play, forcibly intruded into his consciousness. He foresaw the Shadow's thrust piercing precisely 3 inches to the left of his spine in 0.5 seconds. He envisioned himself instinctively dodging to the right, only to collide with the desperate kick of the agent on that side. He glimpsed a seemingly stable rock to his left front, which, unbeknownst to him, had been corroded within and could not withstand a heavy blow. The flood of information surged forth, surpassing the speed of thought. It was an instinctual warning, emanating from the depths of his soul. Battle precognition, a higher application of observation haki, glimpsing a fragment of the future. With no time to ponder the origin of this sudden ability, Cloud Shadow's body instinctively followed the guidance of that vision, executing the most optimized and counterintuitive movement. He did not dodge to the right, nor did he attempt a forced block. Instead, he activated the Mirage technique to its utmost potential, his body tilting forward at an almost imperceptible angle, spinning. Simultaneously, the tip of his left foot, akin to the tail of a venomous scorpion, silently pressed against a seemingly insignificant stress point at the base of the rock ahead. Whoosh! The thrust grazed his back, skimming along his skin, tearing a long gash in his clothing, the icy sting registering, yet ultimately failing to pierce flesh. Meanwhile, crash! The rock struck by his foot collapsed inward, its internal structure giving way, plummeting down just in time to intercept the desperate kick from the agent on his right. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. Cloud Shadow, propelled by the momentum of his forward tilt and the recoil from the rock's collapse, spun like a high-velocity top, tracing an incredible trajectory that completely eluded the Shadow's predictions, positioning himself directly behind him. What? The Shadow's strike missed its mark, and as alarm bells rang in his mind, he sensed a chilling intent to kill emanating from behind. He attempted to evade once more, but his old strength had waned, and that peculiar technique contained an infinitesimal transition gap, so subtle that even he scarcely noticed it. At that moment, the less than 1 second gap, magnified into a fatal flaw in Cloud Shadow's precognitive sight. The long spear in Cloud Shadow's hand, previously untouched, revealed its fangs like a dormant venomous dragon. No grandiose techniques were employed, merely the simplest, most direct counterattack. The spear tip, entwined with flowing cherry blossoms, shimmered with a concentrated chill, as if transcending space itself, and struck toward the Shadow's vulnerable back. Thud! The sound of steel piercing flesh resonated sharply in the silent misty forest. The Shadow's forward motion abruptly froze. He looked down in disbelief at the bloodied, obsidian spear tip protruding from his chest. His eyes, hidden beneath the mask, widened in horror and confusion. He could not fathom how his opponent not only evaded his seemingly assured strike, but also executed this astonishing counterattack with such unthinkable precision and speed. Cloud Shadow slowly retracted his spear, and the Shadow's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, splashing water. The two injured CP-0 agents, witnessing their leader's sudden demise, were struck with terror, abandoning their mission in a frantic scramble into the depths of the mist. Cloud Shadow did not pursue. He remained standing, breathing lightly, not from exhaustion, but due to the profound mental impact of that fleeting glimpse into the future. He savored that extraordinary sensation, as if he had glimpsed a definitive trajectory amidst the currents of time. Is this what it means to possess battle foresight? He caressed the icy spear, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. Though it was merely half a second, in the realm of elite confrontations, that brief moment delineated the boundary between life and death. His observation Haki had, through relentless pursuit and counter-hunting, finally touched upon a higher threshold. This added a crucial dimension to his already formidable prowess. The mist still enveloped the surroundings, yet the path ahead appeared clearer, albeit more perilous. For he understood that the adversaries capable of eliciting such latent potential from him would not merely be of the Shadow's caliber. Chapter 30. The Thrust of the Ancestors. An overwhelming presence. The news of the complete annihilation of the Shadow's squad, particularly the details of his instantaneous counterkill, was swiftly transmitted, albeit vaguely described by survivors, via encrypted telephone bugs to a clandestine terminal of the world government. A name, codenamed Shattered Star, was resurrected from dusty archives, imbued with new directives for the hunt. The Supreme Martial Spear? The fluidity of the Six Styles? Touching upon foresight through observation Haki? How intriguing. A deep, slightly hoarse voice echoed within a dimly lit room, carrying a tone of detached indifference, as if surveying mere ants from a position of power. Days later, Cloud Shadow departed from mist-hidden island, once more navigating the vast, boundless sea. He chose a relatively obscure route, attempting to evade the Navy's extensive manhunt. Yet he was acutely aware that the true threats had never been the overt forces laid bare before him. On that day, the weather was fair, and the sea lay tranquil, resembling an immense azure mirror. Cloud Shadow's small vessel traversed the narrow strait between two islands. Suddenly, an inexplicable, heart-pounding sense of oppression enveloped the sea like an invisible shroud. The once clear sky dimmed slightly, and even the sea breeze seemed to stagnate. Cloud Shadow sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the surroundings. His observation Haki unfurled with unprecedented intensity, issuing frantic warnings. A premonition of extreme danger coiled around his spine like a cold serpent. An enemy. A foe far surpassing the shadow had arrived. In his perception, the seemingly empty expanse of the sea ahead appeared to harbor an invisible, ancient mountain of malevolence radiating overwhelming dread. Suddenly, whoosh, 100 meters away to the side, an elderly man clad in a humble gray robe, whose stature was rather unremarkable and slightly stooped, suddenly appeared upon the surface of the sea. His visage was gaunt, with wrinkles etched across his face like the cracked bed of a parched river. His hair, sparse and gray, framed eyes that were clouded and seemed on the verge of being extinguished. Yet, this frail figure, who appeared to have one foot in the grave, stood there quietly, emanating an almost suffocating aura of pressure towards Ying. He was not adorned in the white uniform of CP0. Yet Ying instantly recognized him as a true powerhouse dispatched by the world government. The essence of a martial art that transcended comprehension radiated from the old man like a palpable force. The elder lifted his murky gaze, fixing it upon Ying. His stare, seemingly ordinary, felt as though it could pierce flesh and gaze into the depths of one's soul. Ying, his voice, as parched as his appearance, bore no hint of emotional fluctuation. The traitor of CP9, the spear of extreme martial arts? Ying tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand, the flowing cherry blossom aura instinctively beginning to coil around the weapon, his muscles tensing as he entered a heightened state of alert. He sensed from this elder a pressure that surpassed that of the scorpion, the iron wall, and even the combined might of the specter. It is I. Ying's voice remained steady, unyielding in the face of the elder's oppressive presence. And you are? The elder offered no reply, seemingly dismissing the question as trivial. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, extending a thin, withered finger with yellowed nails. The finger appeared so fragile that it seemed it might snap at the slightest touch. Yet, at that moment, as he pointed toward the sea before Ying's small boat, a faint sound, almost imperceptible, pierced the air. Ying's observation Haki screamed in alarm. He distinctly perceived an invisible force, honed to perfection and imbued with devastating penetrative power, crossing the 100-meter expanse at a speed beyond his dynamic vision's capacity to grasp. Aiming not at him, but at the sea beneath his vessel, he barely had time to react or defend himself. The next instant, thud, a dull sound, as if emanating from the depths of the ocean. Ying looked down, his pupils dilating in shock. Less than 3 meters before his small boat, a fist-sized, perfectly smooth, bottomless hole had appeared on the surface of the water. The sea was violently rushing toward the hole, forming a minuscule vortex, yet it could not fill the void. It was as if that single finger had not merely pierced the water, but had permanently obliterated the water in that small space, directly creating a passage to unfathomable depths. A finger from afar, piercing the ocean's surface, unfathomable. What a terrifying mastery of finger techniques. What extraordinary and refined armed Haki was being unleashed. At that moment, Ying's heart raced uncontrollably. He finally understood that this seemingly unremarkable elder had reached a level of mastery in the art of finger techniques that was far beyond what he could currently aspire to. Codename, Shattered Star. Once the pinnacle of the CP9 finger technique lineage, possessing a pair of iron fingers that, in his prime, were said to have truly pierced through fallen meteorites from the heavens. The elder slowly retracted his finger, as if he had merely accomplished some insignificant task. His murky gaze remained calm as he regarded Ying, his dry voice resounding once more, carrying a tone of cold finality. Your journey ends here. The overwhelming sense of pressure, like a tangible tsunami, descended with this proclamation, completely submerging Ying along with his small boat. The true battle was about to commence. Chapter 31, Bitter Struggle. The Duel of Finger Techniques. The dry and indifferent voice of Shattered Star echoed like a final judgment across the suddenly silent sea. That finger, which had pierced the ocean's surface and left a bottomless hole, seemed to linger in Ying's mind, bringing a chilling dread. Taking a deep breath, Ying forcibly suppressed the tumultuous surge of blood and the instinctive trepidation stemming from the overwhelming disparity in power. He understood that this was the most severe trial he had faced since his defection, even more perilous than confronting the Scorpion, the commander of CP9. The elderly man before him had transcended the realm of ordinary agents, having honed his lethal skills to near the level of a profound philosophy. There was no retreat, nor was there any path to backtrack. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he initiated the attack. The deck beneath him erupted in a thunderous blast, his figure resembling a bolt of lightning as he executed a combination of Suru and Moonstep, empty cicada, his speed instantly surpassing the sound barrier. The spear in his hand enveloped in flowing cherry blossom energy, morphing into a black bolt of lightning that aimed directly at Shattered Star's chest. Meteor Pierces the Sun. He poured forth all his strength. In the face of this strike capable of annihilating any prior CP0 members, Shattered Star's murky gaze remained utterly unmoved. He nonchalantly raised his other hand, once again extending that withered index finger, perfectly aligned to meet the terrifyingly penetrative spear tip. Finger versus spear. Clang. A sound so crisp yet sharp it felt as if it could rupture eardrums erupted. At the point of contact between the finger and spear tip, a visible ring of white energy violently expanded outward, forcefully displacing the calm sea below and creating a massive depression, subsequently unleashing towering waves. Ying felt a force beyond description. A blend of extreme refinement and violent upheaval surge along the spear. The spear tip, covered in flowing cherry blossom energy, could not advance even an inch. That seemingly fragile finger felt as if it were forged from the hardest substance in the universe. More terrifying still was the penetrating essence contained within that force. Far exceeding his comprehension, it partially negated his flowing cherry blossom defense, akin to countless fine needles piercing through the spear and striking at his arm's meridians. Buzz. The spear emitted a mournful cry, violently trembling as it nearly slipped from his grasp. Ying's hands were instantly ruptured, blood gushing forth. And an agonizing tearing pain surged through his right arm and half of his body, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. He managed to twist in midair, barely landing on a protruding rock above the surface of the sea, his blood and energy churning violently. He looked down at his trembling right hand, then gazed toward Shattered Star, who remained standing upon the water's surface, his attire undisturbed, and a storm of emotions surged within him. His Meteor Pierces the Sun, combined with the flowing cherry blossom energy, had been so effortlessly blocked by a single finger. Even the backlash had left him slightly injured. The power is adequate, but the refinement is lacking. Shattered Star slowly retracted his finger, his tone as bland as if he were critiquing a dish, superficial and lacking substance. Before his words could fully dissipate, he once more raised his hand, pointing once again. Whoosh. Ying's observation Haki screamed in alarm. The nascent premonition of battle flashing through his mind, revealing a scene 5 seconds into the future. An invisible force aimed directly at the center of the rock he was currently standing upon. Mirage of flowers and water. Ying's figure twisted like a specter, instantaneously shifting several meters to the side. Thud. The massive rock he had been standing on suddenly manifested a smooth, bowl-sized hole at its center. The force of the finger strike surged unabated, penetrating into the depths of the sea behind, once again leaving a profound cavity. Swift, precise, ruthless. It offered no respite whatsoever. Before Ying could stabilize his footing, the second and third strikes followed in rapid succession. The finger force sliced through the air, soundless yet imbued with a lethal aura capable of piercing through anything, assailing him from every conceivable angle, effectively sealing off all conventional escape routes. He could only push the mirror flower, water moon, technique to its limits, coupled with that precious 0.5 seconds of foresight, executing a series of illogical evasive maneuvers within the confines of space. His figure flickered madly between several rocks and the sea surface, leaving behind traces of afterimages. Puff. Puffed. Despite his reaction being extraordinarily swift and the foresight playing a crucial role, the finger gun of the Shattered Star was simply unfathomable. The coverage, speed, and trajectory changes of the finger force far surpassed that of the shadow. One strike grazed beneath his rib, tearing away a patch of flesh, blood instantly staining his collar. Another strike he barely dodged from a fatal blow, yet it still left a penetrating wound on his left shoulder. A searing pain surged, causing Ying to emit a muffled groan, his movements faltering momentarily. In that fleeting moment of stillness, the fourth finger of Shattered Star had already been thrust forth. This strike seemed to have calculated all his possible evasions. The finger force did not travel in a straight line, but traced an almost imperceptible arc through the air, circumventing his blocking arm and heading straight for his brow. The aura of death was more potent than ever. Ying's pupils constricted to pinpricks, every hair on his body standing on end. In the foresight, no matter which direction he attempted to evade, this arc of finger force would ultimately find its mark. This was a fatal blow. With a roar akin to a trapped beast, he could no longer afford to hold back. The indestructible golden body of iron, activated with full force, a dark golden luminescence flashing rapidly beneath his skin. Simultaneously, he positioned his long spear before him, channeling a torrent of overwhelming energy. Clang. The finger force precisely struck the spear shaft. An even more terrifying force than before surged through. Ying felt as if he had been struck head-on by a celestial meteor, the bones in his arms producing a sickening crack as a sweet taste flooded his throat. And he could no longer contain the blood that sprayed forth. His entire being was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing through several rocks before finally landing heavily on a distant shallows, splashing water into the air. He lay in the frigid seawater, racked with pain, his garments torn, multiple wounds bleeding profusely, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Though the long spear in his hand remained unbroken, it had lost its luster, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Struggling to rise, he felt as though his insides had been rearranged, waves of dizziness washing over him. Shattered Star stood unmoved on the surface of the sea, as if he had never budged. He gazed at the disheveled Ying, his murky eyes devoid of triumph. Only a profound indifference born from witnessing life and death countless times. Was this all there was? He spoke softly, dismissing the so-called extreme intent six forms. The so-called ultimate martial spear, as mere child's play in the presence of true power. Ying gasped heavily, seawater mixed with blood choking his nostrils, bringing a sharp sting. Yet his eyes, peering through his damp black hair, remained fixed on the distant Shattered Star, devoid of surrender, instead igniting with an even fiercer flame. This was the first time he found himself at such an absolute disadvantage in a direct confrontation, with no power to retaliate. He could only rely on his technique and foresight to evade desperately, yet new wounds continued to accumulate. Despair, a true state of desperation. But what of it? His martial path had always thrived in the face of adversity, flourishing from the brink of death. Chapter 32, Exchange of Wounds for Enlightenment, a Hundredfold Analysis. The icy seawater soaked into his wounds, bringing a bone-chilling coldness and excruciating pain, yet it also stimulated Ying's nerves, allowing him to retain the last vestige of clarity from the heavy blow. He knelt half-submerged in the shallows, propped against his long spear, each breath pulling at his entire body's injuries. Yet his mind operated with unprecedented speed. He was not contemplating escape, nor waiting in despair for the end, but rather obsessively replaying each finger strike from Shattered Star. The terrifying power that pierced the sea surface, obliterated the rocks, and tore through his defenses, played out in his mind as countless slow-motion high-definition frames, dissecting and analyzing. This was not a mechanical operation of a system, but rather the peak of his own soul and comprehension, ignited to its utmost under the pressure of life and death, producing an almost Tao-like intuition and insight. Each injury, each intimate encounter with that destructive finger force, served as the sternest of teachers, using pain as a catalyst to forcibly imprint deeper mysteries of the finger gun into his perception. Power application technique, no longer a mere coordination of muscles and auras, but a more profound resonance with some rule-based power. At the moment of contact, the fingertip would generate tens of thousands of high-frequency microvibrations, akin to countless tiny drill bits dismantling defenses at a microscopic level. The flow of aura, the outwardly projected finger force, was not dissipated energy, but rather a highly compressed, distilled energy beam with destructive properties. The internal flow trajectory of the aura aligned with certain universal principles, stable and efficient, with virtually no energy wasted. The essence of penetration. This was not merely a physical penetration, but also contained a hint of breaking laws and rules. Thus, it could, to some extent, disregard his flowing defense and directly affect his body. These insights surged into his consciousness like a torrent. An ordinary person, even if they experienced it firsthand, might spend their entire life failing to comprehend even a fraction. But Ying was different. His relentless accumulation and understanding, 100-fold that of the average person, transformed at this moment into the most terrifying analytical machine. He swiftly dismantled, absorbed, and comprehended the once obscure mysteries. The world in his eyes seemed to slow down, no longer dominated by the unfathomable pressure of Shattered Star, but rather morphing into countless flowing energy lines and power nodes. The seemingly flawless finger gun of Shattered Star began to reveal extremely subtle operational patterns, perhaps even unnoticed by Shattered Star himself. So it was like this. Ying murmured softly, blood frothing in his mouth. He no longer simply pondered how to evade or block. He began to attempt, mimic, learn. He lifted his similarly injured and blood-dripping right forefinger, concentrating his thoughts, guiding the residual armed color aura within him. No longer merely covering and hardening, but attempting to simulate that high-frequency microvibration, compressing, condensing, and pursuing that thread of penetrating essence. On his first attempt, the aura at his fingertip fluctuated violently, nearly exploding out of control, bringing excruciating pain. On the second try, stability improved slightly, but he was light years away from achieving the level of a condensed, entity-like energy beam. Third attempt, fourth attempt. Meanwhile, Shattered Star evidently had no intention of granting him more time. He strode across the sea surface with an air of nonchalance, his bony fingers once again raised. Locking onto Ying. This time, the destructive aura coalescing between his fingers was more intense than any previous strike. He aimed to conclude this game, which he deemed had long since lost its suspense. Faced with this inevitable fatal blow, a glimmer of madness and determination flashed in Ying's eyes. Rather than retreating, he advanced, summoning every ounce of strength to surge upright. He forcefully thrust his long spear into the sand beside him, anchoring his body. Then, he executed a motion that left even the starlight somewhat astonished. He too raised his right index finger, forcefully merging the newly comprehended, albeit rudimentary, technique of the finger gun with the essence of his own. Finger gun, stellar collapse. Ignoring the tearing pain coursing through his meridians, he concentrated all the armed color of Haki he could muster, compressing it desperately at the tip of his finger. The fingertip was no longer a mere shade of pure black. Instead, it radiated a highly unstable, chaotic luminescence, as if it contained the very essence of the birth and demise of stars. He was daring to confront finger against finger. Foolishness, Starlight assessed indifferently, as the coalesced force at the tip of his finger was on the verge of erupting. Just as the two forces were about to collide in midair, the chaotic glow at Ying's fingertip suddenly retracted. It was not a failure. Rather, all the power had been condensed to a critical point. Enlightened by a stroke of genius, he integrated the ultimate speed and penetrating intent of his spear, Meteor Piercing the Sun, into this singular finger strike. It was not an outward projection, but rather the culmination of all his strength, all his insights, and all his will, condensed into the minuscule space of his fingertip, transforming into an invisible essence imbued with the conviction to penetrate. Whoosh! Ying thrust his finger forward. There was no earth-shattering commotion, only a sound so subtle that it seemed to slice through the very fabric of space. The two invisible forces converged in the air. There were no anticipated violent explosions, nor the brilliance of energy clashing. Starlight's lethal fingertip, upon contacting Ying's force, was unexpectedly cleaved apart, as if ice and snow met a searing branding iron. That highly refined energy beam was split open from its very tip by a penetrating intent that was purer, more extreme, and focused solely on the point. Although Ying's force quickly dissipated after cleaving through the opponent's strike, failing to inflict substantial damage on Starlight. This astonishing scene brought a flicker of evident astonishment and pause to Starlight's otherwise inscrutable countenance that had remained unchanged for millennia. He gazed incredulously at his own finger, then turned his eyes to the bloodied yet fiercely determined young man before him. "You," he croaked, his voice tinged with the slightest tremor for the first time. Ying gasped for breath, his body swaying precariously, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a defiant and frigid arc. He slowly raised his still bleeding index finger, pointing at Starlight, his voice hoarse yet unwaveringly resolute. "I have learned your finger gun. Now, it is my turn to wield my spear." In the face of despair, through a hundredfold analysis and his own enlightenment, he not only resisted being crushed, but also glimpsed the threshold of a higher realm of power. Integrating this understanding into his martial arts system, the pressure had entirely transformed into motivation. The horn of counterattack was about to be sounded by this ultimate weapon. Chapter 33, The Freedom of Will and Despair. Ying's hoarse yet resolute voice echoed in the sea breeze, carrying an indomitable spirit despite his grievously injured body. Leaning against the spear embedded in the sand, he struggled to remain upright, drenched in blood, with ghastly wounds and a disordered breath. Yet his eyes shone as brightly as the cold stars in the dark night, ignited by an unyielding flame. The astonishment in Starlight's murky gaze gradually faded, replaced by a deeper, more frigid intent to kill. He had lived for too long and witnessed too many so-called geniuses. But never had he encountered a young man like this, who, in such an absolute disadvantage, not only persevered tenaciously, but also managed to learn in the heat of battle, even daring to confront his strike with a counter. This was unprecedented. This boy must not be allowed to live. Learned? Starlight's voice was dry, as if laced with ice shards. Does a mere ant glimpsing a giant scale presume to possess the power to shake mountains? Naive, he held nothing back any longer, denying Ying any respite or time to adapt. His hunched form straightened slightly, and a far more terrifying and heart-stopping aura emerged, like a slumbering beast awakening after eons. He slowly raised both hands, his 10 fingers, as thin as twigs, resembling 10 unparalleled weapons poised to be unleashed. Upon their tips, the Haki surged. deep and vast as the cosmos, gathering and compressing frantically. No longer a singular attack, but an all-encompassing annihilation. The air around them seemed to be drained, becoming thick and oppressive. The sky dimmed ominously, sunlight distorted and absorbed by an unseen force. The waters below ceased their tumult, eerily settling into a stillness reminiscent of solidified deep blue amber. A portent of impending doom, a harbinger of decay, enveloped this maritime expanse. To perish beneath this strike would be your honor. Starlight's voice sounded as though it emanated from the depths of the abyss, bearing the indifference of a harbinger of finality. Essence finger gun, meteor shower. He thrust his 10 fingers forward with ferocity. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a multitude of sounds so densely packed they sent shivers down one's spine, akin to the very fabric of space being torn apart, harmonizing into a symphony of death. In the next moment, Ying's vision was utterly engulfed. Countless strikes, honed to perfection, dark as ink and no thicker than a thumb, rained down upon him like a cataclysmic meteor shower from the heavens, saturating every inch of the surrounding space for hundreds of meters. Above, below, left, right, front, back, there was no escape. Each strike contained the terrifying penetrating power and destructive energy that had previously obliterated rocks and extinguished waves. They were not chaotic but subtly formed a vast, contracting field of death, sealing off every possible trajectory that Ying might evade with Mirror Flower Water Moon, surpassing even his 500ths of a second combat foresight. No escape, no defense. This was the true embodiment of a fatal trap, an absolute domination of power, technique, and realm. Ying stood rooted in place, his spear still planted in the sand, utterly incapable of mounting any effective defense or evasion. The excruciating pain coursing through his body, the depletion of his strength, and the omnipresent, soul-crushing pressure bore down upon him like an icy tide, nearly consuming him. The shadow of death loomed, clearer than ever before. Yet, just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of despair, no fear of death or longing for the past surfaced in Ying's mind. Instead, a series of images flashed before him like a revolving lantern in the CP9 training camp, the whips and reprimands. The cold years molded like machines in the village of Kemui, the desperate cries of innocent villagers beneath the banner of justice, splattered with blood starlights in different gaze, regarding all life as mere insects, arbitrarily deciding life and death, and at the summit of Mount Tai in his past life, the spear that could conquer all, pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, and the unrestrained spirit that roamed freely in the world. An extreme emotion, long suppressed, erupted within him like a volcano that had been stifled to its limit. It was not fear, it was rage. Rage against the hypocritical darkness of the world government. Rage against the cold shackles of CP9. Rage against Starlight's absolute power that viewed human life as nothing, casually stripping away the freedom and lives of others. It was an unwillingness to halt here, an unwillingness to miss the wonders of this vast ocean, unwilling to relinquish the weapon in his grasp before it has been honed to its utmost perfection, resentful that his martial path, his freedom, is to be curtailed by such decayed forces. He is consumed by an insatiable thirst, a thirst for absolute freedom, a yearning to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, to clash with more formidable adversaries, a desire to shatter all constraints and wield his weapon with unbridled abandon. These emotions surge within him like molten lava, crashing and rumbling, igniting his soul and scorching his will. His body trembles, not from fear, but from the overwhelming surge of profound thoughts threatening to burst forth. He abruptly raises his head. Beneath the blood-stained black hair, his eyes transform from cold, distant stars to two blazing flames, as if capable of incinerating the very heavens. He disregards the impending meteor swarm, capable of tearing him asunder, and roars at the heavens and the lofty fragments of stars, a roar emanating from the depths of his soul. My will. The voice, hoarse yet resolute, embodies a determination to sever shackles and shatter the rules. My path. How could it be constrained by you, these wretched beings? Boom. As if in response to his defiant declaration, an indescribable, chaotic, and colossal aura erupts, akin to the awakening of an ancient titan, violently bursting forth around him. This is not merely the energy of armed color, nor the perception of observation color. It is a primal, domineering presence that surpasses all living beings. A king's majesty. Chapter 34. The color of conquerors. The qualities of a sovereign. Ying's roar, imbued with rage, defiance, and an insatiable desire, reverberates through the death-laden seas like a thunderclap tearing through darkness. Accompanying this roar, the colossal chaotic aura cultivated within him bursts forth like a long-dormant volcano erupting. Buzz. First comes a deep, resonant hum, not of the material realm, but echoing at the very core of the soul. Around Ying, within a radius of several dozen meters, the light begins to warp and dim, as if shrouded by an invisible shadow. Then, rumble, rumble, rumble. A visible, red-black, thunder-like shockwave, resembling an ever-expanding ring of destruction, radiates from Ying, sweeping outwards with relentless ferocity. This shockwave is not physical energy, but the purest form of spiritual pressure, a manifestation of the kingly qualities that reign supreme over all beings. The color of conquerors awakens, where the red-black shockwave passes. The very heavens and earth lose their brilliance. The myriad of profound meteor-like projectiles that once fell like a meteor shower are halted, as if colliding with an indestructible barrier. The concentrated, pitch-black energy, sharp enough to pierce diamonds, slows and twists, beginning to crumble and dissipate, like ice under sunlight or sandcastles before a gale. The dense, deathly energy, under the sweep of the red-black conqueror's aura, shifts and disintegrates into nothingness, unable to approach within 10 meters of Ying. But that is not the end. The conqueror's shockwave continues to expand. Crack, crack, rumble. The jagged rocks on the beach around Ying shatter as if crushed by an invisible giant hand. The shallow waters are forcibly displaced, forming a vast circular depression, exposing the seabed's mud and sand. Further away, the trees and shrubs along the coast bend and break, as if ravaged by a tempest, toppling outward in a radiating pattern around Ying, as if bowing to a newly arisen sovereign. In the sky, the dense clouds are rent apart by this soaring momentum, revealing the trembling azure heavens beyond, a celestial phenomenon. All beings bow in reverence. The once imperturbable face of the fragmentary star, seemingly untouched by the turbulence of the world, now displays a violent, almost twisted astonishment. His pupils contract to their utmost. Fixated on Ying, surrounded by red-black lightning, as if a demonic deity has descended, emitting a disbelieving, hoarse cry from his constricted throat. The conqueror's color? How is this possible? You, a traitor of CP9 with no background, how could you possess the rare qualities of a sovereign? His voice is laced with absurdity and a bone-deep terror. The conqueror's color is an innate talent, a symbol of regal qualities, unattainable through mere training. According to the records of the world government, those endowed with such qualities are invariably powerful figures or possess noble bloodlines. How could it manifest in a traitor emerging from the shadows of the CP9 training camp? Yet, the terrifying spectacle before him, the pure and domineering royal pressure, relentlessly assaults his understanding. Ying stands at the heart of the conqueror's aura, red-black arcs of electricity flickering around him. His wounds remain gory, his breath still ragged. Yet the aura emanating from within him, a defiant oversight of the world, transforms him into a figure reborn. He slowly raises his hand, grasping the long spear embedded in the sand. The flowing Sakura aura entwines naturally, merging with the dancing red-black arcs, granting the dark spear a dangerously regal crimson sheen. He lifts his gaze towards the disarrayed fragmentary star, his burning eyes now imbued with a cold, bone-chilling, yet infinitely domineering combat spirit. It seems, Ying's voice steadies. Carrying an undeniable authority, as if declaring an established law, the world government, too, can falter in judgment. With a flick of his wrist, the spear resonates. Its tip aims squarely at the fragmentary star. I have witnessed your projectile technique. Now, it is time for you to experience the true essence of my ultimate spear. The awakening of the conqueror's color instantaneously reverses the tide of battle. The roles of hunter and prey undergo a cataclysmic transformation in this moment. Chapter 35. The Horn of Retribution, the Emergence of Fallen Stars. Ying's voice resonates with calm authority, as if imbued with an undeniable law, echoing across the desolate sea. Now baptized by the conqueror's aura, he wields the long spear, the Sakura aura entwined with the flickering red-black arcs, emitting a hauntingly dark crimson glow. Despite being drenched in blood and marred by wounds, the nascent royal aura envelopes him, rendering him akin to a young deity emerging from the crucible of fire and blood. Majestic and untouchable, fragmentary star, barely recovering from his initial shock, finds his expression increasingly grim, tinged with an unwilling admission of trepidation. The conqueror's aura. This completely exceeds his expectations, throwing all his calculations into disarray. The possessors of such qualifications are all formidable beings capable of stirring up monstrous waves upon the vast ocean. Within the ranks of the world government, grievous oversights have surfaced regarding this traitor. However, he is, after all, an old veteran who has weathered countless storms. His resolve far surpassing that of ordinary men. Following a momentary lapse in composure, his murderous intent has ignited with even greater fervor. If this child is not eradicated today, he shall undoubtedly become a dire threat to the world government in the future. The Conqueror's Haki, what of it? The hoarse voice of Star Fragment carried a note of harshness. The recently awakened Conqueror's Haki is, at best, but a drifting weed. Today, I shall personally extinguish the flame of a future monarch. He forcefully quelled the turmoil within him, channeling his armament Haki to its utmost limits. As a terrifying aura akin to that of a primordial beast erupted from his emaciated frame, prompting yet another charge. He was acutely aware that he must seize the opportunity while his opponent was gravely injured and unfamiliar with the mastery of the Conqueror's Haki, ensuring complete annihilation. Chafe. His figure vanished, instantly reappearing above the side of Cloud Shadow, as his deeply infused armament Haki thrusts descended like a tempest. The piercing force broke through the air, emitting a chilling shriek, with each strike aimed at the vital points of Cloud Shadow. Although the power was not as formidable as the previous meteor shower, it was more condensed and swifter. However, this time, Cloud Shadow's sensations were entirely different. The awakening of the Conqueror's Haki not only brought about an overwhelming pressure, but seemed to have unlocked a new gateway deep within his soul. His mental acuity surged to unprecedented levels, his perception sharpened, and his control over his own strength, especially that newly birthed, restless Conqueror's Haki, became guided with an unprecedented finesse. Within the intangible domain of the Conqueror's Haki, Star Fragment's movements appeared to be subtly hindered and delayed, supported by his immense spiritual strength. Cloud Shadow's Kenbunchiko Haki provided an even clearer and more stable foresight of the battle, occasionally allowing him to glimpse fragments of the future extending slightly farther ahead. The technique of Mirage was unleashed, becoming even more elusive and unpredictable. He no longer found himself merely evading in a panicked manner, but rather, within the confines of limited space, he navigated with minimal movements and utmost precision, weaving through the myriad of thrusts. When faced with unavoidable strikes, he enveloped the areas with flowing sakura, complementing it with the defensive essence of indestructible golden body, enduring the blows. Though he still accrued wounds, he was no longer on the brink of losing his combat efficacy in an instant. He fought while retreating, moving backward along the shallow coastline, his steps appearing shaky, his breath still chaotic, as if he might topple at any moment. The long spear danced defensively, clashing with the thrusts and producing a symphony of metallic clangs, sparks flying. Yet, he refrained from employing those energy-draining techniques, seemingly conserving his final reserves, as though he had genuinely reached the limits of his strength. Star Fragment, frustrated by his inability to land a decisive blow, felt a growing impatience. The opponent's resilience exceeded his expectations, that cursed Conqueror's Haki domain, while unable to inflict direct harm, incessantly disturbed his psyche, sapping his momentum. He could see that Cloud Shadow was merely holding on, his injuries and exhaustion unmistakable. A desperate struggle. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he resolved to stop delaying. He pinpointed a slight stiffness in Cloud Shadow after a block, perhaps a deliberate feint. And with an explosive step of the moonwalk, he surged forth like a specter, closing the final distance of 10 meters in an instant. His emaciated fingers converged, condensing the essence of his life's mastery into a spear thrust, compressing the armament Haki to its utmost limits, the tips even shimmering with ripples that distorted space. Aimed directly at Cloud Shadow's unprotected throat. This strike was swift, ruthless, and precise, encapsulating his unwavering belief in victory. In his eyes, it was an inevitable kill. There was no way the opponent could evade or block. And just as his fingertips were about to graze Cloud Shadow's throat, feeling the warmth of blood coursing beneath the skin, Cloud Shadow's eyes, which had seemed so unfocused and weary, suddenly ignited with a brilliance reminiscent of the universe's inception. The once restless Conqueror's Haki enveloping him was not unleashed outward in that moment, but rather, akin to a great whale drawing in water, it was forcibly gathered and compressed. Merging with all the remnants of his armament Haki, vitality, and his indomitable martial spirit, all channeled into the dark red spear in his grasp. All momentum, all strength, all radiance was drawn inward to an extreme. It was as if the universe had collapsed, reverting to a singular point. The once faltering steps that had been retreating suddenly halted, his waist and hips twisting like a tightly strung bow, rotating in an instant. The muscles of his right arm bulged, veins rising like coiling dragons, wielding an immense force that seemed capable of altering the cosmos, commanding the spear as he turned. Twist. Rotate. Thrust. There was no sound, no brilliance, not even the rush of displaced air. Only a singular, profound blackness. A trajectory that devoured all light, all sound, all life, the harbinger of death. Star-piercing 9 forms, 4th form, reversal gun starfall. From defeat, he sought victory, a counterstrike blooming amidst despair, compressing all his strength and will to an extreme, erupting in a singular point, akin to a star completing its life cycle, the final light of its demise. The cruel grin and unwavering belief on Star Fragment's face solidified in a fraction of a second. His spear was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Cloud Shadow's throat. Yet it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. He could only watch helplessly as that pure blackness, symbolic of finality and death, advanced towards his chest in a manner he could neither comprehend nor evade, striking him with an inevitability he could not obstruct. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. A soft sound, almost inaudible, akin to a ripe fruit falling to the ground. Star Fragment's forward momentum abruptly ceased. He looked down, incredulous, at his chest. There. No blood spurted forth, no thunderous crack of bones splintering. Only a fist-sized, mirror-smooth void. Through that aperture, he could see the distorted sky and fallen trees behind him. All his vitality, all his strength, seemed to have been instantly siphoned away, obliterated. The essence of his spear technique, honed to perfection, dissipated helplessly mere millimeters from its target. Dominance, kingship with great difficulty. He raised his head, gazing at Cloud Shadow, who stood with his spear drawn, his eyes beneath the mask filled with profound confusion, absurdity, and perhaps a hint of liberation? Perhaps dying at the hands of a future monarch endowed with conqueror's Haki was, for a warrior like him, a form of destiny? He opened his mouth but could not utter a complete thought. His body swayed, like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind, and he fell backward, raising a small cloud of dust, never to rise again. The culmination of the CP0 spear lineage, codenamed Star Fragment, fell here. Cloud Shadow stood, spear in hand, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. The execution of Starfall had nearly drained his last vestige of strength, and the backlash from the initial forced compression of his conqueror's Haki left him reeling, his vision dimming. Yet, he persisted, refusing to succumb. His gaze fixed upon the lifeless form of Star Fragment, his expression complex, ultimately settling into a cold, tranquil calm. He had emerged victorious, in an absolute disadvantage. He had achieved an unfathomable counterattack through the sudden awakening of his conqueror's Haki and the newly realized lethal spear technique. He slowly raised the long spear in his hand. The dark crimson sheen gradually fading away, returning to its inky essence. The spear's tip pointed towards the heavens, as if proclaiming to this vast ocean. The Supreme Martial Spear makes its grand entrance today. Chapter 36. The Supreme Martial Spear, renowned in paradise. The aftermath of the battle began to subside. The coastline, baptized by the conqueror's Haki, lay in disarray, with fallen trees, shattered rocks, and sunken beaches, alongside a corpse clad in a gray robe, marked by a terrifying void in its chest, all bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent conflict and its astonishing outcome. Ying took a considerable time to recuperate, managing to suppress the injuries within him and the backlash of Haki. He approached the body of the fallen Starbreaker, gazing in silence for a moment. The strength of this spear-wielding predecessor warranted a modicum of respect. Yet, differing allegiances dictated a grim reality. Only one could survive. He bent down, meticulously searching the remains of Starbreaker. In addition to the previously seen encrypted communication snail and some berries, he discovered a black token, neither metal nor wood. Cool to the touch, embossed with a complex design seemingly composed of countless fingerprints, likely a symbol of Starbreaker's identity, potentially useful in certain future situations. Most importantly, he unearthed a peculiar notebook, its pages yellowed with age, densely filled with insights on the utilization of spear techniques and the refinement of Haki. Though lacking a systematic approach, each word was invaluable. Carefully stowing away these spoils, Ying ignited a fire, incinerating Starbreaker's remains along with any lingering traces. The flames soared skyward, casting a crimson glow upon his face, symbolizing the closure of a certain chapter. Without lingering, he navigated the battered boat, hastily departing from the turbulent waters. However, some messages are impervious to flames. Prior to his departure, Starbreaker must have maintained regular contact with the CP0 headquarters. when communication abruptly ceased. And the last vague transmission hinted at a target suspected of possessing Conqueror's Haki. It triggered seismic tremors within a certain echelon of the world government, comparable to an earthquake of magnitude 8. The demise of a seasoned CP0 expert well-versed in the mysteries of spear techniques was already an extraordinary event. Yet, the one responsible for his downfall was none other than Ying, who had defected from CP9 mere months ago, once regarded as a mere nuisance. Even more alarming was the revelation that Ying possessed the rare Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, a symbol of royal lineage. Every bearer, provided they do not meet an untimely fate, harbors the potential to become a titan capable of upheaving the world's balance. The world government's response to such entities has always been one of extreme vigilance and preemptive eradication. Almost on the same day that Starbreaker's death was confirmed, a new, urgent bounty was disseminated through the wings of the news coup, spreading like wildfire across the first half of the Grand Line's paradise and beyond to the wider seas. The new bounty poster, featuring Ying's stoic visage, bore text and figures that left countless onlookers aghast. Supreme Martial Spear Ying. Life or death, indifferent. Bounty, 500 million berries. 500 million. What a jest. How long has it been since his defection? Wasn't it 180 million before? How could the amount multiply so exponentially in such a short span? It was rumored he had slain a significant figure of CP0. Moreover, it was said he possessed that rare quality. Conqueror's Haki. The legendary Conqueror's Haki. A monster. A true monster has been born. In taverns, casinos, underground trading houses, and naval branches. Every establishment that laid eyes upon this new bounty erupted in exclamations of disbelief and astonishment. A bounty of 500 million berries positioned him among the upper echelons of the pirates' supernovas in the first half of the Grand Line. Coupled with his identity as a former CP9 trader and the horrific reputation of his Conqueror's Haki, the name Supreme Martial Spear Ying transcended mere notoriety within the CP system, firmly embedding itself in the awareness of all factions across the tumultuous seas. At the Navy headquarters, the staff convened overnight to reassess Ying's threat level, categorizing him as a highly dangerous individual requiring close monitoring. Meanwhile, various underground power brokers began discreetly gathering intelligence on Ying, evaluating his worth and contemplating whether to invest in, exploit, or distance themselves from him. Some ambitious pirate supernovas sailing within paradise cast wary, curious, or battle-hungry glances at this suddenly emerged figure, whose prominence even momentarily overshadowed their own as a former government operative. Ying, the silent monster that had crawled out of the darkness of CP9's training camp, had, through an extraordinary counterattack and the breathtaking awakening of Conqueror's Haki, officially torn apart the curtain of paradise, indelibly marking his name upon the tumultuous waves of this ocean. He was no longer merely a defector, nor a hunter. He was a spear piercing through the world government's facade. A perilous new star armed with the qualities of a conqueror, entering an era rife with powerful forces. The future waters were destined to be all the more tumultuous because of him. Chapter 37. The incipient armor of conquerors, the initial fusion of three colors. In a secluded part of the Grand Line, deep within an uninhabited island, lay a naturally formed cavern skillfully concealed by dense vines. The flickering campfire dispelled the chill and dampness within, casting an erratic glow upon Ying's somewhat pallid, yet intensely focused visage. He sat cross-legged, an open stone surface before him displaying the notebook acquired from Starbreaker, filled with insights on spear techniques and Haki. Yet, his gaze did not rest upon it. His consciousness delved deep within. The battle with Starbreaker had brought him closer to death than ever since his arrival in this world. But it had also yielded the greatest rewards. Not only had he awakened the Conqueror's Haki amidst the fray and forged the ultimate spear technique, Falling Star, but more significantly, he had personally experienced the clash of a higher echelon of power, particularly the unique essence of Conqueror's Haki, ferocious, domineering, transcending ordinary energies. Conqueror's Haki was far from merely a means of clearing out minions and intimidating foes. Ying turned his introspection inward. Cool and fluid, much like an invisible stream of water, perceiving the flow of all external information, and the nascent Conqueror's Haki, wild and majestic, akin to the thunder of the heavens, representing the absolute pinnacle of will and dominion. As the three hues of Haki awakened in succession, a nascent concept began to take shape within his mind. Since all three powers originated from within himself, could they possibly be fused? This thought, which had germinated during the days of recuperation post-battle, grew increasingly vivid and compelling. He first attempted to channel the armament Haki. This power was the most familiar to him, and he had just begun to grasp the techniques of flow and externalization. The searing energy, like a gentle stream, flowed under his mental command, uniformly covering his body to create a foundational, fluid layer of pitch-black defense. Then, he cautiously summoned the newly awakened, somewhat restless Conqueror's Haki. This formidable power is imbued with exclusivity and a desire for conquest, rendering it exceedingly difficult to master. Upon his initial attempt to engage with the armament Haki, a fierce repulsion ensued between the two forces. The crimson-black arcs of electricity clashed violently with the inky blackness of the flowing cherry blossoms, nearly inciting a localized energy turmoil upon his skin. Ying emitted a low grunt as a stinging sensation coursed through his epidermis, yet his gaze remained resolute. He refrained from imposing control. Instead, akin to taming a wild stallion, he attuned his mental frequency to comprehend the overwhelming will of the Conqueror's Haki, seeking to guide it rather than command it. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, under the relentless and extraordinary influence of his insight and perseverance, his understanding of the characteristics of the Conqueror's Haki deepened rapidly. He gradually discerned that the Conqueror's Haki should not be treated as an ordinary energy to be superimposed, but rather as a profound essence, a manifestation of authority to entwine and empower. He shifted his perspective, no longer attempting to amalgamate the two energies on equal terms, but rather using the armament Haki as a foundation, with the Conqueror's Haki as its soul. He first established a stable layer of armament Haki over his surface, then guided the Conqueror's Haki to transform into countless fine, crimson-black arcs of spiritual electricity, akin to adorning a pitch-black armor with majestic patterns, slowly and methodically wrapping around it. Initially, the process remained elusive. The arcs of the Conqueror's Haki were highly unstable, flickering in and out of existence. However, as he discovered the unique rhythm of dominating energy through will and reinforcing defense with the essence of a sovereign, the endeavor began to flow smoothly. A deep, resonant hum, as if emanating from the depths of his soul, resonated on Ying's surface. Above the flowing black armament Haki, countless leaping, fine crimson-black arcs began to manifest stably. These arcs were not chaotic. Instead, they flowed with a life of their own, moving along an arcane trajectory, perfectly merging with the underlying armament Haki. A weight far surpassing mere armament Haki defenses began to emanate, a profound, restrained aura laced with a soul-chilling majesty. A vague, ethereal silhouette of energy armor, composed of the flowing black base and the dancing crimson-black arcs, gradually materialized upon his body. Though this armor was still exceedingly tenuous, its structure far from stable, as if it could disperse at any moment, its nascent form had, indeed, taken shape. Conqueror's armor. The initial concept of integrating the three types of Haki had reached its first milestone. Ying opened his eyes, fatigue flickering in his gaze, yet overshadowed by excitement and comprehension. He slowly raised his right hand, observing the faint tricolor energy silhouette upon his arm, distinctly sensing the terrifying defensive power contained within, along with an intangible sense of intimidation on a mental level. Armed as the foundation, observation as the eye, conqueror as the soul, he murmured softly to himself, savoring the novel experience brought forth by the preliminary fusion of the three. This path, indeed, holds promise, although the realization of true, Conqueror's armor remains a distant endeavor. This pivotal first step undoubtedly illuminates a grand avenue for his future power system. This is not merely an enhancement of defense. It represents a transformative leap in the essence of life and strength. He dissipated the energy from his surface, the silhouette gradually fading away. Though it was merely a prototype, its transient duration and significant consumption notwithstanding, this successful attempt bore profound significance. He believed that as his understanding of the three types of Haki deepened, particularly his mastery over the entwining of the Conqueror's Haki, this, Conqueror's armor, would ultimately solidify, becoming yet another solid foundation for him to traverse this vast ocean. Chapter 38. Foreseeing the future, stabilizing the entry. After resting for 2 days in the subterranean cavern, stabilizing his injuries and gaining a deeper insight into the preliminary fusion of the three Haki types, Ying once again embarked on his journey. He sought more practical experience to solidify and hone this newly acquired strength, especially the observation Haki, which had also greatly benefited from the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. His chosen target was a small island renowned for chaos and underground dealings, situated at a key maritime junction, Snake Island. Here, a mix of pirates, bounty hunters, black market traders, and even covert agents of the world government could be found, making it an ideal locale for testing his strength and gathering intelligence. Upon landing on the island, he made no effort to conceal his presence. The bounty of 500 million berries had already circulated throughout the paradise, and his distinctive spear and austere demeanor quickly attracted the attention of some predators on the island. Outside a raucous bar, reeking of cheap alcohol and sweat, a sudden ambush validated his expectations. The assailants were not from a single faction. Rather, they were a motley crew hastily assembled from 3 different groups with varying objectives. One group, drawn by his lofty bounty, consisted of reckless pirates. Another, a bounty hunter team hired by an underground force, aimed to capture him alive for greater profit. And a few others appeared to be peripheral spies from CP0, mingling among the crowd to ascertain his status and collect information. Over 20 individuals launched their assault simultaneously from the rooftops on either side of the street, alleyways, and directly in front. Gunshots rang out like a hailstorm. Poisoned crossbow bolts flew silently, and pirates brandishing swords charged forth, among them several figures exhibiting the rudimentary 6 styles. The scene erupted into utter chaos. In the past, faced with such tumultuous attacks from multiple directions, while Ying would not have faltered, he would have needed to employ Mirror Flower, Water Moon, for rapid movement and evasion, combined with Flame of Rebellion, to clear the area, inevitably expending considerable energy. Yet this time, standing at the heart of the storm of attacks, Ying experienced an unprecedented sense of composure. His observation haki, nourished by the surging mental power stemming from the awakening of the Conqueror's haki, seemed to have transcended an invisible barrier. What had once been a fleeting, unstable glimpse of future events now flowed as naturally as breath, as smooth as a stream. With a mere thought, his observation haki expanded like an immense, invisible web, enveloping the entire street with him at its center. Time, in his perception, felt elongated and refined. No longer a vague premonition, but a clear, continuous series of images flooded his mind. He saw it. The marksman on the left rooftop would pull the trigger in 0.8 seconds, the trajectory of the bullet slicing through the air, aimed at his left shoulder. The bounty hunter lurking at the right alley was already drawing back the poisoned bolt, set to release it in 1.2 seconds, targeting his back. The pirate captain charging from the front appeared fierce but was, in truth, unsteady on his feet, poised to stumble in 0.5 seconds due to stepping on a loose tile, exposing a gap in his defense. The CP0 spy amidst the crowd had their finger poised on a concealed alarm snail in their sleeve, ready to activate it in 1.5 seconds. In that precious second of foresight, all trajectories of attacks directed at him, their intentions, and even subtle missteps unnoticed by the attackers themselves, unfolded clearly before him. Foreseeing the future. Stabilized entry. Duration, 1 second. In this invaluable second of precognition, Ying's combat style underwent a transformative evolution. He did not engage in drastic evasions, nor hastily attempt to clear the area. His body merely executed the smallest, most precise, and most effortless movements, guided by the future images he had witnessed. With a slight tilt of his head, the lead bullet, originating from the left rooftop, whizzed past his ear, striking a pirate who was preparing to charge from behind. His feet moved with an almost prophetic instinct, shifting half a step to the left, allowing a poisoned crossbow bolt to pass through the space where he had just stood, embedding itself into the door of a shop across the way. In that fleeting moment when the diminutive pirate captain lost his footing, Ying's fingertips precisely struck out, unleashing a concentrated burst of energy that pierced effortlessly through the unguarded chest of his off-balance adversary. Meanwhile, an agent from CP0, attempting to raise the alarm, felt a sudden chill in his wrist just as he exerted pressure with his fingers. An unseen wave of a swift cutting kick had severed his hand at the wrist, leaving him disarmed. His movements flowed with an effortless grace, resembling not a battle, but rather an elegantly choreographed dance of death. Every attack directed at him fell short, while each of his seemingly casual counterattacks found their mark at the most vulnerable and defenseless moments of his enemies. In mere seconds, as Ying glided through the throng like a wraith, he came to a stop at the far end of the street. Behind him, those who had attempted to ambush him now lay strewn about like harvested wheat, their agonized cries echoing in the air. The few who remained standing were but a handful of terrified souls, crumpled on the ground. Remarkably, Ying had not even deployed his long spear or unleashed any formidable techniques. Rather, he relied solely on his nascent ability to foresee the immediate future and the foundational application of the 6 styles, dismantling what appeared to be a perilous siege with the ease of a leisurely stroll. He gradually reined in his energy, breathing steadily. He sensed the crystal-clear trajectory of the future within his mind, murmuring to himself. Though brief, in the realm of true warriors, this precognitive moment could mean the difference between life and death, an impassable chasm. His observation Haki had finally ascended to a domain accessible only to the most elite of this vast ocean's combatants. This undoubtedly marked a qualitative leap in his overall prowess, particularly in terms of survival and counterattack capabilities. The fangs of his spear, the extreme martial gun, had become even more lethal, empowered by these eyes that could glimpse into the future. Chapter 39. The Shadow of the Demon Slaughter Order, Fleet Encirclement. On the Grand Line, in the Paradise Phase, there lay a mid-sized island known as Thunder Reef. The island earned its name from the peculiar rock formations that surrounded it, frequently attracting lightning due to the abundance of magnetic anomalies. With its treacherous climate and convoluted navigation routes, it served as an ideal refuge from pursuit. Ying had concealed himself here for 3 days, utilizing the island's complex terrain and frequent thunderstorms to assimilate the gains from his battle with the Shattered Star, solidifying the initial fusion of his 3-color Haki and the stabilization of his foresight abilities. Outside the cave, fierce winds howled, and lightning danced in the sky, while torrential raindrops pounded the rocks and dense foliage, creating a cacophony that drowned out much of the world's din. However, on this particular morning, a sound distinct from the natural thunder, a deep, rhythmic rumble, pierced through the storm, resonating like war drums against the heart, growing closer and clearer by the moment. Ying abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of intensity flashing within. Like the most vigilant of cheetahs, he silently crept to the cave's entrance, peering through the gaps in the vines. In the distance, where the horizon had been shrouded by a leaden curtain of rain, 5 enormous shadows, resembling moving fortresses, arranged themselves in standard combat formation, cleaving through the waves as they advanced towards Thunder Reef. These were unmistakably 5 colossal warships, outfitted with the highest specifications from the Navy headquarters. The naval flag fluttering from the mast remained conspicuous amidst the storm, exuding an aura of iron-blooded resolve. The lead ship was particularly immense, its prow resembling a roaring steel beast, with a multitude of cannon ports along its flanks radiating a chilling glint. Even from afar, one could feel the suffocating weight of the military might it commanded. So, they have finally mobilized the forces of the Navy? Ying's gaze sharpened, yet his expression betrayed little surprise. With his bounty skyrocketing to 500 million and the revelation of his conqueror's Haki, the world government could no longer regard him as a target easily dispatched by CP0's covert operations. The decision to deploy the Navy for a direct, overwhelming military assault was thus inevitable. Moreover, judging by the formation, this was no ordinary capture operation. As his thoughts raced, the 5 warships adjusted their course, aligning their broadsides towards the island just a few nautical miles away. In the next instant, a piercing alarm shattered the storm, simultaneously blaring from every ship. This was the signal for a full-scale assault. Target, Thunder Reef. Coordinates fully covered. All units, load high explosive shells. Triple salvo. Fire. Within the flagship's command room, a vice admiral draped in a cloak of justice, his countenance as stern as chiseled stone, known as Admiral Aokiji, Vice Admiral Admiral, emotionlessly issued the command. His eyes were sharp as a hawk, imbued with unwavering confidence in absolute military power and an extreme ruthlessness towards pirates. In his eyes, Ying was no different. The moment the order was given, boom, 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 the 5 warships unleashed their over 300 heavy cannons, simultaneously belching forth flames and dense black smoke that stretched over 10 meters long. The thunderous roar instantly drowned out all other sounds of wind and rain, as though hundreds of primordial beasts were roaring in unison. The sky lit up. Countless shells, trailing orange tails, arced through the leaden heavens like meteor showers, bearing the ominous aura of annihilation as they descended upon Thunder Reef. The barrage was so dense that it nearly obscured the entire sky. The air was rent asunder, producing a wailing shriek akin to the cries of tormented souls. Saturation bombardment. This was firepower on par with the Demon Slaughter Order. The objective was not to precisely strike a specific target, but to utilize overwhelming force to raze the entire island to the ground, to eradicate all life that might be concealed within, along with every trace of their existence from the map. Whoosh boom. The first shell struck the sandy beach at the island's edge, instantly creating a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter, sending sand and rainwater soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Boom, boom, boom. More shells rained down like hail. The dense jungle erupted into fragments and ashes amidst the flames, Towering trees were shattered in half, igniting into fierce blazes. The jagged rock formations crumbled and shattered in the explosions, reduced to dust. The ground of the island trembled violently, as if unable to withstand this brutal onslaught. Emitting a mournful groan, flames, thick smoke, shockwaves, and shrapnel erupted in all directions, instantly transforming Thunder Reef into a hellish nightmare. The previously harsh natural weather seemed utterly trivial in the face of this man-made storm of destruction. At the entrance of the cave where Ying was concealed, violent tremors reverberated. Stones and dust cascading from above. Through the gaps, he beheld the apocalyptic scene outside, his gaze as frigid as ice. Is this the so-called justice of the world government? To eradicate just one individual, they would annihilate an entire island along with any innocent lives that might exist upon it, though the island appeared deserted. Who could guarantee there were absolutely none? Such a ruthless approach, where one would rather mistakenly slay 1,000 than let a single foe escape, bears a striking resemblance to the dark missions he executed during his time with CP9, perhaps even more severe. An uncontrollable fury surged within him. Yet more predominant was a frigid calculation. His observation Haki expanded to its fullest extent, and that moment of foresight, allowing him to glimpse a second into the future, proved vital. The trajectories of countless falling shells, the blast radius, and the ricocheting shrapnel materialized in his mind as clear lines of impending death, meticulously sketched out a heartbeat in advance. He was weaving a complex web of survival, seeking fleeting, insignificant gaps of safety amidst the tapestry of destruction. In an instant, he burst forth from the rocky cavern like a wraith. The earth trembled as a heavy shell struck the very spot he had just vacated, causing the cave to collapse into a ruinous heap. Yet he had already taken refuge behind a massive boulder several dozen meters away, only to have that very rock and its surrounding area enveloped in a new barrage mere half a second later. He moved incessantly, executing the art of mirage step to its utmost perfection, darting through the explosions, the billowing smoke, and the flying debris. His form flickered unpredictably, at times gliding close to the ground like willow fluff, at others leaping between the collapsing trees like a monkey, with each movement narrowly evading the deadly heart of the explosions. However, the space for movement was rapidly constricting. The island was finite, and the artillery fire was universal. The safety zones left for him diminished with each passing moment, while the shockwaves and searing heat from the explosions relentlessly gnawed at his defenses. Occasionally, shards he could not entirely evade struck against his indestructible body, ringing out with a sharp clang. Though his defenses remained intact, they brought waves of pain and tumultuous blood surges. He resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempestuous sea, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet always managing to find a sliver of hope at the last possible moment. Yet, Ying understood that this passive evasion could not be a sustainable strategy. The island's annihilation was merely a matter of time. Once he lost all cover, he would be entirely exposed to the fleet's artillery. At that point, even he would find it arduous to endure amidst such concentrated firepower. A decisive action was imperative. He must strike first. His gaze pierced through the swirling smoke and rain, akin to two icy blades, locking onto those 5 warships on the distant sea, particularly the most colossal flagship commanding the slaughter. Being a passive recipient of attacks had never been Ying's style. Since you have welcomed me with your fleet and artillery, let me return the favor with this gun, an unforgettable gift for you all. Chapter 40. 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, the Bridge in Motion. On the island of Thunder Reef, under the frenzied saturation bombardment of the naval fleet, lamentations echoed, and the land trembled as vast expanses were overturned, forests turned into infernos, and rocks reduced to powder. Smoke and flames mingled with steam, forming a colossal, murky mushroom cloud that rose slowly, as if playing a dirge for the island's demise. Amidst this purgatory of destruction, Ying had been maneuvering for over 10 minutes. His garments were scorched in multiple places, some even torn, and he was smeared with dirt and mud, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet his gaze had sharpened like tempered steel, growing ever colder. No longer content with passively seeking safety on the island, he recognized that the enemy's artillery rained down like an unending storm of death. The island's obliteration was a foregone conclusion. Lingering would only lead to a slow demise under the relentless fire. His target had been set from the very beginning. Those 5 warships on the sea, especially the flagship orchestrating this massacre, as another wave of dense artillery fire roared forth, covering a vast area ahead. Ying, aided by the foresight of his observation Haki, clearly discerned the landing points of all the shells. Rather than retreating, He boldly stepped forward into the deadly barrage. With his first step, the ground beneath him cracked, and he launched into the air like an arrow released from the bowstring. He did not ascend in a straight line, but rather with an arc of profound mystery, as if traversing invisible stairs. Moon Step's essence, 8 steps to chase the cicada. This was the culmination of his explosive Moon Step, the rapidity of Shave, and the ultimate aerial maneuvering of Mirage Step, previously employed for short bursts of advance and evasion. He now aimed to utilize it to cross the sea and strike the enemy ship directly. With a soft whoosh, his figure appeared 10 meters above the ground, narrowly avoiding a shell that exploded beneath him, the scorching wave only ruffling the edges of his clothing. With the second step, the air beneath him seemed to solidify, emitting a sound akin to a light explosion, as he horizontally shifted 20 meters, brushing past 2 intersecting barges. With each successive step, his silhouette traced dazzling zigzag patterns and graceful arcs in the air. Each footfall landed precisely in the gaps between the converging fire. Each movement calculated to dance upon the very edge of death's scythe. From a distance, he appeared as a blurred azure phantom weaving through the chaos of shells and explosive smoke. Those shells capable of rending steel and shattering rock could barely graze the hem of his garments. What was that? Someone was flying amidst the gunfire. A monster. It was the legendary weapon of unmatched prowess. The naval observers aboard the warship, witnessing this unfathomable scene through their telescopes, erupted in terrified screams. The soldiers on deck caught sight of the figure flickering amidst the explosive flames, rapidly approaching, and a chill shot from their feet to the top of their heads. All cannons, adjust your angles. Bring him down. Quickly. The ghostly figure of Vice Admiral Spider on the bridge also beheld this spectacle, his face pallid, issuing commands with urgency. He could not comprehend how a single individual could maneuver so nimbly amidst such a density of firepower. It defied all logic. The anti-aircraft guns, and even some of the main artillery aboard the warship began to adjust, attempting to lock onto that elusive specter in the air. However, Ying's trajectory was too erratic, his speed beyond their capacity to react. All shells aimed at him exploded futilely behind him, creating bursts of fireworks, inadvertently damaging several friendly warships and igniting a series of chain reactions in the air. With his 7th and 8th steps, Ying executed 8 continuous leaps through the air, as if he had performed 8 short-distance spatial jumps, crossing the final few hundred meters of sea. He descended like a meteorite or a divine soldier, enveloped in smoke and cold malice, landing gracefully yet firmly upon the main deck of the largest naval flagship. Thud! He landed silently, without a trace of disturbance. Standing upright, his calm gaze swept across the deck. Surrounding him were countless soldiers wielding flintlock rifles, long knives, or just turning from their cannon positions. They gazed upon the man who had suddenly materialized before them, resembling a god of war, fixating on the obsidian spear he wielded, and absorbing the chaotic yet formidable aura that surrounded him. Every movement froze in place, their pupils dilated with an overwhelming mix of terror and disbelief. The air seemed to congeal, punctuated only by the distant cannon fire of other warships and the relentless patter of rain against the deck, reminding them that this was no mere dream. Ying paid no heed to the ordinary soldiers. His gaze pierced through the throng, landing squarely upon the command bridge high above. Through the thick glass, his eyes locked onto those of the grim-faced Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. A silent declaration of war exchanged between them. He stepped forward. "Stop him," a school-level officer shouted, struggling to suppress his fear. In an instant, the sailors on the deck erupted like a disturbed hive, howling as they raised their weapons and charged at Ying from all directions. Gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Blades glinted ominously, forming a dense web of steel. Faced with this close-range, concentrated assault, Ying did not even resort to the spear. His silhouette moved once more, no longer executing the long-range advance of the 8 steps to chase the cicada, but instead embodying extreme agility in dodges and counterattacks within the tightest confines. Mirage combined with a stable second of foresight into the future. His body became an ethereal phantom, weaving through the barrage of bullets and gleaming blades. Bullets grazed his form, while swords struck only at his afterimages. At times, he glided through the gaps between attackers like a swimming fish, and at others, he appeared behind them like a specter. His spear thrusts ensured that naval officers met their demise, either with pierced throats or shattered hearts. His kicks cleaved through the crowd effortlessly, sending sprays of blood into the air. Occasionally, unavoidable attacks struck his indestructible golden body, producing a metallic clang, yet they could not hinder his advance by even a fraction. He danced upon the deck, a graceful yet lethal waltz of death. With each step he took, several sailors fell. The path he traversed was paved with bodies and blood, leading straight to the command bridge. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stood within the command bridge, observing the man below, who, as if strolling leisurely, slaughtered his elite soldiers. He noted the cold, unyielding gaze of his adversary, and an unprecedented chill washed over the heart of this renowned cold-blooded admiral. He understood that this was no longer a mere encirclement. It had transformed into a reverse hunt. The 5 warships and hundreds of elite sailors had become the stage for their foe to display his might. Chapter 41. The Roar of the Mad Dragon, Dominance Entwined. Ying stood upon the flagship's deck, surrounded by a viscous pool of blood and the scattered corpses of sailors. Before him loomed the last line of defense, a formation of elite officers composed of dozens of school-level and junior officers, standing resolutely, as if facing a formidable foe. Each officer emanated a fierce aura. Having mastered at least 1 or 2 of the 6 techniques, their weapons and limbs enveloped in armed color, their eyes betraying a mixture of fear, determination, and a flicker of lingering honor. Behind them lay the entrance to the command bridge. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's icy gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, pierced through the ranks. Locking onto Ying, rain mingled with smoke and blood, pattering down onto the deck, striking every taut nerve. The distant cannon fire had ceased at some point, and the other 4 warships seemed to have received orders to halt their bombardment around the flagship, wary of collateral damage. Yet, they remained silent iron beasts, sealing off the waters, watching intently. In the entire expanse of heaven and earth, it seemed that only this confrontation on the flagship's deck persisted, along with the suffocating tension. Iron wall formation. A colonel bellowed, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. The officers reacted promptly, swiftly adjusting their positions. Those skilled in iron block took the front. Muscles bulging, skin taking on a grayish sheen, resembling human fortresses. Those adept in slicing and poking formed the flanks, poised to strike like the fangs of a venomous serpent. A few connected their auras, subtly converging armed color to create a faint yet tangible invisible barrier, attempting to halt Ying's advance. This was a formation forged by naval officers in the face of desperation. A blend of offense and defense powerful enough to ensnare a notorious pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Before this culmination of the last will and strength of dozens of naval elites, Ying slowly raised his obsidian spear. The flowing cherry blossom armed color instinctively coiled around it, the spear emanating a profound darkness. But this time, he felt it was insufficient. In his mind, the image of clashing with the Starbreaker flashed past, where the Conqueror's Haki had shattered the meteor shower. The overwhelming essence that transcended ordinary energy stirred his very soul. If Conqueror's Haki could unleash a shockwave, could it not, like the flowing cherry blossom, entwine itself? This thought ignited his imagination like wildfire. His previous attempt to merge the 3 types of Haki into the embryonic form of Conqueror's armor had been based on armed color as the foundation and Conqueror's Haki as the soul. But what about the offense? Could he infuse this royal power, this absolute psychological pressure from the depths of his spirit, into every thrust of his spear? With intent set, he no longer merely invoked the armed color of flowing cherry blossoms. Instead, he endeavored to channel a sliver of the Conqueror's Haki. The red-black arcs of electricity leaping from the depths of his soul, carefully guiding it toward the spear. The process was far more perilous than merging the Conqueror's armor. Conqueror's Haki was filled with aggression and exclusivity, and the moment it came into contact with the relatively docile armed color of flowing cherry blossoms, a violent repulsion ensued. The spear trembled violently, emitting a tortured hum, as the dark light and red-black arcs collided and interwove, threatening to explode at any moment. Ying's veins bulged, and his palms split open once more, blood streaming down the shaft of the spear. Yet, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, with an extraordinary control and indomitable will. He stabilized the 2 raging energies. He no longer sought to merge them, but rather emulated the concept of Conqueror's armor. Using the armed color of flowing cherry blossoms as the bone and energy carrier, while the soul of Conqueror's Haki served as the core of power, entwining them. A deep, resonant sound, akin to an ancient dragon's roar, emanated from the spear. Before the horrified gazes of dozens of naval officers, the spear underwent a visible transformation. Upon the originally profound darkness, more solid and violent red-black arcs coiled tightly, swirling upward like awakened dragon patterns. An overwhelming aura, far more concentrated, targeted, and capable of instilling soul-shattering dread than mere Conqueror's Haki, surged forth, radiating outward from the spear. Those naval officers at the forefront felt a sudden thud in their minds. As if struck by an invisible hammer, the weak-willed collapsed, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. Even the staunchest among the officers felt an icy chill seep into their bones, their limbs growing feeble, their gathered armed color fluctuating violently, nearly impossible to maintain. This was not merely a pressure of momentum. It was an absolute crushing force emanating from the very essence of life, a spiritual domination. Monster! A monster! What manner of power is this? A tumultuous disturbance and fissures erupted within the battle formation. At the very moment when the ranks wavered and morale crumbled, Ying sprang into action. He eschewed any ostentatious maneuvers, merely thrusting the spear, entwined with red-black dragon patterns and crackling arcs of electricity. With simplicity towards the teetering iron wall of the formation, executing a singular strike. Ultimate technique. Rampaging dragon shakes the heavens. Prototype. A roar erupted, not from the material realm, but resonating deep within the souls of all present. A ferocious dragon's roar that thundered with unrestrained ferocity. As the spear pierced forth, a shockwave, extraordinarily condensed and vaguely resembling a snarling dragon's head, surged from its tip with a deafening roar. This shockwave was no longer a mere dispersal of pressure. It was a highly concentrated entity of energy. It possessed the dual characteristics of physical destruction akin to armed Haki and the mental impact of the conqueror's Haki. Wherever the dragon-shaped shockwave passed, the very fabric of space appeared to warp. The fortified Haki barrier, crafted by multiple naval officers, shattered like fragile glass, failing to withstand even a moment's resistance. The officer at the forefront, who had summoned the iron block, found his body met with the brunt of the impact. The protective iron crumbling instantly, leaving his chest caved in. Those on either side, attempting ambush, were caught by the stray red-black arcs emanating from the shockwave's edge, electrified, sent hurtling back, charred and lifeless. An overwhelming force. Truly, an unstoppable force. The dragon-shaped shockwave surged forward, tearing through the deck as if it were mere paper, leaving a gaping chasm several meters wide, scorched and shattered, leading straight to the bridge's entrance. Every naval officer who attempted to impede its advance was either slain or grievously injured, none able to delay its momentum. The potency of this single strike was unparalleled. When the dragon-shaped shockwave finally collided with the heavy metallic doors of the bridge, a resounding boom echoed, warping the doors severely, leaving naught but Ying standing upon the deck. The remaining naval soldiers cowered behind cover, gazing at the gun-wielding figure, resembling a demonic entity, clutching the spear still crackling with disquieting red-black arcs. In that moment, all combativeness and courage dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming dread and despair. Some soldiers even discarded their weapons, curling into fetal positions and emitting helpless whimpers. Ying gradually withdrew his spear, sensing the violent power within gradually subside, alongside his own considerable fatigue. The prototype of Rampaging Dragon Shakes the Heavens exceeded expectations in power, yet demanded exceptional mastery of the conqueror's Haki, a skill he was not yet adept enough to wield effortlessly. Nevertheless, it sufficed. This strike not only shattered the Navy's final resistance, but thoroughly obliterated their spirit. He raised his gaze to the severely contorted bridge doors. It was time to confront the commanding Vice Admiral station within. Chapter 42, The Vice Admiral's Demise. With a thunderous crash, Ying kicked the deformed metallic doors open, the twisted hinges emitting a grating groan before finally detaching and crashing against the internal bulkhead. Inside the bridge, the spacious area was filled with an array of precise instruments flickering with light, yet now it reeked of a desolate despair. Most of the operational sailors had slumped at their posts, either unconscious or staring blankly, evidently crushed by the residual effects of the earlier Rampaging Dragon Shakes the Heavens and the pervasive intimidation of the conqueror's Haki. Only one figure stood resolute, akin to a spear, before the command console. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. He had shed his justice coat, revealing a physique of hardened muscle and battle-scarred bronze skin. In his grip was a long, slender blade, shimmering with an eerie blue light, the famed sword Ghost Cut. The armed Haki coiled around it like a living entity, enhancing its sharpness. His eyes were filled with the cold, brutal resolve of a cornered beast, along with a flicker of the last vestiges of pride and determination of a vice admiral. So, you have indeed breached my domain. Ghost Spider's voice was hoarse and low, imbued with a resigned calmness. The formidable weapon, the spear of Ying, truly lived up to its reputation. Ying strode into the bridge, seawater and blood cascading from the hem of his garments, leaving sinuous trails upon the polished floor. He regarded Ghost Spider with a serene demeanor. as if gazing upon a foe destined for annihilation. Your world government seems to favor addressing matters with cannon fire and death. Ying spoke with a nonchalant tone, while I prefer to respond with the weapon in my hand. Arrogance. A flicker of fury ignited in Ghost Spider's eyes. The justice of the Navy is not to be desecrated by a traitor such as yourself. Before his words had fully escaped, he moved, aware of Ying's formidable observation Haki. He eschewed any pretense and unleashed his full might. Shave. His figure vanished in an instant, not advancing in a straight line, but utilizing the bridge's complex machinery and equipment as cover, executing rapid, erratic movements. Simultaneously, he wielded Ghost Cut, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp, ethereal blue slashes that fused swordplay with the technique of Gale Foot. These strikes did not come directly. They arced through the air as if imbued with life, encircling Ying from all directions, sealing off any potential avenues for escape. Ultimate technique. Ghost Cut Storm of Blades. This was Ghost Spider's ultimate technique, a culmination of speed, skill, and devastating cutting force, having previously incapacitated numerous notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Yet, in the face of an assault capable of shredding an ordinary expert to pieces, Ying merely stood still, his expression unchanged. Within the realm of his observation Haki, the stable foresight of a second had already illuminated every intention behind Ghost Spider's movements, revealing the final trajectories of each flying slash with clarity. He discerned Ghost Spider's true form, set to emerge from behind a radar device on the left in 0.7 seconds, executing a thrust aimed at his ribcage under the guise of a slash. He recognized that amid the seemingly chaotic flying slashes, 3 were mere feints, while the real lethal strike lay concealed within the subsequent 2 intersecting slashes. The future was firmly within his grasp. Just as Ghost Spider's true form flickered into view like a specter from the left, his fingertips coalescing with piercing energy, grinning as he prepared to thrust, Ying moved. He did not evade the thrust aimed at his side. Instead, he slightly shifted, avoiding the vital spot on his left rib while simultaneously channeling his will. Conqueror's Armor, Prototype. A flowing, jet-black armed Haki and flickering red-black arcs of Conqueror's Haki materialized upon his form, albeit faint, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Clang. Ghost Spider's determined thrust struck solidly against Ying's left rib. Yet, it emitted a resounding chime akin to that of a great bell. The force capable of penetrating steel felt as though it had struck a bottomless abyss, merely causing the 3-colored energy armor to ripple slightly, utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. What? The sinister grin on Ghost Spider's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror. His thrust had failed to even penetrate his opponent's defenses. And in that fleeting moment of shock, Ying's counterattack struck like a coiled serpent, poised to strike. With his right hand forming a finger gun, he unleashed a newly mastered technique, a fusion of high-frequency oscillation and ultimate penetration, derived from his recent battle with the Shattered Star. The target was the slightly exposed center of the Ghost Spider's armored chest. The essence of finger gun, Star Collapse. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of piercing through tough leather. The Ghost Spider felt an indescribable force, a terrifying combination of physical penetration and internal vibration, instantly tearing through his armored defense and brutally penetrating his body. His internal organs felt as if they were being stirred by countless tiny drills, and excruciating pain overwhelmed his senses. Ack! He let out a wretched scream. Blood mixed with fragments of his innards sprang from his mouth, his body propelled backward as if struck by a speeding train, crashing heavily against the control console and sending sparks flying from numerous precision instruments. He struggled to rise, but the internal damage caused by Star Collapse was devastating. He had lost most of his combat capabilities, reduced to gazing in terror and despair at the figure that approached him like the harbinger of death. Ying offered him no respite. He raised his long spear, enveloped in the fierce aura of flowing cherry, a glimmer of cold light coalescing at its tip, locking onto the Ghost Spider's forehead. Meteor Pierces the Sun. Man and spear became one, transforming into a streak of black lightning that tore through space. No. The Ghost Spider emitted a final roar of defiance. The brilliance in his eyes dimmed rapidly, ultimately extinguishing entirely. The naval elite, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, had fallen. Ying slowly withdrew his spear, not even casting a glance at the lifeless body. His gaze swept over the silent bridge. The surviving sailors trembled like quails, none daring to meet his gaze. He approached the porthole, observing the 4 warships still prowling the sea, now too fearful to draw near, and the distant Thunder Reef Island, which he had salvaged but now lay in tatters. He picked up the ship's intercom, his cold voice resonating throughout the flagship. Also transmitted through the still-active communications to the other 4 warships. You have 10 minutes to evacuate the flagship. When the time is up, I shall sink it. Having delivered his decree, he disregarded the ensuing chaos and panic, swiftly rummaging through the bridge for valuable intelligence and supplies. 10 minutes later, under the horrified gazes of numerous naval soldiers, Ying arrived at the warship's armory. He piled several barrels of gunpowder together, igniting the fuse with a flick of his fingertip. Then he executed 8 steps to chase the cicada, soaring into the sky like a great bird, disappearing beyond the horizon in a few leaps. Behind him, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as the naval flagship's armory was detonated. A colossal fireball and thick smoke ascended, tearing the steel behemoth that symbolized the authority of the naval headquarters apart, as it slowly sank into the frigid sea. The ascending flames reflected upon the 4 naval warships that dared not approach, helplessly watching the flagship's demise, and illuminated the retreating figure of Ying. The spear of extreme martial prowess, destined to shake the world. The hunt in paradise culminated in the bloody yet glorious sinking of a Vice Admiral's flagship. Chapter 43, The Hunter's Vault. On the edge of the Grand Line, in the Paradise phase, an island known as the Port of Underflow lay hidden behind perennial fog and intricate reefs. There are no official records here, no naval garrisons. Only the most secretive navigational charts that can guide one to its shores. It is one of the crossroads of the dark world, a haven for pirates, smugglers, information brokers, and weapon craftsmen, as well as a paradise for countless illicit transactions. Ying navigated his battle-worn, dilapidated sloop, utilizing the encrypted sea charts seized from CP0 and the Navy. Like a skilled nocturnal wanderer, silently passing through the natural barriers into the harbor enveloped in gray mist. The vessels docked in the port varied widely. From fast boats flying tattered pirate flags to sleek black assault ships devoid of any markings. The air was thick with the briny scent of seawater, the acrid aroma of low-quality tobacco, the metallic tang of rust, and a unique essence belonging to conspiracy and betrayal. The people on the dock wore sharp, vigilant expressions, exchanging subtle gestures and whispers, casting scrutinizing, greedy, or wary glances at the unfamiliar face of Ying. He paid them no heed. He docked his small boat at a relatively secluded spot, paying a hefty docking fee sufficient to silence the dock manager, before blending into the narrow, damp streets of the port, which seemed perpetually shrouded in sunlight's absence. His objectives were clear: to tally his gains and upgrade his equipment. In an underground treasury run by fishmen, renowned for its absolute secrecy and sturdy construction, Ying rented an independent storage room. As the heavy door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from the external clamor and prying eyes, he began to meticulously examine the spoils of his recent hunts. He poured out all the plundered treasures. Instantly, the small storage room resembled a miniature mountain. Berries, cash amassed from the Scorpion, Iron Wall, Shattered Star, and Ghost Spider's flagship, combined with previous scattered earnings. The stacked berry notes emitted a unique scent of ink and wealth, amounting to an astronomical figure. They represented a freedom from basic survival and resource concerns for the foreseeable future. Weapons and equipment, several finely crafted short swords and daggers infused with sea prism stone, standard issue for CP0 members, posed a significant threat to those with abilities, and even for non-ability users, their hardness and sharpness far exceeded ordinary steel. Some standard naval officers' sabers, while not as rare as CP0's gear, were made of high-quality materials, suitable as backups or for trade. Additionally, there were several intact CP0 white uniforms and masks. Though he would not don them, studying their materials and craftsmanship might yield insights into the technological level of the world government. Intelligence and documents. This was the true priceless treasure. Encrypted booklets from the Scorpion and Iron Wall recorded some of CP0's strongholds and contact methods in paradise. Notes on the finger gun technique and Haki insights from the Shattered Star contained the wisdom of a seasoned powerhouse. Portions of the Naval Communication Codebook and recent patrol route maps obtained from the Ghost Spider's flagship, while limited in timeliness, provided invaluable information. Upon completing his inventory, Ying formulated a clear plan in his mind. Berries were the lifeblood of action, intelligence was the eye of the future. And what he urgently needed now was a stronger physique, a reliable vessel to sustain his upcoming journeys and battles. He sought out the most renowned, albeit notorious, shipwright in the port of Underflow, Old Anvil. He was a grizzled old man, his beard unkempt, covered in grease, with a temperament as peculiar as a rock. Rumored to have crafted ships for legendary figures in his youth, now reclusive in this dark harbor, taking only jobs that piqued his interest. Ying exchanged no pleasantries. directly presenting a heavy bag of berries alongside several documents confiscated from naval officers. Certain specialized alloy formulas and incomplete blueprints for innovative power designs were meticulously annotated and placed upon the cluttered workbench of the old forge. I require a vessel. Ying's voice was tranquil. It must be operable by a single person, swift enough to outpace the Navy's latest fast ships. And its structure must withstand the raging tides of the New World's gateway. When necessary, the hull should be able to endure direct cannon fire. The murky eyes of the old forge glanced at the bag of berries, then scanned the extraordinary blueprints, even in their incomplete state, before finally resting on Ying, particularly pausing on the long spear wrapped in cloth behind him. Oh, the gun of extreme martial arts? The old forge grunted, seemingly recognizing Ying's identity, yet showing neither surprise nor fear, only scoffing. Your demands are rather high. The funds are barely sufficient. The blueprints are intriguing. However, the materials are hard to come by, and the time frame will be extensive. Provide me with the materials list, and I shall procure them, Ying stated calmly. The time frame, at most, will be 1 month. The old forge scrutinized him for a while, ultimately revealing a grin, displaying teeth stained yellow and black from tobacco. Kid, you have some spirit. Very well. I shall take on this task. Return in 1 month for your ship. In the ensuing month, Ying frequently traversed the perilous black market auction houses and material vendors of Dark Current Harbor. With robust financial resources and occasional acts of amiable persuasion, he gathered the rare materials on the old forge's list, such as branches of the Atom Tree, remnants of Vabu alloy, and tendons from certain unique sea beasts. He witnessed firsthand the old forge laboring in the shipyard, sweating profusely, as he devoted himself with an artist's dedication to melting, forging, and assembling those precious materials. The hull was sleek and exuded a sense of power, akin to a beast poised to strike. The sails were woven from a rare exotic spider silk, light yet resilient. The bottom of the vessel was even embedded with a small amount of rare metals refined from ore, along with a substantial quantity of seafloor stone, capable of traversing windless zones. The propulsion system ingeniously combined traditional sails with a compact, efficient vortex propeller based on captured blueprints, allowing for astonishing speed even in windless areas or against the wind. When the final product was unveiled before Ying, even his composed demeanor flickered with awe. The ship was modest in size, accommodating only one person comfortably, its streamlined body a dark gray, seemingly capable of absorbing light, rendering it nearly undetectable amidst the mist and night. The bow resembled an abstract star pointing towards the distant horizon. The entire vessel emanated a restrained yet perilous beauty, akin to a weapon tailored specifically for him. What shall it be named? The old forge wiped his brow, his tone betraying an unmistakable pride. Ying caressed the cold, solid hull, feeling the latent power and speed it contained, as if the meteor spear he wielded in his past life resonated within his memory. Meteor, he murmured, like a shooting star slicing through the night sky, swift, radiant, embodying a determination that pierced the path ahead. The hunter's treasury had finally transformed into a sturdy ladder leading towards the future. This meteor would carry forth his martial path into broader realms. Chapter 44. Aiming for the East Sea, the storm temporarily abates. The meteor lay quietly docked in a secluded spot of Dark Current Harbor, resembling a shadowy assassin who had reigned in all its presence. Compared to the ostentatious and mysterious vessels within the harbor, it appeared remarkably understated, yet exuded an undeniable latent threat. Ying stood at the prow, the sea breeze rustling through his freshly laundered coarse garments. He slowly flexed his wrists and ankles, feeling the boundless energy within him, yet under his command. The conqueror's haki lay dormant in the depths of his soul, akin to a coiled dragon, while the flowing haki coursed joyfully through his flesh. The perception of observation haki enveloped a radius of several hundred meters like an invisible web, transforming foresight into instinctive insight. Yet beneath this formidable power lay a faint but palpable sense of fatigue, akin to the damp traces left on the beach after the tide recedes, lingering within his psyche. Months of intense hunting, counter-surveillance, and life-and-death battles against formidable foes had taken their toll. From the bloody cleansing of the CP0 stronghold upon entering paradise, to the breathtaking duel with Shattered Star and the awakening of his conqueror's haki, culminating in the glorious feat of sinking a Vice Admiral's flagship. Each battle had been an ultimate drain on will, stamina, and intellect. Even with his extraordinary resilience and recovery capabilities far exceeding the norm, his spirit was not an inexhaustible well. That taut string needed to be relaxed to gather strength for the more tempestuous storms that lay ahead. He understood that the commotion he had stirred in paradise had been too great. the annihilation of the CP-0 squad, the fall of Shattered Star, and particularly the sinking of a Vice Admiral's flagship were akin to delivering a series of resounding slaps to the face of the world government. The pursuit that followed would undoubtedly surpass previous probes and encirclements. The mobilization of Admirals, the intervention of higher echelons of CP-0, and even the potential activation of secret mechanisms directly under the celestial dragons were merely a matter of time. Paradise had already become the eye of the storm. Remaining here would likely subject him to an unending onslaught from the highest combat powers of the world government. He craved battle, seeking the pinnacle of confrontation. But that did not mean he would foolishly fall into the quagmire of passively absorbing attacks, overwhelmed by sheer numbers and ranks. He needed time, he needed space to grow. He required a sufficiently tranquil soil to thoroughly digest the immense harvest from his journey through paradise. He aimed to master the Conqueror's Haki, solidify the embryonic form of the armor Haki, perfect the dragon quake, and extend the duration of his foresight, all of which demanded a relatively peaceful environment. His gaze turned towards the sea known as the East Blue, often dubbed the Sea of Peace by the great adventurers of the Grand Line. As he understood, the East Blue was the weakest of the four seas, with generally low bounty amounts, a relatively thin naval presence, and a scarcity of powerful ability users and Haki wielders. For him at present, it could be described as a harmless novice village. Yet, it was precisely this weakness that constituted the tranquility he needed at this moment. There, large-scale military operations by the world government would be more constrained, and the tracking of top-tier powerhouses would be rendered difficult due to the subdued environment. He could temporarily conceal the fearsome reputation of the extreme martial arts gun, living as an ordinary traveler, digesting his power while observing the ocean of Roger's homeland. Perhaps even encountering interesting people or events. It was time to bid farewell to this land that had provided him with both trials and glory, yet had also brought forth unending pursuits. He cast one last glance at the overcast sky and chaotic streets of Dark Current Harbor, a place that marked the end of his hunting and the beginning of a new journey. There was no lingering sentiment, only a clarity and resolve born of reflection. He turned and entered the simple, yet fully functional cockpit of the Meteor. A low, pleasant hum resonated as the Meteor emitted a soft sound, vibrating slightly as the vortex propeller at the rear began to operate. He adjusted the ship's heading, no longer facing the tumultuous depths of the Grand Line, but instead navigating through the windless zone towards the azure waters deemed the starting point. The small vessel cleaved through the waves, its speed gradually increasing as it swiftly left behind the mists and shadows of the port of Dark Currents. Ahead lay the vast and boundless sea, where sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting golden patches of light. The sea breeze, tinged with a hint of saltiness, brought with it a sense of tranquility, distinct from the perils of paradise. Standing at the bow, Ying allowed the wind to caress his face, his gaze distant. The hunt in paradise had reached a temporary pause. The edge of the extreme martial gun would, for now, be sheathed in this realm of the weakest peace, gathering strength. Yet, everyone understood that a lurking dragon is not meant for a stagnant pool. When he unsheathes his sword once more, it will undoubtedly create a cataclysmic stir, piercing through the profound darkness. Chapter 45, Boundless Reverie. The meteorite sailed silently like a gray specter along the relatively calm route from the Grand Line to the East Sea. The sky was a rare azure, with wisps of thin clouds lazily hanging like torn cotton at the horizon. The sea lay undisturbed, shimmering under the sunlight with flecks of light that danced like gold. Compared to the unpredictable and perilous waters of paradise, this place felt like an entirely different, serene world. Rather than confining himself within the cramped cabin, Ying casually sat at the bow, leaning against the cold figurehead of the ship. One leg was bent, with an arm resting on his knee, while the other leg dangled naturally, swaying gently with the ship's slight undulations. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be dozing off, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, while in reality, his mind had already descended into an expansive realm constructed of memories and thoughts. Images flitted through his mind like a revolving lantern, ultimately settling on the decisive confrontation with the Shattered Star. What left an indelible impression on him was the opponent's extraordinary mastery of the finger gun technique, which seemed capable of defying spatial barriers to a certain extent. The terrifying ability of the finger force to reach its target almost instantaneously lingered in his thoughts. Distance. Ying repeatedly mulled over this word in his mind. To ordinary people and even the vast majority of formidable warriors, distance is an objective reality. To strike a distant target, one must either close the physical gap or rely on energy or slashing strikes to traverse that space. all of which require time and are subject to various factors such as air resistance, energy attenuation, and the opponent's evasion. However, the Shattered Star's finger gun, particularly the technique known as Meteor Shower, somewhat transcended this convention. His finger force did not simply travel in a straight line. It embodied a certain shallow understanding and application of spatial rules, making the transmission of the finger force more efficient and elusive, even carrying an implication of inevitability. If the Shattered Star's finger gun merely grazed the threshold of ignoring certain spatial obstructions, then Ying's thoughts galloped like an untamed stallion deeper into contemplation. Could my gun advance further? Not by shortening the distance or accelerating the speed, but fundamentally, by disregarding distance? This notion struck him like a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, illuminating a blind spot in his cognition. He recalled the awakening of his conqueror's Haki. This power, at its core, is a will and intimidation that transcends all beings. It can directly affect the mental realm and, to some extent, can ignore physical distance. A powerful user of Conqueror's Haki can exert its intimidating influence over an entire island or even broader territories. Could the distance-defying trait of Conqueror's Haki be combined with the attack itself? Not merely to clear out minions, but to lock onto a target? To define the outcome of an attack? To project the intent to strike, the assured result, onto the target through the power of Conqueror's Haki? Even before the spear tip itself? Transforming the thrust of the spear from a process of crossing space into a proclamation of a predetermined fact? Godly spear, no distance. A name naturally surfaced in his mind. As the name suggests, the spear's reach knows no bounds, disregarding distance, ensuring a hit. This cannot simply be explained by speed. It involves a shallow interference and application of spatial rules and causality. It is a truly terrifying marksmanship that touches upon the essence of the way. Of course, this is merely a concept existing in the realm of reverie, a distant aspiration. With his current mastery of Conqueror's Haki and understanding of spatial rules, he is far from being able to support such an unfathomable technique. It requires him to reach the pinnacle of mastery in entwining Conqueror's Haki, to gain a deeper comprehension of space, and perhaps even necessitates certain unique opportunities. Yet, this seed has already been sown in his heart. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly unfocused on the endless horizon of the sea, yet deep within his eyes, stars flickered and lines of rules subtly emerged. He instinctively raised his right hand, grasping at the air as if holding an invisible spear. There was no surge of Haki, no eruption of power. He simply felt the distance between himself and some elusive target in the distance, attempting to use his will to touch it, to define that assured outcome. This was destined to be a long and arduous journey of exploration. Yet, Ying remained unhurried. The pinnacle of martial arts is built upon countless such reveries, attempts, and breakthroughs. With direction established, all that remained was to pave the path with time, sweat, and battle. No distance, he murmured softly to himself, the sea breeze dispersing his words, yet failing to diminish the increasingly resolute light in his eyes. One day, this spear of mine will truly transcend the boundaries of time and space. The tranquil voyage became the whetstone for his thoughts. In this serene expanse of sea, an ultimate spear technique that could potentially shock the world quietly began to take root. Chapter 46, Profound Understanding of the Hundredfold System. The meteorite continued its steady voyage, with the sun rising and setting, and the stars rotating. Aside from the necessary adjustments in course and occasional meals, Ying spent most of his time immersed in his own world. The external calmness afforded him more energy for introspection, allowing him to scrutinize the core secrets behind his extraordinarily rapid growth. He sat cross-legged on the deck, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his breath long and rhythmic. His consciousness sank as if into the depths of the ocean, meticulously sensing the flow of every ounce of power within him. Reflecting on each breakthrough and growth since his crossing, particularly following the activation of that enigmatic ability. Initially, he believed this was merely a simple effect of training magnified 100-fold. In the CP9 training camp, this manifested as an insane enhancement in physical capabilities and mastery of the 6 styles. Later, during battles against CP0, against Shattered Star, and the naval fleet, he realized that this amplification extended far beyond mere physical training. The speed at which he learned, adapted, and even mimicked his opponent's techniques during combat was astonishing. The creation of extreme intense 6 styles, the rapid mastery of flowing cherry blossom, Haki release, the partial analysis and learning of Shattered Star's finger gun mastery, and even the awakening and initial entwining of Conqueror's Haki, everything exceeded the scope of mere training effects. It resembled a 100-fold acceleration in learning and understanding. No, It was even more profound than that. Ying's thoughts operated like the most precise scalpel, dissecting each of his experiences. Faced with the rule-laden finger gun mastery of Shattered Star, he could analyze its power techniques and Haki flow 100-fold in life-and-death situations, even beginning to mimic them. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki appears to be a mere emotional response. However, it is actually a profound realization and acceptance of his innate kingly qualities, reached under extreme pressure, which ultimately amplifies his abilities 100-fold, enabling him to break free from his shackles. The essence of all this seems to point towards a singular core, the Hundredfold Feedback System. Its true nature is not simply the bestowal of strength, but rather an accelerated comprehension and mastery of the fundamental rules of the world. What it amplifies is the depth of his understanding and the swiftness of his mastery over all experiences, be it training, combat, observation, insights, or even emotional encounters. While others may require numerous trials, 10, 100, to grasp the threshold of certain skills, he, with his hundredfold understanding, perceives the core mysteries through a single experience. What takes others years or even decades of arduous cultivation to overcome, he might achieve in a mere moment of life and death realization, with the process of enlightenment accelerated 100-fold, culminating in a breakthrough. It functions as a remarkably potent learning enhancer and a magnifier of intuition, transforming all he encounters into invaluable resources, digesting and assimilating them with extraordinary efficiency, ultimately integrating them into his own system of power. Thus, a revelation dawned upon Ying, as if he had dispelled the last veil shrouding the greatest secret of his being. It is not a direct grant of power, but rather an endowment of the ability to swiftly comprehend and master the principles of power. This understanding instilled in him an unprecedented confidence regarding his future path. It signifies that regardless of the peculiar abilities he may face, be they the elemental characteristics of natural-type powers or the rule-bound strengths associated with certain superhuman or animal-type awakenings, even the advanced applications entwined with Conqueror's Haki, as long as he can experience, sense, and understand them, the Hundredfold Feedback System will enable him to analyze, learn, and ultimately discover methods to counter or even master them at an astonishing speed. The devil fruit abilities that the world government relies upon are, to some extent, a manifestation and utilization of these fundamental rules of the world. Does this imply that as long as he is afforded sufficient opportunities to experience and comprehend, he too could glimpse their mysteries, perhaps even uncover methods to simulate, counter, or surpass certain rule-bound powers without the need for a devil fruit? This thought ignited a fervor within him. The limitation of not being able to consume a devil fruit may not be an absolute disadvantage. Rather, it may propel him toward a path of pure self-reliance to explore and master the essential forces of the world, a path of extreme martial prowess. He slowly opened his eyes, no longer merely sharp and cold, but imbued with a profound wisdom and insight into the essence of things. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the coursing power within him, which encompassed not just Haki and vitality, but also his deep understanding of strength, rules, and himself. Comprehension and mastery accelerated. He gazed towards the horizon where the sea met the sky, a boundary that seemed to symbolize endless unknown challenges and mysteries, regardless of whether the future held natural awakenings, the peculiarities of rule-based powers, or the dominion of the divine realm. As long as he could understand, he could master. And this, indeed, is the greatest reliance of Ying as he wields his spear to pierce through all obstacles. The profound understanding of the system illuminated his path forward, solidifying the resolve of his warrior's heart. Chapter 47. A systematic overview of combat. The meteorite glided across the vast azure canvas like a deep gray leaf, having departed the tumultuous seas of paradise. Post this tumult, the weather seemed particularly benevolent towards this solitary voyager of the sea. The sunlight was no longer the scorching blaze of paradise, but instead radiated a gentle warmth, gracing the deck and the figure of Ying in quiet repose. The sea breeze caressed softly, billowing the uniquely woven silk sails into graceful arcs, devoid of any ferocity. Ying did not engage in training or introspection. He merely sat quietly at the bow, his back straight as a pine, eyes closed, breathing in harmony with the gentle undulations of the waves. He was not resting. He was engaged in a crucial internal cultivation that required no violent motion. Systematically and clearly, he was organizing all the powers he currently possessed. Since the moment of his awakening amidst the dire straits of the CP-9 training camp to his current escape to the sea, having endured the bloody battle in paradise, vanquished a senior from CP-0, and sunk the flagship of a Navy vice admiral, culminating in the awakening of Conqueror's Haki in just over a year. He traversed paths and ascended power tiers that many would find more exhilarating and steep than an entire lifetime. It was time to string together these scattered pearls into a clearly visible pathway leading to greater heights. His consciousness resembled that of a calm librarian, categorizing and polishing the treasures within the vast halls of his mind. The first cornerstone, the 6 ultimate techniques. These are not the rigid and flawed killing techniques of CP9, but rather a new system of martial arts refined through the wisdom of a martial arts master from his past life, amalgamating his extraordinary insights and control to distill and elevate them. They have transcended mere independent techniques, becoming instinctual to his body, forming the grammar of all his combat actions. 1. Shave, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, a fusion of speed and evasion, transcending mere linear advancement, embodying the essence of martial arts footwork, making his movement trajectories elusive and difficult to capture. 2. Iron Block, Indestructible Golden Body, a revolutionary defense that transforms the outward release of power into internal cultivation, merging flowing haki with flesh and bone, eliminating rigidity, and achieving a harmonious balance of defense and agility. 3. Paper Drawing, Martial Body, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, the epitome of evasion, no longer passively conforming to air currents, but actively guiding and controlling. His figure becomes a blend of illusion and reality, causing all attacks to miss their mark. 4. Moonstep, the 8 steps to chase the cicada, the sovereign of aerial maneuvering, merging the explosive force of Moonstep with the speed of Shave, allowing for intricate directional changes and continuous advances in midair, as if stepping on invisible stairs to reach the pinnacle. 5. Storm Foot, derived applications, no longer confined to fixed slicing forms. It can adapt to conjure concentrated cuts, monumental strikes, and rapid descents according to necessity, transforming at will. 6. Finger Gun, Star Collapse, an enhanced penetrating technique that compresses power to a singular point, simulating the collapse of stars, combining physical penetration with internal shockwaves, a formidable tool for breaching defenses. 7. Finger Gun, 100 Cracks, an ultra-rapid barrage technique, unleashing hundreds of piercing strikes in an instant, utilized for suppression, countering, or clearing dense foes. These 6 techniques form the flawless foundation for his offense, defense, and evasion, ensuring that he maintains absolute initiative and composure in any environment. The second core, the 9 techniques of convergence. This extends his martial path, manifesting his will and strength, being uniquely tailored to the god-slaying spear he wields. Each technique represents different facets of his combat needs and understanding of the spear arts. 1. Initiation, Meteor Pierces the Sun, an ultimate single-point thrust that condenses speed and destructive power into the tip of the spear, pursuing absolute penetration, a vanguard for breaching all defenses. 2. Defensive Stance, Cosmic Dance, an absolute defensive spear technique, with the spear swirling like a galaxy, forming an impenetrable domain, a barrier against thousands of foes. 3. Area of Flame, 100 Cracks, a divine technique for large-scale clearing, merging Wing Chun's inch power with the characteristics of flowing cherry blossoms, instantly unleashing hundreds of searing spear auras, akin to a wildfire spreading across a fan-shaped area ahead. A counterattack with the retributive spear, the ultimate weapon forged from defeat to achieve victory, compressing all power and will to their zenith, erupting at a single point like a falling star, reversing the tide of battle. The Arcane Technique, Dragon's Roar, prototype an initial endeavor to entwine Conqueror's Haki with the spear, unleashing a dragon-shaped shockwave that delivers both physical and psychological blows with tremendous force, albeit still in an immature state. Conceptualizing the divine spear of no distance, a visionary ambition for the ultimate gunplay of the future, seeking to merge the traits of Conqueror's Haki with the principles of space. Aiming for an infallible strike regardless of distance, currently merely a theoretical seed. These techniques, including concepts, serve as the foundation for his audacity to challenge mightier beings, embodying the true essence of his illustrious spear. The third source, 3-color Haki, and its fusion. This represents the manifestation of power tiers, a passport for the apex predators of this vast ocean. Armament Haki, mastery achieved in flowing Sakura, external release and internal destruction. The foundational basis for qualitative transformation in both offense and defense, capable of enveloping the body and weapons. Observation Haki, successfully stabilizing at the threshold of future foresight, able to clearly predict the trajectory of attacks within 1 second, serving as a prophet in battle, allowing him to remain composed. Conqueror's Haki, the rarest of kingly traits. Capable of clearing the weak and instilling fear from the moment of awakening. Currently experimenting with higher-level entanglements that impart a soul-level oppression to his attacks. Fusion of Haki armor. Prototype, a preliminary product of the fusion of the three colors of Haki, with armament Haki as the base, observation Haki as the eyes, and Conqueror's Haki as the soul, forming an illusory energy armor on the surface, embodying both defensive and intimidating capabilities, representing the evolutionary direction of his future power system. The fourth engine, Hundredfold Feedback, deep cognition. This is the root of all his miracles. It is not a simple endowment of ability, but a profound comprehension and mastery of the world's fundamental rules accelerated. It amplifies 100-fold his understanding, depth, and mastery speed of all experiences, training, combat, insights, making it the fundamental reason he can swiftly analyze opponents' arcane techniques, break through personal bottlenecks, and integrate new moves. It transforms impossibilities into possibilities, serving as the perpetual motion machine that drives the continuous evolution and surpassing of his entire combat system. Extreme Intense 6 Techniques serves as the sinews and skin, constructing the framework of battle. Piercing 9 Techniques represents the divine weaponry dedicated to offense and destruction. 3-Color Haki provides the source of vitality and internal energy. Hundredfold Feedback acts as the soul's core, propelling infinite evolution. The four are interdependent, each indispensable, collectively forming a seamless, boundless potential combat system uniquely his, known as extreme martial arts. Ying slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and profound, as if reflecting the intricacies of his own power. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the torrent of strength within and the clarity of his system in his mind, a solid sense of having achieved his path enveloping him. The road ahead remains long, with powerful adversaries looming. Yet, at this moment, he is acutely aware of what he possesses, what he lacks, and where his future lies. The meteorite, carrying not just a formidable defector, but a figure who has already laid the cornerstone of his martial path, is poised to inscribe an indelible mark upon this ocean, a future master. Chapter 48. A calm surface, undercurrents afoot. The speed of the meteorite gradually diminished, not due to the cessation of wind, but rather because the waters ahead exhibited an eerie stagnation. The sky remained a clear blue, the sunlight radiant, yet below, the sea mirrored an enormous, immovable expanse of deep blue glass, devoid of even the slightest ripple. The air was thick with a stifling, almost suffocating silence, with the cries of seabirds utterly vanished. The windless zone, a natural barrier flanking the Grand Line, severing the absolute domain of the four seas from the Great Route. Here, there was no wind, no current. For vessels reliant on sail power, it was an absolute dead zone. More perilous, however, were the lurking titanic shadows beneath this silent sea. Akin to moving mountains, the Sea Kings. They are the true sovereigns of these waters, possessing the terrifying strength to easily overturn colossal warships. Ordinary vessels, even the Navy's large warships, would not dare to tread here without special means, such as embedded sea prism stone or possessing an overwhelming presence capable of deterring Sea Kings. Ying stood at the ship's bow, his gaze calmly sweeping across this eerily frozen expanse. His observation Haki extended like invisible tendrils, silently delving into the depths of the sea, sensing the massive life forces lurking beneath, akin to small islands. Some were in slumber, while others drifted slowly, their immense vitality glowing like torches in the dark, clearly visible. However, when the meteorite, now embedded with sea prism stone, intruded upon their territory, the anticipated furious assault did not materialize immediately. Some more sensitive Sea Kings seemed to sense an anomaly. Their enormous eyes, akin to searchlights, turned toward the meteorite, revealing a primal wariness and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. Ying did not exude any overt hostility or aura, yet his well-honed physique radiated high-quality life energy like a furnace. More critically, the nascent yet already formed Conqueror's Haki hidden within the depths of his soul lay dormant like a slumbering emperor, even in silence. Its intangible presence and pressure were sufficient to unsettle these perceptive oceanic overlords. It was a natural suppression stemming from the very essence of life in the mental plane. Just as the beasts of the forest instinctively avoid the territory permeated by the scent of the Tiger King, so too did the Sea Kings exhibit caution. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. The meteorite, a vessel that should have been as fragile as a pastry in the windless zone, seemed to possess an invisible shield, navigating through this deadly calm and perilous sea with tranquility and deliberation. Occasionally, Curious or hunger-driven sea kings attempted to approach, but upon crossing an invisible boundary, they would suddenly experience a soul-chilling pressure, as if advancing further would invite annihilation, ultimately retreating with flicks of their tails, disappearing back into the unfathomable darkness. Ying was unperturbed by this. The enhancement of strength naturally accompanies greater adaptability to the environment. He relished the solitude, seizing this uninterrupted journey to attend to some trifling yet necessary tasks. He ventured into the cabin, retrieving the jet-black long spear and a special oil and fine whetstone acquired from the black market, designed for maintaining high-grade weapons. Sitting on the deck, he laid the spear across his knees and commenced meticulous and focused maintenance. His fingertips glided over the cold, solid spear shaft, feeling the intricate, scale-like patterns engraved upon it. With a soft cloth dipped in oil, he tirelessly polished every nook and cranny of the spear, removing any potential salt stains and dirt. Then he picked up the whetstone, moving rhythmically and gently, honing the spear's tip that had endured countless fierce clashes yet remained as sharp as ever. The friction between the whetstone and metal produced a faint rustling sound, strikingly clear amidst the absolute silence. The sunlight illuminated the meticulously maintained, glossy black spear, subtly reflecting an aura of cold hardness. This spear, having tasted the blood of CP-9 comrades, pierced through the bodies of formidable CP-0 foes, shattered the flagship of the Navy, now lay in his hands, docile as a slumbering companion. However, beneath this exquisite tranquility and serenity, Ying's heart resembled a polished mirror. He understood that this calmness was merely a fleeting and precious interlude before the impending storm. The world government would not simply relent due to his rampage in the Paradise or the sinking of a vice admiral's flagship. It was akin to receiving a sharp slap in the face, only for the assailant to turn away and depart. The bounty of 500 million, alongside the confirmation of his conqueror's Haki, destined him for inclusion on the highest threat list. The ensuing pursuit would undoubtedly become more intense and ruthless, potentially involving the personal intervention of an admiral or the full force of CP-0, perhaps even stirring the enigmatic powers under the celestial dragons. Could the East Blue, often deemed the weakest sea, truly serve as his ideal refuge? While it might allow him to temporarily evade the overt military onslaught, the covert surveillance and targeted traps lurking in the shadows would likely multiply. He paused momentarily while polishing the tip of his spear, his gaze seemingly penetrating the ship's rail. Directed towards the East Blue, calmness was merely a facade. The undercurrents had already begun to surge. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, he could capitalize on this brief tranquility to thoroughly assimilate the spoils from Paradise, solidify the conqueror's armor, refine the raging dragon's roar, and masterfully entwine his conqueror's Haki. He gently set down the well-maintained spear, its glimmering surface reflecting the light, as if it harbored a colossal power ready to shatter the stillness at any moment. Raising his head, he gazed towards the seemingly endless horizon beyond the calm zone, a cold yet expectant smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Come forth," he murmured, his voice resonating clearly in the desolate calm. "Let me see what formidable means you still possess." The Meteor, carrying its master, resolutely sailed towards the sea of peace that would soon be disturbed by his presence. Chapter 49, The East Blue in Sight. New bait. The bow of the Meteor sliced through the suffocating silence of the calm sea like a hot knife through solidified grease, slowly yet determinately extricating itself from that stifling realm. In the preceding moment, the absolute stillness of the calm zone had felt as if time itself could freeze, with only the faint echoes of his heartbeat and rushing blood in his ears. In the next, a gentle breeze laden with fresh moisture and a hint of briny salt caressed Ying's face. He inhaled deeply. The scent of the air had transformed. It was no longer the scorching mix of gunpowder, blood, and frenzied energy from the Paradise waters, nor the pure, oppressive silence of the calm zone. This breeze from the East Blue carried an almost naive tranquility, along with a freshness reminiscent of an unspoiled beginning. Before him lay a sea that was vast and tranquil, with skies high and clouds sparse. The sunlight bathed the azure waters in a warm yet gentle glow, creating a shimmering golden reflection. The water was clear, revealing colorful schools of small fish swimming beneath the surface. In the distance, several lush islands sparkled like emerald jewels, scattered across the infinite expanse of azure velvet. Everything appeared so serene, so harmless. Was this truly the East Blue? The sea dubbed the weakest and most peaceful among the four seas? Standing at the bow, Ying deftly maneuvered the dark gray Meteor into this tranquil expanse, gliding silently, without stirring excessive waves, as if wary of disturbing the serenity of the place. He surveyed his surroundings, his observation haki spreading silently like quicksilver, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. The feedback from his senses confirmed the rumors. The sea flowed gently and predictably, and the climate was alarmingly stable. While there was an abundance of life, most were feeble, with only a few slightly more formidable sea beasts present. Not even the common sea king subtypes with rudimentary intelligence and special abilities found in the paradise waters were detected, let alone any powerful Haki users or energy fluctuations. For Ying, having just emerged from the bloody maelstrom of the paradise on the Grand Line, this place felt akin to a berserker entering a children's playground. The stark contrast prompted him to squint slightly, yet, rather than easing his vigilance, it sharpened his awareness of the iron curtain of the world government's order concealed beneath this piece. Precisely because of its weakness, the Navy's control here appeared more tangible and penetrating at the grassroots level. And precisely because it was weak, any extraordinary intrusion would stand out like an ink blot on white paper. The Meteor continued its course, moving at a leisurely pace, seemingly aimless. However, Ying's mind did not dwell in this tranquility. Instead, it functioned like the most precise instrument, retrieving and organizing the information about this region embedded in his past life's memories. Kingdom of Goa, Windmill Village, Syrup Village, Cocoa Village. Each familiar name, along with the associated figures and events, surfaced like pearls from the depths, each polished to a shine. A cold and meaningful smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips. How intriguing. This weakest sea would, at some future juncture, transform into the epicenter of a colossal whirlpool stirring the world's currents. The straw-hatted boy, radiant as the sun, and his journey, his companions, the waves he would unleash, would ultimately shake the very foundations of the world government. And here he was, having arrived ahead of time. A plan, once merely an outline in his mind, now crystallized into a vivid and enticing vision. Robin, the woman known as the child of the devil, capable of deciphering the true history. Rescuing her was an integral part of his strategy to attract the attention of the higher echelons of the world government and to draw out formidable adversaries. Based on the narrative timeline and the fragments of intelligence he had gleaned from CP0 and the Navy, she should currently be ensnared somewhere on the initial islands of the Grand Line, relentlessly pursued by CP9 and the world government. A key capable of unlocking the true history's secrets. Its value was something the world government understood better than anyone else. Ying could almost foresee that what would be drawn to her would not merely be an ordinary CP0 squad or naval vice admiral. It was likely that even the highest authority presiding over Judicial Island, Spandam, along with the true elites of CP9 under his command, would take notice, perhaps even attracting the gaze of higher-ups. This was precisely what he desired. Using Robin as bait to lure CP9, a catch that, while not insignificant, was hardly top-tier, would serve to further hone his nascent Conqueror's Haki and Conqueror's armor, test his newly comprehended Wildfire Burst and Falling Star, while simultaneously stirring the waters, obscuring his movements and intentions from the world government. His gaze swept across the mental map in his mind, settling on the coordinates of Cocoa Village and Syrup Village. This East Blue held more than just this intriguing location. Those who would eventually board the Straw Hat ship, each harboring dreams and talents, were mostly still ensnared in their respective fates. He was not a savior, nor did he have any interest in altering anyone's destiny one by one. However, if this endeavor is executed with ease, it not only fulfills his increasingly discerning thirst for battle, cultivated through myriad revelations, but also serves to test the efficacy of new techniques against diverse opponents. Moreover, it provides an opportunity to vex the world government and sow seeds of uncertainty in the future maelstrom that is destined to engulf the world. For instance, take that fishman Arlong, who has claimed dominion over Cocoa Village as the tyrant of the East Sea. It is said that his strength renders him a formidable force in the East Sea, commanding a cadre of fierce fishmen. Utilizing them to evaluate the crowd-clearing efficiency of raging flames of 1,000 splits appears to be an astute choice. Additionally, it allows for an observation of the orange-haired girl, endowed with exceptional navigational talent, to see if she remains ensnared by her circumstances, or perhaps possesses the potential to alter her fate. Should he manage to recruit her, it would avert potential navigational troubles when he embarks on the Grand Line once more. Such thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, ultimately crystallizing into a clear course of action. He adjusted the course of the Meteor, activating the vortex thrusters at the rear. The small vessel's speed surged dramatically, yet it maintained an almost soundless tranquility, slicing through the serene surface of the East Sea, racing toward the first destination he had fixed in his mind. The abstract star sculpture at the bow gleamed with a hard, cold luster under the bright sunlight of the East Sea. The hidden dragon had quietly descended into the depths of the ocean. What he brought forth was anything but peace. It was merely the prelude to a storm named extreme martial arts that would sweep across this weakest of seas. He intended to use CP9 as a whetstone, transforming the entire East Sea into his hunting ground for solidifying his foundation and testing new techniques. The new bait was prepared, awaiting the fish to take the hook, along with the promise of unforeseen gains. Chapter 50. The Wild Dragon Enters the Sea, Aftershocks of Paradise. Just as the meteor melded into the East Sea, a realm graced by sunlight and gentle breezes, steering toward its first potential target, the atmosphere of the Grand Line, particularly in the Paradise phase, stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of the East Sea. The air still carried the lingering stench of gunpowder and blood, particularly in the waters that had witnessed a cataclysmic fleet battle. Shattered planks, charred flags, and remnants of vessels that had not yet fully sunk bobbed along the waves, resembling grotesque scars that recounted the recent brutality. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Supreme Commander's office was so heavy it could almost be wrung dry. Marshal Steelbone sat behind a large desk, his massive figure casting shadows that enveloped half the room. Spread before him were urgent battle reports from various sources, all pointing to a singular name. The language in each report was rife with disbelief and an unmistakable sense of disgrace. The extreme martial arts gun, Cloud Shadow. The Marshal's voice was deep, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, detailing the defection from CP9's training camp, the reverse hunt on CP0's peripheral strongholds, and the elimination of several senior operatives, including Iron Wall and Venom Scorpion. Subsequently, in the waters near Thunder Reef Island, they encountered a blockade fleet led by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. He picked up a report, its edges stained with blood, his fingers whitening from the force with which he gripped it. The result: Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was slain. His flagship was sunk. The accompanying 4 escort ships sustained varying degrees of damage, their morale shattered, rendered incapable of further combat. Bang! His fist struck the solid wood tabletop, leaving a clear indentation. In just a few months, from an ordinary trainee at CP9 to a ruthless individual capable of directly overpowering a Navy Vice Admiral and sinking a flagship, he had even awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Marshal Steelbone's chest heaved violently, his eyes aflame with rage and a hint of disbelief he was reluctant to acknowledge. Who can explain to me the magnitude of oversight within the world government's CP system and our Navy's intelligence and assessment departments? How did such a monster grow under our very noses? Within the office, the senior generals and intelligence officers standing by were silent as tombs, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. What was even more troubling was the fact that he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. A bespectacled officer spoke in a dry tone, noting that individuals possessing such potential are invariably resolute and untamable tyrants. His defection from the world government stance is irrevocable. Now, backed by a resounding victory, his name has spread far and wide. Not merely spread, but in the coding workshops of Sabaody Archipelago, in the bars of Water 7, and in countless hidden corners where pirates and figures from the underworld congregate. The name of Cloud Shadow, the extreme martial arts gun, is proliferating at an unprecedented speed, akin to a plague. Have you heard? That guy who defected from CP9 single-handedly took down an entire Navy fleet. Even Vice Admiral Ghost Spider from headquarters has perished. His flagship was sunk. The Conqueror's Haki. He awakened the rarest of powers. Is he to become the sovereign of the seas? This is utterly insane. The world government has suffered a significant humiliation this time. When did such a fierce individual emerge from paradise? Awe, fear, schadenfreude, and an uncontrollable ambition surged forth. Countless pirates and ambitious individuals, previously stifled by the Navy and world government, found themselves invigorated by this news, as though they had received an adrenaline shot. It turns out that the seemingly unassailable behemoth can bleed, and that a mere defector can tear away a piece of flesh in such a ferocious and brutal manner. The existence of Cloud Shadow and his actions serve as a rebellious banner, inspiring the discontent and restlessness simmering in the shadows. Although he may not intend for this, his deeds have already sown the seeds of chaos and resistance across paradise and beyond. At Mariahua, in the Room of Power, 5 indistinct figures sat beneath the void throne, their features obscured by shifting light and shadow, yet the omnipresent aura of divine dominion filled the space. A detailed assessment report on Cloud Shadow lay before them. Codename: Extreme Martial Arts Gun. Original name: Cloud Shadow. Former member of CP9's training camp. Assessed to possess the talent of a martial arts master. suspected of mastering unknown abilities related to rapid learning and breakthroughs. His defection is confirmed, and the threat level is categorized as extremely high. He possesses the potential for Conqueror's Haki, showing immense promise. Recommendation: eliminate. A cold voice, devoid of any emotion, articulated the statement. Eliminate? Another aged voice slowly resonated, noting that someone capable of awakening Conqueror's Haki and initially mastering the art of Haki application would incur significant costs if pursued solely by CP0's existing conventional hunting teams. Moreover, his last known location was at the edge of the Calm Belt, suspected to have entered the East Sea. The East Sea? That weakest of seas? Another voice interjected with a hint of disdain, acknowledging his choice of location. Do not underestimate him. Choosing the East Sea demonstrates his cunning. There, our large-scale military operations will face greater restrictions, and our top-tier combatants cannot be easily mobilized. The initial voice countered. Accelerate the search for the Devil Child Nico Robin by CP9. Additionally, inform Spandam that he may utilize that authority if necessary. This Cloud Shadow, since he enjoys the hunt, let us arrange a hunter of sufficient stature for him. The interplay of light and shadow ebbed and ultimately settled into a profound silence. An imperceptible command had already been dispatched. Meanwhile, in the subterranean world, certain astute titans had begun to mobilize. How intriguing. Within the palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo perused the latest intelligence, a broad, exaggerated smile spreading across his face. The chaos he had orchestrated within the world government was simply exquisite, aligning perfectly with my aesthetic. Let us observe how far he can go. Perhaps there is merit in collaboration? The new bounty must be printed and distributed post-haste. Morgan, the president of the World Economic News, flapped his wings in excitement, declaring the bounty on the formidable gun of supreme martial arts, Cloud Shadow, to be a staggering 600 million berries. This is indeed monumental news. Quickly, let the entire world behold this rising star who dares to challenge the authority of the world government. A brand new bounty poster began to soar across the globe, transmitted by the news bird. The image of Cloud Shadow was merely a blurred silhouette, wielding a long spear, with a gaze as frigid as ice. Prominently inscribed below was the sum of 600,000,000 berries. The entire paradise, as well as the higher echelons of power, was stirred by the actions of Cloud Shadow. Ripples of unrest coursing through the undercurrents. Yet, the very individual at the eye of this storm found himself detached from the tempest. The meteorite ship cleaved through the tranquil waves of the East Sea, advancing toward its predetermined coordinates. Cloud Shadow stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair as he gazed toward the horizon, where the island's silhouette marking the direction of Shell's town gradually came into focus. His expression steadfast and unflinching. The clamor of paradise, the fury of the Navy, the murderous intent of the world government, the scrutiny of the underground world, and the freshly minted bounty capable of shaking the seas. All these cataclysmic waves stirred by him seemed to fade into the distance. Yet, he was acutely aware that this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. The ripples he had set in motion would inevitably spread, and he, upon this new stage in the East Sea, awaited those drawn by the bait, as well as the potentially uninvited guests. The saga of Cloud Shadow, the gun of supreme martial arts, in the East Sea was only beginning to unfold. Chapter 51. The Tranquil Sea, the Sovereign arrives at port. East Sea, Shell's town. Rather than a bustling town, it resembled a somewhat larger coastal village. Wooden structures were harmoniously arranged upon the gentle slopes, extending towards the azure bay. The port was adorned with a few weathered yet well-maintained fishing vessels, their masts draped with fishing nets, while the air was thick with the briny scent of the sea and a hint of freshly caught fish. Sunlight cascaded down warmly, gilding everything in a languorous golden hue. Children frolicked on the beach, their carefree laughter ringing in the air. On the docks, fishermen mended their nets, exchanging banter in the heavily accented dialect of the East Sea, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Everything moved at a leisurely pace, as though time itself had slowed to half its usual cadence. This was the East Sea, in stark contrast to the tumultuous climate of the Grand Line's Paradise phase, rife with lurking sea kings and the omnipresent threat of violence and peril. This place felt like the fabled utopia untouched by strife. Silently, the meteorite ship glided into the port of Shell's town, enveloped in this atmosphere of peace. Its streamlined dark gray hull stood in stark contrast to the weathered, colorful wooden fishing boats. The abstract star sculpture at the ship's bow, under the gentle sunlight of the East Sea, did not reflect any blinding brilliance. Rather, it seemed to absorb light, exuding a somber and incongruous hardness. It bore no flag, emitted no cacophony, but rather, like a silent anomaly, quietly occupied an inconspicuous corner of the harbor. Cloud Shadow leaped from the meteorite, landing softly on the wooden dock without a sound. He remained clad in his somewhat worn coarse garments, the dark spear carefully wrapped in a special cloth and slung across his back. However, as he stepped onto the dock and began his approach toward the small town, an intangible aura emanated from him, quietly expanding outward. This was not an aura he consciously projected, but rather, it was the natural accumulation of malice and dignity forged through countless trials and the fall of numerous strong adversaries, deeply embedded in his very marrow and soul. This presence had become so restrained that he himself was nearly unaware of it, yet for the townsfolk, who lived in a peaceful environment where the strongest were merely thugs or ordinary sailors, it felt akin to sheep sensing the stealthy approach of a tiger. The once boisterous dock fell to a hushed murmur. Fishermen, who had been mending their nets, paused mid-action, instinctively lifting their heads. The children, engaged in playful antics, suddenly fell silent, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, retreating timidly behind their parents. The conversing townsfolk found their gazes drawn to the moving figure of Cloud Shadow, their whispers diminishing to mere murmurs. Who was that person? Such an unfamiliar face. Not one of our own. His ship, so peculiar, a style never seen before. There is something unsettling about him. I dare not approach. Murmurs flowed through the crowd. They could not articulate the feeling, yet instinctively sensed that this enigmatic young man with dark hair belonged to a realm far removed from theirs. He walked with steady steps, his gaze tranquil as an ancient well, sweeping over the crowd with an emotionless intensity that inexplicably tightened the hearts of those under his scrutiny, as if their innermost thoughts were laid bare before his penetrating eyes. Cloud Shadow appeared oblivious to it all, or perhaps simply indifferent. He reveled in the solitude. This instinctive reverence and distance exhibited by ordinary folk was far more comfortable than constantly facing provocations, prying eyes, and assassination attempts in paradise. He proceeded directly to the largest tavern in town, a place with a crooked wooden sign named Seagull and Rum. Pushing open the weathered wooden door, he was greeted by a wave of mixed aromas, malt liquor, roasted fish, and sweat. The tavern was dimly lit, where a few men, resembling sailors or down-on-their-luck adventurers, gathered to drink and boast. As Cloud Shadow entered, the din momentarily faltered. All eyes, whether overt or covert, converged upon this uniquely charismatic stranger. Cloud Shadow approached the bar, tossing a splendidly minted bounty coin confiscated from a naval officer onto the counter. Food, clean water, replenished supplies, he stated flatly, devoid of inflection, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The bartender, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, accepted the coin, his fingers trembling slightly at the realization of the extraordinary value far exceeding the cost of typical fare, and a respectful, yet slightly fearful smile immediately graced his face. "Why yes, sir. I'll prepare the finest for you at once." Cloud Shadow paid him no mind, taking the large mug of malt liquor presented to him with deference, and settled into the darkest corner by the window. He unfastened the long spear from his back and gently leaned it against the nearby wall. This subtle gesture instinctively caused several patrons at nearby tables to shift their stools back ever so slightly. He took a sip of the inferior ale, his brow remaining unfurrowed. Having endured far harsher conditions and coarser fare, this was utterly trivial in comparison. His gaze pierced through the somewhat grimy glass window, taking in the serene street scene of the quaint town outside, while the tavern gradually filled with hushed conversations, now noticeably subdued. "Have you heard? Admiral Creek has recently recruited a dozen ships." "Hiss, Admiral Creek? The so-called overlord of the East Sea with 50 warships?" "Indeed. It is said he possesses immense strength and is outfitted with weapons, the mightiest man of the East Sea, and Captain Buggy the Clown. They say he has caused quite the commotion in Orange Town. And then there's Arlong from the Dragoness domain, a true fishman. It is rumored he rules over several islands, and even the Navy dares not provoke him." Listening to these rumors, which to the native inhabitants of the East Sea seemed monumental, a barely perceptible smirk of indifference curled at the corner of Ying's lips. An overlord of the East Sea? 50 warships? Armed to the teeth? The most powerful man? Fishman Dominion? These titles sounded as juvenile as a child's ramblings to his ears. In the face of the Grand Line, CP0, and the elite generals of the Navy, these so-called overlords likely lacked even the qualification to warrant his serious attention. He had a vague recollection of Arlong. Apparently, he was a former member of the Sun Pirates, using the innate strength of fishmen to lord over the East Sea. Under normal circumstances, such lowly figures wouldn't even merit his notice. Yet, the situation seemed different now. He needed to take temporary refuge in this peaceful sea to digest the spoils of paradise, and he required some adversaries, not overwhelmingly strong, but sufficient to hone his new skills and allow him to observe the potential of this maritime expanse. Perhaps these so-called overlords could prove useful after all. He raised his cup and drained the inferior ale in one gulp. His gaze is tranquil as an ancient well. A fierce tiger rests among the sheep, not blending in, but rather waiting or scrutinizing which lamb might pique its interest. At this moment, the ferocious dragon, stained with the blood of Navy vice admirals and CP0 veterans from the battlefield of paradise, had silently infiltrated this most tranquil of waters. Tranquility was merely a facade. Storms often arise from the most unassuming ripples. Chapter 52. Charts and Tears, an encounter with Nami. East Blue, Orange Town. The marketplace of Orange Town was more bustling than Ying had anticipated. A myriad of vendors lined the streets, selling fresh catches, local fruits, rugged yet practical handicrafts, and rare items from distant islands. The cacophony of shouts, haggling, and the laughter of children intermingled, vibrant with the essence of daily life. Ying moved through the throng, indifferent to everything around him. He procured some easily storable freshwater and food, his actions brisk and purposeful, standing in stark contrast to the townsfolk who haggled fiercely. Their faces flushed over a few belly. Wherever he passed, the crowd instinctively parted slightly, that invisible aura of pressure undiminished by the change in environment. His destination was a seemingly sizable nautical supply store at the end of the town. The wooden sign above the shop depicted a crude compass and an anchor. Just as he approached the entrance, a heated argument erupted from within, shattering the harmonious background noise of the marketplace. Please, boss, this is all the belly I have. This map is incredibly important to my village's future. A voice, tinged with desperation yet striving for defiance, rang out, belonging to a girl. Humph, Nami the little thief. Don't think I'm unaware of how you acquired this money. Stolen, I presume? I cannot accept dirty money. Besides, this amount doesn't even cover the cost. This detailed East Blue chart is my prized possession. Without 3 million belly, you can forget it. A slick, callous male voice retorted mercilessly. Ying's footsteps hesitated slightly at the doorway, his gaze casually sweeping inside. The shop was somewhat disheveled, with various models of compasses, telescopes, recording pointers, though largely useless in the East Blue, and rolled-up sea charts lining the shelves. In front of the counter stood a girl with striking orange hair, tightly clutching a bulging purse, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt and an orange skirt, her figure appealing, yet still bearing the remnants of youth. However, her eyes were filled with anxiety, humiliation, and an almost desperate stubbornness. Scattered at her feet were several small denomination belly notes, evidently tossed back at her during the dispute. Behind the counter, a portly shopkeeper with gold-rimmed glasses stood with arms crossed, regarding her with disdain and impatience. His expression twisted as if she were something vile. I am not a thief. This money is what I earned through hard work drawing maps. The girl, named Nami, bit her lip, desperately fighting back tears. Drawing maps? You? The shopkeeper scoffed. Who doesn't he know that you survive by pilfering treasures from the Navy and pirates? Your money is tainted. Get out, don't delay my business. A few onlookers exchanged glances and whispered, their gazes towards Nami laced with contempt and disgust. The little thief is back. She really doesn't learn. Thinking she can swindle the boss out of his precious map? I heard her village is under the rule of Fishman Arlong, probably trying to ransom her village. Such thoughts echoed in the air, laden with scorn. Nami trembled slightly. Feeling utterly isolated, she glanced at the scattered belly, a meager accumulation painstakingly gathered by risking her life to steal from ruthless pirates. And then at the precious sea chart on the counter, meticulously detailed and encompassing the major routes and islands of the entire East Blue. A wave of despair and indignation surged within her. I'm still so far from my goal, so far? She lamented, Belmare, everyone, what should I do? Tears finally spilled uncontrollably, cascading down her smooth cheeks. Yet she held her head high, refusing to wipe them away, her eyes, now glistening with tears, fixed intently on the chart, as if it were the singular beacon of hope in her life. Amidst the shopkeeper's impatient shooing and Nami's silent tears, Ying stepped quietly into the store. His entrance immediately commanded attention, his restrained yet icy demeanor silencing the previously raucous atmosphere, even causing the plump shopkeeper to instinctively temper his disdain with a hint of uncertainty. Ying paid no mind to anyone else, striding directly to the counter. His gaze first swept over the so-called detailed map of the East Sea. With his current understanding of navigation and the perception of his haki, he could easily discern that this nautical chart was indeed meticulous. Yet its value was limited for true masters. Subsequently, his attention shifted to Nami, calm and devoid of any emotion. Observing the remnants of tears on her face and her eyes, which were filled with a stubbornness that was profoundly moving, Nami felt the scrutiny of this unfamiliar man. Unlike others who regarded her with disdain or desire, his gaze was a pure examination, as if he were appraising an object's worth. This scrutiny instilled a hint of unease within her, yet for reasons unknown, the chill and tranquility in his eyes steadied her unruly emotions somewhat. The portly shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "Sir, what can I assist you with? Our establishment offers the finest nautical supplies in the East Sea." Ying ignored him, simply extending 2 fingers and casually producing a gold coin from his pocket. This coin, distinct from the common berries used in the East Sea, was larger, thicker, with an edge adorned by intricate, technological patterns, and bore the emblem of the world government in its center. It was a trophy he had seized from a senior CP0 agent, its material and craftsmanship far exceeding that of ordinary berries. With a crisp sound, he flicked the valuable coin, which sailed through the air in an elegant arc, landing precisely in the center of the nautical chart on the counter, even leaving a slight indentation on the paper. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, his breath becoming labored. Although he did not recognize the coin, its texture, craftsmanship, and the extraordinary aura it emanated all conveyed to him that its worth was undoubtedly far beyond 3 million berries. No, perhaps 5 million, or even 10 million or more. "Sir, what is this?" The shopkeeper's voice trembled with excitement. Ying did not even glance at him, his gaze remaining fixed on Nami's face, which was etched with astonishment, as if he had merely performed an insignificant act. He pointed at the map, then at Nami, his tone indifferent, devoid of any ripples. "The map, give it to her." Turning to Nami, who was still engulfed in shock and confusion, he spoke with an unwavering calmness that bore an undeniable authority. "Take me to see what kind of scum has caused you." He paused slightly, seemingly searching for a suitable term, ultimately allowing a barely perceptible, almost cold smile to curve his lips. Chapter 53, Arlong's Domain, Despicable Arrogance. Under Nami's complex and ambiguous guidance, the meteor struck through the tranquil waters of the East Sea like a silent gray lightning bolt, heading towards the island known as Kokoyashi. As they approached their destination, Nami's complexion grew increasingly pale, her clenched fists trembling slightly from the exertion. Her once lively and cunning eyes were now filled with fear, hatred, and a hint of despair that she was reluctant to acknowledge. She occasionally stole glances at the dark-haired young man standing silently at the bow, like a rock. He was too quiet, too calm. His tranquility unnerved her. She had no idea who this man was, who had casually tossed an exorbitant gold coin. His demeanor as indifferent as a glacier, nor how formidable his strength might be. All she knew was that she had no alternative. The gold coin purchased not merely a map, but also the only lifeline she could grasp in her desperate struggle, even if it was but an illusory straw. She could only gamble, hoping that this enigmatic man's seemingly casual promise was not mere jest. Up ahead is Kokoyashi village. Nami's voice trembled slightly. Ying lifted his gaze. Before them lay a rather picturesque island, lush with vegetation, the hills adorned with sprawling orange groves, golden fruits nestled among verdant leaves, exuding a sweet fragrance. Near the coast was a moderately sized village, its white rooftops appearing particularly tranquil under the sunlight. However, in stark contrast to this serene scene was the imposing structure at the village's edge, a grotesque scar known as Arlong Park. Towering walls, constructed from rough stone and steel, enclosed a prime piece of coastal land, topped with fishbone-shaped decorations that exuded a savage, exotic flair. At the center of this compound stood an exaggeratedly tall tower, its pinnacle adorned with a pirate flag displaying a jagged sun emblem, the flag of the Arlong pirates. Even from a distance, one could sense the oppressive atmosphere of despair that clung to this place like a malignant tumor. The meteor did not dock at the rudimentary pier used by the villagers, but, under Nami's pale guidance, headed toward the impressively constructed harbor exclusive to Arlong Park. A few menacing pirate ships, their prows resembling various sea creatures, were moored within the harbor, where several tall, blue or light green-skinned fishermen pirates were drinking, basking in the sun, or casting mocking and cruel glances at the occasional villagers who were forced to approach for tribute or labor. As the meteor, a vessel of starkly different style radiating a chilling aura, came ashore, it immediately drew the attention of all the fishermen. An unfamiliar ship? A human vessel? Quite audacious to dock here. Hey, isn't that the little thief cat Nami? Why has she brought back an unfamiliar man? Huh, could it be that she has found a protector? How laughable. Malicious gossip and unabashed laughter pierced Nami's back like needles, causing her petite form to tremble even more violently. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, leaping off the ship first, her voice laced with suppressed anger and fear. I've come to see Arlong. Ying silently followed, his footsteps landing with a soft yet steady sound on the cobblestone ground of Arlong Park. His gaze calmly swept over the grotesque fishmen surrounding them. Sensing the extraordinary vitality and strength that surpassed ordinary humans, stemming from their racial endowment. Yet within his perception, these powers were crude, primitive, and carried a bestial stench, lacking the refinement and control befitting true strength. They were merely a pack of brutes, wielding their innate gifts to bully the weak. They traversed through the courtyard filled with the fishmen's derisive stares, arriving at the main structure of the park, the towering central tower. In the expansive square, a figure sat with his back to them, perched upon a massive chair resembling a throne. He was an extraordinarily tall and robust fishman, his skin blue, with a long nose akin to a sawfish's snout, his mouth filled with jagged teeth that glimmered ominously. Merely sitting there, he exuded an air of ferocity and brutality. He was none other than the captain of the Arlong pirates, Sawtooth Arlong. Before Aaron stood several ragged, emaciated villagers, among whom the foremost was a village constable adorned with a toy windmill hat. Achin and the spirited girl with deep blue hair, Noki Gao, stood resolutely facing Aaron. Noki Gao endeavored to straighten her spine in defiance, yet her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner trepidation. This month, your village, Kashia, has failed to remit the full quota. Aaron's voice resonated, low and oppressive. He did not even glance back at Ying and Nami, who had just entered, as though they were inconsequential insects. It seems you have forgotten the consequences of defying the rules I, Aaron, have established. What fate awaits you? Aaron, we have done our utmost. The harvest this year has been poor. Everyone is barely managing to eat. Noki Gao could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, her voice laced with fervor. Done your utmost? Aaron abruptly turned, his brutal fish-like eyes sweeping over Noki Gao before finally landing on Nami, who had just arrived. A cruel smile crept across his lips. Oh, our little navigator has returned. It seems you've managed to earn some coin. However, even with your contribution, it is still woefully insufficient. His gaze finally settled upon Ying, rife with undisguised scrutiny and disdain. Is this the ally you've brought? A frail human? Nami, are you insulting me? Nami's complexion turned pale, and just as she was about to speak, Achin stepped forward protectively, shielding both her and Noki Gao. Aaron, we will find a way to gather the money. Please do not trouble the children. Find a way? Aaron rose, his towering figure casting an enormous shadow as he advanced toward Achin, his serrated nose nearly poking into his face. Your only recourse, humans, is to obediently heed our orders like cattle. An inferior race must possess the awareness befitting its station. He spread his arms wide, proclaiming to the hushed villagers and his fishmen subordinates, Behold, we fishmen are inherently endowed with tenfold the strength of you humans. We are the superior race. The sea is the dominion of fishmen. You humans are only worthy of barely surviving on land, offering us tributes. To dominate you is our right. To slaughter you is our duty. Such is the truth of the survival of the fittest. Humans are nothing but inferior, fit only to be enslaved. His voice reverberated through the square, brimming with the arrogance of racism and utter contempt for humanity. The surrounding fishmen pirates erupted in raucous laughter, while the villagers bowed their heads tightly, fists clenched, their eyes filled with suppressed fury and numbing despair. Nami bit her lip until it bled, the metallic taste spreading in her mouth, tears welling in her eyes yet refusing to fall. At that moment, a voice, calm and devoid of any tremor, rang clear above the cacophony. I thought they were merely a band of inconsequential pirates. Ying finally spoke. He slowly lifted his eyelids, and for the first time, his usually placid black eyes reflected a distinct emotion, not anger, nor murderous intent, but an overwhelming, pure disdain, akin to witnessing something revolting. His gaze fixed upon Aaron's contorted, arrogant face, his tone dispassionate, yet chillingly precise. I did not expect to encounter a species even less worthy than refuse. Chapter 54. A shot piercing the sun, shattering illusions. Ying's voice, though not loud, pierced through the fervent, yet suffocating atmosphere of Aaron's Park Square like a cold, sharp dagger. All commotion, the derisive laughter of the fishmen and the suppressed sobs of the villagers, came to an abrupt halt. The air seemed to solidify. Everyone stood frozen, incredulously staring at the young man with black hair who dared utter such blasphemous words. He stood there, not particularly imposing in stature, appearing almost frail when compared to the towering, muscular Eren. Yet the tranquility radiating from him at that moment possessed a greater impact than any display of aggression. Nami's eyes widened in terror, instinctively reaching for Ying's sleeve, only to find herself halted by an invisible aura emanating from him, her hand suspended in midair. Achin and Noki Gao were equally stunned, gazing at this unfamiliar youth, their hearts swelling not with hope, but with a deeper fear. He had enraged Eren. He would die, and perhaps he would endanger the entire village. Eren's sinister grin froze, swiftly morphing into an overwhelming fury. His fish-like eyes turned bloodshot, fixating on Ying. His serrated teeth grinding together, producing a nauseating creaking sound. Lowly human, what did you just say? Eren's voice oozed from between clenched teeth, saturated with barely contained murderous intent. His massive frame tremored with rage, and the air around him felt thick and perilous. Yet Ying appeared oblivious to the almost tangible aura of malice. He couldn't be bothered to look at Eren's twisted face out of anger, casually surveying the square as though assessing its filth. This utter disregard drove Eren into a frenzy. You seek death, Eren roared, unable to contain his wrath any longer. He unleashed a primal bellow, his colossal form erupting into an astonishing speed that belied his size. The stones beneath his feet cracked as he surged forward like an uncontrollable war machine, charging at Ying. Simultaneously, his muscular arms flexed, seizing the massive weapon that had been slung across his back, the blade of the summit. It was an exaggeratedly designed, serrated sword. Its hefty blade adorned with fearsome teeth akin to those of a shark, gleaming ominously in the sunlight. It was said that this blade could effortlessly sever steel, the very instrument of Eren's reign of terror over countless human soldiers and pirates, whether it be the human navy or foolish fools unaware of their insignificance, be reduced to mere fragments. Eren howled, channeling his overwhelming strength, 10 times that of a human, into his arms. The blade of the summit howling through the air as it descended toward Ying's head with the force of a mountain splitting. This strike was astonishingly swift and possessed a terrifying power. In the East Sea, few could withstand such an assault head-on. In Eren's mind, the next moment would see this oblivious human, alongside the very ground beneath him, cleaved entirely in two. Watch out! Nami, Noki Gao, and Achin all cried out in unison, instinctively closing their eyes in dread. The surrounding fishmen pirates wore cruel, excited grins, anticipating the gruesome spectacle. Yet, confronted with this terrifying blow capable of cleaving even a small warship, Ying finally moved. His actions were simple, direct, even somewhat nonchalant. He neither utilized the technique of shave for evasion nor employed iron block for defense. He did not even adopt any stance of readiness. Just as the serrated blade was about to descend upon him, Ying grasped the midsection of the long spear wrapped in cloth, his wrist executing a gentle flick. The cloth shattered into fragments, revealing the long spear's true form, jet black, with only the tip glimmering with a cold radiance. There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, no dazzling display of light. A solitary glimmer of cold light pierced through the swirling debris, arriving before its time. It was akin to a shooting star cleaving the night sky, brief, yet resplendent to the utmost degree, carrying an unwavering resolve and swiftness that transcended all. Disregarding the terrifying blade and the imposing figure of Arlong, as it surged directly towards his chest. The first form of the 9 techniques, Meteor Pierces the Sun. Swift. Indescribably swift. Exceeding the limits of visual perception, surpassing the speed of Arlong's neural response. Arlong merely perceived a flash before him, that chilling gleam, which sent tremors through his very soul, seemed to transcend spatial distance, already marking his skin. His assured strike had not even descended halfway. What? Arlong's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks, boundless fear drowning out his fury in an instant. He wished to evade, to block. But his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. With a soft yet decisive sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified grease, time appeared to freeze at that moment. Arlong's massive form, which had surged forward, abruptly stiffened, the great blade raised high above his head suspended in midair, unable to descend even a fraction more. The expression on his face, a tumultuous blend of rage, cruelty, and the thrill of imminent victory, became utterly frozen, transforming into sheer shock and disbelief. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered his gaze. To his astonishment, he beheld a fist-sized void in his once robust and resilient chest, covered with blue scales. The edges of the void were smooth as glass, with no blood immediately gushing forth, as if all the tissue had instantaneously vaporized under the extreme concentration of force. Through this void, the solid rock wall of the Arlong Park, symbolizing his absolute dominion over Kokushia village, could be seen, now marked by a massive aperture, its edges radiating with cracks. Sunlight streamed through this opening, illuminating the fine dust suspended in the air. The cold gleam had arrived first, followed by the gunshot, which had already pierced the sun. Ying had appeared behind Arlong, unbeknownst to him, standing with his back turned. The dark long spear remained level, a drop of blue blood slowly trickling from its tip, landing on the stone pavement with a faint sound, distinctly audible in the deathly silence of the square. Impossible. Arlong's throat emitted a wheezing sound, his eyes dimming like a candle flickering in the wind. I am the noble fishman. How could I? Thud. His immense body collapsed, losing all support, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The fish-like eyes, wide open even in death, retained an expression of profound shock and confusion. Arlong, who had dominated Kokushia village for years, styling himself as a superior race and the ruler of humanity, was slain in a single shot. Silence. A deathly silence. In the square, the maniacal laughter and cruelty on the faces of the fishermen pirates became utterly frozen, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their throats, their eyes bulging as if they would pop from their sockets. The villagers forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the fallen giant. Then glancing at the black-haired youth standing with his spear, his silhouette erect like a pine tree, their minds entirely blank. Nami slowly opened her eyes, which had been tightly shut from fear, and what met her gaze was Arlong's lifeless body, alongside the man who stood with his back to her, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. She gasped, yet no sound emerged. Tears once again surged uncontrollably, but this time, they were not of despair and humiliation, but of overwhelming shock at having survived, and a profound disillusionment of faith. Was it truly so that the nightmare that had enveloped Kokushia village for 8 years, the seemingly invincible Arlong, was so easily vanquished? Ying slowly lowered his spear, his gaze calmly sweeping over the fishermen pirates, who stood as if ensorcelled. His expression remained indifferent, as though he had simply swatted a bothersome fly rather than slain a formidable pirate captain. Who else? He asked softly, his tone devoid of any tremor. Yet these 3 words struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of all the fishermen pirates. After a brief, paralyzing silence, chaos and panic erupted. Arlong. Run, flee. A monster. He is a monster. The remaining fishermen pirates screamed in terror, abandoning all semblance of fisherman pride and ambitions of ruling humanity, like dogs driven to madness. They fled frantically towards the port, towards the sea. Ying did not pursue. These rabble were not worth the effort of a second shot. He turned, his gaze falling upon Nami, Ajien, and Noki, who remained in a state of profound shock and confusion. It is over, he stated flatly, as if merely completing a mundane cleanup. The so-called overlord of the East Sea was but a fragile bubble, easily punctured before true strength. The 8-year nightmare of Kokushia village had crumbled entirely under this single shot. Chapter 55. The wildfire of destruction, clearing out the scum. Silence. In the square of Arlong Park, only the wind weeping through the dilapidated structures remained, alongside the relentless waves crashing against the shore in the distance. Arlong's massive form lay prostrate on the ground, the hollow in his chest silently narrating the moment that had shattered all preconceived notions. However, the Arlong pirates, who had ruled Kokushia village for 8 long years, were not solely represented by Arlong alone. Following the brief, suffocating silence, a cacophony of screams, mingled with horror, rage, and fear, erupted like the dying struggles of a wounded beast, shattering the eerie tranquility. Big Brother Arlong. Kill that damned human. Avenge Big Brother Arlong. The few surviving fishermen officers jolted from their shock, their eyes instantly turning crimson. They were Arlong's most loyal minions, the core fighting force of the Arlong pirates. And witnessing their leader's sudden demise plunged them into a near-mad state, as the collision between their racial superiority and the harsh reality struck them. Charge. Tear him apart. A fisherman officer named Gio, with lips protruding like a kissing fish, shrieked, inhaling deeply, his chest swelling as a highly compressed water cannon formed in his mouth. Another exceptionally large and rotund fisherman officer, named Kurubi, assumed the stance of fisherman karate, the ground beneath him cracking slightly, muscles taut and coiled, ready to unleash his might. Meanwhile, a massive manatee-like creature named Momu let out a deafening roar, charging like an uncontrollable tank, lowering its head and revealing sharp horns as it barreled towards Ying. Its immense size gave its charge the potential to devastate half a street. The remaining dozen or so ordinary fisherman lackeys also raised their weapons, brandishing sharp claws and emitting shrill cries, surging towards Ying like a relentless tide. Though individually their strength paled in comparison to the officers, their collective momentum was still formidable. In an instant, the water cannon roared, the force of karate tore through the air, and the colossal beast charged forth, its blade gleaming. Every assault was imbued with the innate ferocity and monstrous strength of the Fishman tribe, all aimed at a singular target, the black-haired youth standing resolutely with a firearm. Be careful. Nami's heart, which had just relaxed, surged back into her throat as she gasped in horror. Both Aiken and Nojiko turned pale. The flicker of hope ignited moments ago extinguished in an instant by the tide of retaliation. The villagers shut their eyes in terror, unable to bear the imminent carnage that would ensue. Faced with a frenzied onslaught from all directions, capable of overwhelming a small army in an instant, Ying's countenance remained devoid of any sign of alarm. He did not even glance at the snarling fishmen surging towards him. His gaze merely flitted over the dark spear in his hand, as if to ascertain whether the drop of blue blood at its tip had been fully expunged. Just as the water cannon capable of piercing rock was about to unleash its torrent, and Karubi's powerful karate punch was set to land, the mighty horns of the manatee loomed less than 3 meters away, and a myriad of blades and spears were poised to strike. In that fleeting moment, Ying made his move. His actions were in stark contrast to the previous, meticulously concentrated meteor piercing. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the spear transformed from a linear thrust into a swift arc, slicing through the air at an almost imperceptible high frequency, creating a flawless fan-shaped area before him. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a searing, explosive aura, akin to a dormant volcano erupting in an instant. Star-piercing 9 styles, raging wildfire. A peculiar hum resonated, reminiscent of countless bees taking flight simultaneously. In the next heartbeat, centered around Ying, over 100 condensed and blazing spear gusts erupted forth like wildfire swept up by a tempest. Each gust, slender as a finger, possessed horrifying penetrating power and searing heat. They were not chaotic. Rather, they meticulously covered a full 180-degree arc before Ying, encompassing all the incoming fishmen officers, manatees, and minions. The speed was unparalleled. The sheer number was staggering. The sound of blades piercing flesh resounded like relentless raindrops upon banana leaves, a cacophony of piercing strikes filling the air. Time seemed to slow. In midair, the water cannon coalescing in Karubi's mouth had yet to be unleashed when one spear gust found its mark, piercing through his forehead and exiting the back of his skull, splattering a mix of brain matter and blue blood. His swollen cheeks deflated instantly, the madness in his eyes fading into lifelessness as he fell backward. Karubi's formidable fishman karate punch had barely been half extended when 3 spear gusts, as if endowed with their own will, struck, one piercing his heart, another tearing through his throat, and the last creating a gaping hole in his muscular arm. His forward momentum halted abruptly, the ferocity of his punch lingering on his face, yet his body crumpled uncontrollably to the ground. The colossal manatee, too, collided with an invisible wall bristling with spikes. A dozen searing spear gusts pierced through its thick hide and resilient muscles like glowing steel needles. Its furious charge was forcibly stifled, emitting a wretched cry of agony as its massive body rolled forward due to inertia, crashing heavily to the earth and carving a deep trench. Blood flowed like a stream from countless wounds, rendering it unable to survive. Meanwhile, the ordinary fishman minions surged forth like a tide, only to fall in droves, as if reaped by a scythe. Each spear gust precisely targeted their vital points: forehead, heart, throat. There was no waste, no superfluous cries, as death came too swiftly. Only the muffled sounds of bodies being pierced and the immediate waft of pungent blood. A breath? Perhaps not even a breath. As the 100 spear gusts abruptly dissipated into the air, the plaza of Arlong Park descended once more into a profound silence. A silence more complete, more chilling than before. The wind continued to blow. The waves continued to crash against the shore. Yet beyond that, there was no other sound. On the plaza, all the fishmen who had once charged with ferocity were now lifeless corpses sprawled upon the ground. They remained frozen in their aggressive stances, their faces contorted with rage, madness, or horror, yet the breath of life had utterly vanished. Blood flowed like a blue stream across the stone pavement, pooling into shocking patches. The rich scent of blood mingled with the briny sea air, creating a nauseating aroma that permeated every corner. Nami, Aiken, Nojiko, and all the villagers who dared to peek or remained wide-eyed stood petrified, as if turned to stone. Their gazes wandered, bewildered, over the sprawled fishmen corpses, ultimately settling upon the black-haired youth who stood unwavering in the center of the plaza, his attire untouched. He slowly lowered his spear, the dark shaft still cold, as if the terrifying onslaught that had erupted moments ago had no connection to it whatsoever. Ying's calm gaze swept over the devastation, as if surveying a heap of inconsequential refuse. The entirety of the Arlong territory, apart from the sounds of wind and waves, was devoid of any other noise. All arrogance, all oppression, all despair had been reduced to cold corpses and the acrid scent of blood beneath the blazing wrath of the wildfire. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided, thorough purging. Nami gazed at that figure, her mind a blank canvas. The nightmare she had endured for 8 years. The enemy she had fought tooth and nail to overcome. The insurmountable mountain she had viewed as an obstacle. Within the span of less than a minute. It was as if this man had casually brushed it away like dust. Was this truly not a dream? Chapter 56. The Helm of Dreams, Nami's Resolve. The setting sun cast its golden rays over the shores of Kokoyashi village, bestowing a warm yet sorrowful sheen upon the land that had just endured a bloody baptism. Before the ruins of Arlong Park, the villagers had begun to spontaneously clear the battlefield, dragging away and burying the fishmen corpses. Each face bore an expression of dazed bewilderment, coupled with a cautious joy at having survived. The oppressive gloom that had shrouded them for 8 long years seemed to have been dispelled by that black-haired youth, who had descended like a divine warrior, employing the most brutal and direct means to do so. In the village, near the meticulously tended orange grove that Nami had nurtured, before a humble grave, she knelt alone, her shoulders trembling slightly. She did not sob aloud but wept silently, her fingers clenching the cold soil of the grave. "Belmare," she choked out, her voice so faint it was nearly whisked away by the sea breeze. "Did you see? Arlong and his men can no longer harm us. We are free now. 8 years of silent endurance, 8 years of clandestine theft, 8 years of grappling with hatred and despair, every grievance, every fear, and every ounce of resentment culminated in this moment, ready to be unleashed." Tears cascaded down her youthful yet weathered cheeks, akin to a river breaching its banks. Time became an abstraction as the tears eventually ran dry. Nami forcefully wiped the traces of sorrow from her face with her sleeve and inhaled deeply, the sweet scent of oranges mingling with the briny air of the sea filling her lungs, imparting an unprecedented taste of freedom. Rising to her feet, she cast a final glance at Belmare's gravestone, etched with the warm smile of her adoptive mother. In Nami's eyes, despair and gloom were replaced by a clarity and determination reminiscent of a sky washed clean by rain. She turned, resolutely striding toward the shoreline, where the Going Merry lay like a silent, gray sentinel, quietly anchored. Cloud Shadow stood at the ship's edge, his back to the village, gazing into the endless expanse of the ocean. The setting sun sculpted his silhouette, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair, rendering him both lofty and distant. Nami halted a short distance behind him, her emotions a tumultuous whirlpool. Fear, yes. Gratitude, even more so. Yet, above all, an indescribable curiosity and longing consumed her. He was formidable as if he transcended humanity, detached like an iceberg. He had effortlessly shattered her 8 years of nightmares, as if merely performing a trivial act. Where did he come from? Where was he headed? In what magnificent realm had his terrifying prowess been forged? These questions clawed at her heart like the sharpest of feline talons. She recalled the half-drawn world map hidden in her room and Belmare's encouraging words. "Nami, you must draw the world's map, including my share. Chart the entirety of the world." This dream had nearly been extinguished by the harshness of reality under Arlong's reign, reduced to a mere ethereal symbol. But now, it surged back to life within her, ablaze with fervor. The man before her. His world must surely be vaster than the East Blue, more expansive than the paradise of the Grand Line. Following him might truly allow her to glimpse the world's end. With a deep breath, Nami resolved not to hesitate any longer. She hurried to Cloud Shadow's side, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, knuckles whitening from the pressure. She bowed deeply, nearly at a right angle, to his proud figure. Her orange hair cascaded with her motion, swaying gently in the sea breeze. "Mr. Cloud Shadow," her voice, still tinged with the rasp of tears, rang clear and resolute, infused with an unprecedented determination. "Thank you so much. You saved Kokoyashi Village. You saved me and everyone." Cloud Shadow paused momentarily, yet did not turn around. Nami straightened, lifting her face, her large brown eyes shimmering like gemstones in the sunset, reflecting her yearning for the unknown and her unwavering pursuit of dreams. I am Nami, a navigator, she proclaimed loudly, as if declaring to the world. Perhaps my skills are still lacking, and my understanding of the Grand Line is confined to books. But I will strive. I will dedicate my life to learning and growing. Taking a step forward, she fixed her gaze fervently on Cloud Shadow's back, her tone imbued with a desperate plea and resolve. So, please, allow me to board. Let me be your navigator and accompany you on your journey. I wish to see with my own eyes. I long to use my hands to chart the lands. What is that vast world like, that even a powerhouse such as you would fight for, that you would wish to explore? The sea breeze carried her vow far into the horizon. Finally, Cloud Shadow slowly turned around. The sunlight danced across his profile, casting a play of light and shadow. His gaze remained calm, like a deep pool, settling on Nami's face, which was etched with tension, anticipation, and unwavering resolve. He did not question why she believed he needed a navigator, nor did he judge the immaturity of her dreams. He simply regarded her, observing the flames of determination flickering in her eyes. After a 3-second silence, as Nami felt her heart racing from anxiety, Cloud Shadow withdrew his gaze, turning once more to the boundless ocean, leaving only his indifferent silhouette behind. Bored. The moment his words fell, overwhelming joy surged forth, sweeping away all tension. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, akin to sunshine breaking through after a storm, as tears once again flowed uncontrollably, but this time, they were tears of joy. She vigorously wiped her eyes and bowed deeply to that figure once more. Yes, Captain. Straightening up, she hurried toward the Going Merry, nimbly leaping onto the deck. Her curiosity and seriousness igniting as she began to scrutinize this peculiar vessel that would carry her dreams. Cloud Shadow continued to gaze into the distance. Beneath the surface of the sea, deeper currents seemed to conceal greater depths. A skilled navigator could indeed alleviate many troubles. Moreover, bringing her along might expedite his encounter with the elusive bait he sought. The helm was already manned. The ship of the dragon's lair was ready to embark, sailing toward the turbulent azure ahead. Chapter 57. Set sail. Into the depths. The true maiden voyage of the Going Merry commenced with Nami officially aboard. The waters of the East Blue, in contrast to the capriciousness of the Grand Line that resembled an unpredictable beast, felt more like a gentle and open giant. The currents were predictable, the monsoons stable, and the climate almost monotonous in its pleasantness. However, even this so-called Sea of Peace harbored hidden reefs, whirlpools, shifting shallows, and sudden localized storms. For a vessel pursuing speed and stealth, a top-tier navigator was invaluable. Nami was undoubtedly such a prodigy. She stood in the simple cockpit of the Going Merry, taking over the position once held by Cloud Shadow. Her once tear-filled, despairing eyes now sparkled with focus and confidence. Her pale fingers swiftly traced a detailed East Blue nautical chart, enhanced with her special ink, occasionally lifting her gaze to observe the cloud formations above, and bowing to check the compass readings. Though it pointed steadily in the East Blue, she still habitually calibrated it. The tip of her nose even detected subtle changes in humidity and salinity in the air. Steer 15 degrees to port, avoiding the reef cluster 3 nautical miles ahead. The wind speed is stable from the southeast. We can raise the foresail, but expect a brief crosswind in 3 hours, requiring an angle adjustment in advance. There are undercurrents beneath this area that we can utilize for acceleration and energy savings. Her commands were clear and precise, imbued with an experience beyond her years. Under Nami's adept control, the Going Merry, which previously required Cloud Shadow's keen observation to navigate efficiently, now seemed to possess a soul of its own. The dark, gray hull of the ship deftly navigated around all potential dangers, skillfully harnessing every whisper of wind and current. Surging forward at a pace that surpassed all previous endeavors, yet remained impeccably smooth and steady, towards the course charted by Nami, with the tacit approval of Ying. He entrusted all navigational duties entirely to Nami, relishing the tranquility, which was precisely the kind of absolute stability he required during this period. Seated cross-legged at the center of the not particularly spacious, yet highly functional deck of the Meteor, his eyes gently closed. He appeared as if firmly welded to the ship itself, completely unmoved by its gentle undulations upon the waves. The sea breeze caressed the edges of his garments, and the sunlight bathed him, yet the aura surrounding him was akin to a mountain submerged deep within the ocean. Introspective and weighty, his consciousness had entirely plunged into the inner universe constructed of power within himself. It was time to systematically sift through and digest the vast gains from his journey to paradise within this safe sea. The first reflection was on the thrilling duel with the Shattered Star. That battle not only revealed to him the terrifying power of a technique honed to perfection, barely touching the surface of the rules, but more critically, the opponent's skill in compressing power to the extreme, unleashing it while, to a certain extent, disregarding spatial obstacles, had greatly inspired him. The embryonic form of this star collapse technique was instinctively manifested under the life and death pressure of that confrontation, merging with his own understanding of martial arts. However, he now needed to transform this instinct into a fully controllable skill. In his mind, his extraordinary capacity for perception and analysis operated silently. The high-frequency oscillations, spiral penetration, and subtle rhythms involving spatial affinity contained within the shattered star's finger thrusts were gradually peeled away, analyzed, and restored. He did not merely replicate, he extracted the essence, integrating it into his core philosophy of power control, condensing, and erupting. Within the realm of consciousness, his fingertips seemed to simulate and deduce countless times. How could he more efficiently entwine the armed color flow with cherry blossoms? How could he perfectly combine the instantaneous explosive power of muscle fibers with the aura? How could that sense of collapse not only manifest as physical destruction, but also shake the defenses and spirits of his opponents? Each simulation deepened his understanding of star collapse, enhancing the technique's power, controllability, and subsequent variations. Next came the awakening of the conqueror's Haki. This sovereign quality, hidden deep within his soul, surged forth like a dragon freshly awakened, brimming with untamed ferocity and immense power. Its awakening was not merely an additional means of confronting foes. On a deeper level, it catalyzed a transformation across his entire mental landscape. His will became more refined, akin to steel forged through relentless trials. His perception sharpened, especially in capturing the emotional and willful fluctuations of others, reaching an entirely new height. He could even vaguely sense a subtle connection between his existence and the vastness of the world around him. Guiding the conqueror's Haki to continue its entwining insight was the key to the evolution of his power system. This was no simple task, as the conqueror's Haki was replete with exclusivity and aggression, far more challenging to master than the gentle armed color flow. He cautiously attempted to channel tendrils of crimson black, arc-like Haki into his arms, seeking to achieve an initial alignment with the flowing armed color rather than a full fusion. The process was slow and arduous, demanding immense mental fortitude, yet he found joy in it. Each minor advancement signified a deeper mastery over this newfound power. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the honing of his observation Haki. That stable second of foresight into the future was an absolute advantage in battle. What he needed to do was extend this time, even if just by 1/100th of a second, as it could spell the difference between life and death in pinnacle confrontations. He continuously simulated various trajectories of attack in his mind, training his intuition to capture fragments of the future. The armed color Haki within him also grew more robust and pure amidst this profound introspection. The flow of cherry blossoms became increasingly harmonious, akin to another form of blood coursing through his veins. Time subtly passed during the journey and training. Ying could distinctly sense that the powers within him, slightly unsteady and restless due to consecutive fierce battles and sudden breakthroughs, were gradually being polished and solidified. Akin to rocks smoothed by relentless waves, losing their sharp edges and becoming rounded and resilient. His body seemed to greedily absorb the nourishing essence of the power that settled within him through this deep adjustment and recuperation, becoming more vibrant and harmoniously unified. His physical state was steadily advancing towards an unprecedented pinnacle. Occasionally, Nami would glance back from the cockpit, witnessing the sight of that incredibly formidable man, akin to an ancient statue, seated calmly upon the deck. Despite exuding no overwhelming aura, he radiated a tranquility that inspired both comfort and a sense of reverence. She gently grasped the helm, feeling the Meteor glide effortlessly under her command, gazing at the endless azure ahead. Her initial trepidation about the future gradually replaced by an emotion known as anticipation. Following such a captain, the road ahead may be fraught with thorns and formidable foes. Yet the horizon, without a doubt, promised a vast expanse of stars and oceans. Chapter 58. The subtle adjustments of the dominant armor, innate radiance. The Meteor sailed through a relatively open expanse of sea, the sky a clear blue, with a few white clouds lazily suspended like cotton fluff. The sea surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds. Only when the bow cut through the water did it create ripples that expanded outward in shimmering silver circles, releasing a soothing sound. Nami had just adjusted the course according to the ocean currents and cloud patterns. ensuring the ship was sailing along the optimal route towards the area where she anticipated interesting events might occur. She sighed in relief, instinctively casting her gaze towards the deck. Ying remained there. However, unlike his previous stillness akin to a monk in meditation, he was now enveloped in a visibly palpable and heart-stirring energy fluctuation. A low, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the void, vibrated from him. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The pitch-black armed color Haki surged forth from his body like a living entity, not evenly coating his exterior, but rather tracing an intricate and profound pattern upon his surface, as if donning him in a flowing, ink-colored armor. Subsequently, the silver-gray glow of the observation Haki, akin to the finest of threads, wove into this ink-like base. Not uniformly distributed, but rather concentrating around his eyes, ears, and brow, key sensory points, forming an invisible network that enhanced perception and foresight. Finally, the most rebellious and striking crimson-black arcs of the Conqueror's Haki emerged. They were no longer the restless tendrils from earlier attempts at entwining. Instead, they resembled a tamed thunder dragon, exuding an aura of destruction and majesty, spiraling precisely along the patterns of armor outlined by the armed color, entwining and embedding themselves. The red-black arcs flickered and danced, intertwining with the pitch-black armed color and the silver-gray glow of the observation Haki, resonating in a strange equilibrium, initiating a preliminary fusion. A hazy, ethereal shadow of energy armor slowly manifested upon Ying's exterior. The prototype of the Dominion armor stands before him, yet it remains exceedingly unstable. At times, it solidifies, revealing intricate patterns akin to ancient bas-reliefs, with crimson and obsidian arcs of electricity flowing steadily, emanating an oppressive aura that feels suffocating. At other moments, it abruptly dissipates, becoming translucent and vague, as the tricolored energy clashes violently, as if on the verge of collapse, with only sporadic arcs of electricity leaping across its surface. Ying's brow furrows, barely perceptibly. His entire concentration is immersed in mastering the delicate balance of this tricolored domineering energy, measured in mere microseconds. The armed color forms the foundation of the armor, serving as its physical defense, requiring the largest proportion and utmost stability. The observation color serves as the eyes, imbuing the armor with spiritual essence, responsible for sensing the flow of energy, anticipating trajectories of attack, and aiding in the adjustment of defensive priorities, necessitating a perfect balance. Too much or too little would be detrimental. The Conqueror's color embodies the soul, imparting the armor with an ethereal grace and mental pressure, granting it characteristics that transcend mere physical defense. Yet it is the most antagonistic to the other two. Its output must be precise, for even a slight excess intensifies conflict, while a deficiency diminishes its allure. Within his mind, a hundredfold acuity operates like the most efficient processor, analyzing every energy fluctuation and structural change in a frenzy. He meticulously adjusts the ratios, frequencies, and fusion nodes of the tricolored domineering energy. The expenditure of mental energy is akin to unleashing a floodgate, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet his gaze remains sharp as an eagle, fixated on every subtle shift of his own energy. He resembles the most meticulous craftsman, chiseling a peerless treasure, leaving no flaw unaddressed. The embodiment of the flickering crimson and obsidian arcs oscillates between solidity and dissipation through this continuous fine-tuning. With each reconstitution after a moment of dissolution, the armor's phantom seems to stabilize slightly more than before, becoming more refined, exuding an aura that is less agitated, more solid like a mountain, yet imbued with an underlying weightiness reminiscent of thunder. Nami stands at the doorway of the cockpit, nearly holding her breath. It is not her first time witnessing Ying's training. Yet each occasion still leaves her awestruck by the spectacle of unimaginable power. The armor, draped over his form and shimmering with red and black arcs, though still unstable, already radiates the aura of a war god emerging from myth. She harbors no doubt that this energy armor is likely infinitely more robust than the steel plating of any naval vessel. The leaping arcs of electricity, merely observed from a distance, send a shiver deep within her soul. Is this truly the realm of formidable strength? She glances down at her own fingers, somewhat roughened from years of charting the seas, and then at the seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous ocean ahead. Anxiety lingers, after all. What terrifying adversaries must exist to warrant such solemn dedication to training from a powerhouse like Ying? Yet, more than that, a fervent desire ignites within her. She yearns to discover the breathtaking vistas that lie at the ocean's end. She wishes to capture, with the pen in her hand, this figure that resembles a deity, along with the countless miracles she might encounter in the future, etching them into charts that will endure through the ages. Ying seems to sense her gaze, yet he remains undistracted. The phantom of the Dominion armor momentarily dissipates before rapidly coalescing once more. This time, its duration is noticeably longer than before, and its form is clearer and more stable, with the crimson and obsidian arcs flowing more docilely, akin to a stream gently coursing through the armor's engravings. He exhales a breath of turbid air, the white vapor lingering in the atmosphere like an arrow. His meticulous adjustments begin to yield results. He dissipates the Dominion armor, the surging waves of energy around him receding like a tide, returning to the unfathomable depths within. He opens his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing before returning to a serene stillness. Power requires mastery. The pinnacle lies in the details. He gazes toward the distant horizon, where a new storm seems to be brewing. His state is now optimally adjusted, merely awaiting the moment when the bait is taken and formidable foes approach. Chapter 59, A Practical Drill in Foresight. The meteorite, resembling an elegant gray specter, cleaves through the azure and tranquil waters of the East Sea, trailing along, gradually dissipating white wake behind it. Nami, at the helm, adjusts the sail's angle according to the changes in the sea breeze and clouds, her face adorned with a focused and satisfied expression. The ability to maneuver this exceptionally capable vessel with effortless precision is a tremendous pleasure for her. Ying, meanwhile, continues his daily practice on the deck. However, today he forgoes intense domineering energy fusion or weapon training, opting instead for a more understated approach to refine himself. He wields his dark spear, eschewing any ostentatious techniques, focusing solely on the most fundamental thrusts, sweeps, and flicks. His movements are slow and expansive, as if he were not practicing martial arts, but rather engaging in some ancient ritual. His breathing is long and rhythmic, subtly synchronized with the undulating waves. His aura harmonious and contained, reminiscent of a return to simplicity. Yet, within the depths of his half-closed eyes, there lies a silver glimmer, akin to the turbulent undercurrents beneath a tranquil lake's surface. His observation-color domineering energy operates in a remarkably precise manner, deliberately restrained to a specific threshold that allows him to foresee only a second into the future. This is a conscious form of training, akin to elite athletes who do not constantly engage in maximum sprints, but instead perform extensive, specialized technical training at a controlled intensity. He aims to transform this ability to glimpse the future into an instinctual combat reflex, as natural as breathing and heartbeat, integrated into every muscle fiber and neural response. Not only must he see, but he must also enable his body to react in the most perfect, efficient, and timely manner the moment he perceives. As this tranquil practice endures for about an hour, Nami's voice, tinged with caution, echoes from the cockpit. "Captain, a ship has been spotted to the left front. Flying a skull flag. It's a pirate ship. It seems they are charging toward us." Ying gradually retracts his focus and opens his eyes. The silver glimmer within his gaze vanishes in an instant, restoring the depth of calmness akin to an ancient well. He looks up to see a vessel that dwarfs the meteorite several times over, its hull marred by patches of repairs. A sail adorned with a grotesque goat skull pirate flag flaps menacingly as it approaches them. The ship's bow is crowded with pirates brandishing swords and firearms, shouting and hurling vile epithets, evidently perceiving the uniquely designed, yet smaller meteorite as an easy target. Hee, what a bizarre ship. Looks valuable. And there's a pretty girl aboard. Grab her. The raucous shouts, carried by the sea breeze, are filled with the typical foolishness and greed of East Sea pirates, reflecting their narrow-mindedness. Nami's brow furrows, a flicker of disgust crossing her face, yet she feels little fear. Instinctively, her gaze drifts toward Ying. After experiencing the events at Arlong Park, she finds it difficult to genuinely feel tense in the presence of such a level of threat. Ying's expression remains impassive, devoid of anger or disdain. He does not instruct Nami to maneuver the meteorite to evade or accelerate away. There was no reason for him to refuse the eager challengers that presented themselves. Maintain speed. He casually instructed Nami, before grasping his spear and making his way to the bow of the Starfall, patiently awaiting the approach of the pirate ship. Bang! With a dull thud and splintering wood, the massive pirate vessel, propelled by its own momentum, forcefully crashed into the side of the Starfall, firmly securing itself with thick grappling hooks. Dozens of fierce-looking pirates, their visages twisted with malice and their demeanor brutish by East Blue standards, leapt onto the not-so-spacious deck of the Starfall like dumplings being tossed into boiling water, instantly encircling Ying. "Kid, are you stunned? Too scared to move? Just accept your fate." A bald-headed man, seemingly a lieutenant wielding a massive cleaver, snarled as he launched the first attack. He bellowed, his muscular arms bulging, and swung the heavy blade with a whistling gust, aiming for Ying's neck. This strike, formidable and potent, had the capacity to cleave through an ordinary wooden shield in East Blue, evidently showcasing considerable brute strength. However, at the very instant he initiated his swing, Ying's foresight illuminated the trajectory of the blade in his mind's eye. Foreseen, in 3 seconds, the blade's path will lock onto the right side of the neck, while a pirate on the left will seize the opportunity to thrust a dagger, and another behind will fire a gun. Time flowed in reality. The weighty cleaver approached as anticipated, poised to strike Ying's neck. Yet, at the very moment the blade neared, Ying's body executed a seemingly perilous but precisely calculated lean backward. The chilling edge of the cleaver grazed past his throat, not even severing a single hair. Simultaneously, the treacherous dagger from the left lunged towards his ribs. Ying's right wrist casually flicked, the dark spear intuitively positioning itself perfectly to intercept the dagger's trajectory. Clang! A light sound echoed as the dagger was easily deflected. The gunshot from the pirate behind him, however, was rendered futile as Ying, with a seemingly unintentional sidestep, allowed the searing bullet to whiz harmlessly by, not even brushing against his clothing. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To the observing Nami and the pirates, Ying appeared as though he had fortuitously evaded every attack, his movements fluid and natural, devoid of any hint of struggle. Damn it, what incredible luck! Everyone, attack together! Roared the bald lieutenant, undeterred, as he swung his cleaver again. The other pirates surged forward, brandishing swords, axes, and firearms from all directions, launching a barrage of attacks at Ying. Instantly, the deck became a chaotic tapestry of flashing blades, sporadic gunfire, and cacophonous shouts intermingling with the rush of weapons slicing through the air. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Ying stood resolute, akin to an unyielding rock amidst a tempest. His movements were minimal, often merely stepping back half a pace or slightly tilting his body, effortlessly finding the singular, narrow gap of safety amidst the dense web of assaults. The fierce slashes, venomous thrusts, and scorching lead projectiles always passed him by mere millimeters. His spear, devoid of any extravagant techniques, was merely employed for the most fundamental acts of parrying, deflecting, and thrusting. Each action was impeccably timed to disrupt the rhythm of a pirate's attack or to strike at their weakest point, causing their offensive to falter and inadvertently injure their comrades nearby. He danced upon the edge of blades, strolling through a rain of bullets. Every motion was succinct, efficient, and devoid of excess, resembling a meticulously scripted performance, with him as the sole actor who comprehended every twist of the narrative. This was no mere battle. It was an arena of practical combat, entirely orchestrated by him, predicated on his ability to foresee the future. The pirates grew increasingly terrified, their fear mounting. They felt as if they were not confronting a human being, but rather a specter. All their attacks struck not but empty air, their intentions laid bare before their adversary. The overwhelming sense of impotence, having exerted their utmost yet failing to even graze their opponent's clothing, coupled with Ying's perpetually tranquil gaze, washed over them like a frigid tide, gradually submerging their courage. Nami watched in awe, her heart racing, though she could not decipher the intricate principles behind his exquisite evasions and blocks. She could feel the absolute command he wielded. Under the onslaught of those fearsome pirates, Ying exhibited not brute force, but rather a near-artistic, effortless composure. His composure shattered, dropping his weapon and screaming as he attempted to leap into the sea to escape. A flicker of disinterest crossed Ying's eyes. The value of the practice had been exhausted. He no longer held back. In a blur, he slipped into the panicked crowd like a phantom. The spear transformed into a series of indistinct shadows. Thud, bang, crack. The sounds of dull impacts, breaking bones, and splashes echoed in succession. Within mere breaths, the deck was left with only Ying and Nami standing. All the pirates were either unconscious on the ground or sent flying into the sea, posing no further threat. Ying stood with his spear retracted, his breathing steady and calm, as if he had merely swept away the dust from the deck. He felt the instinctual foresight operating seamlessly in his mind, nodding slightly in approval. The results were commendable. The realm of observation Haki, honed through practical experience, had become increasingly stable and harmonious. He raised his gaze to the pirate ship, now adrift and devoid of most of its crew, akin to a headless fly, and said to Nami with a hint of indifference, "Clear the deck and take any useful supplies." Only then did Nami snap back to reality from her astonishment, quickly responding, "Yes, Captain." As she gazed at Ying's composed figure, her understanding of the world of the strong was once again refreshed. True strength, it seemed, could be so effortlessly wielded. Chapter 60, An Ominous Premonition, The Encounter of Fate. After dispatching the overconfident pirates and replenishing some fresh water and barely drinkable liquor, the Starfall continued its voyage. Nami cautiously adjusted the course towards the direction where she sensed trouble gathering, following Ying's somewhat vague guidance. She was uncertain of what exactly the captain was seeking, but she could feel an invisible, low-pressure light gravitational pull emanating from a certain direction. For the most part, Ying remained immersed in his training, refining his haki and honing his spear techniques, thoroughly absorbing the lessons learned from the blood war in paradise. His physical condition had reached its zenith since his arrival. With his vital energy coursing like quicksilver and his mind clear as crystal, every movement exuded an innate sense of coordination and strength. However, on an otherwise ordinary afternoon, as the Starfall approached a region scattered with isolated islands and turbulent currents, Ying, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Within his gaze, the silver-gray glow of observation haki flashed with unprecedented intensity, not activated by his own will, but seemingly triggered by an external, exceedingly subtle, yet acutely sharp signal. It's coming. He sensed two distinctly different, yet intricately intertwined auras emanating from a densely vegetated, rugged island ahead. The first aura was faint and elusive, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, imbued with profound exhaustion and a sense of nearly frozen despair. Beneath this despair, however, lay a tenacious will to survive, as resilient as an iceberg, alongside an exquisitely subtle, deathly intent, reminiscent of a wisp of a spirit dancing in the dark night. This lethal energy was not directed at him. Rather, it enveloped the aura of despair, evidently birthed from prolonged, intense pursuits and resistance, exuding a defensive aura. The second aura was even more obscure and perilous. It was not a tangible presence, but rather a sinister imprint, like a malignant growth entwined with the first aura's causal thread. This thread was cold, dark, and suffused with the world government's characteristic, lofty indifference and cruelty. Ying could even discern familiar, cold presences, reminiscent of the meticulously trained CP9 agents, wafting from the end of that causal line. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was that atop this dark causal line belonging to the world government, he sensed an even more subtle, vast, and heart-pounding scrutiny. It was neither malevolent nor benevolent, but a gaze as vast and indifferent as a glacier. It felt as if an omnipotent entity was casting its gaze across an endless expanse, observing this place with a sense of examination and anticipation. The latent threat emanating from this scrutiny far surpassed that of the CP9 agents, even causing a barely perceptible resonance of vigilance in Ying's steadfast, overlord armor, prototype. Aokiji, Kazan. Almost instantaneously, the name flashed in Ying's mind. Only that highest-ranking admiral of the Navy, possessing the power of the ice fruit, could exude such a signature. Oppressive aura reminiscent of the foreboding herald of an impending ice age. Change course. Ying's voice shattered the silence of their voyage, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Hard to port, full speed, target the southeastern shore of the island ahead. Though Nami was perplexed, her absolute trust in Ying's inscrutable perceptive abilities left no room for hesitation as she promptly executed the command. The rear thrusters of the Meteor ship hummed. The vessel shuddered slightly, carving a swift and graceful arc toward the designated location on the island. As the distance closed, the island's details gradually sharpened into view. Jagged black reefs, dense tropical foliage, and a relatively gentle bay strewn with white pebbles came into focus. At the edge of that bay, the wreckage of a nearly disassembled small wooden boat lay half buried in the sand. A figure was staggering from the waist-deep water, struggling to reach the shore. It was a tall and voluptuous woman, clad in dark, tattered clothing clinging to her form due to the water, accentuating her breathtaking curves. She possessed long hair as dark as the night, now wet and plastered against her pale cheeks and neck. Her face and arms bore evident abrasions and bruises, and a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, rendering her a pitiful sight. Yet, what captivated attention most were her eyes, deep, dark orbs imbued with an intellectual allure. At that moment, they were filled with the fatigue of a long escape, profound weariness, and an innate wisdom that had seen through the world's darkness, tinged with sorrow and despair. However, deep within this despair, there flickered a faint yet unyielding flame of life's yearning, stubbornly burning on. Nico Robin. Ying's gaze pierced through her outward disarray and fragility. Directly perceiving the dark causal thread binding her to the upper echelons of the world government, along with, even higher, the cold scrutiny belonging to the Admiral of the Navy. Perfect. For the first time, as he faced someone who was not a formidable opponent, a glimmer of true, calculated coldness flickered in Ying's eyes. This was the bait he sought. A perfect lure capable of enticing not only the relatively sizable fish that was CP9, but also potentially drawing in the lurking leviathan, Aokiji. Rescuing her would be akin to casting a stone into the seemingly placid lake of the world government, one capable of stirring up a tempest. The adversary he craved for a thrilling battle, one matching his current peak state, might very well be drawn here. The Meteor ship glided toward the bay, coming to a steady halt a mere 10 meters from the shore. Robin, on the beach, seemed to have exhausted her last vestige of strength. Collapsing softly into the frigid sea, her hands bracing against the ground as she gasped for breath. She heard the sound of the approaching vessel and, with great effort, lifted her head. Upon seeing the uniquely styled, dark gray ship radiating a chilling aura, along with the figure standing at the bow, gun in hand. Scrutinizing her with eyes as sharp as a sword, her pupils dilated in alarm. Is he an enemy? A friend? Or perhaps a new pursuer? Instinctively, she adopted a defensive posture, though it appeared utterly feeble before the inscrutable aura emanating from him. Ying regarded her from his elevated stance, as if appraising a crucial tool soon to be within his grasp. His voice resonated calmly, cutting through the sound of the waves. Clear and audible to Robin's ears. It seems you've gotten yourself into quite a predicament. At this moment, the threads of fate intertwined. The bait had been cast into the net. A greater storm was about to be unleashed by this silently infiltrating tempest. Chapter 61. The Transaction of the Devil's Child. The briny seawater soaked through her tattered garments, clinging to her skin and inducing a bone-chilling cold. Robin knelt in the knee-deep waves, panting heavily, each breath pulling at the myriad of aching wounds on her body. The long escape and several harrowing encounters with the monstrous CP9 agents had thoroughly depleted her physical and mental reserves. She felt akin to a fox cornered by hounds, barely escaping to this seemingly deserted island through sheer wit and fortune. Yet, before hope could ignite, it was effortlessly snuffed out by the abrupt appearance of this dark, gray vessel, emanating an icy aura, and the black-haired youth standing like a rock at its bow. His gaze. Throughout her tumultuous life, Robin had encountered a myriad of individuals, greedy archaeologists, ruthless pirates, indifferent nobles, and the cold-blooded agents of the world government, like venomous snakes. Yet, never had she encountered anyone whose eyes held such unadulterated purity as the man before her. It was not a gaze of lust for beauty, nor a craving for wealth, and certainly not one of malice or fear regarding her title as the Devil's Child. It was an evaluative stare, akin to a master craftsman assessing the quality of a rough gem, or a composed hunter appraising the value of its ensnared prey. Calm, profound, devoid of personal sentiment, yet seemingly capable of penetrating her every facade, staring directly into the deepest shackles of her soul and her most humble desires. This gaze, more unsettling than any overt malice, sent a chill down her spine. She strained her nearly disintegrating body, swaying as she attempted to stand upright, her arms instinctively crossing defensively before her, a gesture that betrayed both vulnerability and latent readiness. A hoarse voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, escaped her cracked lips. Who are you? Are you also one of the world government's agents? She sought to glean any hint from her interlocutor's expression, but the cold, inscrutable visage revealed no emotions. Ying offered no answer to her query. His gaze transcended her, seemingly peering into the void behind her, where he discerned the ethereal thread connecting her to the distant Mary Geos, entwined with the glacial scrutiny of an invisible causality. A faint, almost cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It appears you've entangled yourself in quite a predicament. He reiterated his previous words, this time imbued with a hint of amused confirmation. Robin felt her heart plummet. He knew. He was evidently aware of who was pursuing her. To approach her under such circumstances required either reckless ignorance or an audacious confidence in one's own power. This man, by all appearances, was far from the former. Instinct for survival, honed through 2 decades of navigating the shadows, enabled her to swiftly suppress her fear. She inhaled deeply, striving to imbue her voice with composure. Regardless of who you are, since you are aware of the trouble I've stirred, you must also comprehend my value. She lifted her deep blue eyes, attempting to infuse them with sufficient allure and leverage. I possess many secrets about the lost century, about the historical texts, about the truths that the world government fervently seeks to conceal. This information could secure my safety and grant you what you desire. This was her customary gambit, the only asset she had to offer. Countless times, she had navigated the treacherous waters of power dynamics, trading her knowledge of archaeology and the mysteries of history for fleeting sanctuary or respite. Though each transaction was fraught with betrayal and treachery, she had no alternatives. Yet this time, she miscalculated. Before her words could fully escape, Ying gently shook his head, interjecting. His gaze bore no trace of curiosity or greed regarding the blank century. Only an air of indifference. Historical texts? The blank century? His tone was flat as water, yet imbued with an unyielding finality. What do those dusty relics have to do with me? Robin froze, her prepared retorts lodged in her throat. She gazed at Ying in disbelief. Was there truly someone in this world who harbored no interest in the blank century, especially someone of his formidable stature? This reality transcended her understanding. Then she instinctively began, her voice laced with confusion. Ying's focus sharpened on her, his scrutiny deepening. As if he had finally discerned the intrinsic value of this tool before him, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet resonating like thunder in Robin's ears. I have no interest in those antiquated texts. He leaned slightly forward, towering over her, his gaze akin to two frigid scalpels dissecting her essence. But you, Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara, the child of the devil. Each title he uttered caused Robin to shudder involuntarily, the pain etched deep within her soul. You are the perfect bait capable of luring out an Admiral-level opponent. He enunciated the word bait with chilling clarity, devoid of any pretense. Robin's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Her blood seemed to freeze in that instant. What did he just say? He did not desire the knowledge within her mind. He sought to exploit her identity as the O'Hara orphan, the child of the devil. To actively draw the Navy's top-tier forces, the Admirals. A madman. He was utterly insane. Shock was swiftly overtaken by an overwhelming tide of absurdity and dread. She had thought that escaping CP-9's pursuit might grant her a sliver of hope, only to find herself ensnared once more. This time in the jaws of a far more dangerous beast. Yet, beneath this profound shock and fear, an insidious emotion began to unfurl, akin to a poisonous weed quietly sprouting in the dark. Unlike those who previously coveted her knowledge or regarded her as a hot potato to be discarded, and distinct from the suffocating, relentless pursuit of the world government, this man before her laid bare a brutal, utilitarian purpose. Oddly enough, this rawness imparted an unsettling sense of authenticity. He did not mince words or feign benevolence. He laid the most ruthless terms of engagement plainly before her. Moreover, he possessed an audacity to face an admiral head-on. Robin's gaze involuntarily swept over the stark lines of the ship, the Meteor, and then to the seemingly unremarkable yet ominously resonant black spear held by the youth, before finally resting on his eerily calm eyes. This confidence was not a facade. It stemmed from a deep-rooted certainty forged through countless life and death struggles. Following him would undoubtedly be a perilous path, fraught with the specter of death. To provoke an admiral was tantamount to courting disaster. But what of remaining behind? The relentless pursuit of CP-9 could descend upon her at any moment, leading to the cold judgment of Eni's lobby and an eternity of darkness. It was a choice. One path led to the known, a despairing descent into hell. The other veered into the unknown, a tumultuous journey towards a more savage inferno, yet perhaps concealing a glimmer of hope, as fleeting as a blade's kiss. Ying afforded her little time for contemplation. He straightened, no longer regarding her, as if he had already determined her decision. He turned, striding towards the ship's cabin, leaving behind a dispassionate declaration carried on the wind. Follow me, or stay and await your demise. There was no threat, no persuasion, merely a simple statement of fact. Nami stood at the cabin door, watching the solitary, vulnerable figure of the black-haired woman on the beach with a mix of concern and curiosity. She sensed the palpable despair and exhaustion emanating from her, and had heard the captain's chilling words regarding bait. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. She trusted the captain's judgment. Robin remained rooted in place, the sea breeze tousling her drenched black hair, the icy waters washing over her calves. The immense psychological impact left her mind in disarray. To align herself with a madman intent on challenging an admiral? Or to stay here, awaiting the judgment of CP-9? The seconds of struggle felt like an eternity. Finally, she gritted her teeth, a flicker of resolute determination flashing in her eyes. With leaden legs, she staggered forward, yet with unwavering conviction, towards the Meteor. At least with this choice, it seemed the initiative was not wholly in the hands of the world government. This was a slim chance of survival, and a perilous gamble with the devil himself. Chapter 62. The Pursuit of CP-9. The Starfall vessel emitted a low, resonant hum, churning the ocean's waters as it prepared to turn its bow and depart from this land of turmoil. Nami cast anxious glances towards Robin, who sat quietly in a corner of the deck, receiving the fresh water and dry towel she had offered. Robin expressed her gratitude in a soft voice as she accepted the items, her movements remaining graceful, yet her pale complexion and slightly trembling fingers betrayed an inner turmoil. At the bow, Ying stood seemingly at ease, yet his observation haki had already spread out like an invisible net, centered around the Starfall and rapidly extending across the surrounding seas. Every subtle shift in the wind, every change in the currents, and every trace of life within a radius of several hundred meters was vividly reflected in his perception. His reason for lingering at this moment was not out of pity, but rather a calculated anticipation, waiting for the bait to attract the first unsuspecting fish. Sure enough, just as the Starfall completed its turn, pointing towards the open sea, several figures moved with a speed that transcended the limits of human sight, treading the air with astonishing agility. Their feet struck the air in rapid succession, producing a cacophony of sonic booms, executing the Six Styles moonwalk. Clad in uniform black suits, their attire, though reminiscent of the CP-9 uniforms in Ying's memory, appeared more refined and exuded a chilling aura. Like lithe cheetahs, they traced peculiar trajectories in the air, swiftly encircling the Starfall's flanks and front, subtly forming a pincer movement. Simultaneously, a sleek, uniquely designed black speedboat, with a sharp prow resembling a bird's beak, surged forth like a specter from behind a massive reef, where several other figures exuded a dense, oppressive presence on its deck. The vessel raced with incredible speed, trailing two white wakes that cunningly blocked the Starfall's most probable escape route. They have arrived. A glint of cold realization flickered in Ying's eyes. Their speed exceeded his expectations. It was clear that the world government held an extraordinary regard for Nico Robin, as well as a profound desire to eliminate him, the traitor. Nami's face paled, instinctively tightening her grip on the helm as she exclaimed, "Who are they?" Despite having steeled herself for this confrontation, the eerie manner in which they traversed the air and their lightning-fast appearance still delivered a staggering impact. Seated on the deck, Robin's body tensed abruptly, her fingers, which were crossed atop her knees, turned pale from the pressure. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with those familiar yet fearsome figures in the air and upon the sea. A flicker of despair flashing in her dark eyes. Indeed, is there no escape? At that moment, on the deck of the approaching vessel, a tall, lanky man adorned with a ludicrous spotted hat and a maniacal grin held a den mushy in his hands. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an exaggerated tone that seemed both arrogant and somewhat lacking in confidence, amplified through the den mushy-esque speaker. "Listen up, people ahead. I am Spandam, the commander of CP-5, soon to be promoted." The den mushy perfectly mimicked his pretentious demeanor. "I represent the world government's secret intelligence agency, Cipher Pole Number 9. We are here under orders to apprehend the notorious criminal, the demon child Nico Robin." His gaze swept across the deck, lingering greedily upon Robin, before shifting to Ying at the bow, his voice rising with a blend of exhilaration and malice. "And the traitor from the former CP-9 training camp, who assaulted government agents and killed a vice admiral. The heinous Ying. Surrender immediately, or you will be executed without mercy." Spandam's voice echoed across the open sea, harsh against the sounds of the waves. However, whether among the airborne CP-9 agents or the others aboard the vessel, their gazes bypassed the blustering Spandam, fixated solely on Ying, particularly the imposing figure at the forefront, clad in a waistcoat, with a white dove perched upon his shoulder, wearing a spotted hat, with his black, curly hair and an expression of cold indifference. His gaze resembled that of a bloodthirsty beast. Even from a distance, one could sense the chilling, dormant power within him, akin to an iceberg. Rob Lucci, the most formidable and ruthless weapon of CP-9. His eyes met Ying's in the air, devoid of words yet igniting an invisible spark. Lucci's gaze bore a mix of scrutiny towards this former colleague, perplexity towards the traitor, yet predominantly, a chilling intent befitting a predator. Ying's expression remained unaltered, as if Spandam's threats were merely the buzzing of a mosquito. He did not even glance at the airborne agents, his attention fixed squarely on Lucci. "CP-9, Lucci," he mused, savoring the term, his tone flat, revealing neither nostalgia nor derision. "It appears the world government truly has no one left to use, sending you all to your demise." His voice, though not loud, cut clearly through the sounds of the waves and wind, reaching the ears of every CP9 member. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. One of the agents utilizing the moonwalk scoffed, traitor Ying, daring to speak so brazenly even as death approaches. Another figure aboard the vessel, a long-nosed man, Kaku, stroked his chin and remarked, traitor Ying, you concealed yourself well, but this ends here. A voluptuous female agent with golden hair, Khalifa, adjusted her glasses and coolly analyzed. Target identified as Ying, confirmed. Threat level upgraded to extremely high based on the latest intelligence. Recommendation: prioritize subduing Nico Robin to restrict her actions. The oppressive atmosphere descended like tangible storm clouds, enveloping the entire sea. Combat was imminent. Spandam, enraged by Ying's disregard, screamed into the den Mushi, Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, Gabra. What are you waiting for? Capture them. Especially Ying, alive. I want to interrogate him myself. Lucci ignored Spandam's furious outburst, slowly raising his hand to signal an attack. In the next moment, with a swift motion, the figures of the CP9 agents, save for Lucci and the lion-like guard beside Spandam, vanished in an instant. The piercing wind of finger guns and the devastating slashes of the gale steps descended upon the Starfall and its occupants, enveloping Ying and Robin in an invisible net of death. The dark minions of the world collided with the rebellious dragon in this nameless sea. Spandam's sharp cries to capture them echoed in the air as the elite members of CP9 transformed into lethal shadows, launching a deadly assault upon the Starfall from both air and sea. The finger guns pierced the air, their sharp wind potent enough to pierce steel, while the gale steps unleashed invisible shockwaves that tore through the atmosphere. Even before the attacks arrived, the chilling intent and fierce energy had already fragmented the air above the Starfall's deck. Nami's complexion was as pale as a ghost. Despite her almost blind faith in Ying's strength, the ghastly onslaught, far beyond the level of the East Sea, caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Robin, with her arms crossed over her chest, trembled slightly, her knuckles turning white. She was on the verge of unleashing the powers of her Hana no Mi for defense. Fully aware that, in the face of CP9's lethal mastery of the six powers, her defenses may be utterly futile. Yet, at the very epicenter of the tempest, Ying, confronted with a coordinated assault potent enough to instantly annihilate even the most notorious Billionberry pirates, bore an expression devoid of solemnity. Instead, he smiled. This was not a smile of fierce determination or a sardonic grin of anger, but rather one that exuded disdain and mockery, as if he were witnessing an exceedingly clumsy and laughable performance. Is this it? The words floated from his lips, light as a feather. Yet they struck the attacking CP9 members with a bone-chilling insult that resonated deeper than any roar. In the next heartbeat, Ying moved. There was no earth-shattering force unleashed, no dazzling display of domineering aura. His figure merely flickered, ghost-like, in an exceedingly simple manner. Extreme Intent 6 styles, 8 steps to pursue the cicada. Rather than a straightforward advance, his form traced a zigzag pattern through the air, akin to teleportation, defying the laws of physics. His speed reached an apex, leaving behind a lingering afterimage that gradually dissipated. First to arrive was the owl, who dove from above using the moonwalk, aiming to seal off Ying's overhead route with his finger gun, followed closely by the lion, who leapt from the ship, wielding a special weapon, katana, in a slashing descent. The owl's finger gun was sharp, aimed directly at Ying's back, while the lion's swordplay was bizarre, accompanied by disorienting afterimages as he slashed toward Ying's neck. Ying did not even glance back, within the realm of his foresight. The trajectories and weak points of these two attacks were as clear as patterns in the palm of his hand. In the instant before the finger gun and blade made contact, Ying's body tilted and spun at an incredible angle. Extreme Intent 6 styles, paper drawing, martial body. Mirage of flowers and moon. The owl's determined finger gun grazed Ying's clothing, the concentrated force futilely piercing the air with a soft pop. Meanwhile, the lion's seemingly inevitable strike passed through Ying's now ethereal form as if slicing through a reflection in water, sending him staggering back from the sheer momentum. What? Both men felt a profound shock, and Ying's counterattack had already begun. To the owl, he merely raised his left hand casually, fingers poised as if gently directing a pinpointed strike toward the owl's slightly exposed ribcage. Finger gun mystery, star collapse, was imbued within, though not unleashed with full force. The extreme compression of power was palpable, sending chills down the owl's spine. Iron wall. In a state of shock, the owl instinctively activated CP9's strongest defensive technique, his muscles tensing like steel. Clang. a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling. Ying's fingers made contact with the owl's ribcage. The iron wall, capable of withstanding cannon fire, crumbled under the touch of Ying's fingertip, emitting a mournful groan as if it were fragile glass. A terrifying force, combining physical penetration with internal shock, surged through. Ugh! The owl let out a miserable cry, his eyes bulging, blood spewing forth mixed with fragments of his innards, as his body flew backward faster than before, crashing into the distant sea and sending up a massive spray, his fate uncertain. Almost simultaneously, Ying's right foot, as if foreseeing the future, kicked out at a precisely calculated angle, silently striking the wrist of the lion, who was thrown off balance from his missed slash. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking echoed. The lion felt a wave of excruciating pain in his wrist, as if it had been viciously clamped by a searing iron vise. And the katana slipped from his grasp with a clatter onto the deck. Before he could react further, Ying's seemingly casual kick traced a minuscule arc in the air, his heel crashing down upon the lion's chest like a heavy hammer. Thud! The lion's massive form, akin to a kite severed from its string, spewed blood as he soared over dozens of meters of sea, crashing onto the deck of the black speedboat, creating a dent in the surface, convulsing twice before falling into complete unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, 2 elite CP9 members had been utterly obliterated. And all of this transpired as Ying advanced toward Lucci, as if he had merely swatted away 2 bothersome flies. At this moment, Ying's figure appeared ghost-like before Lucci. Lucci's eyes, resembling those of a predatory beast, narrowed into the most dangerous pinpricks. The instantaneous demise of the owl and the lion had completely shattered his estimation of the traitor Ying's abilities. This was no ordinary power possessed by a mere CP9 defector. Yet, Lucci was ultimately the most formidable warrior of CP9 in 8 centuries. His battle instincts surpassed those of ordinary men. Just as Ying materialized, Lucci struck. His right index finger shot forth like a cannonball, channeling a penetrating force that tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Ying's brow. It was the ultimate technique of the 6 powers, the finger gun. This strike was swift, precise, and lethal. It encapsulated years of Lucci's arduous training. Potent enough to easily pierce steel. It was his confident killing move, capable of severely wounding or even instantly eliminating the majority of adversaries. However, faced with this unmatched thrust, Ying did not even draw the long spear from his back. His right hand, as if plucking an apple from a tree, casually lifted, fingers splayed, meeting the penetrating finger that could pierce through iron and stone. Seeking death, a murderous glint flashed in Lucci's eyes as he channeled even more power into his strike. He aimed to pierce through both the finger and the opponent's palm. Snap! A soft sound rang out. The anticipated scene of flesh and blood exploding from a pierced hand did not materialize. Lucci's seemingly indestructible finger gun collided with Ying's palm, as if striking an invisible wall woven from countless steel wires, a wall of size. All the force, all the intent to penetrate was instantly consumed, dissipated, and obliterated by that seemingly soft palm. Lucci's finger was firmly grasped within Ying's hand, immovable. The sinister grin on Lucci's face froze, transforming into sheer shock and disbelief. He felt as though his finger had been welded into the hardest alloy in existence. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not budge it by even a fraction. He could not even withdraw it. Ying, holding Lucci's finger, tilted his head slightly, observing the twisted expression of shock on Lucci's face, a smirk of derision resurfacing. A finger gun? He gently shook his head, the disdain in his tone nearly overflowing, soft and languid, as if he had not eaten enough. You all. His gaze swept across the surroundings, where the rapid collapse of the owl and the lion, along with Lucci's temporary cessation of attacks due to his immobilization, left Kaku, Khalifa, and others aghast. Finally, his attention returned to Lucci's face, each word like a cold dagger, piercing the hearts of every CP9 member. Do you even deserve to be called CP9? Chapter 64, Lucci's Despair, the Shattering of the Leopard's Tail. Shame. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within Rob Lucci, akin to boiling magma, instantaneously drowning his rationality. He, the most formidable of CP9 in 8 centuries, renowned as a merciless weapon of slaughter, found himself so effortlessly ensnared in a direct confrontation, grasped by the strongest of finger guns. While subjected to contemptuous taunts from his adversary, a howl erupted from the depths of Lucci's throat, a sound more beastly than human, overflowing with ferocity and rage. At that moment, the beastly spirit within him ignited completely. Life returned to his leopard form. Accompanied by this roar, Lucci underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled dramatically like an inflated balloon. His height surged abruptly. Spots akin to those of a cheetah appeared on his skin. His hands morphed into lethal claws. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and a thick, powerful leopard tail lashed behind him like a steel whip, producing a thunderous crack. In the blink of an eye, the cold-hearted agent vanished, replaced by a humanoid cheetah radiating an aura of terror and brutality. A formidable pressure emanated from him, suffocating even Nami and Robin, who were not far away. This was Lucci's true power. The Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form. Let go. Empowered by his leopard form, Lucci unleashed a surge of strength, finally liberating his fingers from the grasp of Ying. Yet the excruciating pain and numbness in his fingertips served as a reminder of his opponent's unfathomable power. 6 styles, the ultimate Six Kings gun. Without hesitation, Lucci concentrated all his strength in leopard form, along with his lifelong comprehension of the 6 styles, into his palms. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, honed to perfection, capable of obliterating an iron fortress in an instant, akin to an invisible cannon. Erupting forth directly towards Ying's chest. This was Lucci's most potent technique, the ultimate force he believed could shatter all obstacles. He aimed to obliterate the traitor who had brought him endless disgrace, along with his arrogance, into mere fragments. Wherever the shockwave traversed, the air warped, producing a thunderous roar. The sea below was cleaved open by this invisible pressure, carving a deep trench. Captain, Nami could not restrain her exclamation, even from a distance. She could feel the destructive energy contained within that shockwave. Robin instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, in the face of this Six Kings gun, potent enough to make even a Marine Vice Admiral brace for impact, Ying stood his ground, not even shifting his stance. A hint of boredom flickered across his face. Just as the invisible, terrifying shockwave was about to reach him, a hum resonated. A layer of hazy energy armor, flickering with red-black arcs of electricity, appeared as if conjured from the void, enveloping Ying's body. The armor was not entirely solid, yet the flowing base of Haki was vividly visible, embedded with shimmering observation Haki. And coiling, leaping Conqueror's Haki arcs like dragon patterns. Conqueror's armor, prototype. Boom! The terrifying shockwave of the Six Kings gun, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, collided squarely against that seemingly fragile layer of energy armor. Contrary to expectations of shattered armor and a figure sent flying, the impact that could obliterate an iron fortress met the Conqueror's armor and behaved as if crashing against ancient, unyielding rocks. The violent energy was effortlessly dissipated, redirected, and absorbed by the layer of armor interwoven with red-black arcs. It merely caused the arcs on the armor to flicker violently for an instant, rippling out a wave of subtle energy before dissipating into nothingness. Ying remained firm, his form showing not the slightest tremor. It was as if that cataclysmic assault had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. No, it cannot be. Lucci's beastly eyes widened in disbelief, emitting a near-collapsing roar. His most formidable technique failed to even compel his opponent to take a single step back. What kind of monster was this? Not only Lucci, but even Kaku, Khalifa, Gabra, and Spandam, who witnessed this scene, were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. A monster indeed. Spandam, terrified, collapsed onto the deck, his teeth chattering. In that fleeting moment of utter shock that rendered Lucci mentally unmoored, Ying moved. His actions remained simple and direct. He did not employ any extravagant techniques, merely raising his right hand and pointing it like a blade. The flowery level of Haki instantly enveloped his palm, presenting a profound black hue, while on that darkness danced wisps of red-black arcs of Conqueror's Haki, entwined like ethereal serpents. With a sweep of his arm, his hand sliced through the air as though cleaving reality itself, targeting Lucci's leopard tail, which lashed like a steel whip, casually severing it. Swift, ruthless, accurate. Lucci barely had time to react. Relying solely on his primal instincts, he poured every ounce of iron-hard strength into his leopard tail, attempting to withstand this strike. He harbored absolute confidence in his iron-hard resilience. Iron block, steel tail. However, with a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified butter. There was no violent clash, no explosion of energy. Ying's hand, entwined with flowery Haki and arcs of Conqueror's Haki, effortlessly sliced through Lucci's tail, which was reinforced with the hardest iron block, severing it cleanly in two. Thud! The severed half, adorned with spotted fur and still retaining its hardened form, fell onto the deck of the Meteor, emitting a dull sound. The cut was smooth as a mirror, Lucci's movements froze entirely. He slowly, stiffly turned his head to gaze at the bare, agonizing stub of his tail behind him, and then at the severed half lying on the deck. A source of his pride, the pain surged like a delayed tide, instantly engulfing his nerves. Yet, more potent than the agony was the despair that consumed him like an endless abyss. The absolute chasm of disparity, the insurmountable gulf. His most powerful attack could not even shake his opponent. His most formidable defense crumbled before a mere casual strike. The culmination of 20 years of arduous training in the 6 styles, his pride in his devil fruit ability, appeared absurdly trivial. Utterly feeble against the incomprehensible mastery and terrifying energy armor of his adversary. Lucci opened his mouth, but only incoherent gasps escaped. The leopard form began to involuntarily recede, reverting to his human shape. He staggered back 2 steps, gazing at the black-haired youth, who remained expressionless, as if he had merely snapped a branch by the roadside. The pride and conviction that had sustained him as CP9's mightiest crumbled in that instant, collapsing alongside his severed tail. Ying flicked his wrist as if to rid himself of something unclean, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Lucci, who had completely lost his fighting spirit, resembling a soulless husk. He then turned his attention to Kaku and the others in the distance, who were rendered mute by fear, hesitant to take another step forward. Boredom, he remarked languidly, before turning away without casting them another glance. Thus, CP9's pursuit was utterly crushed in this unabashed, overwhelming manner. Chapter 65. Leave the message. The bait has entered my net. The sea breeze, carrying a faint scent of blood, wafted across the deck of the Meteor and the desolate waters surrounding it. CP9 appeared as though nailed to the surface of the sea, too fearful to advance even an inch. Kaku, Khalifa, and Gabra hovered in midair or clung to the edge of the ship, their faces stripped of the earlier coldness and composure, now marked by unmistakable horror and a profound terror that seeped into their very bones. Their most formidable member, Rob Lucci, the deadliest weapon of CP9 in 8 centuries, lay sprawled on the deck of the Meteor, akin to a dog with a shattered spine. Curled into himself, he could barely maintain his human form, his half-human, half-leopard appearance appearing particularly pitiful. The most shocking sight was the bare, severed stump of his tail, blood oozing forth and staining the wooden planks beneath him. He clutched the wound tightly with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably from the excruciating pain and the devastating blow, emitting a suppressed, anguished whimper akin to a wounded beast. Those once fierce, piercing eyes, filled with icy murderous intent, now appeared vacant and devoid of spirit, overwhelmed by endless agony, confusion, and despair following the collapse of his faith. He lacked the courage even to glance at the black-haired youth responsible for this devastation. Ying stood before Lucci, gazing down upon him as one might regard an ant. He did not even bother to acknowledge the so-called strongest weapon now rendered completely harmless beneath his feet. Instead, his gaze traversed the surface of the sea, landing on Spandam, who sat trembling on the ground, clutching a snail phone. Spandam was utterly terrified. He had witnessed the owl and the vulture being annihilated, observed Lucci's most potent 6-king gun being effortlessly deflected, and seen Lucci's emblem of power and pride, his leopard tail, severed with a mere flick. This was no battle. It was a one-sided, brutal massacre. This Ying was nothing short of a monster, far more terrifying than his father Spandam had described. When Ying's icy gaze fell upon him, Spandam felt as though his heart had ceased to beat, warmth flooding his trousers as he succumbed to fear and lost control of his bladder. Ying's brow furrowed slightly, not out of disgust, but rather because he found such a creature to be somewhat beneath even the role of a mere messenger. Yet, at present, it seemed there were no better alternatives. He slowly lifted his foot, not to stomp down, but rather to gently rest the sole upon Lucci's quivering back. This action bore no hint of insult. It resembled a casual assertion of ownership. Then he spoke. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a peculiar charm, piercing through the wails of the sea breeze and Lucci's groans, precisely entering the microphone of the snail phone and reaching the ears of every surviving CP9 member, like a cold proclamation seared into their very souls. Spandam. Ying's tone was as flat as if stating an established fact. Take these remnants with you and roll back. Pressing slightly on Lucci's back elicited a muffled groan of pain from him. Inform your master. Tell those seated beneath the empty throne of Mariawa, the Gorosei. As the name Gorosei escaped Ying's lips, a tremor coursed through everyone on the deck, from Nami and Robin to Spandam aboard the ship, and Kaku and the others in the air, their faces draining of color. They were the highest authorities of the world government, existing at the pinnacle of this world. gazing down upon all like deities. This name alone embodied infinite majesty and terror. How dare this Ying utter it so casually, unfazed by their astonishment. Ying continued in that indifferent yet undeniable tone. Archaeologist, Nico Robin. His gaze flicked toward the corner of the deck, landing on the black-haired woman who had gone pale and trembled slightly upon hearing the Gorosei's name. From this moment forth, I, the supreme weapon Ying, shall protect you. The words shall protect were articulated with unyielding certainty, as though proclaiming an immutable law of the world. Your world government's dark tricks, that repugnant order, will not work here. He paused, a cold, arrogant smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if he were locking eyes with the 5 figures far atop the red earth. Let the Admiral you rely upon come to the East Blue and retrieve her. I await your arrival. With that, he ceased to elaborate further. With a slight flick of his foot resting on Lucci's back, a blend of gentleness and firmness propelled Lucci's heavy form into the air like a discarded sack, soaring through an arc and plummeting directly toward the black speedboat. Thud! Lucci's body crashed heavily onto the deck, igniting a fresh wave of chaos and screams. Ying withdrew his gaze, as if he had merely discarded a piece of useless trash. He turned away, no longer glancing at the CP-9 remnants, who resembled startled birds, and moved toward the center of the deck. Nami stood agape, her heart racing. Although she knew her captain was powerful, such a direct and audacious declaration of war against the highest authorities of the world government, specifically summoning an admiral, was a madness and audacity that still sent shockwaves through her mind. Robin was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain herself. She gazed at the black-haired youth approaching, her eyes a whirlwind of complex feelings. Fear, shock, a glimmer of hope, and a sense of bewilderment akin to being caught in the eye of a colossal storm. He not only rescued her, but also declared war against the entire world government that had pursued her for 20 years in the most direct and vehement manner. This demon child was now openly sheltered beneath his wings. Was this a descent into an abyss of destruction, or a chance to overturn her fate? Ying halted before Robin, meeting her gaze filled with myriad emotions, as if he could see through to her innermost struggles and doubts. His expression remained impassive, simply stating a fact. Look. He pointed at the sea, which was gradually calming as CP-9 retreated in a panic, his tone still indifferent, yet imbued with a sense of unwavering control. The bait has been cast. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, looking out toward the unknown depths that would inevitably be stirred. The big fish will soon bite. Chapter 66. New crew members? Temporary companions. The Meteor set sail once more, its dark gray hull slicing through the azure waters, heading toward the next island where Nami anticipated they might replenish their supplies. On the deck, the remnants of the battle, marked by faint traces of blood, had been swiftly cleared away by Nami, leaving behind only a subtle hint of rust in the air, a lingering reminder of the recent, brief, yet fierce confrontation. However, the atmosphere aboard the ship was now starkly different from the earlier moments when only Nami and Cloud Shadow had been present. A new presence had joined them. Nico Robin sat quietly in a corner of the deck, her back against the cold railings of the ship. Nami, with her kind disposition, had provided her with a clean, slightly oversized set of clothing, alleviating her earlier disarray. Cradling a cup of warm water that Nami had handed her, the steam blurred her somewhat pale cheeks. With her eyes cast downward, her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her eyelids, obscuring the emotions that dwelled within her gaze. On the surface, she appeared to have regained her tranquility, yet the slight curling of her fingertips and her subtly poised body, ready to spring into action at any moment, betrayed the vigilance and unease lurking within her, in stark contrast to Nami, who radiated a sense of joy and belonging in her pursuit of dreams. Robin understood her role all too well. She was but bait. Cloud Shadow had coldly and unabashedly defined her worth. His protection was not born of justice or compassion, but rather from the fact that she could attract formidable adversaries, satiating his thirst for ultimate combat. This was a raw and unembellished exchange of mutual benefit. She provided a lure, and he offered shelter, along with a chaotic platform that upended the dynamics of hunter and hunted. Thus, she found it impossible to relax as Nami did, let alone foster any sense of belonging. To her, this ship was not a safe haven, but rather a more perilous eye of the storm, where danger loomed ever closer. The balance between her and Cloud Shadow was delicate and frail, a transient camaraderie based on mutual exploitation. She refrained from approaching him, making every effort to avoid his gaze. His eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades, rendered her feelings of concealment futile. Most of the time, she maintained her silence, resembling an exquisite porcelain doll devoid of vitality, quietly observing and contemplating from her secluded corner. Nami, perceptive to this emotional distance, endeavored to bridge the awkwardness with her inherent kindness and a touch of familiarity. After confirming a stable course, she approached Robin, sitting beside her with some provisions and fruits. "Miss Robin, please eat something. You look like you could use some nourishment," she said, her friendly smile illuminating her face as she extended the food. Robin lifted her gaze to meet Nami's, her lips curving into a polite, yet distant smile. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the food with graceful movements that still bore an unmistakable sense of detachment. "You're an archaeologist, aren't you? How impressive," Nami continued, attempting to spark a conversation, her eyes alight with genuine curiosity. "Can you decipher historical texts? You must have traveled to many places." Upon hearing the mention of historical texts and archaeology, Robin's body stiffened imperceptibly, a flicker of pain and wariness flashing in the depths of her gaze. She responded with a soft hum, opting for minimal elaboration as she nibbled on the food, evidently unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. Though momentarily disheartened, Nami did not surrender. She sensed the weight of Robin's past and the profound defenses she had erected, which only fueled Nami's desire to protect and empathize with her. She began to ramble about her previous adventures in the East Blue, recounting tales of the oranges from Kokoyashi village and her dream of charting a world map, hoping that this sharing would gradually close the chasm between them. Most of the time, Robin merely listened in silence, occasionally nodding or offering a faint, nearly imperceptible smile when Nami shared something particularly delightful or innocent. Yet, such smiles quickly faded into the abyss of her inscrutable eyes. Cloud Shadow observed all of this without a hint of reaction. Sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship, he engaged in his daily training, his presence exuding a calm intensity. He neither hindered nor encouraged Nami's attempts to befriend Robin, nor did he pay any heed to the evident wariness and detachment emanating from Robin. He had no need for her loyalty, her gratitude, or even for her genuine integration into the crew. What he sought was merely her presence aboard the ship. As long as Nico Robin remained on the Meteor, the world government would never relent. The failure of CP9 would only compel them to dispatch even greater forces. Moreover, the formidable adversary he yearned to face, a Marine Admiral at the peak of his power, would likely be drawn to this bait. That was sufficient. As for the nuanced relationship between the two women, whether it would evolve into camaraderie or remain distant, was of no concern to him. As long as it did not disrupt the voyage, interfere with his training, or jeopardize his fishing plans, he had no inclination to meddle. The Meteor sailed steadily across the placid sea. The trio aboard formed a peculiar ensemble, a captain, cold and indifferent, pursuing the ultimate battle while viewing all as mere pawns. A talented navigator, striving to adapt to her new identity, filled with curiosity and dreams, and a mysterious archaeologist, burdened by a heavy past, compelled onto a pirate ship, her heart rife with vigilance and calculation. Their fates were forcibly entwined, propelled by their individual motives toward a future fraught with turmoil and peril. Would these temporary companions ever become true allies? Perhaps the answer would only be revealed when the tempest, drawn forth by the bait, finally descended upon them. Chapter 67. Robin's Observations, A Silent Impact. The Meteor continued its voyage across the tranquil sea, the sun rising and setting, stars revolving in their celestial dance. For Nami, this journey was imbued with novelty and an ever-growing sense of belonging. Yet for Nico Robin, each day felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Every moment steeped in silent observation and the tumultuous waves of unrest churning deep within her. She chose a position that allowed her to observe Cloud Shadow's daily actions without appearing too intrusive, situating herself in a corner near the cabin door. Typically, she would hold a book she had found on board, a leisurely read on the East Blue's local lore, but more often than not, her gaze would penetrate the page's facade. Akin to the most precise instrument, meticulously recording and analyzing the man named Cloud Shadow. During the initial days, her inner vigilance and unease reached a near peak. She found it impossible to trust anyone, especially such a clearly driven individual who regarded her as mere bait, always prepared for potential betrayal, interrogation, or other unknown threats. She even mentally simulated dozens of strategies for various sudden scenarios, including how to leverage the powers of her Hana Nomi to instantly subdue Nami as a hostage. Despite knowing such efforts might ultimately prove futile, however, nothing transpired. Ying appeared to completely disregard her presence. His daily routine was almost rigidly regimented. Most of the time, he sat cross-legged at the prow of the ship, engaged in a form of cultivation that she could not fully comprehend. Initially, Robin assumed it was merely ordinary meditation or physical training. Yet, her keen observational skills and analytical prowess, characteristic of an archaeologist, soon detected the unsettling details concealed beneath the calm facade. At times, he would sit for several hours, his breath elongating to the brink of vanishing, his aura entirely retracted, as if he had melded with the vessel beneath him and the vast expanse of sea and sky surrounding him. However, on rare occasions, when he emerged from that profound state of meditation and slowly opened his eyes, Robin would sense an exceedingly fleeting yet terrifying aura, akin to the awakening of a primordial behemoth, flickering momentarily. This aura was not deliberately emitted. Rather, it resembled the residual waves of power flowing naturally. Yet it caused Robin's hair to stand on end, as if an invisible giant's hand had clutched her throat, stifling her breath. It was a sense of power that far surpassed any member of CP9 she had ever encountered, even more profound and vast than that of Spandam, whose father, Spandang, had left her with deep psychological scars. She had witnessed the elite of CP9 practicing the 6 styles. Lucci's Shurgan could pierce through thick steel plates, and Kaku's Rankyaku could sever the masts of warships, while their iron body was reputed to be impervious to blades and bullets. Those powers were formidable, fierce, and imbued with a murderous aura, honed through relentless training. Yet the aura emanating from Ying was entirely distinct. It was not merely fierce or vigorous, but rather a more essential power, as if it touched upon some fundamental rule of the world. It was more subdued, more profound, like the heavy clouds pregnant with thunder, concealing devastating might beneath a tranquil exterior. On one occasion, Ying practiced a technique known as Ultimate 6 Styles on the deck. His movements appeared not swift, even somewhat languid. Yet each action was imbued with an ineffable rhythm of the Tao. When he initiated his iron body, his muscles and skin did not become gray and rigid. Instead, they radiated an intrinsic luster, a flowing dominance barely perceptible, allowing his body to execute any movement without rigidity. His paper drawing evasion rendered his figure ethereal, as if it did not exist within the confines of reality, causing all attacks to miss effortlessly. Robin watched in awe. This utterly subverted her understanding of the 6 styles. The proud, yet flawed and rigid killing techniques of CP9 were, in Ying's hands, transformed into a seamless, harmonious art form. Even more astonishing was a special form of cultivation that Ying occasionally undertook. He would stand at the bow, facing the boundless sea, slowly raising his hand. Initially, there was no anomaly, but gradually, with her extraordinarily heightened perception, perhaps also due to her unique experiences and the powers of her devil fruit, Robin faintly discerned slender, minuscule arcs of red and black electricity, brimming with a sense of destruction and majesty, leaping and entwining around his fingertips, arms, and even enveloping his entire being. Conqueror's Haki. Robin's heart seized. Though she herself lacked such a rare quality, she had gleaned knowledge of this power from ancient texts and obscure whispers. It was a testament belonging to kings, an embodiment of will that transcended all beings. She finally understood why Ying dared to audaciously declare war on the world government, specifically challenging the Admirals to come for him. He possessed not only a mastery of martial arts and armament Haki beyond CP9's comprehension, but had also awakened one of the highest qualities of this sea, Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, he seemed to be attempting to employ this legendary power in even more advanced ways, intertwining. This realization struck her like thunder, resounding in her mind. For 20 years, she had lived like a rat in the gutter, fleeing through the crevices of the world, evading the omnipresent pursuit of the world government. She had witnessed too much darkness and despair, and had briefly clung to so-called strong individuals or factions, only to be met with betrayal and abandonment. She had nearly resigned herself to the belief that the shadow cast over the ruins of O'Hara and her destiny was immutable. Yet, this man before her, his strength, his indifference, his clear objectives, and his unfathomable power, which seemed to be perpetually ascending, struck like a heavy, sharp hammer, for the first time truly and violently shaking the wall of despair that resided deep within her heart. Perhaps, Robin tightened her grip on the book in her hands, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. In her deep blue eyes, a complex glimmer flickered. Vigilance remained, unease lingered. Yet beneath that thick layer of ice, a faint glimmer of possibility, one she had not even recognized herself, began to quietly germinate. Perhaps this man, who viewed himself as bait and walked upon a razor's edge as her companion, truly possessed the power to shatter the shadow that had loomed over her for 2 decades. She was no longer merely a passive observer. She began to genuinely contemplate. She pondered the man's origins, the source of his terrifying strength, the stories that might lie hidden behind him, and whether, in this perilous game that he orchestrated, she might hold any value or alternative paths beyond being mere bait. The Meteor continued its voyage, carrying 3 individuals with disparate thoughts. Robin's observations of Ying subtly transitioned from pure vigilance and assessment to a more intricate gaze filled with inquiry and a flicker of hope. Chapter 68. Nami's Map, Ying's Course. The weather on this day was exceptionally clear, the sunlight spilling onto the surface of the sea like shards of gold, shimmering as the gentle sea breeze brought the distant, melodious cries of seagulls. The prolonged tension of sailing and training over the past few days seemed to ease under this warm sun. Nami, for once, did not remain in the cockpit but excitedly spread out a large piece of parchment on the deck, still dotted with numerous blank areas. Kneeling beside it, she had various sizes of quill pens, specially formulated ink, rulers, and scattered notes documenting the currents, wind directions, reefs, and island outlines she had encountered along the way. She leaned over the map, her expression focused and reverent, her wrist moving steadily as she transformed the memories and data swirling in her mind into precise and elegant lines and annotations on the parchment. The orange short hair glimmered warmly in the sunlight, and a smile of satisfaction and joy graced her lips. For Nami, drawing nautical charts was not merely a task. It was the manifestation of her dreams, a vessel for her soul. Today, Ying also unusually refrained from intense Haki fusion or weapon training. He stood quietly beside the ship's railing, his gaze fixed on the increasingly rich and detailed map of the East Blue that Nami was creating. His expression was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if he were merely observing something trivial. Robin remained in her corner, holding the compendium of cultural curiosities. Yet her gaze was often drawn to Nami's vibrant and passionate figure, as Nami immersed herself in the depiction of this maritime expanse. The pure pursuit of her dreams reflected in her eyes stirred subtle ripples in Robin's heart. It was a feeling, long forgotten and nearly extinguished, named hope. "Captain, look!" Nami exclaimed, her head lifted in exhilaration, her face radiating a glow of achievement as she pointed to a meticulously marked strait on the nautical chart. "Here. Based on my analysis of the currents and cloud patterns, I suspected there might be hidden whirlpools, and I confirmed it during our passage. Indeed, it exists. Moreover, the flow is quite peculiar. I have documented it." She then gestured toward another freshly drawn archipelago. "And here, the relative positions of these small islands were misrepresented in previous charts. I have recalibrated them. Navigating through this area could save us at least half a day of travel." She chirped like a little sparrow, eagerly showcasing her accomplishments to Cloud Shadow, her eyes sparkling with the anticipation of recognition. Cloud Shadow's gaze followed her finger across the nautical map, listening intently. Once Nami finished speaking and looked at him expectantly, he slowly responded. His voice still calm, but lacking the usual chill. "Well done." Those simple words instantly transformed Nami's smile into a radiant beam of sunlight, as if she had received the highest commendation. Gazing at the nautical chart of the East Sea, a culmination of her countless efforts, she spoke softly, imbued with boundless yearning. "Belmir once told me to draw the map of the entire world. One day, I shall depict the East Sea, the Grand Line, the New World, and every other place in my charts." This was her dream, a precious treasure she clung to tightly, having endured countless trials. Cloud Shadow observed the gleam in her eyes. Falling silent for a moment, the sea breeze tousled his dark hair, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the East Sea chart. Reaching toward a far more expansive and tumultuous horizon, he extended a finger, resting it on the central region of the map that indicated their current position. Then, his fingers slowly traversed westward, crossing the heavy lines that represented the Red Earth continent, landing on the strip of ocean fraught with legends and dangers. As if it were a monstrous creature lying in wait. "The East Sea is merely the starting point." His voice was low yet resonated with an uncanny certainty, as if he were declaring the promise of an inevitable future. "Once we finish here, we shall chart the Grand Line." His finger did not pause, continuing forward, slicing through the chaotic routes of the first half of the Grand Line, directly aiming for the realm known as the Pirates' Graveyard, a territory for kings at the world's end. And then, the New World. His finger finally halted at the upper right corner of the map, filled with unknown and mysterious patterns. "Your stage." He withdrew his finger, allowing his gaze to return to Nami's astonished expression, her face slightly agape with excitement and disbelief. His tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable power. "Should not be confined to this." Nami stared blankly at Cloud Shadow, then at the map that, under his words, seemed to expand infinitely. Her heart raced uncontrollably, the sound of her blood rushing roaring in her ears. The Grand Line, the New World. These were places she had only heard of in legends. The ultimate challenge and the Hall of Glory that countless navigators dreamt of. She had never imagined that her dream would, so naturally, be directed toward those distant starry seas by her captain. A surge of indescribable warmth coursed through her, nearly making her tremble with excitement. She vigorously nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, Captain, I will undoubtedly create the most perfect world map. Nearby, Robin absorbed the entirety of this scene. She observed Cloud Shadow's unassuming, yet seemingly prophetic words. And the incandescent light of Nami's ignited dream glimmered in her deep blue eyes, a fleeting trace of envy passing through. One so faint that even she did not recognize it. Once upon a time, she too had harbored dreams of knowledge and history. But those dreams had long been crushed to dust by the cannon fire of the Demon Slayer Order and 20 years of fleeing. Yet Cloud Shadow seemed to possess a power, one that could effortlessly shift the trajectory of others' destinies, bestowing upon them a new direction. At that moment, Cloud Shadow abruptly raised his head slightly, his gaze no longer fixed on the map or Nami, but directed toward the distant horizon. His expression remained serene. But Robin keenly detected an exceedingly subtle sharpness and anticipation flickering beneath that calm surface. His aura, usually harmonious and restrained, seemed to exhibit an almost imperceptible tremor, as if the tranquil lake's surface had been disturbed by a small stone, sending delicate ripples outward. Nami, still lost in her excitement, remained oblivious. Yet Robin's heart tightened suddenly. Following Cloud Shadow's gaze, she looked out over the seamless expanse of sea and sky, the azure heavens clear, yet she sensed no anomaly. However, an intangible feeling of oppression, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of the earth, began to permeate the air, stealthily carried by the sea breeze. Even the sunlight seemed to lose some warmth. Cloud Shadow slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if savoring a scent in the air that was imperceptible to ordinary senses. He understood. The bait had taken effect. The true big fish, that cold aura emanating from the highest combat forces of the Navy, was gradually approaching. The final stage was about to unfold. Chapter 69, Celestial Phenomena and the Emergence of Coldness. The East Sea, renowned as the Sea of Peace, appeared akin to a gentle giant, celebrated for its stable currents, warm sunlight, and pleasant sea breezes. Yet beneath this seemingly eternal tranquility, a force that transcended reason and surpassed the laws of nature, akin to a silent plague, stealthily spread, plunging a cold hand into these warm waters. The initial changes were so subtle that they could easily be overlooked. Nami, her heart racing with excitement as she rolled up her dream-laden East Sea chart, still echoed with Cloud Shadow's words, "Your stage should not be confined to this." Filled with boundless anticipation for the future. However, as a top-tier navigator with senses comparable to precision instruments, she instinctively detected a discordant note. The wind, it seemed, had grown heavier. The once gentle breeze, infused with the warmth of sunlight, had, unbeknownst to her, begun to carry a barely perceptible chill, akin to the sound of metal scraping against metal. This coldness was not the refreshing coolness that heralds the arrival of night, but a penetrating chill that felt as though it could freeze one's very soul. She instinctively raised her head to gaze at the sky. The azure vault above remained clear and bright, yet the sunlight seemed to have lost some of its warmth, becoming somewhat pallid. It was as if the light filtered through an imperceptible, thin layer of ice crystals, still bright, but incapable of providing the requisite warmth. How strange. Nami slightly furrowed her delicate brows, extending her fair hand to sense the flow and humidity of the air. The temperature was plummeting at an alarming rate. An unusual cooling pattern that defied any known climatic conditions of the East Blue. The ocean currents exhibited no aberrations, either. Her murmurs were laced with confusion, tinged more with the instinctual caution of a navigator attuned to anomalies. Almost immediately, a more pronounced phenomenon unfolded before her eyes. Tiny, shimmering white particles began to cascade from the clear sky without warning. They were not snow, but rather seemed to be ice crystals formed from an inexplicable force condensing the abundant moisture in the air. These ice crystals were minuscule, landing on skin and instantly delivering a bone-chilling coolness, melting into icy droplets almost immediately. Upon striking the dark gray deck of the meteor, they emitted a faint rustling sound, quickly blanketing the surface with a delicate layer of glistening frost. Hail was falling? No, this was. Nami's eyes widened as she witnessed this scene that utterly contradicted meteorological knowledge. A frigid dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head, far more terrifying than the physical cold itself. This was no natural occurrence. Almost simultaneously with the bizarre descent of the ice crystals, a stifled gasp, brimming with uncontainable fear, emanated from a corner of the deck. It was Robin. The volume of her travelogue dropped with a thud onto the frost-laden deck, yet she remained oblivious. Her body trembled uncontrollably, the intensity so great it seemed she might fall apart at any moment. Her already pale cheeks were now drained of color, resembling the frost coalescing beneath her feet. She bit her lower lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood, trying to suppress the icy memories surging from the depths of her soul. Memories that threatened to engulf her. Her deep blue eyes, typically imbued with wisdom and calmness, were now filled with a primal fear, her pupils constricted, reflecting the ice crystals falling from the sky like harbingers of death. It was him. It was this presence. Despite the long passage of time, the chilling nightmare etched into her very soul was unmistakable. O'Hara, the omniscient flame of annihilation, and that godlike force descending amidst flames and smoke, freezing the entire refuge ship to absolute zero. That man, the embodiment of the world government's supreme might, the harbinger of despair and finality. He had come. He had truly been drawn here. Was it because of her? Because of her damned identity as the son of a demon? Or was it due to the presence of this audacious renegade aboard the ship, one who dared to challenge the world government? A colossal fear washed over Robin like a frigid tide, engulfing her whole. She felt the air around her thicken and weigh heavily, each breath laced with shards of ice, piercing her lungs. 2 decades of evasion, countless narrow escapes from the clutches of CP agents, had never left her feeling as hopeless as she did in that moment. For this time, the Predator was of an entirely different caliber. It represented a force that stood at the pinnacle of the world, a being capable of effortlessly shattering all her hopes and struggles, an existence she could not hope to contend with. In stark contrast to Robin's almost shattered fear stood the figure at the bow of the ship, unwavering. Ying slowly opened his eyes. While he had been in deep concentration, his extraordinary observation Haki had already functioned like the sharpest radar, detecting the vast and frigid presence advancing from the farthest reaches. Akin to the movement of glaciers, this aura was not deliberately emitted. Its mere existence exerted a terrifying influence over the surrounding environment. The tranquility in his eyes rippled like stones cast into a still pond. Yet, it was neither fear nor anxiety but a fervent, almost tangible battle intent that ignited within him. It had been so long since he felt such a level of oppressive force. This sensation of opposing the very fabric of the world, invoking natural phenomena with terrifying might. During his training at CP9, amidst the blood-soaked hunts in the Paradise, even when he awakened his conqueror as Haki and shattered fleets, he had never encountered such an eerily cold power, seemingly derived from the world's essence. Admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the man known as Aokiji, Kazan. He had finally arrived. His decision to spare the lives of those CP9 agents to relay the message had not been in vain. He had not been disappointed in bringing this bait along. This true Leviathan had certainly lived up to his expectations. Ying tilted his head slightly, allowing the icy crystals to fall upon his face and hair, absorbing the pure and immense frozen energy they contained. An involuntary, sharp smile curved his lips. His gaze sliced through the cascading ice crystals, penetrating the sea's surface, which had begun to glisten with frost due to the low temperatures, locking onto the horizon, which appeared utterly barren. He sensed that the source of the cold was approaching with a speed that seemed deceptively slow, yet surpassed all reason, drawing ever closer. The temperature continued to plummet. The sea, once shimmering, became stagnant, with a thin, translucent layer of ice visibly spreading across its surface, crackling softly. The Meteor's railings, ropes, and sails were all blanketed in an increasingly thick layer of frost, as if an invisible hand of ice was slowly grasping the entire vessel. The density of the ice crystals in the sky intensified, completely obscuring the sunlight, rapidly shrouding the area in an early dusk of winter. A chilling silence enveloped the sea. Nami hugged her arms tightly, her lips turning a shade of violet, her eyes filled with trepidation towards the unknown force. Robin curled up in a corner, burying her head deep into her knees, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. Only Ying stood resolute, like a war god awakening at the center of this swiftly freezing realm, defiantly upright, his battle flames roaring ever higher. Chapter 70. Preparations for the impending showdown. The low temperatures spread like an invisible plague, relentlessly eroding every inch of this maritime expanse. The air felt as though it had crystallized into fine ice needles, piercing her lungs with each breath and inflicting a tearing pain. The once scattered fragments of ice on the sea rapidly merged, forming an endless, gray-white expanse of ice, continually thickening. The streamlined dark gray hull of the Meteor was now entirely encased in thick, sharply defined layers of ice, immobilized as if trapped within a colossal amber prison, unable to budge an inch. The sails stood rigid as iron, the ropes transformed into icicles. Even the slightest movement elicited the agonizing sound of cracking ice from various parts of the ship. This despairing chill was not only born of the physical cold, but also stemmed from an omnipresent, soul-freezing oppressive dread. We can't move. The ship is frozen. Nami's voice quivered with a weeping tone, trembling uncontrollably as she desperately twisted the wheel, which was also encrusted with frost and nearly frozen to its base. But to no avail. She once again endeavored to adjust the frozen, rigid sails, but the moment her fingers brushed against the icy canvas, a layer of skin was torn away, and blood seeped forth, swiftly congealing in the frigid air. As a navigator, the ship was her lifeline, and at this moment, the Meteor was utterly ensnared in the unexpectedly emerged ice field, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of helplessness and panic. She turned to glance at the figure at the bow, her sole beacon of hope, yet even with an almost blind trust in Cloud Shadow. Her heart sank under the weight of this calamity akin to a natural disaster. Was this truly a force that humanity could contend with? Futile indeed. Robin curled up in the corner of the deck, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, her voice hoarse and dreamlike, as if speaking to Nami, yet also reminding herself. This was the harbinger of the Ice Age. He was coming, inescapably, always inescapably. The nightmare of O'Hara surged over her like a tidal wave once more. The frozen sea. The desperate cries, the judgment of absolute zero. 2 decades of evasion seemed to dissolve into a colossal joke in this moment. No matter where she fled, she would ultimately be pursued by this chilling nightmare, dragged into an endless abyss. Her body was cold, but more frigid than the frost that enveloped her was her heart, which had nearly ceased to beat. She scarcely dared to lift her gaze to the horizon, fearing that in the next instant, that figure resembling a demon would stride across the ice field. However, in stark contrast to the nearly shattered Nami and the despairing memories that plagued Robin, Cloud Shadow stood at the bow, enveloped in a peculiar state of extreme calmness and exhilaration. He rose slowly, his movements unhurried yet imbued with a steadiness and resolve reminiscent of a mountain. The frost clinging to him fell away as he moved, revealing a slightly worn but still tidy garment beneath. He paid no heed to the futile struggles of Nami or the paralyzed Robin. All his focus, all his intentions, gathered within him like rivers converging into the sea. The first thing he did was adjust his breathing. What was once a long, rhythmic breath deepened and slowed further. With each inhalation and exhalation, it felt as if he resonated with the icebound vessel beneath him and the forcibly altered world surrounding him, creating a counteracting harmony. The immense power within him, honed through relentless battles and rigorous training, surged forth like a mighty river, beginning to flow in an orderly manner under his will. His armament Haki settled within his flesh and bones, becoming more solidified. His observation Haki spread like an invisible web, emanating from him and keenly locking onto every subtle shift of the icy source in the distance. Meanwhile, the latent conqueror's Haki within him roared silently from the depths of his soul, preparing to unleash its might. He extended his hand, unfastening the long spear wrapped in a special cloth from his back. His movements were gentle, imbued with a near-reverential solemnity. As the cloth was unwound, the dark spear emerged into the cold air, its metallic chill seeming to merge with the surrounding frost, yet subtly radiating a distinctly restrained brilliance. He retrieved a piece of fine deerskin and began meticulously polishing the spear, inch by inch, from the icy shaft to the intricately scaled barrel, culminating at the tip that gleamed with an extreme chill. His actions were focused and earnest, as if conducting a sacred ritual. His fingertips glided over the cold metal, feeling the familiar connection that intertwined with his own blood and sweat. This was not mere maintenance. It was a pre-battle communion, a silent exchange with his comrades in arms, a process of infusing his will, combat spirit, and even his very soul into this weapon, poised to drink deeply of the blood of the strong. As he polished, the dark body of the spear seemed to grow even deeper, as if it could absorb all surrounding light. The cold gleam at the tip, under the dim sky, not only failed to dull, but instead became more piercing, like the solitary star igniting in the dark. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the swirling ice crystals and shadowy skies, fixated unwaveringly on the distance. The aura surrounding him, no longer contained, surged like a taut bowstring, stretched to its utmost limit. An invisible force, infused with his vibrant life essence, concentrated Haki, and soaring combat intent, began to rise from him. This force, while not overtly arrogant, stood like a pillar of strength, resolutely resisting the pervasive, insidious chill that enveloped the world. Within a radius of several meters around him, the falling ice crystals seemed to encounter an unseen barrier, unable to draw any nearer, while the ice layer on the deck ceased its advance. Even hinting at a melting trend, he transformed into a spear, yearning to pierce the heavens. Its edge was sheathed, yet poised to strike. All distractions were cast aside, every ounce of power summoned to its zenith. Each cell of his body rejoiced, as the battle longing deep within his soul roared. He knew that in the next moment, perhaps with the next breath, the long-anticipated adversary, one capable of truly testing his strength and offering the thrill of life-threatening combat, would arrive. The Meteor had become an isolated island within the ice field. Nami sought a glimmer of hope amid despair. Robin struggled against the haunting nightmares of her past in fear. Meanwhile, Cloud Shadow stood like a solitary king at the center of this desperate stage, adjusting his breath and polishing his blade, awaiting the arrival of an adversary capable of shaking an Admiral, a fateful enemy. The decisive battle was imminent. Chapter 71. He has arrived. Time seemed to freeze under the sudden drop in temperature, each second dragging on like a century of torment. The Meteor had entirely transformed into a solitary island amidst the ice, its hull and mast firmly imprisoned by thick, bluish ice. Merging with the vast ice cover extending several meters below and continuously spreading downward. The sky was no longer azure but rather a sickly, leaden gray, and fine ice crystals fell like an unending death snow, silently enveloping the world in a shroud of despairing pallor. Nami futilely pounded on the frozen, unyielding helm, feeling only the bone-chilling cold and the hopeless solidity beneath her palms. Tears crystallized in her eyes, and as she surveyed the unimaginable scene of this cataclysm, her understanding as a navigator was utterly upended, leaving only an abyss of terror. Robin curled in the corner, burying her face deeply into her knees, her trembling gradually subsiding, not from calmness, but from a numbing acceptance of despair. The icy nightmares rooted in her childhood, etched into her very soul, were dragging her into the darkest abyss of her memories, following the relentless drop in temperature. Cloud Shadow remained steadfast at the bow, like a black statue defying the cold currents. The aura he exuded, a blend of battle spirit and Haki, fiercely resisted the omnipresent chill, creating a space of approximately 3 meters in diameter that felt relatively normal amidst the swirling ice crystals. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle-ass. Fixated on the distant horizon shrouded in gray-white mist, his muscles taut as a pulled bowstring, stretched to their utmost limit. It was coming. He could feel it. The frigid, vast source, akin to a moving glacier, approached with an air of apparent leisure, yet at an astonishingly swift pace. Crack, crack, a peculiar, rhythmic sound, reminiscent of metal scraping against the icy surface, resonated from afar, penetrating the profound silence of the icy expanse and reaching the ears of all present. Though not loud, the sound possessed an uncanny enchantment, as if each step synchronized with the heartbeat of the listeners, causing both Nami and Robin's hearts to involuntarily twitch and constrict in response to its cadence. The pupils of Ying constricted slightly. At the edge of his vision, amidst the grayish-white ice mist, a vague, towering silhouette gradually emerged. It was an exceedingly tall man, nearly 3 meters in height, clad in what appeared to be a casual white waistcoat and dark trousers, casually draped with a coat of justice, its hem fluttering gently in the icy sea breeze. His hair was a dense mass of black curls, and he wore a green-eye mask that obscured his eyes, his face exuding an aura of perpetual languor and fatigue. However, what was most eerie and spine-chilling was that he was neither walking nor employing a moonwalk. Instead, he rode a remarkably ordinary bicycle, equipped with 2 wheels. This commonplace bicycle traversed the expansive ice field, exceeding several meters in thickness and as hard as iron, producing that rhythmic crackling sound as the wheels rolled over the ice, leaving 2 clear and straight tracks behind. He approached, embodying an almost absurd contrast to the apocalyptic surroundings, as if strolling leisurely in his backyard, making his way towards the frozen Meteor. This scene was rife with an extreme sense of contradiction. On one side lay the terrifying power of a frozen sea, capable of altering the heavens, while on the other stood a languid man on a bicycle. This incongruity not only heightened the sense of impending dread, but also accentuated the unfathomable strength he wielded, commanding such cataclysmic power with effortless ease. Crack, crack. The bicycle finally came to a halt about 100 meters from the bow of the Meteor. The towering man steadied the bike with one foot. He raised a hand, gently pushing up the green-eye mask that covered his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, indifferent, yet slightly drowsy eyes, as cold as eternal ice. His gaze casually swept across the deck of the Meteor. When it lingered briefly on Robin, who was huddled in a corner, it paused for a mere fraction of a second. There was no murderous intent, no anger, not even a discernible emotional fluctuation, only a pure scrutiny, as if verifying the integrity of an object. Yet, this seemingly mundane glance pierced through Robin like an invisible ice spear, causing her body to shudder violently. Burying her head deeper, unable to emit even a whisper, as if her very soul were on the verge of freezing. Then, that gaze traversed over Nami, who was pale and trembling, ultimately landing with precision, like two invisible ice lances, upon the black-haired youth standing at the bow with a gun in hand. A languid voice, imbued with a unique, almost drowsy magnetic tone, echoed across the frozen, desolate sea, shattering the suffocating silence. Allah. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly appraising the dark long gun in Ying's grasp, as well as the resilient aura he emanated against the chill. You must be the one, the extreme martial gun, Ying, who boldly declared that an admiral would personally come to collect you. As his voice fell, it bore no intentional pressure of might. Yet the entire world seemed to grow colder, heavier, and increasingly despairing, centered around him. The gentle breeze of the East Sea and the scent of bait announced their end in the presence of this formidable admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kazan, whose codename was Aokiji. All the foreshadowing, all the hints, all the anticipation and dread converged at that moment within this frozen sea, focused upon the stranded vessel. Locking onto the impending confrontation between the two individuals, the immense suspense tightened like a bowstring, ready to snap. Chapter 72, Absolute Power in Languor. Kazan, codename Aokiji, sat casually upon his bicycle, one foot lightly tapping the mirror-like ice surface. Even in such a relaxed posture, his towering figure radiated an imposing presence akin to that of a glacier. Beneath the lifted eye mask, his eyes, heavy yet piercingly cold, scanned Ying from head to toe, lingering particularly on the dark long gun in Ying's hand and the invisible force field that resisted the biting cold surrounding him. It seems you are not entirely boasting, he muttered to himself, his tone still infused with languor, as if the situation before him were not a life-and-death standoff, but merely a mundane routine inspection. His gaze shifted once more to the curled-up Robin on the deck, and he spoke in a flat tone, as if recounting a matter unrelated to himself. Nico Robin, the child of the devil. As he uttered these two titles, there was no emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely reading from a document. The survivor of O'Hara, managing to escape the pursuit of CP9 to arrive here, and causing such a commotion. Should I say you are lucky or unfortunate? Under his gaze and words, Robin trembled even more violently, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a faint clicking sound. This fear stemmed from the depths of her soul, a primal reaction when faced with childhood nightmares and the stark disparity of absolute power. She lacked the courage to even raise her gaze to meet his. Kazan's attention returned to Ying, and within his languid tone, there emerged a hint of intrigue, as if his interest had been piqued. As for you, the extreme martial gun. Ying, former CP9 training camp member, who defected and assaulted government agents, killing Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, awakening the Conqueror's Haki, with a bounty of 600 million berries. He recited Ying's crimes and information as if recounting a cherished collection, his tone as flat as if reading a shopping list. You even openly declared that an admiral would personally come to collect you. He paused slightly, observing Ying's calm demeanor, with only the fierce determination in his eyes igniting a flicker of amusement. Allah, the youth of today are truly remarkable. He seemed to sigh helplessly, running his fingers through his thick black curls. I am here primarily to ascertain Nico Robin's situation, as the matters she is entangled in are somewhat troublesome. Additionally, he raised his gaze to Ying, and within the depths of his languid eyes, a faint, yet soul-chilling sharpness suddenly flashed. Let us see just how much weight you carry. The traitor capable of giving those old men in the world government a bit of a headache. The moment his words fell, it was not that he actively released any imposing aura, but rather his mere presence, as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. A user of the ice fruit, naturally descended as he subtly willed it. Buzz, an invisible sigh, seemingly emanating from the deepest reaches of the northern ice fields, began to silently spread, centered around Aokiji. The air no longer merely turned frigid, it became solidified. This was not a physical freezing, but rather a profound, elemental stasis. Nami and Robin felt as though the surrounding space had instantaneously transformed into a viscous, unyielding solid, as if they were ensconced within a transparent amber of ice. unable to move even a single finger. Their blood seemed to congeal within their veins. Their thoughts grew sluggish and rigid. And an instinctual terror of absolute zero emanated from the depths of their being, causing their very souls to wail in anguish. This was not the psychological impact of Conqueror's Haki, but rather the manifestation of absolute dominion over the natural elements, awakened by the powers of a nature-type fruit, forming a realm of laws. Within this domain, he was the sovereign of cold. Without lifting a hand, with mere intent, he could freeze all that existed. However, just as this intangible realm of ice was about to completely engulf the starfall, freezing the last vestiges of consciousness from Nami and Robin, a thunderous roar erupted. A violent, rebellious will, brimming with destruction and regal authority, erupted from the bow of the ship like a slumbering volcano suddenly awakening, soaring skyward. Red-black arcs of electricity, no longer mere tendrils, erupted like uncontrolled lightning, crackling and roaring around the figure of Cloud Shadow. They tore through the invisible frozen domain, forcefully expanding a distorted and tumultuous safe zone of approximately 5 meters in diameter around him. Conqueror's Haki, activated autonomously. This was not an assault aimed at Aokiji, but a pure counteraction against the pervasive chill of the law's domain, a desperate effort to protect the 2 women behind him, who were on the brink of freezing to death. The red-black arcs of electricity clashed violently against the edges of the invisible cold domain, producing a dissonant sound that sent shivers down the spine. 2 equally formidable forces engaged in a silent, yet perilous confrontation upon this frozen expanse. Cloud Shadow stood firm, his black hair whipping wildly in the tempest of Haki, his chest rising and falling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating that sustaining such a level of Haki against an Admiral's domain was a tremendous burden for him. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter, like dry kindling thrown into a raging fire. The mere clash of momentum and domain generated a wave of terror. Crack, crack. The vast ice cap beneath the starfall, once smooth as glass, began to groan under the strain, deep, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading outwards. Ice shards flew, and an aura of cold pervaded the air. Aokiji observed Nami and Robin, who, though still gripped by fear, had regained their breath and slight movement under the protection of Cloud Shadow's Haki. A hint of unexpected intrigue, or perhaps confirmation of an anticipated outcome, flickered across his languid visage. Conqueror's Haki, indeed a troublesome ability, he muttered softly, his tone inscrutable, betraying neither admiration nor disdain. Gradually dismounting from his bicycle, he planted his feet firmly upon the ice. His previously casual demeanor now bore a hint of seriousness, his tall frame straightening like an impending ice volcano ready to erupt. Then, he raised a hand, palm upward, as the surrounding cold coalesced towards his hand like subjects summoned by their king, compressing with fervor. The moisture in the air was instantaneously extracted. Even the light seemed to be devoured by the profound ultramarine of his palm. Let me, as your predecessor, accurately gauge your measure. The ultimate spear. A frigid intent to kill swept across the entire frozen realm in an instant. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 73, The Initial Clash. A mastery of technique. The frozen world lay in an eerie silence. Only 2 formidable forces collided fiercely in the void, sparking tremors that resonated deep within the soul. The red-black arcs of electricity leaping around Cloud Shadow resembled a flickering flame struggling for survival amidst a blizzard, defiantly resisting Aokiji's omnipresent, primordial chill. Time was of the essence. A sharp glint flashed in Cloud Shadow's eyes. He understood all too well that facing an opponent of Aokiji's caliber, passive defense would lead only to demise. He had to strike first, seeking any potential openings within the fray, or at the very least, draw forth more of his adversary's strength. Gathering sufficient information for his extraordinary insights and analytical prowess. In the blink of an eye, Cloud Shadow sprang into action. Extreme Intense 6 techniques. 8 steps to chase the cicada. His figure abruptly blurred in place, and in the next instant, he materialized as if tearing through space, appearing less than 3 meters from Aokiji's side. The ice beneath his feet bore no trace of his passage, his speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye. This was the culmination of his fusion of moonwalk and shave, enhanced by his own martial comprehension, achieving the pinnacle of aerial mobility, almost simultaneously as his form solidified. The obsidian spear in his hand transformed into a streak of black lightning that tore through the dim sky. Without any build-up, without any forewarning, the spear shot forth like a dragon, aimed directly at Aokiji's seemingly unguarded temple. Star Piercing 9 techniques. Meteor Piercing the Sun. Once again, it was the ultimate single-point thrust, but now executed by Cloud Shadow at the zenith of his state, its power incomparable to that displayed in Cocoa Village. The gleaming tip of the spear concentrated all its chilling radiance, as if it were consuming all surrounding light, leaving only the resolute intent to pierce the stars. The air was effortlessly torn apart, emitting a sharp crack as the spear approached, causing a few strands of hair on Aokiji's forehead to flutter backward. This strike was swift, accurate, lethal. It embodied Cloud Shadow's complete understanding of speed and penetrating power, infused with an overwhelming fighting spirit, undaunted by the might of an Admiral. He was confident that even CP9's Rob Lucci at full strength would be easily pierced like paper before this blow. Yet, in the face of this piercing thrust that would make even an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral wary, Aokiji's response was chillingly calm. He did not turn to face it, did not block, nor did he evade. Just as the tip of the spear, brimming with terrifying penetrating force, was about to make contact with his skin, his entire head, along with his neck, instantaneously transformed into an ethereal, frigid mist. Not a mere afterimage, not high-speed movement, but a complete elemental transformation. The obsidian spear pierced through the icy mist without hindrance, as if it had entered a void of air. The overwhelming force contained within the spear lost its target, futilely discharging forward, creating a bottomless black hole in the distant ice shards erupting like a fountain. A full-powered strike, landing in empty space. The sense of frustration from such an aimless exertion surged through Cloud Shadow's veins. Yet, his battle experience was vast. Having missed, he showed no hesitation, twisting his wrist to retract the spear and shift tactics. But just as his old strength waned and new strength had yet to rise, Aokiji made a move. His head, which had transformed into mist, swiftly reformed, as if he had never been attacked at all. He even had the leisure to stifle a small yawn, as if that lethal strike had merely been the bite of a mosquito. Simultaneously, he casually raised his right hand, his finger poised like a blade. He did not utter the name of his technique, nor did he emanate earth-shattering momentum. As his fingers traced through the air, the moisture within seemed to heed a supreme command, instantaneously coalescing, compressing, and freezing at his fingertips. An ancient yet exquisite blade of ice, transparent and shimmering with a metallic, frigid luster along its edges, materialized from thin air. The blade, exceeding 1 meter in length, exuded an extreme chill far colder than the surrounding natural environment. The ice military knife. The languid voice of Aokiji lingered in the air, while the icy blade, suffused with a freezing aura, silently descended towards the arm of Ying, who held his firearm. Although the speed appeared unhurried, it seemed to have locked onto the very space, rendering evasion impossible. Retreat quickly. Ying's observation Haki blared a frantic warning, vividly revealing the trajectory of the next second. Should he be struck by this blade, his entire arm would instantaneously freeze, shatter, as fragile as ice crystals. Paper drawing martial body, mirror flower water moon. In a critical moment, Ying's form became as weightless as a feather, turning ethereal and uncertain, akin to willow fluff in the wind or reflections in water. He evaded the blade's direct strike at a bizarre angle that defied ergonomic principles, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. However, where the icy blade passed, an invisible domain of extreme cold had already formed. Crack, crack, the sharp sound of freezing echoed. Although Ying evaded the blade's edge, his dark long spear could not completely escape the chilling domain's grip. From the spear tip, a thick, crystalline layer of ice, like living white tendrils, surged upwards along the spear shaft at an astonishing speed, enveloping it. An indescribable chill, as if it could freeze the very soul, invaded Ying's right-hand palm, coursing violently up his arm's veins. Cold, stinging, numbness. Ying felt his right arm lose sensation in an instant, as if it no longer belonged to him. His blood seemed frozen, muscle fibers groaned under the unbearable strain, and even his bones sensed the terrifying force that sought to reduce them to mere ice shards. This chill surpassed the natural world's low temperatures, embodying Aokiji's formidable freezing fruit power, infused with a freezing attribute that operated on a fundamental level. Ying grunted softly, his complexion shifting slightly. He desperately urged his armed Haki, like a torrent breaching a dam, surging towards his right arm, attempting to dispel the invading cold. A profound black light illuminated his right arm, clashing fiercely with the spreading ice layer, emitting crackling sounds, finally managing to slow the ice's advance. Yet, his arm remained shrouded in a thick layer of frost, its movements becoming exceedingly stiff and sluggish. He stepped back, executing 8 steps to chase the cicada, retreating several dozen meters, re-establishing distance from Aokiji. He cast a glance at his nearly frozen right arm and the long spear, now heavily encased in ice. Losing its essence, his expression grave. Elementalization. The near-invincible reliance of nature-type users. And this extreme chill imbued with rule-based power. In this first encounter, he had not even compelled his opponent to budge an inch. His renowned swift attacks and sharp weapon had been nearly thwarted. Is this the might of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters? This disparity is far greater than anticipated. Aokiji casually dissipated the ice military knife in his hand, the blade transforming into countless ice crystals that scattered into the air. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, gazing at the serious-faced Ying, and lazily commented, "Your speed is decent, and your attacks are sufficiently decisive." However, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze suggesting an obvious truth against a nature type. Such mere physical attacks are merely a waste of energy. It seems I must help you better understand this. Chapter 74, Ice Time. Ying stood, spear in hand. The black light and frost on his right arm still clashing fiercely, producing faint crackling sounds that struck at his taut nerves. He fixed his gaze upon the tall figure ahead, his mind racing with unprecedented speed, analyzing every detail gleaned from their brief clash. The insurmountability of elementalization and the corrosive nature of the chill were anticipated, yet experiencing it firsthand, that sense of powerlessness coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. He sought to discern the energy fluctuations of Aokiji's elemental form, attempting to decode the freezing rules contained within the chill, striving to uncover any potential, however minuscule, flaw. Yet, Aokiji seemed to have lost interest in further probing. His languid demeanor shifted slightly, though still not overtly serious, yet a deeper, more profound aura began to emanate from him. As if a dormant glacier was on the verge of awakening, ready to unleash its terrifying might capable of altering continental plates. Warm-up exercises should be drawing to a close. Aokiji remarked nonchalantly, as if the previous exchange that nearly incapacitated Ying's arm was nothing more than a trivial warm-up. He no longer regarded Ying, but instead slowly bent down, casually pressing his bony hand upon the hard, smooth ice beneath him. This action was unassuming, devoid of any grandiose precursor. Yet, the moment his palm made contact with the ice surface, the entire world seemed to be muted. The wind ceased. Even the myriad falling ice crystals eerily suspended in midair. An indescribable, primal fear, stemming from the very instinct of life, swept over all beings present, save for Aokiji. Nami and Robin felt their hearts abruptly halt. Blood reversing in flow, a chill colder than death surged from their tailbones to the crown of their heads. Ying's observation Haki screamed in terror. The once stable foresight ability now returned with a vision not of clear attack trajectories, but an endless, all-consuming expanse of pure white. It was absolute zero, the end of all things, a void capable of freezing even time and space. This is bad. Alarm bells rang fiercely in Ying's mind. Almost instinctively, he poured all his Haki, along with the restless conqueror's Haki, recklessly into his spear, simultaneously retreating, striving to distance himself from Aokiji, from the impending source of annihilation. But it was too late. Or rather, in the face of such power, distance had lost all meaning. Aokiji's hand, pressed against the ice surface, glimmered with a hint of eerie blue light, seemingly from the depths of the cosmic abyss. Then, he softly uttered the term that symbolized absolute ice and heralded doomsday judgment. Ice time. There was no deafening roar, no world-shattering explosion. Only an invisible chill, as if emanating from the very fabric of reality, radiated from Aokiji's palm, like ripples stirred by a stone cast into a serene lake, silently and inexorably expanding in all directions. Where this chilling ripple passed, space itself seemed to freeze. The crystalline ice in the sky ceased to fall, instead becoming eternally fixed in place, forming an eerie, suspended forest of ice crystals. Below, the ice cap, which had already thickened to several meters, began to swell with an unprecedented vigor, as if infused with life, expanding and spreading. This was not merely freezing. It was as though the very concepts of activity and warmth throughout the ocean were thoroughly erased on a fundamental level. The chilling sound of ice cracking resounded, akin to countless ice silkworms simultaneously devouring the world. The white ice waves transformed, no longer resembling mere ripples, but rather manifesting as a colossal wall of ice, akin to a tsunami, rushing forth at a speed that surpassed sound itself, thundering toward the horizon. In the reflection of his pupils, the tumultuous white waves engulfing the world were mirrored, and he pushed his speed to the limit, executing the 8 steps to catch a cicada, nearly shattering the void. Yet, to his despair, no matter how swiftly he retreated, the white waves pursued him as if teleporting, relentlessly drawing nearer. He thrust his spear into the ice before him, unleashing the full might of flowing cherry blossom, attempting to erect a defensive barrier. Starry dance. The spear twirled, emanating a dark radiance, striving to form an impregnable circle of defense. However, in an instant, that barrier, capable of withstanding a naval barrage, met the white ice waves and, like a soap bubble in sunlight, failed to stir even the slightest ripple before it silently solidified. The spear maintained its poised stance, enveloped completely by a thick, crystalline layer of ice, sealed. What followed was the entrapment of Ying's arm, his body, his face bearing an expression that mingled shock, resentment, and fierce fighting spirit. As the white waves consumed him without hindrance, time seemed to freeze at that moment. The spear, once brimming with vigor, entwined in the essence of domination, transformed into a lifelike yet utterly lifeless sculpture of ice. He remained in the final stance of defense, eternally frozen atop this boundless, newly birthed glacier. Like an ancient specimen forgotten by time, the ice waves continued to spread, effortlessly engulfing the already partially frozen Mistral. Nami's desperate cries froze on her lips, while Robin's eyes, resigned, were sealed beneath her long eyelashes. The entire ship, along with all life aboard, was encased within this immense, unfathomably thick amber of cold. In a mere instant, a vast expanse of sea, stretching for dozens of nautical miles, became a desolate wasteland, devoid of any sign of life. The sky was leaden gray, and the earth pure white. The wind ceased, and sound vanished. Only the towering figure slowly rising from the ice remained. Brushing off his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, he glanced at the ice sculpture that was once Ying, and then toward the ice-encased Mistral, languidly yawning. "Ah, it seems I have overestimated you." An absolute silence enveloped this newly ushered ice age. Hope, it seemed, had been entirely frozen and extinguished, along with warmth. Chapter 75. Consciousness in the Frozen State. Absolute zero. This is not a concept from physics, but rather an ultimate state at the level of rules, wherein motion and warmth are completely eradicated. Ying's consciousness flickered like a candle in a tempest, gripped tightly by this sudden cold, emanating from the very essence of the world, threatening to extinguish it in an instant. Darkness, endless darkness, coldness, a chill that permeated every corner of his soul. His body had entirely lost sensation, as though it no longer belonged to him. Blood congealed, nerves froze, muscle fibers burst and solidified by the ice crystals. And even thought became akin to rusted gears, turning with excruciating difficulty. All external sounds, light, and perception vanished, leaving only this eternal, despairing silence and cold. Is this what it feels like to die? No. An indomitable will, forged through 2 lifetimes and never extinguished, surged from the depths of his soul, emitting a silent roar like a ferocious beast driven to the brink. He, Ying, who had once ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts in his past life and awakened unparalleled potential in this one, could not possibly succumb so pitifully here. He had yet to engage in a true battle with the genuine strong of this world, had yet to pierce the highest stars with his spear. How could he halt here? At the moment this will erupted, a mysterious trait that had long slumbered within the depths of his soul. Awakened by this extreme despair and unyielding spirit, there was no sound, no light, no external phenomena. Yet, deep within Ying's nearly frozen consciousness, an unprecedented clarity dawned upon him. Like the first ray of light piercing through chaos. Hundredfold feedback, not merely an acceleration of learning, but a cognitive power that touched the foundational rules of the world, began to operate at an unprecedented capacity. Its aim was no longer technique or the application of dominance, but rather the very essence of the predicament, the omnipresent, freezing rules that rendered all motion obsolete. Time, in Ying's perception, stretched infinitely, while perhaps only a moment passed externally, within his cognitive realm. It felt as if countless days and nights had elapsed. The hundredfold enlightenment initiated, that originally formless, intangible essence of extreme cold revealed, for the first time, its intricate networks and textures within his perception. He saw, it was not merely low temperatures, but countless tiny, cerulean energy particles, imbued with the freezing laws. Like a living army, methodically infiltrating, occupying, and transforming everything they touched. He heard, these energy particles were not chaotic, they flowed, combined, and constructed while adhering to some profound and esoteric rhythm. This rhythm resonated subtly with Aokiji's will. as if he had materialized his understanding of cold through the power of his devil fruit into the rule of interference with reality. He understood. The power of the ice fruit was not simply to generate low temperatures, but to temporarily define the rules of coldness within a localized area. It stripped the concept of thermal motion from this region, endowing stillness with absolute authority. Aokiji was the architect and executor of this temporary regulation, at a hundredfold analysis speed. The originally obscure mysteries at the core of natural-type fruit abilities, like a nut being shelled layer by layer, laid bare its essence before Ying's consciousness. The flow trajectory of cold energy, the foundational laws of ice crystal formation, the manifestation of rules, and even the minuscule trace of Aokiji's personal will intertwined with his fruit ability during the execution of the Ice Age, were all forcibly captured, analyzed, and imprinted in Ying's heart by his overloaded perceptive power. This was not mere learning, it was plunder, a forcible interpretation and appropriation of the information governing the world's rules. Meanwhile, the pervasive and soul-freezing ultimate chill became the finest whetstone. Under a hundredfold perception, Ying clearly discerned how his armament Haki was steadily deteriorating under the onslaught of the icy air, and how, at certain specific energy nodes, it could yield a faint resistance. He observed the points of conflict and repulsion between the laws of frost and the attributes of his Haki, as well as some exceedingly rare balance points where they could coexist, albeit momentarily. Was it painful? Exquisitely so. It felt as though his soul was being pierced repeatedly by countless icy needles, akin to being ground down on a millstone at absolute zero. Yet, amidst this profound agony and heightened clarity, Ying's consciousness became unprecedentedly focused and invigorated. He understood. Natural-type abilities were not truly invincible. Their power stemmed from mastery over certain rules, but as long as these rules could be comprehended and analyzed, there surely existed means to respond to, and even counter, them. His system bestowed upon him precisely this key to understanding. In this absolute silence and freezing stasis, a silent yet intensely fierce battle was unfolding deep within Ying's consciousness. On one side stood the rules of frost, representing freezing and finality, while on the other, a tenacious soul embodied with indomitable will and a hundredfold analytical power. Chapter 76. The Return of Life, Rebirth in Silence. The frenzied analysis and rule plundering at the level of consciousness imposed a tremendous burden upon Ying's soul. It was akin to a precisely calibrated machine operating at overclocked speeds. Although its performance surged, so too did its energy consumption and heat output. In the external environment of absolute zero, any heat and vitality were targets for eradication. Ying sensed that the light of his consciousness, after radiating its most brilliant analytical glow, was inevitably beginning to dim. The fuel of his soul was rapidly depleting, and the vast information flow brought about by his hundredfold perception threatened to overwhelm his already strained mind. The external rules of frost incessantly eroded him, and he found himself trapped in a dual crisis. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering on the brink of extinguishment. He could not succumb. He must not falter at this critical juncture. Just as his consciousness teetered on the edge of collapse, an instinctive survival drive, almost imprinted deep within the genetic code of life, was fully ignited. The return of life. This was a profound principle he had encountered in the CP9 training camp, further honed during his time in exile. Initially, he could only crudely control minute changes in his body's hair and muscles or accelerate digestion to replenish energy. But now, in this dire situation where his flesh was encased in ice and his soul was on the verge of extinguishment, and under the enhancement of a hundredfold perception, his understanding of the phrase return of life underwent a revolutionary transformation. Return? To where? To whom? No, it was not merely about control. It was about tracing back, retracing the original source of life's power. His consciousness forcefully guided the remaining vestiges of life energy, which had yet to be completely frozen, no longer attempting to resist the external absolute cold, an endeavor as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Instead, it turned inward, delving deep into the very core of his body, collapsing, settling, like the universe returning to a singularity, like all things reverting to chaos. At the microscopic level of a hundredfold perception, he observed the vitality of countless cells within his body plummeting at an unprecedented precision and speed. Metabolism nearly ground to a halt, energy consumption dwindled to an infinitesimal near zero. All life fluctuations, all heat emissions, were forcibly suppressed, converging and condensing within the nuclei of the cells to the tiniest point. Tortoise breathing. Hypostasis. This was not a simple act of holding one's breath, but an entire transformation of life form, forcibly shifting from active movement to an extreme state of stillness, a state bordering on non-life. During this process, his comprehension of the return of life surged at an unprecedented pace. From controlling the surface of hair and muscles, he delved into regulating the rhythms of internal organs. And now, directly interfering with the metabolism and energy cycles at the cellular level. This was a profound mastery over his own life form, a method of seeking a glimmer of survival in the realm of death. The terrifying rules of frost outside lost their target of vibrant life, and their erosion slowed dramatically. They still enveloped Ying's body, attempting to completely freeze the last remnants of his condensed life essence. Yet Ying's state at this moment resembled an exceptionally dense stone, impervious to the cold's earlier penetrative force. In this moment, consciousness and flesh achieved a peculiar balance. His consciousness was engaged in an exhaustive analysis of the external freezing rules, akin to the most voracious student, fervently absorbing this knowledge bought with life. Meanwhile, his body, under the ultimate operation of the return of life, sank into the deepest semblance of hypostasis, maintaining the last flicker of the undying flame of life in a manner that nearly obliterated its own presence. The ice remained that all-consuming ice. The cold remained that soul-freezing cold. Yet within that crystalline ice sculpture, at the core encased in absolute zero, a faint glimmer, imbued with indomitable will and a hundredfold perception, sparkled like a seed buried under thick ice, resolutely gathering strength in the deathly silence and harsh chill, awaiting the moment to break forth and overturn the ice and snow. Rebirth often begins in the most complete annihilation. Ying's body remained an ice sculpture, but within, he was undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. The analysis of the freezing rules and the profound mastery of the return of life began to generate a wondrous chemical reaction accelerated by a hundredfold perception. He sensed, dimly, that when he emerged from the ice once more, he would possess not merely the ability to resist the cold. Time, in this frozen world, lost all significance. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. In the core of the ice sculpture belonging to Ying, an imperceptible flicker of dark light, mingled with a faintly thin arc of red-black electricity, suddenly shimmered in the utmost stillness. Time, in the frozen world, seemed to sink into a viscous mire, stretching each second into eternity. Aokiji yawned with boredom, his tall figure casting a long shadow across the ice field. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers, and his gaze wandered carelessly over the expanse of this masterpiece he had conjured with his own hands, an endless ice field, featuring two sculptures forever frozen in solid ice, a peculiar ship maintaining its last pose before freezing, and a black-haired youth poised with a gun in a defensive stance. Chapter 77, Breaking the Ice. The Understanding of Rules. It seems this task is even duller than anticipated, he muttered to himself, his tone betraying neither disappointment nor acceptance. In his eyes, this so-called ultimate martial gun might be a notable figure in the East Blue, perhaps even capable of overpowering CP9, yet before the absolute might of nature, it remained fragile as exquisite glass. The qualifications for Conqueror's Haki? Indeed rare, but alas, until it fully matured, it was merely rare. He stepped forward, intending to approach the frozen star of fallen meteor to ascertain Nico Robin's condition, after which he could conclude this tiresome charade and return to write his report. As for the frozen ice sculpture of Ying, whether he lived or died was of little concern to him. The world government merely needs to ascertain that the threat has been neutralized, yet the vast ocean is rife with reckless daredevils. However, just as he lifted his foot, poised to take a step, a faint yet jarring crack, akin to thunder, abruptly shattered the prolonged silence of the icy expanse. The source of this sound was none other than the ice sculpture belonging to Cloud Shadow. Aokiji's languid step came to an abrupt halt, his hand unconsciously withdrawing from his pocket. He slightly tilted his head, and beneath the green visor, his brow imperceptibly twitched. In his gaze, for the first time, a hint of unexpected astonishment glimmered. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of fragmentation intensified, reminiscent of the symphony heralding the thawing of glaciers as spring returns. A myriad of delicate, spiderweb-like white fissures erupted from the center of the ice sculpture's chest, rapidly spreading outward. The cracks multiplied and deepened, as if something within the ice was violently struggling, expanding, yearning to break free. The surface of the sculpture, once crystal clear and smooth as a mirror, began to cloud, as if a multitude of bubbles were forming and swirling within. A stream of white, searing air, akin to a furious dragon trapped, desperately surged through the fissures. Aokiji's languid demeanor finally dissipated entirely. He silently observed the ice sculpture undergoing a profound transformation, his gaze becoming focused and profound. He could sense a faint yet remarkably tenacious life force reviving from within the sculpture, growing at an astonishing rate. This aura, unlike the previous explosive and defiant manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, was more restrained and profound, as if it had undergone a metamorphosis, embodying a calmness born from the comprehension of some profound secret. Interesting, Aokiji murmured to himself, refraining from immediately reinforcing the ice. Instead, crossing his arms and observing with keen interest, he anticipated the surprises this young man might unveil. Crack! Boom! Finally, after accumulating sufficient power, the ice sculpture that had confined Cloud Shadow for an indeterminate time could no longer withstand the tremendous internal force and shattered explosively. Countless shards of ice erupted like the fragments of a detonated bomb, flying in all directions. Some pieces were as large as millstones, others as sharp as arrows, shrieking through the air and pummeling the smooth ice surface into countless craters. Amidst the cascading ice crystals and the billowing white vapor, a figure stood resolutely. As if awakened from an ancient frost, Cloud Shadow, he was enveloped in a cloud of scalding steam, his skin radiating an unnatural crimson, a manifestation of his bodily functions operating with unprecedented efficiency after emerging from a dormant state, resulting in an astonishing surge of heat. His coarse garments, already tattered during the freezing and breaking of the ice, revealed muscles honed like steel, each fiber trembling slightly, seemingly brimming with explosive power. He inhaled deeply, greedily drawing in the bone-chilling air, which imbued him with a euphoric sense of rebirth. Subsequently, he forcefully exhaled a breath of stale air, which contained remnants of partially melted ice shards. His gaze immediately locked onto Aokiji. Yet it was starkly different from the burning fervor that had once sought to rend everything apart. Now, his eyes reflected a terrifying calmness, as if he had dismantled the most intricate machinery and comprehended how every gear meshed and every circuit connected. Embodying the tranquility of an understanding mind, he slowly raised his right hand, clenched it tightly, then released it, feeling the relentless surge of power within. Now more refined from countless trials, and experiencing the fluidity of his Haki, especially the newfound, unprecedented affinity and comprehension of the omnipresent cold, he turned to Aokiji and spoke. His voice, rendered slightly hoarse from prolonged ice entrapment, carried an undeniable certainty. So that's how it is. A cold, sagacious smile graced his lips. The so-called freezing was not merely the deprivation of temperature, but the imposition of an absolute, will that forcibly defined a realm of stillness. The flow of energy was stifled, molecular motion frozen, and all concepts of motion were temporarily erased within your domain. With every word he uttered, Aokiji's astonishment deepened. These revelations touched upon the very essence of the nature-based devil fruit's powers, particularly the core principles governing awakened users. This was knowledge far beyond what a mere youth, freshly liberated from ice, should comprehend. Observing the subtle changes in Aokiji's expression, Cloud Shadow knew he had struck a chord. The insights gleaned from the brink of life and death had become an integral part of his understanding. A remarkably nuanced application of power, Cloud Shadow commented. As if appraising a masterpiece, his tone steady. Alas, once understood and analyzed, he suddenly stepped forward, causing the ice beneath him to explosively fracture into a shallow pit. The swirling white steam clashed violently with the frigid air, creating rippling waves of distorted air. The moment was no longer an insurmountable miracle. Breaking free from the ice was not just a physical liberation, but a leap in cognitive understanding. He had transitioned from a passive recipient of rules to a preliminary comprehender of them. A tremendous release of emotion, intertwined with the exhilaration of a deeper understanding of the essence of power, surged within him. Yet he forcefully suppressed this overwhelming sentiment, redirecting it into a colder, more focused battle intent. The trials of this stage had only just begun, and he had already acquired the key to the next phase. Chapter 78. Haki Simulation, Low Temperature Resistance. Emerging from the ice, Cloud Shadow was akin to a phoenix reborn. Not only had he grasped the essence of the freezing rules, but his entire spirit seemed to have been refined by the utmost chill, becoming more concentrated, tranquil, yet ever more perilous. The steam billowing from him signified his body's rapid metabolism, yet it was also retracting, showcasing his burgeoning mastery over his formidable powers. Aokiji dismissed the last remnants of his languor and condescension. This young man before him had delivered unexpected revelations. The ability to break free from the ice age was miraculous, And the discourse on the realm of rules further illuminated the fact that this was no adversary to be simply explained away by good fortune. It appeared that a more serious approach was warranted. Indeed, it seems I must take this more seriously, Aokiji remarked lightly, revealing no exaggerated motions. Merely lifting his right hand casually. In an instant, the temperature plummeted once more within a 100-meter radius around him. This time, it was no longer the indiscriminate oppressive force of the domain, but rather a more concentrated and targeted assault of frigid energy. In the air, countless minuscule ice crystals rapidly coalesced, transforming from drifting snowflakes into a torrential downpour of densely packed, glimmering ice spikes, radiating a lethal chill. The frozen time capsule. As he gently thrust his palm forward, thousands of these razor-sharp ice spikes, each capable of piercing steel with ease, surged forth as if propelled by an invisible hand. Emitting a haunting sound akin to the rush of air, akin to a locust swarm, hurtling directly towards Cloud Shadow. The scope of the attack was vast, its speed unparalleled, leaving no avenue for escape. This was no longer a mere probe. It bore a distinct intent to kill. Aokiji wished to observe how this newly emerged audacious understanding could possibly respond to an assault infused with an even greater power of freezing. In the face of this icy barrage, capable of riddling a naval battleship with holes, Cloud Shadow exhibited no sign of panic. Within the realm of his observation Haki, the trajectory, velocity, and the chilling energy intensity of each ice spike were vividly reflected in his mind. He did not choose to evade, for there was nowhere to hide. Nor did he opt to confront it head-on with his spear, which was still partially encased in ice, its spirit not yet restored. Instead, he chose to endure. At the very moment the first wave of ice spikes was about to strike him, the previously profound, dark aura of his Haki underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer was it a uniformly hardened armor. It began to vibrate at a high frequency, akin to a living entity. This vibration was not chaotic but adhered to a peculiar rhythm, as if simulating a state of heat or motion. A nearly imperceptible, distorted, invisible force field manifested around Cloud Shadow's exterior. This was not a tangible barrier, but an energy buffer layer created by the high-frequency vibrations of his Haki. Was astonishingly diminished and deflected by the high-frequency vibrating layer. The terrifying chill carried by the ice spike, capable of instantly freezing flesh and blood, encountered the vibrating Haki and seemed to meet its nemesis. It was dismantled and neutralized. Within Cloud Shadow's extraordinary perception, he witnessed the invading chill energy being swiftly stripped of its freezing essence, much like a high-speed grinding wheel polishing iron, by the resonant vibrations of his Haki. Although he could not entirely eradicate the physical cold, he had effectively mitigated the most lethal, rule-based corrosive effects. The ice spikes remained sharp, and many breached his defensive layer, embedding themselves into his flesh, leaving wounds of varying depths, with blue blood seeping out only to be instantly frozen by the low temperatures. However, he was not instantly paralyzed. He was not eroded by the rules. Cloud Shadow's body swayed slightly under the impact of the ice spikes, leaving shallow marks upon the icy surface. Yet he remained steadfast. The ice spikes that pierced his body inflicted primarily physical trauma, far removed from the earlier terror that threatened to freeze his very soul. He lowered his gaze to inspect a wound on his arm, cut by an ice spike, its edges encased in thin ice, radiating a bone-chilling pain and coldness. Yet his arm still obeyed his will, retaining its mobility. He lifted his head to meet Aokiji's keen gaze, calmly stating a fact. Your chill, it seems, is not as frigid as before. It was not that the cold had weakened, but rather that he had changed. Through an intensified perception, he not only comprehended the workings of the freezing rules, but had also, during the process of breaking the ice, combined a deep mastery of his Haki to initially simulate and construct a form of resistance specifically against this rule-based cold. This resistance was not a simple thickening of defense. It was a targeted resolution grounded in understanding at the energy level. It could not completely immunize him from physical low temperatures, yet it significantly weakened the corrosive effects of the frigid rules. Aokiji observed Cloud Shadow, who stood resolute amidst the rain of ice spikes, despite his injuries. His demeanor increasingly calm, and fell silent for a moment. Ah, how terrifyingly adaptive. He eventually spoke, his tone inscrutable, neither fully admiring nor wary. With just a single ice entrapment, you have discovered a means of counteraction. The Supreme Martial Spear. I seem to grasp why the world government holds you in such high esteem. He dissipated the remaining ice spikes in the air, and the surrounding chill began to coalesce anew, deepening and becoming more perilous. Now, How much of this next move will you comprehend and adapt to? Behind Aokiji, moisture in the air began to frantically gather, compress, and take form. For colossalized spears, each with a razor-sharp tip and emanating a ghostly blue light capable of freezing even light itself, slowly materialized. Upon their surfaces, dark patterns, representing absolute zero, swirled ominously. Two-pronged spear. One of Admiral Aokiji's ultimate techniques was fully charged and poised for release. Meanwhile, Cloud Shadow inhaled the still, frigid air. The true trial was only just commencing.